This one's for the stolen voices, my people that ain't got much choices. Trapped in the belly of the beast, everywhere is beef and there's never ever peace. Every day is peak and I never get to speak. Living in the Elmos, never get to see. Sitting in a cell, feeling like you're never gonna leave, but you can't sleep cause you got beef with the bread underneath for the bump. And the truth of my speech is abundant. I don't need a reason to keep it 100. The government declare the war on the man. But this ain't a song, it's a glorious anthem to rep for the good that is not be abandoned. The poor is ignored when they're stranded. From Lagos to Kingston, Norway to Camden, against all odds, of course we are champions. I'm the voice of Trayvon, I'm the voice of Stephen Lawrence, I'm the voice of Tupac, with no fuck life engraved on my stomach. I'm the voice of a runaway slave, holding a blade and facing on my skit. Been a victim of the system too long, we can take it that waiting for justice. The voice of Fred Hampton Sr., killed for defending the people, and the right to exercise freedom of speech. We just want to be treated as equal. I'm the voice of the mums and the ones that pray for unity in the community. I'm the voice of the young. This one's for the stolen voices, my people that ain't got much choices. Trapped in the belly of the beast, everywhere is beef and there's never ever peace. Every day is peak and I never get to speak. Living in the Elmos, never get to see. Sitting in a cell, feeling like you're never gonna leave, but you can't sleep cause you got beef with the bread underneath for the bump. And the truth of my speech is abundant. I don't need a reason to keep it 100. The government declare the war on the man. So this ain't a song, it's a glorious anthem to rep for the good that is not be abandoned. The poor is ignored when they're stranded. From Lagos to Kingston, Norway to Camden, against all odds, of course we are champions. I'm the voice of Trayvon, I'm the voice of Stephen Lawrence, I'm the voice of Tupac, with no fuck life engraved on my stomach. I'm the voice of a runaway slave, holding a blade and facing on my skit. Been a victim of the system too long, we can take it that waiting for justice. The voice of Fred Hampton Sr., killed for defending the people, and the right to exercise freedom of speech. We just want to be treated as equal. I'm the voice of the mums and the ones that pray for unity in the community. I'm the voice of the young that escape the slum, but they can't find the opportunity.
So much to say, but not enough. We hear the cries calling from the skies above, saying it's okay, speak your mind, open your heart, don't let no one add you to we're right alive when things are rough, cause the truth ain't told you to hide when things are tough. Yeah, you'll be okay, speak your mind, open your heart, don't let no one add you to
Wanna know why he's trying to flip half of a cent and risking it up like his father in pen. For private school, cost an arm and a leg, and a new laptop is like half of the rent. We chose crime, cause no one's surviving on dreams. Through the sirens and the violent scenes, it seems like no one's hearing the silent screams. It was eject like a pilot seat. In the screams of a music majority, oppressed by a ruthless minority, horribly abusing authority. They tell what to dog to the dog wants to tell. They stay confused with the poverty, shooting a robbery, scraping a barrel, fighting for the same food. They get remedies. Like this meat for the goods, cause you gotta eat. So you do what you gotta do, it's a lottery. There's a whole world wearing earplugs, cause it feels like no one hears us. My little G got stabbed 5 times. I was on the wall with empty tears up. I saw him laid in a hospital. Asked myself his praise and rhetorical. And I prayed to got their vaginas. Did anything change? Not at all. I'm the sound of the kids in foster care. Deliver life so cold they were not prepared. I could tell you about my foster years. So many stories I've got to share. I'm the voice of the voiceless, making noise for the traceless. Someone say it for our lives. Our number one mission is destroying the traceless.
So much to say, but not enough. You hear the cries calling from the skies above, saying it's okay, speak your mind, open your heart, don't let no one add you to all
stolen voices. Oh, our family, slap that like button. You're done now, you're done now, you're done now.
Things are tough. Yeah, you'll be okay, speak your mind, open your heart, don't let no one add you to all
stolen voices. Yeah. Come on. All right, man. Let me get into something else. What am I gonna get into? Let me get into something else before we go anywhere. I don't even like that song. Ooh. Let me play the other one. What is this song? Let's see if the other one comes up. I don't like this song. But I do like the original though. Don't worry, man. New music's coming out real soon as well. Don't think like man's not on that. New music. I gave you a whole mixtape and a couple other bonus tracks. We're going to be back with some new music soon. Real soon. Sooner than you think. Do you know what I mean? Working on a few bits and bobs. So, yeah, some new shit's going to come out, man. There we go.
Introducing Magical.
I remember it's low, innit?
Deliveroo presents the arrival Deliveroo. Food. We get it.
See the pain. See the pains. We on it. DJ Raj already walked on. REDPILLTRILL. SMS right towards you. Get me. Break down, bust the sediment. I'm in my element. Gallivanting through the tenements like an elephant. So back to the bone. I'm too sick for my skeletons. Get I wanna give me the pussy because I'm relevant. You make the yellow go celibate because you're delicate, effeminate. You see this clip here, it's got 10 in it. I put a shell in it. All right, man. Let's get the reload. Listen, happy new day. Happy new. What's the fucking date? I can't even see. Why is it looking like that? Tuesday, the 14th of June. You know what I mean? 2 minutes to 10 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I'm in sunny London right now. The sun is shining. You know what I mean? We're catching the vibe. This is like basically supposed to be summer. So just make it happen. England is done out here. I'm done with England and it's temporary sun. I'm out of here, man. I'm bouncing. I am leaving. I will not be spending the majority of my years here or my year here anymore. This is it. Hopefully this is like the last year or the second to last year that I spend a winter in England. Fuck it. I'm done. I'm done. Let me send the link out there. So yeah, man, we're just gonna vibe out today. I ain't really got a plan. I've got to go to my studio / podcast suite, and I've got to go and collect all of my items because I've been given 48 hours to remove my property, man. So if any of you lot know any creative spaces, anyone that's got a little space that they could rent or let man use or whatever, let me know, man, because I'm desperate for a new studio space. So please, man, around London, anywhere around London, West London would be dope, but anywhere in London, like, just let me know if there's a space, something that I can go and view and talk to someone. Do you have a space? Have you got a spot that you're not using and you think, oh, Jess could do his thing there? I want to do some podcasting, some recording. Do you know what I mean? And some creative like workshops or little bits and bobs. So just let me know. Is there a place that I can use to hold my meetings? You know? And where I can brainstorm with the team. Is there anything like that? If you know of any location like that, hit me up, man. Right? Please. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? All right, cool. See the pains. DJ Raj already walked on. REDPILLTRILL. SMS right towards you. Get me. Break down, bust the sediment. I'm in my element. Gallivanting through the tenements like an elephant. So back to the bone. I'm too sick for my skeleton. Girl, I wanna give me the pussy because I'm relevant. You make the gal them go celibate because you're delicate. Effeminate. See this clip here? It's got 10 in it. I'll find the best head back. I put a shell in it. The way you screaming, dirty gold. This other done and chilling it. Right now, you make shit happen. There's no wishing. We play a game where the referee is missing. But it wasn't once a missing. There's no kissing. Of course, we got trust issues. Trust a drug, man. I'm dying over trust misuse. Yo, I don't need no tissue. Can't stay around the killies that keep locked. Pistol, forever ready to empty it. Clean hard brothers, but they stay about that devil. Yaga, yo. I was always good at playing my position. What you know about B-Wing, waking up in Brixton? They think I'm just a freedom fighter, baiting up the system. I have the hood looking for you like King goes from Mitchell. That's how man hunt, smoking like that blunt. Sweet one, got me slammed down in that front. Try my champion with looks like Samson. I hit the brains like the skull and make you don't feel abandoned. Just my arms blacker than Ugandans. My consciousness is in a constant state of expansion. Every bar's an anthem. I should own a couple mansions. An island, an airline like Richard Branson. Bad from sperm, official from the city from a young day. I've been getting busy with the gillies. Mum raised me proper, but the estate was shitty. I was out there making sure the phone stands out to the gillies. I had some deals on deals to make the phones do flips. Yeah! Purchase bit. I was the cheap push, being in veins and nearly died and made the line like.
Yeah, it was only that I wanna try.
Money up to make.
What?
Can you do reload?
Then upgrade that you fried.
Hey.
To the soil, I'll always lie.
What?
I'ma keep it that to the day that I die. While you argue if it's planting or plantain, Illuminati, just
One another campaign.
plotting to put poison in your fans' veins. You can vote and vote, but you'll never see the plans change. My favorite words are rebel, revolution, and rampage. Trapped in the wrong dimension, just trying to make it back safe.
Keep them lights coming, family tree. Big up yourself, Sneaks. Walk one.
Big up, big up, big up.
Yeah.
I came to sing the song, but
What
I was
song?
late. This one?
Too late, man. Too late. I'll give you something to sing. I will give you something to sing, gal.
Yeah, but everyone always tells me to shut up in the chats if I do anyway.
No matter, man. Fuck them. Fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them, fuck them. Yeah! With a big stick.
What?
Pause.
That's violent, man.
Sorry, my English not so good.
My English not so good.
Baby, your body banging like a fresh garments, matching your varnish.
Baby, your body banging like a shotgun cartridge.
Baby, your body banging like a fresh garments, matching your varnish. Baby, your body banging like a shotgun cartridge. Walking a party, looking all starish, trying to introduce you to carnage. Baby, I'm a shark, not a starfish. Your ex-man was too soft, he was garbage. I make your old knee rub off on the carpet. She a bar for the
Got ball for chocolate.
Look what you started. Bend up your face like somebody farted. Bad in the bed, I said I'm wicked and I'm heartless. I just wanna boom, boom, shoot up.
Today is the
Boom,
fifth,
boom, shoot up the target.
the 5th anniversary of Grenfell.
My task, yeah. Been a
5
Is
whole
it?
fucking years.
Oh, yeah, they're going to do
5
a
years since I was
silent
last in
walk.
Morocco.
Catch me in the morning.
5 years, man.
5 years since I was last in Morocco, man. Fuck.
Morning, come over my place and
Mm.
I cannot stay, baby.
Baby,
go
I go crazy.
for no play.
Play,
What's right?
play. Yeah, shut up, everyone in the chat.
It's a morning, good.
Good and proper.
Get ready to sit up on his hood, she said. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, understood.
I want to tie what she wants twerking. Queenie while I pipe it just to show me how she squirted. Body strong, she don't ram. Said her body's banging like a
Boom, 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 boom.
Playing no games, you know she worth it. She love balling out my name while I'm bending up and serving.
Why?
Everything I give her, she deserve it. She go wilder than a circus. She wanted on the
Best slow suffer at the kitchen surface. She wanted full service.
They're not sure if it's loving or murders. All of this before the work shift.
You can catch me in the morning. I ain't never with a star. It's a
Call me, darling.
Catch me in the morning.
Come
Come
over.
over, princess, show me something. Baby, crazy. Play, play.
What's right, baby? You can catch me in the morning. I ain't never with a star. It's a
Call me, darling.
You can catch me in the morning. Come over my place and
Show me something. Hit the like button, family. Let's go to number.
Baby.
This your boy, Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati, like, REDPILLTRILL, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know we're going live. Please put your like in the chat. You don't like that.
Do you know what my favorite one is when you do? You don't like that.
You don't like that.
You don't like that.
You like that.
You don't. Let's do our best spaz impressions. Okay, you go.
Okay. Hi, my name's Sleety. How did you fall for that, man? How did you think it was gonna happen?
You don't like that. If ever you could see my face right now, I swear to God.
You don't like that. Like, comment, subscribe. You don't like that.
Notification bell so you never look alive.
Subscribe. Like, comment, subscribe. Like, comment, subscribe. You
Whoa.
got
I heard that gurgling in your throat. There's like bare liquid in your throat. What's going on?
Pause. Dirty gal. Pause.
Listen, that you made the noise. And do you know when you make that noise? And do you know
It's
when
not-
you make that noise and you're like, "Ugh," I'm like, oh, there's best spit in your throat right now that you're gargling.
There's not. It's not gargling. It's like, comment, subscribe. It's making
Can everyone hear that spit in his throat?
No, it's making your tonsils vibrate. Are you stupid or something? Like spit. What are you talking about, man? You think we're all you with bare liquid and fucking juice in our throats?
We're not. It's not you, you know.
Listen, my throat's always dry. Okay, I haven't got the same issue as you.
The Asian juice in it, curry in your throat.
Why does it have fucking curry? And also,
Masala
I've been meaning to
gal,
ask you,
yeah.
what's this?
Yeah.
Stop
What?
it! You're obsessed with masala fish.
Masala short gal, man.
You started doing this new laugh. I'm enjoying it. It's like,
You know.
you know, when you find something funny and you're like, yeah, like, comment, share, subscribe, everybody. Hit the notification bell.
Big up all my Muslims today, man. Listen, today Jeds is gonna put the Aki in Blackie.
Oh,
Or the Achai in Blachai.
there goes that liquid again.
There's no link. Like, what is wrong with you, dirty gal? What happened to you?
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly, Silverback. Gee throat. You got bare gee in your lassie.
Silverback, you shut your absolute
yes,
face.
Silverback.
Silverback, you shut your whole head. Okay, just close your head.
Lassie throat, gal. Hey.
You know what? I've never actually had mango lassi. I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm just gonna admit it. I'm gonna say it.
What? Hold on.
Yeah, I haven't.
You was definitely with us when we had mango lassie. You didn't have any.
No, I was not with you.
Oh, you were with us, yeah. Because
Can you not remind me?
Because you was on the blob.
I was ill. I went
Blobbing. Because you was blobbing all over the
Listen, you
mountain.
better shut your mouth. I got a bad review on my Airbnb because of you lot. Okay, you better be nice to me.
Clots on the, what you call it? Clots on the motorway.
Listen, there was no clots. Shut up, wet throat.
Hey, lassie throat. Hey,
Shut up,
gee.
free willy throat.
Lassie and gee. What,
Free willy throat.
what does that even make sense?
It doesn't.
Exactly.
It shut you up though, didn't it? Yeah.
It didn't. You know that's not me because I don't leave it on for that. It's like one left and right of the eyes is enough, sniper. That's it. That's it. Not left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Why do you not abuse my memes like that, man? You and fucking Emzalini.
Yeah, Angelini, fucking that rageful monster.
Yeah.
You know what it is? I think there's a delay because sometimes I press it and it's like, right, hasn't it come on yet? But it's already come on the screen.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm trying to 2 seconds it.
Pause.
For real.
Like, you can't.
Cubby God squeeze of that.
Oh my god! Is this what you're on this morning?
I'm sorry.
Can you
I've,
not just be that
I've taken
lady?
your place today. Jedi's like a nun this morning, and I'm like, yeah.
I don't do all of that. I don't do all of that stuff you do.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Oh, goodness, man. Big up Axum, man.
Don't get upset to go crazy.
People asking why I got Ali Dawa behind me because Ali Dawa's my brother. Everyone knows this. He's been my brother. Me and him been cool. Get me? We've been proper blessed for a long time, man.
But that blending is mad. The beard in it. I was looking at it this morning. I was cracking up. I was like, nah, this guy.
I killed it, innit?
Yeah. It's the body warmer.
Yeah, the body, like man knows who it is instantly, man.
The body warmer gave it away, man. And the little fringe. The little, what is that, comb over kind of?
I don't know what. Oh, the cowlick, the little cowlick.
Yeah, at the front. Right, yeah.
That's the European
Man.
coming through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
So what we on, man? Big up everyone, man. Come on.
Big up.
So, all right, cool. Where is that thing gone that I just saved? Literally. Whatever. Anyway, man. 1 second. Let me just grab this. Yeah, man. I do it, man. Baby. All right, boom. Hold on. Let's go in. Let's go in. Let's go. Hold on.
Pointing already. Man don't even fall properly.
Who did it?
Man falls with snitching.
Falls into a snitch position.
Yeah, oh shit. Finger pointing. How do you do that?
Is it in natural resting position?
What's your finger? Yes, him. It was him. Man.
Behavior is nothing more than animal behavior.
Is he calling?
What's
Is he calling Roger animal? And everyone's like animal.
We got events being created for social media. What do you think of that? 9 or 10 years back, there was no violence.
Oh, fuck's sake.
We're fundamentally opposed to each other's beliefs.
Mad. I'm mocking the thing.
Oh,
mocking
those
it.
jokes. I'm sorry.
on, Raj, where'd
He
you
looks
come
really
from with
They look both really irritated, but fucking hell.
Man just getting shoved about. This is like the dinner queue in primaries or secondary.
That's why I'm laughing. That's exactly what my mind
laughing.
went to.
Laughing.
Oh
not
my
laughing.
god.
What's laughing? What's that?
So, yeah, this brother's called Street Mike, and he's got a video called "Young Muslims Behaving Badly at Speaker's Corner." Obviously, I think this is this Sunday. Sorry,
Sunday, yeah.
Raj returned to Speaker's Corner because there was a Hindu Pakistani something protest or whatever. So he must have went down there, and they must have been gassed to see him and started banding him up. This is all I'm assuming. I ain't really watched it, but
them young youths, man, these
young youths turned into big men because 3 years ago it was a different young youths. True. So that I don't know, man.
It was.
Yeah, but this is what people always denied was what
we saw on a regular, yeah.
This is what it was. So we found it funny how we go to Speaker's Corner, we have like 1 incident, 2 incidents, nothing major. No one got rocks in their mouth. No one got shoved. Nothing happened yet.
Not that often, anyway.
One person got shoved, but that person
got slapped as well.
That's different, isn't it? You got slapped. What the person respect slapped? That's a
slap. Yeah, no, sorry. Mine was a hook. Sorry. Yeah. Someone have to get punched now and again.
Yeah,
there's blows flying by exchanges. But it's cool, man. But it's in the minority compared to a lot that was going down there, as we said.
This is regular shit in Speaker's Corner. Obviously, Speaker's Corner has been dead or whatever.
This is like heckling.
Yeah. Physical heckling, pushing you.
Physical heckling, nothing.
Never happened to us, but still.
Never.
But the Muslims, they behave
look at this neat. Liberty.
Nothing
You're enjoying it, look.
Animal
I think he's got his bum pinched.
Around us now. We've got a lot of young people, we've got social media, and we've got events being created for social media. What do you think of that? 9 or 10 years back, there was no violence.
There was always violence, man. Lies, man. What's he talking about?
Yeah, obviously, he's a Christian. We're fundamentally opposed to each other's beliefs.
Oi,
The
that
music
was
that
like,
they put with it is makes it more funny.
remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger got fly kicked in his back? Yeah,
Ah!
that's what it reminded me.
Don't remind me of that classic footage. I love
Classic.
I never saw
Classic.
that.
Let me play that for you nasty.
Yes, please.
That was fun. I'm not gonna lie. Next man was
Yeah.
like, oh, I feel sorry for him. He's an old man. I was like,
Nah, fuck that.
Oh
Yeah?
shit! Not even
What
young
was happening?
Arnie. Older
Yeah,
Arnie.
Arnie
Edit.
got fly kicks, man.
Nah,
He
not
kicked
old
Tookie.
Arnie.
He killed Tookie, man.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck him, man.
Fuck him.
Yeah,
man.
but he also
Governor
takes
of
a crime. So fuck
California.
him, yeah.
Fuck that nigga.
Yeah, and he was a senator. Yeah, man. Fuck him, man.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck him, yeah.
Arnie got fly kicked. It was so disgusting.
I actually can't wait to see it.
What
I'm
happened?
excited.
I'm not gonna lie. The footage is proper
It's
satisfying.
mad.
Is there any slaps involved? I
It's
like
one of the
slaps.
best ever.
I think on the guy getting apprehended, I don't know what they done.
Slapstick. More like it was slapstick.
It's an old man. I fucking love it.
Oh, no.
Run to the lungs and I need this. Run to the music. It's how I do it.
I'm like looking hawk eyes, like who's gonna be the one to do it?
Was he blocking, yeah? Mad. Wait.
You know what I said? You know what I've just seen something new now, yeah, that I didn't see before, right?
Go.
Before Arnie got fly kicked, try to know that they had the security, the presence of mind to move a black youth out the way, innit? Right?
Yeah.
A black youth came rolling up, waving like, hey Arnie, I mean you no harm. What? Look.
I come in peace.
Look. I mean you no harm. Hey Arnie, look at them. They're like, hey, get away from him, nigga. Get away from him, nigga. They pull him away, yeah? Cool. Yeah, because the black guy's the threat, innit? Nah, it's not the black guy. It's the white kid you wanted to watch. Came from the same direction. Look at the flag.
Oh,
Mad. Mad.
I'm wrong. It was the same black youth that tried to approach
Oh,
the
fuck sake. Yeah. They held him back to give him a run up. Mad.
Hey, listen. He only wanted the autograph.
Yeah.
He only wanted the autograph.
Nah. Come on, family.
The way he jumped in the air, he even turned sideways and
I know.
everything for maximum power.
Maximum.
Proper kick, you know, like booted man, proper.
He jumped up, he was like, ta!
Yeah, what do you call that? A drop kick, a proper
Yeah,
drop
drop kick.
Fucking hell.
I've done one or two of them, but you're supposed to get in the chest.
This was
Kick him in his
classic,
chest.
man.
Both feet. That's quality.
Oh,
That's
Shani,
like
that's what I was looking. That's what I was laughing at. Look at Arnie's face.
We
in
say
slow-mo.
dead.
Play it in slow mo.
that's like a 8.5 on the Richter. Yeah, man. It was quite solid. Because he done a pirouette in the middle of the air after the kick.
Yeah,
That's
he's quite
tremendous.
good.
Extra turn.
Yeah,
You get me?
that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
Turned his hips.
Look at that lift. Look at the lift.
Look at
He jumped
the
from
twist.
there,
Yeah,
in the air.
mad.
Look,
It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing.
he's in the air. Like,
Wow, look how high he is. Mad.
Watch it. Ooh,
Maximum.
He turned into
You
D
win.
double E.
yeah.
He's got that. You know when dogs hang their face out the car window?
Yeah, get in the wind and that.
Mad.
I have been kicked.
Cheek
Look like
slapping.
he's splattered
Little bits of,
against the glass.
can we see little bits of spit flying out of his gob?
Lord of mercy.
Mad thing. Look!
He was dead. He was dead. Finally, they've
Shot
killed
in
me.
his back.
He thought, is this what a shotgun feels like?
Yeah, yeah. The Mexicans are here. Mad.
He's like, it's like, oh,
Is this for the
Why
maid?
is he falling in a German accent?
This is what happened when you breed up the maid.
he'd fallen in accent and that. You get me?
Or Austrian accent, wherever he's from.
Falling. I am.
Oh.
Get to the chapel. Get to the chapel.
Look at security though. You don't want that smoke. Security's got muscles on his muscles.
Oh,
He's
man.
pissed though. He's about to be
They are
fired.
Russian.
You know when a man's about to be fired? So this is the scene of a man.
Yeah,
about to be
yeah.
fired.
So you just try and make it up.
Mm.
Try and make it- 'cause
No
you
matter
know
what you do after this, is dead
it's
food, man.
too late. You're not working
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Man's got Jordan prints in the back of his t-shirt. You're
Yeah,
not working
man.
tomorrow.
I'm probably on his back. Full stop. Pause.
Jordan Prince.
Double Jordan prints, mad. Look, defensive position instantly. Don't beat me. The kid is like, damn. Where's Arnie?
Or is slow-mo screaming?
Listen, Arnie is in the upper room right now.
Nah, he's in the...
He's down here.
The other kid's in the boom boom room.
Spirit has left.
Yeah. What I'm saying,
That's
they're
okay.
going to need a defibrillator to bring him back. Clear!
In it! Charge to 360, code blue, clear!
Give me 60 cc's of adrenaline. You know what I mean? He's going to need mouth to mouth, everything, man. Resuscitation, Ouija board, anything to bring him
Ouija
back.
board, you know.
Is there anybody there? Seance. I need seance to bring him back.
This
You're
situation
fucking
is so mad. I've just spilled tea into the keyboard.
Don't lie. Why did they kick out his back? Why did they kick out Arnie's back for him, man? Arnie got his back kick out for him for nothing. Let me play it full speed. What have I done?
Everything looks good in slow motion, though.
Slow motion for me. Oh! Did you hear the noise as well? Proper like, doof.
That's Arnie there with the yellow with the corner. You can see it.
He done. You know the people that edit the videos. Please edit this and put the EastEnders doof doof at the end, bro.
You might have to do it.
Oh yeah, no, I ain't got time for that. Arnie got his back kick out. Mud. All right, Arnie, Soz.
Soz, mate.
Yeah, Soz, they kick out your back for you, Arnie. That was mud. I don't think he deserved his back getting kicked out.
Oh, poor guy.
There it is.
You saw Raj's version. I fully dilated when he got kicked. Behind the goggles, like it was him. It was him.
This guy's eyes opened as well.
9 or 10 years back, there was no violence.
There was no violence.
He couldn't believe.
I'm sorry, Raj. I'm sorry.
We don't care what you're saying, bro.
Fundamentally opposed to. He couldn't believe.
He got whiplash, man.
The behavior. We are going to see someone being killed live and direct at Speaker's Corner.
Wow, that's a bit much, mate.
Big up Street Mike, long time. Big up Street Mike. Give him.
It's mad what they done to this guy, you know. They fucking
Killed live and direct at Speaker's Corner.
Big up Street Mike. Big up Street Mike.
Yeah, this girl. What's her name again? Sasha Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Oh, is that Sasha Johnson?
They've left her as just like a veggie, bro. That's a veggie.
Yeah, no one talks about her no more. Nothing. No update. Nothing.
I think they done a either there's one coming up or they've just done one. Like everyone meet up at the bandstand and play music and do memorial and that, and you know, like, yeah, man, I hear that, man. Celebrate her life and that. But
She ain't dead.
yeah, but she's in a
Veg.
veg, bro. She's not
coming out of it.
She's not coming out of this one, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, they obviously shot in the head, and she's been in that state for a hot minute.
Wow, yeah.
So like,
But you know, the body needs the time to recover. If it's gonna recover, it's gonna take time.
I just don't think that you come back from what. I think she's I think she's just proper hooked up. I don't think there was even really much of a threat of her waking up.
Yeah, okay.
So like with the injuries and that, and didn't they arrest like 6 boys or something like that from PEX? But I don't know what happened with that. I think they might have bust case because there was not enough evidence to link them, or something happened.
Wow.
But yeah, it's a crazy case because I wanted to catch up with this girl and actually talk to her because like, you know, she
remember
was like,
you did the review of her and Tommy.
And her meeting Tommy, she was slightly militant and whatever. I just wanted to find out whether she, like, how genuine she was. I found out she was involved in like BLM, which obviously is side eye.
Yeah, of course.
But at the same time, not everyone that was getting involved with BLM fully grasped
what was
the ramifications and what they were about and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't necessarily blame her for that, but yeah, man. I remember Zabida did an interview with her. She came on Zabida's platform and done an interview or something like that. I didn't listen to it, but I know she was there. Right. So yeah, it would have been nice for her to actually sit down and talk to real people that actually care about the black community. Do you know what I mean? Not just views and that. But yeah, man, it's a shame what happened to her. I think there's a lot more around this story. Right? I just can't put my finger on it. Beautiful girl as well. Big her up, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, she.
Long time. Big up Street Mike. Give him the thumbs up, like, comment, share, and also click the notification bell so when he goes live, you'll be able to be there.
Boy, there's lots of Juria here, man. Gillette. What's going on?
Yo, Jedi, there's a better angle vid. Better angle than what? Oh, what, of the drop kick?
Send it on.
Yeah, keep the likes coming. I'm gonna do the likes in a minute. Please hit the likes up, man. Don't get lazy. Oh my God, Jeds, you need to see this. The pic is mad. See what? Oh, she might. Let me see if she said something. Empress Sakina.
Oh, fuck's sake.
What, man? What?
Too early, man. What
God,
the fuck, man?
you're so dirty.
Mad.
Sorry.
I apologize, Empress Sakina, on behalf of Dr. Jedi.
All right, dirty sneaks, nasty sneaks.
Mad.
Yeah, Sakina, send it to me then. What picture are you talking about? All right, let's get back to these. I'm getting bargy, man.
Open your mouth.
Uh-oh.
What's this girl laughing? Sounds like your breed.
Huh?
What?
Huh?
Whatever, man. Any smoke is. I'm not dealing with it.
Big up, Sakina.
All my oldest L for beating up an old man.
Bless up.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's funny, yeah, because you get champions that watch a video from 2 years ago and
Mhm.
decide that they're gonna go speak at school and challenge the black dude
Mhm.
because of how he's treating Muslims, right? But then we need videos of these man getting challenged. Like, go and challenge these man in your own ummah. Go and challenge their behavior. You look like the hypocrisy. I was gonna say the hypocrisy, which would have been good. The hypocrisy of just like, come on, man. Anyone, you don't need to like tame your youngers down because
Yeah,
it's
man.
like, very bad look. And you lot are down there doing Dawa, and then you got these groups down there doing that. It's dead. Tell them don't come down. You know you got power. Come on, man. Everyone watches Salam. Even I watch Salam, man. Come on, man. Exercise your power, man.
Where was the slaps for these guys?
Yeah. Innit?
Yeah.
Old type man like Ross Clark, Kale, you know, in the building. Da-da-da.
Big up,
Big
Kale.
up, Kyle.
You got family, big up.
Big up, man.
Calcium, iron, vitamin C. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Fellow Brummy. Big up, big up.
Big up.
Greetings for the humour family. Greetings.
Big up.
I just want to ask the black Muslims, right? If they're listening,
Yeah.
is that why do they not order the good, forbade the bad when it comes to non-African Muslims practicing racism on black people? If they are listening or if they're on the panel. My question.
Sorry, what? Say it again so I can understand.
Yeah, my question is for the black Muslims, that why don't they like forbade racism amongst the non-African Muslims when they practice it on black people? You know, what's the issue of doing that? Even though the religion typifies that you're supposed to order the good and forbade the bad. Why don't they do it?
Who knows
Yes,
why they don't do it, man?
Why don't you do it, Snipes?
Me or them? Remember, you're talking about other people. Yeah, but black Muslims, I mean, how are they responsible for other Muslims' actions? It makes no sense.
Oh, so you are a Muslim, are you?
That's correct.
Shit.
Okay.
Now
Wow.
you know. Now
Okay.
you know. Aha!
I had no idea.
You got him.
Okay.
Go on, Kel.
Brother,
go.
Fix his
respect
business,
for
bro.
you and that, right? Is that a lot of us have read up on Muhammad, the son of Abdullah. I will say, peace be upon him, for respect. It seems to have came with a message that is based upon justice and equality. It didn't come to take people's culture. It seems very kind of a clear message, but yet still with all this thing with the was it the Lady of Heaven? I don't know if you've heard about all that. This
Yeah.
Lady of Heaven is that when the companions are depicted as black people, there's a problem. But yet still, when they're a dictation of the for example, Jesus, Moses, even the companions of Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, is that there's evidence that they were black people. I'm not seeing the same thing from the non-black Muslims protesting for that, and I'm not seeing the black Muslims helping the black people against that. Why is that, brother?
Black people don't protest, man. You know that. We're not involved in some of the things that go on within the Ummah or within the so-called religion. And a lot of that is based on the individual people's culture. They're carrying their culture through with their religion. So it pops out as racism, prejudice, don't want to pray next to man, all of these type of things, you know, that have been mentioned by so many different black Muslims, especially reverts and converts and stuff. You know what I mean? They find that the behavior is nuts. You get what I'm saying? But it's not down to the religion. It's more down to people's culture and where they're coming from. Do you get what I'm saying? Some people have a culture of not even touching your hand. You know, when you're giving them change in their shop. So they keep their cultural behaviors and caste system and all sorts going on. You know what I mean? When it's not admissible in the thing, but you can't stop people doing what they've been doing all their life or what their grandparents and great grandparents have been doing. So, you know, we fighting racism on all fronts, it seems.
Right. So
That was a
we
dead
know,
answer, isn't it,
yeah.
Kel? Ask harder hitting questions, man. Don't let him escape. Keep your foot on his neck, Kel.
No, I'm not. As I said, brother Jedi, I'm not here to cause confrontation. I just there's a substantial problem, brother, because I was listening to what brother Sniper was saying.
Yeah.
And as I said, I don't believe the religion's promoting that. But what I do know is that the Asians and the Arabs, them, is that they seem to have languages and words to control their dopamines to mistreat black people like what the white people do. And it's very difficult for them to start practicing this racism. So that's why the black Muslims they need to kind of help out you know, the black people in Islam, well, as well as none in Islam, because they seem to be controlling. Like, for example, in Speaker's Corner, all due respect to your brother Jeddah, there was a time when my son, he watches Speaker's Corner, and you know, I'll sit down and watch it with him, you know what I mean? And I saw like Asians trying to go for it, and I was thinking to myself, okay, what's this about? And when I found out that you didn't do anything wrong, right, and they were literally, the hatred what they had for us naturally came out.
They wanted to lynch me.
It's phenomenal. Whereas where there's other people,
they probably would have raped me if they had a chance.
See, okay. So it's this type of thing. This anti-blackness is problematic. Whereas the black Muslims, they do need to be more firmer with the non-black Muslims. Really, they really do need to be.
I think they separate themselves. I mean, a lot of the ones that come to Speaker's Corner are from a particular, do you get it? Like Brixton or Kennington, that type of, you know, where it's more ethnic orientated. But them man, they try and keep out of the way of all of this stuff. You don't even see them in the background. You know what I mean? I know some good brothers who like came out of jail on their dean, come to Speaker's Corner, they have their little debates and that, but they're not in what some of the others are into. Do you get it? Because they already feel isolated or kind of outcast, so they have to be on their best behavior. The most they can do is allow it, brother. No, he's a Aki or but other than that, bro, I don't expect them to do much either. The numbers are ridiculous in comparison. You get it? In that Speaker's Corner area. Do you get it? So, but Speaker's Corner is a false environment, man. It's not even real. It's not a reflection of our society, or you know.
Do you know what, Kel? I feel like you need a more honest Muslim, because I feel like Sniper's minimizing and denying, man. It's unfortunate that our brothers, you know, they got more loyalty to their religion than to our African cause, and I think this is what the main issue is. They won't fight for us because they're more related to other Muslims than other black people, right?
Right.
Agree. Comes first, then their color and their nationality and that kind of social identity. So, as far as they're concerned, they're going to stand side by side with the Ummah, and we're on the outside. It's Al-Bara, something. Basically, back your brother to the end, innit?
Okay, because this is no disrespect to brother Sniper at all, but what I've noticed is that the Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, right? He seemed to have laid his life down and went against the best interests of himself. So he'll go against his own tribe. He'll go against discrimination of women. He'll go against all these fields.
But his tribe was black, though.
Say that again, bro.
He was from the Quraysh. That was a black tribe. So so you say that he turned his back on black people?
No. What I was saying is, brother, is that he seems to have went against the best. He didn't seem to kind of like it's like what I'm seeing with the Asians, who the Middle Easterns and the Europeans who are in that faith, right? They seem to be practicing their race first, you see, whereas I don't see that with Muhammad, the son of Abdullah. peace be upon it, he seemed to have kind of like not did that. So what is the issue when it comes to being equal with black people, even though the prophets, what they follow, was very equal?
Yeah, but some of them don't believe that though. They don't even believe he was black. So it really depends and comes down to what sect you follow and what your personal preference is. It's just weird, man. It's like it's definitely true though. Do you get what I'm saying? I've been battling them a long time at Speaker's Corner. It's mad. But I can clearly see the distinction between the black brothers or the brothers who came out of jail on it.
Do you think, Kale, like, what's your personal opinion? Out of all these religions that we've taken up or that we are part of, how constructive do you think Islam is to, like, for instance, Pan-Africanism? Be honest, man.
I'll be honest with you. The way I grew up on Pan-Africanism, because my parents
Sniper won't be offended. Trust me, he won't be offended. You can check
is that the Pan-Africanism is more centered on your culture and also using it as a business without kind of involving self in religion. So, for example, you could be a Pan-Africanist and have like the other religions, as long as you Pan-Africanize, as what the Honorable Marcus Garvey said, nationalize your culture, nationalize your economics, nationalize your political agenda for only African people. There's nothing wrong with that. But with us as a people, Brother Jedi, is that we've removed our culture and we focus more on the religion. And when other non-African people are facing us, they don't seem to use they use their culture. So they're not going to play by the rules of, okay, the religion says that, let's show justice and equality. No, they're going to use their culture, which is detrimental to us. Because in war, you're not going to win if you're using a tactic that's not effective. So that's my my stance on that when it comes to the Pan-Africanism and the Islam.
Oh, you finished, yeah?
Yes, brother.
Right.
Yes, brother.
Yeah. Pan-Africanism and the overstanding of different roles in history. Because I mean, even you're quoting Marcus Garvey, right? Was Marcus Garvey a military man?
I would say military and political as well. Yeah,
military man.
Yeah,
when did he serve in any military?
Okay, someone asked him about Gaddafi. Ask him, jump on, like, please.
He understood political science, military science, brother Sniper.
Yeah, but that's not being military, is it?
What about Gaddafi though? Gaddafi was a Muslim. Was he not Pan-African?
Yep.
I'll be honest with you, brother Jedi. This is very going to be very.
What about Mansa Musa?
No, wait.
When it comes to Gaddafi, Gaddafi in the beginning was Pan-Arab, and he got the idea of the Pan-Africanist elders to do what he did. We appreciate what he did, but at the same time, he's no friend of African people, and that's the reality of it. You know,
was he crowned ceremoniously as a king of Africa?
No, he's not a king of Africa. And
was he not crowned as such ceremoniously by other African leaders? He was crowned a king of Africa, which was a symbolic gesture to say this was someone that they were
pleased with.
I'm not agreeing with it. I'm just saying, but that would seem to be the facts, though. That African leaders were fucking with him.
You've got the Pan-Africanists and you got the non-Pan-Africanist Africans, so we're gonna expect that from the non-Pan-Africanist Africans. But personally and evidently, Gaddafi, he's no friend of African people, brother Jedi. No friend at all. But we respect
Why?
Well, it's as I said, when you understand the Arabs, and that's what I was telling brother Sniper, is that Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, show justice and equality, whereas the Arabs of today and after when he passed away, they seem to have an anti-black mindset of oppressing black people, and they're still doing it today. And Gaddafi definitely was part of that before he was abandoned by the African or the Arab leaders, and then he decided to be an opportunist to connect with the African leaders. Although I respect what he did, of course, but at the same time, you know, he's never been friends of African people.
Okay, if he ain't been friends of African people and he's friends with African leaders, and he is an African leader, remember what I told you in the beginning? All of them need to go. So whether it looks on the surface, they've praised him, they've lauded him, they've done whatever, he's pleasing to them. And they are there via the Europeans placed in our countries as the leaders for some other different agenda.
I agree with you, brother. I agree with you.
Okay, so then that includes Nkrumah, who was a Pan-African, and many other African leaders who decided Pan-Africanism is their thing. It only led us to more enslavement. You get what I'm saying? Fake independence and all of that.
Yeah.
No, he's not different because he had rumors that he was a baby killer. He killed babies and all of this type of stuff, you know, like it could be a lie, it could be propaganda, you know what I mean? But you have these things against some of these people like, oh, really? Yeah, he killed pregnant women and do ceremony stuff and all of this type of weird stuff. I was like, is it? Okay. This person gave us our liberation.
But remember, brother Sniper, Kwame Nkrumah, as well as Nimamba Izigwani, a Nigerian Pan-Africanist, they were studying under the arts of the Honorable Marcus Garvey in Philadelphia. So to assassinate his character, they're going to come up with those types of things. Whereas General Gaddafi is that he was part of mistreating African people in the beginning. There's no propaganda or denying that. That's what he was doing. And it's only
everyone
because,
has done that. Everybody who has led an African country at some point is been a dictator, oppressor, or, you know, in the recent times. So as long as Gaddafi's been alive, there's been other dictators and madmen and supposed crazy, you know, Namumba and all of these type of people, and last King of Scotland, whatever his name is. Yeah. All of these, So I'm saying, like, bro, I don't know. Yeah, it's all kind of like a crazy soup, innit? Like, bro, I'm not involved. Yeah. And as a Pan-African, if you're really the lessons of the Honorable Marcus Garvey is not Marcus Garvey's lessons. He learned his stuff from Dosa Ali, a companion of Noble Drew Ali. So, like, we know where man getting their information from, right?
he didn't learn it from Noble.
There's a Leo in the chat that I can't see, so I assumingly I've blocked them, so I don't know who they really are. But what have they written? I see a few people replied to something they said they want to see a hadith. What did he write?
He said, last comment says, we only know about Muhammad through the hadiths and the Quran. So do we take the words in those books to be true or false?
There must be another statement that he made, because that's not what they're replying to.
He's also said they didn't hurry Muhammad for days because they thought he would rise like Jesus did.
Very.
Oh, yeah. I think he meant to write bury. Because you will also be saying the Quran and Hadith are just fables. What else has he said? Let's have a look. Sour butchers. Tell me I'm lying. Islam was brought to Africa by slavers with words, convert, die, or become Muhammad's slave. We will cut your nuts off and rape your wife and kids because our right hands
possess you. They never said that, though. That's definitely not a quote.
He's also said, Uncle Asif, the 80-year-old Pakistani Christian, was pushed and thrown around by youths who were in numbers, a coach party from the dean.
Yes, Shaka, come on. I was about to dash some chicken bone down on the ground and draw a circle around myself. Mad thing. Yeah, Forward, please, my
There's your
brother.
guy. Yes.
Let's have this
Yeah.
convo. It's nice. It's nice. Peace, love, blessings, and all that good stuff. Big up Shaq.
And Hectic's trying to go up like fire
Hectic,
shots at
pull
me.
back,
Like,
man. Pull back, man. Leave her alone, Hectic, man. She's with me. Big up to the sneaky. Her people come down last Sunday.
he's like, condemn your Hindu brothers.
Yeah,
Listen,
condemn
I'm
them.
sorry, but
Condemn
from
them.
you want to take up a religion, this is your business. Don't expect. Nah, get lost. It's your business. You want to get involved in religion, you deal with your problems. Don't fucking look to me.
Okay, so I mean, so in summary, in Carol's view, the chief prophet, the main prophet of the Islamic spiritual system, religion, in Carol's eyes, he's fair and he is non-racist. Would that be correct? Yeah.
Before I say anything, I just wanted to say to Brother Snappy, it wasn't Noble Ali, Drew Ali that introduced Pan-African. It was actually Robert Love.
I didn't say he introduced it. I'm saying the workings and the
The
teachings.
Honorable Marcus Garvey.
Right.
Yeah.
That he learned. Yeah, he learned under Dosa Ali, not Dusa, I think his name is. Yeah. Who is a companion of Noble Drew Ali. I didn't say he learned from Noble Drew Ali. I didn't say Pan-African came from Noble Drew Ali.
Okay.
But I'm saying what these men are studying under Pan-Africanism, yeah, is what Marcus Garvey has said, right? But he's quoting other people, you know, because he had to learn too, right?
Yeah, of course. I was just saying.
So you have to follow the paper trail of what information he's spitting. He's come to Speaker's Corner. He's a journalist. He's writing papers. He's doing stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you have to look into the life of the individual to find out what was really going on. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying that those African leaders, would have had a mixture of information and, you know, understanding of certain things. It wouldn't have been for military purposes necessarily, unless they were going into the realms of philosophy and history in the African continent.
But Bobby, you would know that all leaders have to have a good knowledge of political science and military science. So the Honorable Marcus Garvey, obviously, because he reinvented Pan-Africanism, if he had to go to war, at least he'll be equipped. Because remember, what he came with was a government for us to maneuver amongst a government. So naturally, you will have a militaristic mindset just in case.
Sorry, was Pan-Africanism the idea of Pan-Africanism started with Marcus Garvey or after?
No, and absolutely not. No. He just the Honorable Marcus Garvey, what he did, marketable beautifully. He brought back the nationalism movie, which is something we as a people lack. You know, you have to nationalize your agenda, nationalize your culture, nationalize your economics for African people only. That's what he marketed very well, and we appreciate that. Because all the other non-Africans, Brother Sniper, as you know, they nationalize everything, even in the religions. You know, they nationalize for their race first to keep us out of any form of benefits. But Brother Jedi, I do. I'm not here to attack anybody's prophet. From what I've read up on Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, it seems to be about justice and equality, and I'm not seeing that with the Asians, the Middle Easterns, or the Europeans when they are in the religion of Islam. That's why I needed for the Black Muslims to clarify it, and you know, to explain why are they being no disrespect to Brother Sniper, of course, why are they being very submissive towards something which the non-Africans are not practicing in the religion of Islam. They seem to abandon all these criteria that Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, came with, but yet still the Black Muslims are defending them. I just wanted to know why and how do we move forward.
Well, you're not gonna catch me defending them. You know what I'm saying? I've heard many of black brothers' mouth. Yeah, man, it's my akido. You get what I'm saying? Like, yo, no, I have to. But you can't go into stuff blindly. I say, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how you get
Is
yourself hurt.
Shakara, welcome. Is in your honest opinion,
Big up, Shaq.
is the undertaking of or the allegiance to Muslims within Islam counterintuitive to the Pan-African goal?
Yes and no. First of all, greetings, blessings.
Big up.
You know what I'm
Greetings,
saying?
brother.
Yeah,
Big
you
up.
get me? Yeah, yes and no, innit? One cannot deny that there are many Muslims or Africans who are Muslim, who proclaim Islam, who have been contributed very well, yeah, to the goal of Pan-Africanism. Or
Yeah, man. Big up respect, man.
Hey. Hey, go on, Shaq, man. Finish.
Yeah, I set you up. I did set you up. Sorry, my bad. That is horrible of me. Still.
I big up my brother. So big up.
Oh shit.
What am I saying? No, yeah. So one couldn't deny that. I'll say a name that's not normally mentioned in these circles, but I mentioned him quite a bit. A man by the name of Sheikh Amadou Bamba, who was he's one of the key people in what they call the Maulid, or the Bayefal Sufi order, of Muslims in West Africa, predominantly in Senegal, and some in Gambia and some in Mali. Those are the places that they predominate. Now it will be true to say that there are Muslims that consider him to
they
be
deal with their Islam differently, though, innit? Be real, innit?
They're on a different thing still. Do you know what I'm saying? But they consider themselves Muslim, right? There are some Orthodox that don't consider them Muslim, but that's neither here nor there. But the point I'm making is that
it's not neither here nor there. No, it's very important.
It's definitely important.
Well, I hear you.
It just shows the racial bias of some people again.
You're not wrong.
Towards Africans.
You're not wrong in the sense of that it is important, because Amadou Bamba had a very the order that he dealt with was retained a lot of the indigenous spiritual system as well. You know what I'm saying? A significant amount in it.
So it's a bit judgy. It's like Judgelam. Come on, man.
I don't use the term Judgelam, but I hear what you're saying.
I like that term still.
Yeah, we'll go with that. You know what I mean? What's it called? Yeah, but that's some people consider them to be outside of the faith, if that makes sense. But even on like there's a brother from Nigeria who died like about a decade ago, Tajuddin. He was a celebrated Pan-Africanist in Nigeria for a hot minute. Then you got people that like Abdul Rahman Mohammed Babu, who was in Tanzania, you know what I'm saying, for during the time of Malcolm X. He linked up with Malcolm X and everything there. You know what I'm saying? So
he's a black man, right?
Yeah. And in fact, them people there, because the Arabs in Tanzania and Zanzibar, after the independence, they kind of waged a revolution against the ruling Arabs, in Zanzibar, who had been running the enslavement there from long time, if that makes sense. So man wouldn't deny these things. But the other side of that is obviously there is a significant amount of people who, as an expression of their Islam, really politically pledge allegiance to the Arab world. Saudi Arabia, and other places, right? So that
we say Arabized.
Extremely Arabized. So it depends, isn't it? It depends, I'd say there's a spectrum. Ultimately, however, coming from my perspective, dealing with it from a political, economic, and a cultural level, I think that there is a significant amount of realignment with indigenous African culture that needs to take place as a part of achieving Black liberation. So yeah,
going back to our roots, yeah.
Indeed, big tune.
Brother Shakara.
Yes, King.
Greetings, brother.
Listen.
The Pan-Africanist, would you say, right, to help, and this is no disrespect to the Black Muslim, how do we explain to them that you can have your religion, but at the same time, you need to use your culture to war off those who are using their culture to subjugate you to their desires of oppressing African people?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's two answers to that for me. The first is that those who are actually affirming indigenous African culture and spirituality need to institutionalize it to suit the times that we're living in. There's been a lot of degradation in indigenous African cultures because of its marginalization and demonization. And so those who are affirming it need to manifest it in the institutions that we build, whether they are spiritual specifically or economic or educational or political or whatever. Yeah. And the second, and I think that will have an impact. In my humble experience, doing that has an impact upon people who are in whatever religion. Yeah. So me being an African spiritualist, for example, I have seen how that has influenced, let's say an African spiritual culturalist, how that has influenced people who are not that, who are around me, who may be in whatever religion, to seek out the African history or expressions within whatever their religions are. Do you know what I'm saying? I've seen that take place over years. And secondly, there are there are expressions of the different religions that retain a lot of their African expressions. Do you know what I'm saying? And so it's about encouraging people to see their religion through an African lens. That's what Marcus Garvey taught. You know what I'm saying? And so once we find that, then we flag up those examples and we harmonize with those examples, and we elevate those examples, you know, because we're not gonna, people ain't just gonna turn away from their religion like that. You know what I'm saying? It's everything's a process, you know. So for those who have done that among the different faiths, then they become the example for the rest of those who haven't done that. In that respect, that's my humble opinion. You know what I'm saying on that subject, right? So.
Big up, Shucks.
Man, like
you get me? That's short of everybody that's returning to their indigenous African spiritual system and done. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? You know.
But you see, obviously, you've been to Africa a few times, and you see how it actually blends. You know what I mean? And there's very little influence depending on where you are. Do you get what I'm saying? If you're in a region where the men are of a particular faith, but also attached to other sets of people who are of the same faith, but on some different thing. Like we said, Arabized and all of that. Those are your taskmasters, isn't it? Do you get what I'm saying? Those are your, yeah.
Let me give you an example from a yard perspective, Jamaica perspective. Yeah? So in Jamaica, you've got various different expressions of Christianity that hold on to like indigenous African expressions that were brought to the Caribbean and so on and so forth. Yeah. So on a spectrum, you've got like they call them revivalist churches. Yeah.
Yes.
And then you've got like Pocomania, which is like closer to what is called Kumina, which is a Central African Kikongo, so Bakongo a tradition. Yeah, that was developed in Jamaica. All right.
Is that the more with the Maroons, right?
The Maroons. The Maroons do have Kumina, but they're not exclusively just Kumina, if that makes sense. So yeah, the Maroon have a lot of Akom, which is the Ashanti, among them as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but anyway, that's what I was touching on another time. But the point I'm making is that some of the revivalist churches, even though, ultra Christians would consider the revivalist churches to be heathens. Some of them anyway, yeah?
Right.
Some of the revivalist churches, will consider those who are more revivalist than them to be heathen.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I'm saying. And then some of those people will consider the Pocomania and the Kumina to be heathen. right?
Right.
So the point is that even though on this spectrum, a lot of them, all of them to a very different degree, retain some of the indigenous spiritualism, yeah.
Mm.
That based upon the level of Christianity that they perceive to be in a thing, they consider those who are more African than them to be, you know, basically, dealing with,
Even
you know, right.
demons
You know what I'm
and
saying?
all
Yeah?
sorts. Yeah,
So
I get you.
in my observation and experience on the continent, a similar thing exists with whether you got Christianity or you got Islam. There are certain popularized expressions of Islam that can be considered to be accepted or have attained respectability among people, yeah. But then those people might consider those who have retained more of their indigenous spiritual system than they have to be shirk, yeah, or kuffar, right? And then that spectrum goes all the way to just the indigenous, yeah, like being considered a kuffar, innit? Then you have others who, you know what I'm saying, like are far more, we consciously are mixing and blending and them kind of, right? Just what I'm saying. So both of those dynamics exist. What I'm not seeing, however, the whole is the open and the open celebration and respect for the indigenous spiritual systems. So anywhere that you go, or anywhere that I've been, the consideration that is given to Islam and Christianity, and in some cases even Buddhism, is far higher than the consideration that is given the indigenous spiritual system.
Definitely, I think that's as you know, that's due to obviously the spreading of certain things at a later time, even though it already existed in those regions, which I found out late. I thought that Europeans brought, you know, Christianity to us, and it was found not to be true. Well, not to all of us anyway. You know, some already had it in their kingship system, like crosses on the top of their head from the 1700s and all of that. So I'm like, wow, where did you get that from?
But in the 1700s, missionaries were already in place. But
they explained it.
The Congo Empire. I was just saying, like, for example, the 1600s. Well, I say the Congo Empire. The Congo Empire didn't convert to Christianity. The royalty, or a significant amount of the royalty in the Congo Empire, converted. But again, even that caused friction because the people then weren't really willing to make conversion. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
And in some cases, you don't have to be, because the ruling elite are down with something. It doesn't mean that it's a nationwide change. That's going to be difficult, as you said. I don't know. I don't understand this idea of forcing a religion or thing on people. It doesn't seem to work that way, right? Even with the missionaries, it's more of a brainwashing or a, you know what I mean, when the missionaries came. But prior to that, with the sword and all of that, I find that very difficult. It was tried in Spain, but it didn't really work out well. You know what I mean? Some people pretended for a little bit and practiced their Islam underground or whatever, and then eventually just had to leave the country because, like, these Isabella with her Christian ideas wanted to take over the island, and she did.
No, it depends still as well. Obviously, like you got examples of this with Mali and Songhai, where like a significant amount of the elite turned Muslim, but you know, the people on the whole didn't necessarily do that. But the issue is that so under Mali, there wasn't like under certain parts in Songhai, there was out and out repression of the indigenous spiritual system. Under Mali, it wasn't as intense, but because of the fact that like economic and social affluence was connected to being able to being a Muslim, basically, to being able to go to university, which was Muslim schools in general, and speak and write in Arabic, and them kind of things.
You're gonna learn that in Mali,
right? Right, just what I'm saying. So it caused, like, even those who were using the Arabic script to write in their own language, the prestige as associated with them was not as much. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why there's a book on what they call the Ajami scripts here, which is like using the Arabic script to write in the indigenous languages. because it's a marginalized sort of study because it doesn't carry the same prestige as those who are writing in Arabic. But you have to go among them, those people that are writing in their own language, to get the more
right.
stories of the people there, if that makes sense. Because obviously, like among those who are writing in Arabic, there's a significant amount of what they call Sharifism, where when I try, we are the direct descendants of Muhammad, and or Bilal, and or any member of the Shahaba. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, or the family.
Well, that's on all sides of the continent. You got the east side saying it, and you've definitely got the west. But the west have more claim to because of Bilal and certain ones.
I don't think so. I don't think that West Africa has more claim to that than Ethiopia.
No, I'm not saying thing. I'm saying that because the Bilal supposedly went to like Morocco and these type of areas, so that, and then his companion Abu Muttalib is the great grandfather of Mansa Musa. So it shows like once they left the situation in Mecca or with the Prophet, peace be upon him, or his passing or whatever, they went back into Africa and set up their own nations and all of that. So this is where some of it is coming from. And even then, with Mansa Musa, he was a Muslim first and then he became a Christian. So religious flexibility in old times seemed to be not an issue. You got what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. I think that the most part, African strains within these religions have, on the whole, been more tolerant, for the most part, than and respecting of other people's things, for the most part, than the people that we often got the religions from. And I think that's also a holdover from the indigenous, because that's a very African spiritual sensibility. Yeah, like we're not worried over what you choose to, how you choose to worship.
Right. We're worrying because we taking over,
or there's we've got a land that you know what I'm saying, or
we don't have an issue. No, we do have an issue, as I said to the brother one time, about romanticizing African people, or that African people are weak. Do you get what I'm saying? We have a long history of, takeovers, infighting, all of these type of things,
Yeah, no, but I think that is a general colonial idea, though, that Africans have been warring for centuries. But I disagree.
No, not with. I'm saying warring as whatever, if they're Muslims or as a caliphate, it doesn't really matter. It's the fact that they're warring and they've come to take over another area. Do you get what I'm saying? And these are the things we're hearing in that region with the Songhai and all of that. That's man taking over. There was people there before, right? Leadership.
I think it's more complex. Like if we're looking at Mali and Songhai, a lot of the transitions from the transitions from Ghana to Mali and Mali to Songhai are complex. Yeah, they involve political instability, economic instability, and in some cases, what was considered to be discrimination of particular city states, or lack of economic rights or affluence in a particular city states.
So they didn't take out the people, right? They took out the leadership, right? So in some cases, they would just go in and go to the palace or go to the main place. And these men have been sacked. Keep it moving. You lot disappear. Or in some case, they would imprison them or whatever. I don't think for the royalty, it's either banishment or something else, or you lost, man. See you later, man. Or some of them killed them. Yes, they blatantly chopped off a man's head.
That happened a lot among the Yoruba, from what I understand as well, in the sense of like when different kings were displaced and them kind of things. And a lot of that plays out in the narratives that we get about the Orisha. Yeah, so when you hear about Sango and Obatala in beef, it's not necessarily that Shango and Obatala was in beef. It's that the people them that were adherents or devotees to Obatala and those who were devotees to Shango had a beef. You know what I'm saying? And so
okay.
Those
but Shango himself, I mean, never had a beef, with Obatala. He wasn't even in the time of Obatala. He comes after and gains strength. Sorry. He gains strength, that breathing fire and all of this supposed, abilities that he had, right? From the stone of Oduduwa. He went there and he you know, he had a conversation with the ancestors or whatever, and yeah, they gave him that gift. Do you get it? That's his story, and then he became a mighty warrior. He was a mighty warrior anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? But again, showing that we don't play no games. We got warriors.
I do believe,
what we
brother
doing
Sniper.
it?
Believe though, brother Sniper, that we do romanticize our history and not do anything to benefit the next generation. For example, Neela Fuller Jr. says that we don't focus on our history to know how great we was. We focus on history to find out and to sort out the mistakes we made, which is why the question I have for you and brother Shakarawi is that there's an issue when it comes to the Black Muslims, is that they've been made to feel very bad about themselves, that they have to declare that I'm a Muslim before an African. So as you being a Muslim,
general, that's Africans in general, in whatever religion. Yeah, the idea
East Africans are gonna say that to you straight.
Yeah, no, yeah, but I'm saying that that's not just a Black Muslim thing. Black Christians do that. Black Hebrews
and no one's
do
African either.
Yeah,
let's get that right. Yeah, no one would consider themselves African in the sense of they're more dealing with their tribe, and you know what I mean. I'm this tribe. I'm that tribe. I'm that tribe. I'm the descendant of this tribe. That's all we care about as Africans when we're in Africa.
But
all these names and things, like
it's interesting that regardless of the tribal affiliation, the same sensibility can exist in the sense when we're talking about it in relation to Christianity or Islam, or it means whatever it means to be a Hebrew, right? So it doesn't that sensibility doesn't seem to change based upon whatever tribe the people them identify with, and sometimes the tribal designation is people try to give their tribe prestige by associating them with whatever lineage is of the people of the book, and them kind of things there. And so I'm only putting it in its broader context, and to say that the issue is, and this is why in terms of what my brother said that Neely Fuller said, I think we've got to use it for both, in the sense of people believe that the people of the Bible, the Quran, the Torah were great and are great, right? And so so associating with them is associating with greatness. These are the chosen people, and so disassociating oneself from indigenous African lineage and culture, becomes a prerequisite for associating oneself with greatness, and or only recognizing the greatness in an indigenous African within an indigenous African people or group, in as much as we want to manufacture some kind of lineage to the people of the book, so to speak, right? So you're only great as an African if you can say that my tribe were or are the descendants of Muhammad and or Abraham, and that is ridiculous, like in that sense. So no matter how much people, even if there were 10 or 5 or 50 or 100 indigenous African people groups that were descended from these people, that doesn't make, to me, the rest of them who are manifestly not any less great, any less powerful, any less beautiful, you know what I'm saying, and any less worthy of just consideration. I don't consider an empire among African people or a civilization among African people great because of the people are descended from Abraham and or Muhammad, Isaac, Jacob, and any of the rest of them. And so my question is, well, what about Oduduwa and Orunmila? What about Osei Tutu or Mumbi and Kikuyu? You know what I'm saying? What go on.
Bro Shaka, the reason I said that, Bro Shaka, is that there's a strategy that non-Africans use, right? And it's like called the God strategy. And it's basically, because, Black people are very hopeless, unfortunately. And then hopeless people, they have a tendency to rely on interventions to solve problems, you know. And the non-Africans use this to create natural disasters, which will think the creator is doing it, like Hurricane Katrina, etc. Making them think God will solve their problems to make them concentrate on, to not concentrate so on revolutionary movements. Now, the reason why I was saying not to concentrate too much on the history, brother, is because we seem to use certain things to occupy our minds, not to take responsibility for the next generation and the collective. Which is why I was saying is that as a black Muslim, for Brother Snipe, and I'm not attacking him, right, is that the black Muslims are being made feel very bad, that if they say that I'm an African before Muslim or black, right, the non-Africans attack them for that. What would be the strategy as a Pan-Africanist, Brother Shakra, and as a black Muslim, Brother Sniper, to deal with that, to defend that type of feeling what the non-Africans give, in order for a black Muslim to help out the collective?
I'm saying it's not everybody's scenario. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say
every black Muslim scenario. It's not. We're not feeling all what you think we're feeling. Do you get what I'm saying? That's an assumption to say that we feel a certain way, or we feel downtrodden, or we feel. You know what I'm saying?
But a lot of men have said that though. Like, as far as
you have to be strong in your you have to be strong in your faith and your deen, and know what your purpose is and why you're in this thing. Your thing is a personal thing with the creator. That means no one's involved in that. When you pray, when you do, when you do your salats and all of that, it's to the creator. Like, you have a personal relationship. You're trying to talk to the creator anytime you want. Or, do you get what I'm saying? Nobody has rights within that. Do you get what I'm saying? It's your mind, your space, whatever. All of that is exterior that we're talking about, and doesn't necessarily affect everybody, and doesn't affect every black Muslim in the same way. Like, every black Muslim doesn't say, "Oh, I'm African. I'm Muslim first before I'm African." No, there's a set of our brothers who definitely say anything else rather than African first.
So why don't they help out the collective, and Brother Sniper, with respect to? Because there seems to be an issue, is that when it comes to them helping the collective, they've been told, "Oh, you're a nationalist." They've been told you're not a Muslim.
I've obviously
those are pretty words, man.
Yeah, I've obviously interacted with brothers and sisters who are Muslim who have said this to me, like when we're interacting and we're discussing certain issues, that some of the pushback that they get. So for me, it's just to keep the door open, isn't it? Like I can't dictate to them how they flex, right? But just to keep the door open for dialogue and working together under the right circumstances. And I think that there are brothers and sisters, I think Sniper has identified that not all of them carry that sensibility. And so those who don't carry that sensibility will show the way for the brothers and sisters among them who are being pressured in that kind of way. But like I said, I just think we've got to develop more institutions and ways of working together along Black power or Black nationalist or Pan-Africanist lines. That's the only way to do it. But at the same time,
you could do that and maintain your faith and your culture. Because again, two things that don't have nothing to do with what we're trying to achieve, right? If we're trying to move forward and we're trying to do something, then let's do that. I don't think that a person's faith or way of life or whatever is the main concern. The main concern is
that depends, isn't it? That depends.
Yeah,
if you come across someone who believes that the spread of Islam is the number one concern, then we're going to discuss Islam, innit? Like, that's just what it is. If I come across a brother who believes that he's a Hebrew Israelite and that God is going to come and judge everybody else on the planet, and man is going to be enslaved to him. And I'm not saying that all Hebrews believe that. I'm saying that there are some that do. Like, if I come across that brother, then we're going to discuss that, innit? Like, do you know what I'm saying? That's
but I'm saying for the greater good, for the greater agenda, like Europeans do. They have all different faiths and things that they're into, but for the greater agenda, what is it? That all has to be put aside. Even when we was doing gang, you put your religion in your pocket and we focus on the cause, right? Which is our community.
Of course.
Second.
Yeah,
go on.
No, I was gonna
Go
say
on, go
I'm not disagreeing with that sensibility per se. I'm just saying that not everybody thinks on them levels. So when we come across the man them that don't think like that, then obviously some certain conversations are gonna take place. I work with listen. I was at a memorial service last month, right, for an elder that passed away in the community, and it goes by the name of Brother Huey Andrew. This man was a reverend in the Methodist Church, one of the most respected elders in the Pan-African community.
Yeah. He's been to Birmingham enough times as well, man.
Say again?
He's been to Birmingham enough times as well.
Enough times, And he's a reverend and very respectful of those of us who practice indigenous African spiritual systems. In fact, at my uncle's marriage ceremony, indigenous like traditional marriage ceremony, he was the chief elder. Of the proceedings, right, and them kind of things. So those things do take place, and when we interact with a man like that, and I'll say on the other side, because he used to run the Queen Mother Moore Saturday School, in Clapham, and he was the church. Some of the authorities in the church were trying to move against him, and so a lot of us came in to support him. None of us don't know Christianity, fam. A lot of us came in to support him. And for a couple Sundays straight, we all went to church.
Don't worry, man. Come home, man. Come home to the Abrahamics, man. Don't worry, man. You're all right, man. You see the way we do it, man. There's different styles.
But we always support. And the work that he was doing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right. Rest in power, man. Rest in power to the elders still.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? One of them, like I said, like love the man. You know what I mean? Passed away. He's from Dominica. He had moved back home in the last couple of years, but them things that do take place. So I'm just saying that both dynamics do exist. You know what I mean?
Definitely. So yeah, Brother Kel, any more questions, man? Let's go.
Brother Kel, have we met?
We have, brother. We have.
I'm trying to play the voice in it, and I'm trying to figure. And obviously, we know so come to Birmingham enough time, plenty time minutes.
Of course. And we have enough respect for your father as well, brother. Enough respect. Enough respect. We've met many times, brother. Many times. Especially 104 Heathrow Road. Many times.
I'm sure.
And we appreciate your contributions and your father's as well. The thing is, Brother Sniper, it's very tricky, man, because the Abrahamic faith, brother, has been infiltrated by the non-African people, brother. And it's I'm not, as I said, these religions did come out of Africa, and I do believe that you ask the Creator for things what are not in your ability to do, and the things which are in your ability to do, you do it. But we have been sidetracked, brother, by seeing these wonderful religions that came out of Africa through the non-African people's mindset. So how do we kind of get our people, so to say, to balance the religion and balance the culture? Because we are in war, brother. I mean, look, you can't
hold on. You can't tell Africans what to do. You can't walk into a Nigerian Christian church or a Nigerian Jehovah's Witness church or a Nigerian Seventh-day Adventist church or a church of the Holy Celestial Church of Christ and all that. You can't tell these people that they are being infiltrated because they do their thing the way they perceive. Europeans are not in there like that, like you're thinking. The thing they gave us was the book, right? But the book was a distraction for kidnapping and abduction. Do you get it? For one set of people, you can't just go in and take over. There's too many of us. Do you get it? You caught us at different stages certain times. You caught us in civil war. You caught us, just openly chilling, trading with people, other races before encountering these people, and man, just boom, here. Do you want to be Catholicism? Here's the Bible. Oh, that's interesting. Meanwhile, you're trying to kidnap the tribe next door. Do you get what I'm saying? These things we have in our history.
I actually agree with Sniper on that point, to a certain degree. That's why I'm saying, Kel, that because to me, the strength of the thing is not. That's why, like, this is why I just teach on like African-centered political, economic, and spiritual philosophy. Yeah,
Right.
because the emphasis is not on debating people, right?
Right.
Like, and I feel like a lot of times we spend a lot on we spend a lot of energy like debating Christianity and Islam
That's right.
rather than teaching African culture and spirituality, right?
Right.
This
That's right.
and how it can apply to today's world, or how it applies to organizational efforts or developing institutions like schools and political parties and businesses and so on and so forth. And I think if we did that, if we're doing that more, and we are and we're building on what we're teaching through the actions, yeah, and people can see it manifesting, then people will understand it more. They will get what is being taught, they will get what is being said more, yeah, and then there's more ways, doors open to work with people. And the reality is, my brother, some people are going to be ignorant, whatever. Yeah, you could have 50 African-centered, African spiritualist schools operating in one country, and people that are ultra Muslim, Christian, and Hebrew are still going to run it up. And we just have to accept that that's just what it is, right?
Yeah, like it's like me teaching right knowledge to my parents and thing. I think that was the first port of call, right? I had to go and speak to mommy and the aunties about the Bible. Do you get what I'm saying? And give them correction and do. We had I used to make it a thing every Sunday. Me and my mum would spend a couple hours on the phone going through the Bible and blah blah blah. Because if I can't convince those at home and those stubborn ones, those parents and grandparents and how the hell am I going to come out and try and convince people that, look, these religions are all one? Do you get me? They've some people have usurped part of it, and now they made claim to it. Look at all the establishments that are made for these religious organizations, but when we look back at the history, it all comes back to us. Yeah, our spiritual systems have been turned into religion, so there's no separation in thing. But the problem is with how certain Europeans do their religion. There's no spirituality in it anyway. You can see Nigerian Christians. Hold on, Nigerian Christians wear white. They go in a spirit. It's like, bro, it's something else. As Africans, sorry.
But you and I know though, yeah, that enough people frown on the celestial church, bro. Like, let alone.
Do they have millions of followers? They have millions.
No, of course, no. But the people that in the Pentecostal and these things run it up, bro. Like,
yeah, but the funny thing is, in Nigeria, religious freedom is so different to how it is over here. No one's trying to give you dawah. No one's trying to do none of these things. Yeah, as I said, as you know, a lot of people are born into these things and can actually easily choose what they want when they get to a certain age, right?
But brother Sniper, when the European has the religions, whatever he's in, or the Middle Easterns or the Asians, they nationalize it for their community, brother. So that's what I was saying. Is that one of the
we can't do that. The reason we can't do that is because we're still half dominated by our culture. So our culture is very influential in how the societies run and what we do, and the celebrations of different things and blah blah blah. Aside from whatever religion you are, like, it doesn't work the same way like you lot think in Africa or in Nigeria. Sorry. I'm saying one second. Most have an assigned day, right? The Muslims, they do their thing on a Friday, right? And then the everyone else does their thing on a Sunday. Yeah. And I'm saying the quietest day of the week. The quietest day of the week, or morning, should I say, is Sunday morning, where everyone dons their colors, does their thing, and goes to their various churches and and whatever they're doing, right? 1 second. And like, it depends, because they live in gated communities. So those buildings that of worship, a lot of them are in the community. So they don't even need to go far. You just come out your gate, walk down the path a little bit towards the main gate, and yeah, your church is there. Yeah. Unless you're a Muslim and the mosque was just down the road. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, with not even a mile down the road. And it was a palace and a mosque. You know what I'm saying? The king himself of that area was Muslim. Like, there's no argument, there's no issue. It didn't affect the area or all of that type of thing. Yeah, the extremist ideas are what we're saying is the new capital. You know what I'm saying? That's formed by as a is.
And I promise you, this is not a got ya question, yeah.
Yeah.
But is Yoruba New Year widely acknowledged in Nigeria?
Yoruba New Year. It would be, actually.
So this year, right, was Yoruba New Year acknowledged?
I don't know. I'm not
You
in
know when
Nigeria.
Yoruba New Year is?
No, I don't even know. I've never.
Right. And here's the point I'm trying to make, innit? Because something as essential as a calendar. Now, I'm willing to bet, yeah, that when it's Christmas or Ramadan, or an Eid and so on and so forth, people know Wagwan, yeah?
And Lent.
Right?
Yeah.
People know Wagwan, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, to clarify the question I'm asking, on the 3rd of June this year, was the New Year according to the Yoruba calendar. Yeah.
Right.
And a lot of people don't even know that there is such a thing as a Yoruba calendar and a Yoruba New Year, right? And what that even represents. And so I'm just highlighting that to say that there is obviously a difference here in terms of what's it called? Like in terms of how the culture is represented in when you look at things like the calendar that is being used, whether the New Year is acknowledged, and even the language, like, you know what I'm saying, that you can't, the culture cannot be on equal footing with the religion, for example, in a nation whereby the indigenous languages are secondary to foreign languages. Yeah.
No, but that's due to colonization and
that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, I get you.
Yeah. So if for example, there's a thing where fella is
sorry, but we are the majority, yeah, but it doesn't mean that even the ruling faction, like sometimes it won't be a Yoruba in rule of, say, the South, for example, right?
So. That the whole country is not Muslim or Christian, like it's half and half. But I'm saying that when each has
it's not even half and half, because it's still got cultural as the majority. So
no, I say half and half in the sense of how it's popularly put forward, right? And
politicalized, yeah.
You're
you know why that is? Because the tribal groups are that, yeah.
No,
so now Muslims,
I agree.
So now Muslims and the political system have sway under the Hausa tribe. So anyone who's a Hausa who wants to or ascends to the position of prime minister or president, like we got Buhari, and you know Buhari's been in before, but it's on a rotation system tribally. Do you know what I'm saying? Only the four major tribes have 10-year tenure on each ruling. Yeah, that has nothing to do with the culture or the kingdoms or the thing or the traditions. Well, one second. Or the traditions of different areas of the country. So, like my place in the Delta, we have customs and traditions and all of that, and then we observe timings. Yeah. So when it's Easter and thing, you're not allowed to do certain stuff because you know certain people who are Christian. These people are not Christian like that. Do you get what I'm saying? So they observe the fact that there's other events and other timings, and they fit it all into the same calendar.
Yeah, of course. I saw that in Sierra Leone. Like whether like it was Ramadan when I was there, enough people were fasting, even if they weren't Muslim, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's it's some part of the thing. I get that. What I'm saying is, going to Brother Kaylee's going, that the when it comes to the indigenous spiritual systems and how they interact or impact the social order, the politics and the economics, there's definitely regression there. I'm not saying it's not there at all, because you still got the Oba and the Alaspin and so on and so forth, right? And even then, because
those men have sway.
There was a big thing the other day when the Oba of Benin didn't want to have his installment because properly done because he's a Christian.
Right.
Yeah, this was a few years ago, and that caused a significant problem. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that the things don't exist. What I'm saying is that like a lot of people don't even know. It's not even like people know about it, but they don't necessarily get involved. A lot of people don't even know there's a Yoruba New Year. Yeah, and I was saying that the interview with Fela, where he's saying that when he was going to school, they didn't even call Yoruba a language. Yeah, they called it vernacular. Yeah, which is like term for like slang. Yeah, or colloquial talk, right? You know what I'm saying? They call it vernacular. And so English was the real language, and then but if you wanted to go to school, you couldn't speak no vernacular. Yeah, you had to speak English. So that in and of it, those things have a significant impact upon, like, if you understand the significance of language to a culture, then how you treat your language is a significant sign in terms of how.
But not really. It's also a sign of intellect. The fact that you have your own language or your own tribal dialect, and you can speak another language, because on average, the average Nigerian speaks at least 5 languages.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? It depends who's near you, right?
It's still English. Good
morning.
Say it.
Good morning.
Oh, who's that? Terra Fabulous.
Who else?
Oh, big up Terry, man. Big up. Big up.
They are aware of the New Year in the reasons why in the Yoruba regions is that they will celebrate it in the form of masquerades.
No, I'm aware of that. What I'm saying is that a lot of people don't know that there's even such thing as a Yoruba New Year. Yeah, and I've spoken to many Yoruba people that have no idea.
Yeah, but those will be in the city areas. When you're going into the rural areas, so if I was in Ibadan today, they would not, because
they would know about Yoruba. Yeah, of course.
They'll have to make sure of it, or the Oni will make sure of it at that time. But you always remember that it's, even if I'm religious, because we got to separate it in the fact that the Yoruba tradition is actually made specifically as a culture. So even though I'm a Christian, I'm still going to follow some of its cultural practices that have been told to me.
Of course. No, of course. We see that with outdoorings and naming ceremonies, and even though they don't hold the same significance as they probably once did among some people, it's still practiced. Like I'm not saying that those things are not done. I think I've confirmed that, right?
I think we said the religious
the black church has an essence of the same situation.
And I said that earlier, but I'm saying that when it comes to that, so like again using a Jamaica example, so you have things that people do that is, you know what it is. You have things that people do, that is a part of the culture, in the Caribbean, but then they're not necessarily consciously identifying it as an African retention. It's just Jamaican culture, right? But then when they do identify something as specifically African, then they might run it up, and say, well, no, we don't deal with them things there.
But they're doing it. Some of them are doing it. Remember, going in the spirit. Where did that come from? That's not in Christianity. That's not in. Do you get it?
No,
that's
of course. That is the point I'm making. So I'm saying that consciously there is something about how we see the culture, whereby even though it's second nature to us in certain aspects, right? That's what I'm saying. But we know, like for example, I've seen instances whereby you've got an outdooring done for a baby, but make sure you don't pour libation because that's heathen. So you do the ceremony, but just make sure you don't do those heathen practices in the midst of the libation, because we don't want to curse the child or whatever and bring no bad spirits into the. You know what I'm saying?
I remember.
Whereas traditionally, an outdooring, so called, without a libation is no outdooring at all.
I hear you.
You have to do the libation. You have to call it the ancestors. you know.
No, but sometimes. I mean, I played a video where you saw. They went to some rural place in Africa, and you saw the imam and the witch doctor supposedly sitting together side by side, normal. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
As I said, the religious and cultural freedom that you experience in Africa is something you just have to go there and experience. And in different places, it'll be different, right? Sierra Leone has their own, but when you come to Nigeria, we're so vast, so big. just like brother Terry said, Ibadan has its own history, own culture, own. You got what I'm saying? Own traditions that are still based on its original traditions, but you're allowed to be a Christian, be a Jew, be a Israelite, be a whatever you want to be. That's not going to affect some of the things that
I'm not speaking in a vacuum though. I haven't had the pleasure of visiting Nigeria as yet. But
you will love it, man. Truly.
Of course I will. Of course I will. And I will go there at some point. But I also cool. At the same time, like I know brothers and sisters who live in Nigeria. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. And who are traditionalists in Nigeria. I don't even like the word traditionalists, but they practice their indigenous spiritual system in Nigeria. And so coming from that perspective and them sharing with me what is the lay of the land, so to speak, in terms of how the indigenous spiritual systems are considered among people and so on and so forth. That's what I'm speaking to. And also obviously living in London and you don't live in London and don't have no one or two Nigerian brethren and sisters, right?
Of course, man.
So obviously being around and going to weddings and christenings and you know what I'm saying, then kind of you see certain dynamics in it, yeah. And even interacting with brothers and sisters where I'm not necessarily in the conversation, but like let's say for example, I'm in a Facebook group whereby one brother or sister is saying, when I get married, my traditional wedding is my wedding. I'm not doing no traditional and why. Yeah. Now Banda, I'm just doing my traditional because that's our wedding. And
that's why they have two outfits.
Well, listen. Let me tell you something, Shaka. If I was born in Nigeria, I would probably have had a old tradition still passed on to me, which is tribal marks. So I would have had like maybe 3 slices by the ear, 3 slices on the other side, or maybe even 3 slices on my cheek. Do you get what I'm saying? Like my mom has hers on the side of her temple.
Yeah, I've seen it.
My other uncle who passed away next to her, he's like redskin. Yeah, his was like on his face, but you could just about see it slight.
That means that's from Ibadan.
Right now, the my great grandma is the one who brought the tradition, obviously, and said my mom must have it, right? Even though my grandma was a Roman Catholic. When I asked what my great grandma was, she weren't no Roman Catholic. All right, cool, no problem, right? And where was I going now? Yeah. So I'm saying like, so my mom now being a Roman Catholic as well, could have continued that tradition, right? But she chose not to. And obviously she's in a different location.
They've stopped doing it, but they do it in other ways.
Yeah.
Because even just with the tribal marks, besides the tribal marks, you have the tattoos.
Right.
The date of birth of when you were born, and when you were born will be printed on your chest or on your arm.
Yeah.
So, like when you see these kind of things, the traditions are always still going to be there.
They're going to be there, man.
I was in with the Oni in November.
Right.
So, even him, he married, but he's divorced her now. He married a pastor.
Right.
But there was a controversial that she tried to bring the church into the palace.
Right, I just mentioned that before you came on.
Of course. You're going too far now.
But you got to remember, even some of the kings still don't listen to the Oni because before Alafi passed away recently, he never agreed with the Oni, and you've got to remember the Alafi himself is the Oyo region, and they are the historical big holders. They keep the archives. So if you want to know history on the Yorubas, you have to go to Ibadan.
Yes. Facts.
Because that's where the archives is at.
Right.
But the Oni is just there, as I said, to keep the thing, because it was the reason why most of all these states came together to become Yoruba people was because of when Islam, when they were fighting against the North.
Right.
If it wasn't for that, they would have been kind of separate. Oyo would have been its own people.
Right.
Ijebus would have been their own people.
Yes.
Would have been their own people.
The term Yoruba doesn't come into popularization until the 1800s, mid 1800s.
So So you kind of see it. So then when you look at that, you look at the houses, because every house is different in the fact that if I'm in Ibadan, I'll be under Shango, so I'll be in the house of Shango. If I was in Oshun, I'll be under Oshun's house. If I'm in parts of Ijebu or I think Ondo, one of them is Ogun. So they're all different houses.
Yes, of course.
So they're gonna come with their own tradition on that house.
As I said, kingdoms, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, with kingdom and kingship, it's still very fundamental where we're from. Like the government doesn't hold sway. They're trying to usurp as much land and whatever as possible, but it's never gonna work unless the kings and the Onis and the Olus give up their rights or give up their land and all of that. To get it.
Yeah, but it works for the politicians, because then what they do is they pay the Onis to keep the youth on the street, because the Onis will pay the youth to do the voting.
Yeah.
It's just
but that kind of comes back to Kel's question, though. Yeah. I'm gonna kind of take it somewhere else right now, but I feel like when we're talking about these things, because like there's work that needs to be done among like the indigenous organizations of people, in terms of maximizing their political potential. And what I mean by that is,
in Nigeria,
in general, among that people everywhere, in general, right? What's it called? Because so coming from Sierra Leone, for example, and seeing the work that my brother is doing over there, like, but the Garveyite, right? You know what I'm saying? Them things there. But what he's doing is he's working with among the Mande people, in a village called Jama, in terms of developing an agricultural program, and so bringing certain resources to the village and then basically being able to develop that in terms of exporting certain produce, on a certain level, but growing food to feed the village first, taking advantage of certain programs, that are out there, or resources that you can access, via the government, but the people them generally don't know or have the resources to access those resources, if that makes sense, right? So bringing those things there, the same thing needs to be done. Like, let's say among the Maroon peoples, them in the various
right. So you're saying developing and redeveloping African nations, because a lot of these places have been destabilized for many years, and civil wars and all sorts of crazy stuff now, and they're trying to build themselves up, because what you're talking about in Nigeria, we're light years ahead of that. You know what I mean? In that respect,
the agriculture has already been started.
Everything.
If you go to UI,
I'm aware of this. I'm not even saying.
Yeah, but I hear where you're coming from, as in the developing countries. Look at the Gambias of the world, the countries that are not need to come up now. Yeah, maybe.
Like, even if you go to University of Ibadan, it's the same thing. They
we're talking about it on the level of the people, though, because
No. What I'm trying to say to you is that the University of Ibadan, it deals with agriculture, and then whatever technology or information they receive, they go to the farmers to able to develop that. So you will find the farmers. This is why they were having complaints against the when they were saying the Fulani henchmen that will come in and bringing their cattle through the farms.
Right. Liberties.
No, that particular dynamic is a long-standing African dynamic. Agriculture versus cattle herding and them things.
Of course, we've been doing that for some of us are pastoralists.
Yeah, it's an old beef, very old beef that we need to find some resolution to.
But as I said, I understand where you're coming from in the developing, emerging nation. I don't want to say third world, because I'm not subscribing to such thing, because the only reason they're like that is either because it's underdeveloped or hasn't been exploited by the European, or they saw no use in it. This is why a lot of these northern countries are laughing now, because it was desert before. Now it's got oil. Now it's got, you know what I mean? Things
but that's what I'm saying. So I feel like, because when Kay was talking about the history thing, a lot of people don't make the connection between their indigenous systems of agriculture, for example,
Right.
And like being able to develop that into a modern economy, right? This what I'm saying, like, and them kind of things there. And I feel like a lot of that study needs to be done. A lot of those skills need to be applied. Like, and I think I've used this example before, but there's a thing like Western agriculture at the moment is moving to what we call permaculture, yeah. Whereas the cash crop economies for the last 100 years, or a couple hundred years, have relied upon mass production, and in doing that, they have decreased the levels of nutrients that you find in the soil because they're depleted, because they're growing the same crop over and over and over and over again. Yeah, that's what the capitalist agricultural production model has done. Yeah? Whereas what they call permaculture is when you plant different crops on the land, because the diversity among what you're growing helps to retain a lot more nutrients in the land. Yeah. So they're calling this permaculture or sustainable agriculture. But when you look at that, yeah, the permaculture or the sustainable agriculture is the normal indigenous African model for agriculture. Right. This is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes.
What's it called? And so whereas, but it's like the West is just catching up to that now. Whereas this is our original thing.
Yeah, I hear you, but I think the countries that's been developed in have been exploited and been feeding Europe and the rest of the world for millennia now, right? So that's with thing. But what's happened recently is that in return to the ones that are developing countries and they can usurp a lot of the land and grow extra crops and all of this, right? They have been giving them in return GMOs. Now, obviously, once you give them GMOs and you plant that and you get one yield out of that, the land, and you cannot grow anything for like a decade or whatever. This doesn't make sense. Do you get what I'm saying? But these are the things that are happening still.
The greatest thing about, I would say, the Yoruba lands is very fertile.
Yeah.
And what you understand, and this is the biggest problem that we may have, is that the cities are westernized.
Yeah.
So, for instance, Lagos and places like that.
Yeah.
But what you will find is that the traditions still keep their ways. So, like when we're talking about food, they're not really starving, because if they concentrated on their traditional food, they won't have a problem.
Right.
What the cities are concentrating is the westernized world of food. So, like if I said Abeokuta and I said about the Abeokuta rice, the Abeokuta rice, it's the traditional people that eat that.
Yeah.
But then you go to the city and they want tilda and they want all these other
funny rice. Yeah. You know what I liked, Brother Terry, when I went to the embassy, and I saw that Nigeria doesn't import anything it exports. And when I saw what we export, I said, I love my country. I was like, damn, so much things. Do you know what I'm saying? Rice, like you said.
You have the amala kupa and the amala dudu.
Right. Yes.
Yam.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and those two are traditional, but the youngsters of today, they're not about that. They're about the KFC, the McDonald's, the chicken.
Yeah, straight.
And pizza. They crave pizza like anything. They will drop all their food just for a pizza.
Mad.
Well, so that's what I mean. In a sense,
I'm going to the market to buy whole chicken. Mad. Live chicken. I want stew and pounded yam.
I feel like, because when we engage in religious debate sometimes, like we're not doing the indigenous ritual system justice, in the sense of the fact that we're just debating your God versus my God sometimes. Why I focus on this teaching about the traditions is because these ideals, they relate to agriculture. Yeah, they relate to the market and how you run your market. They relate to how you know what I'm saying, how you develop your family, and the export and import dynamics and them kind of things. They relate to how wealth is distributed among the nation in ways that are indigenous to the people. Yeah, that may be still being practiced, but without the explicit understanding of, this is the indigenous culture that is directly associated with the offering that we give to Shango or Batala.
But that's why
yeah,
that's why you re-educate the culture, and that's what I felt that worked. Because when I'm speaking to like people around me, like family and all that, who even are Christian or Muslim, right? If I speak on Christianity or Muslim, there is a block. If I start talking about, like if I say Olorun or I say like I say Olodumare, they get it because it's a creation story.
Right.
So, but most of the time, I just talk about the traditions, re-educate them on the traditions and understanding the traditions. They would listen all day long. But if I start talking about Christianity, they get a mind block.
That's what I'm saying. So we just got to
do. No, definitely. That's why my dad doesn't. He's not interested. He's like, nah, I don't do religious discussions or debates or no, I'm not interested. No, sorry. You get me? He just does his thing when it's the time of day. Other than that, he's working. He's doing whatever he's doing. But and that's most people.
Yeah, and the most things that they talk about,
most people.
The funny thing is, the most things that they talk about is political and sports.
Yeah,
that's what they. So you have to use those tools to kind of inject it in their head. Like I'll say to them, let's go and watch football, and what we gonna eat? Oh, let's eat chicken and chips. I said, no, let's go and eat proper amala or pound and jam.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Stop eating from the vendor. Stop eating from the vendors, man. What are you doing, man? Come on, man. Let's go to a proper restaurant.
And that's how you inject it in. Because they will go to the pepper soup shop and eat that big giant tilapia. But where does that ingredients of pepper soup come from? That comes from grandma.
Yeah, it does.
You know what? I could do the pepper soup right now, so I can't lie.
You would love the pepper soup, the big fish pepper soup that they do in Nigeria. And then it's hot.
I've had it over here still, but
but over there it's different. I'm telling you, even the suya. You see the suya.
I'm not gonna lie though, You see. I don't know if you ain't been Sierra Leone, Terry.
Yeah, I've gone there on business, but I didn't stay long.
Fam, the food in Sierra Leone is a mad thing, you know, bro. Like,
I know.
Hey, fam. No, hey, fam. Hey, I have one cook here. I nearly brought her back with me to England, bro. That's how good the food tastes, bro. It's mad.
You see. You know how crazy it is. They got they call it Indomie, right?
What the noodles?
You know what Indomie is? It's packets of noodles.
Yeah.
But the way they make it,
hey, fam,
it's a total ball game.
The one thing is Ghana, fam. Oh my gosh, when they done with that noodles,
Indomie.
Yeah, when they done with it, boy, it's mad. It's mad.
It's crazy. It's a total different kind of food. Hold on, I don't eat this shit. I don't want this. But then as soon as I tasted it, I said, right.
Mad.
Okay, it's called okay.
Yeah. I get it now.
yeah. I can work with this. No, man. When I had the big fish platter with the plantain chips and the salad around, oh my god, that cost me like 1,500 naira, boy. I didn't even mind. I ran back home to get the money and came back.
That's only about £2, though, isn't it?
But now you're talking like the fast food now. You're guaranteed to spend.
That's expensive, you know. Yeah, that's expensive. Even that fish was expensive. We don't usually spend that much on food.
Pepper soup is like to get a good big fish. Pepper soup is between 8,000 to 9,000 naira.
Right. 9,000 now.
Yep.
Fuck's sake. No. It's going up.
No. But the English money goes a long way.
It does. I'm
not even spending money. It's when you start buying the foreign imports, that's when you see your money just disappear.
Yeah, man. I was buying Coca-Cola for everyone, bottles of Coca-Cola for everyone when I was leaving the house at first. Yeah, halfway through the holiday, boy, I was secretly leaving and going by myself. You know what I'm saying? And don't put it in the fridge.
Yeah, because if you're buying a Coke, you have to buy a crate.
Yeah. Like everyone wants one, obviously.
But now they've got all the juices, you name it. They've got
it. Now
it's just ridiculous. Like the import
They're showing
stuff.
off.
And they've got like loads of like mini malls. now.
Yep.
And that's where, and as I said, going that mini mall, I come out there and I'm spending like 50,000 naira.
For fuck's sake, quickly.
That's like 70 pounds a time. So yeah, it is what it is. But as I said,
I still like the open market though. I still don't buy the open market. I still frequent the open market.
The bookers, I just go there.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn. Them lot say, "Oh, look, why you going to the bookers? You can go to this restaurant." I said, "I'm tired of them European restaurants. I don't want to go there."
Yeah, exactly.
And what the mummy's gonna give me in that booker is way. You know what I mean? She's telling me, "Oh yes, this is only 3,500."
Right. Yeah, whole 400, whole 400, whole of 500, and keep the change. Yeah, come on.
Keep the change. I don't mind that.
Yeah. Come on.
When I go to them big chicken shops like Mr. Biggs and all that stuff, no way. I'm telling you, I'm not even telling them keep the change. I want my change.
I want everything. Yeah, all my money back.
Yeah, even Chinatown now, they've switched it.
Oh yeah,
they've switched it. A lot of Nigerians have moved in. So you're getting a crossbreed.
Yeah, like hey, he looks.
But you would Shaka, you would like Lagos.
Yeah, definitely.
And
you would like Lekki as well. I think Lekki to cool out.
But no, Lagos Island now is different now.
I know, man.
Lekki is even the smallest part because now all the
stretching in it.
There's a stressing part. All the beaches, people are buying along the beaches, right? And then what they're doing is they're putting a gate there so that you have to pay a fee to go on the beach.
That's crazy. But the funny thing is, like my dad had a thing on, I think it's Alpha Beach or one of them on one side of the thing because we're kind of in the middle. Do you know what I'm saying? We got the lagoon on one side and then we got the Atlantic on the other side. Do you know what I'm saying? All the beaches. You know what I mean? So we have to drive across. We're at where is it? Aja Market. You know where Aja Market is on the corner of the motorway, and yeah. They've done a flyover.
Yeah, but they've done a lot of the roads up there now.
Yeah, man, beautiful, man. But it's like that. But Lekki Phase 2 was the developing area, innit? So I knew it was just going to get built up.
Yeah,
And
that's been abused now. Lekki has been abused. Now, as I said, when you go into the proper Lagos now, it's it's like tarred up everything. Man's driving.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I said I never saw an old car there. I might have seen Mack trucks on the side of the road, and
even the taxis are expensive.
Innit? I've taken a thing from the airport, and it's like, boy, man, says 7,000.
Yeah.
Get to
so if you go on the bicycle stuff, it's like
I do.
On mainland, it's like 100 naira per person. But if you want to buy the whole bicycle, it's about 500 naira. But if you go to Lagos Lagos Island, you're spending like 200 naira. So that would be double. So you're paying almost 1,000 naira to have it to yourself.
Shit's changed, man. Inflation, man.
Yeah. The prices have gone up now. But I think, scooters might do well over there,
Yeah, they would still.
Because a lot
of will turn that into a business. A brother would turn that into a business, buy that as a big investment. You know what I'm saying? Not only brother, I would think.
Especially them scooters that go up to 40 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will
traffic.
Do well.
In traffic, no problem. Riding through Lagos in traffic, selling stuff.
Yeah.
Just attach a shop to the front. As they
but
do.
now you have to get what do you call it? ID number.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you can't even get a mobile without an ID number now.
Oh yeah. They were trying to do that before,
And then you have the other number. There's another code which gets you your bank account. But yeah, you need an ID thing to maneuver.
I ain't trying to do my card again. You get me? Because I put it in the machine and it just converted my money, English money, into naira.
Yeah, it's simple now. It's
Yeah,
much
it's
more
easy.
easier.
Just easy transition. Like, oh, okay.
And it's
No
only a
big
little
deal, yeah.
part. Yeah.
But the phone thing, well, yeah, that's been a thing. At the airport, they were trying to get me register, so you can do it then, and they gave me my chip and whatever. I said, all right, no problem. Yeah, so I did mine early, but I could use my normal iPhone that I had until it got stolen, obviously.
Yeah, but they're all yeah, they got some you bring them any old phone, they laugh at you.
Yeah, a lady or phone they can repair anything. They can repair.
Yeah, they can repair anything.
Anything,
but you know
boy. You
what?
go in the market, boy. Just yeah.
Yeah, if you go to what's the big market in Lagos now?
Oh, that big one, that 5 million.
Yeah,
that
they've
massive one.
got people. They got people now that carry the what's that thing again? It's the PDQ machine.
Right. Yeah.
You swipe your card and they will give you cash.
Mad. Oh, is that what they're doing? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do now.
Wow.
They put their little charge on top.
Right. Yeah, exchange.
Give you the amount that you want,
yeah,
and they'll swipe your card on the machine.
Wow. Yeah.
And you get low. Every single person's on it.
Is it?
Yeah. So
you're not bumping me afterwards. You're not going back into my account and taking an extra one or something like.
No, they can't even do that because it's a system that it's kind of once you swipe it.
Yeah.
It does the exchange, and the headquarters will know.
Okay. That's good though. That's good then. That's good. Yeah.
It gives the people out there a job.
Right, because it's the merchant really that's important in that one. Yeah, right.
So like when you're gonna go and buy materials or you're going to the market, there's queues outside all these cash points because like back home that it's turned into a tradition of putting money into people's accounts.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll say, "Oh, yeah, Daddy, give me some money now," and then they'll put some money into your account.
Yeah. Now, and even the cash point machines or the thing are looking beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful buildings with like free cash point machines.
Yeah, you can
crazy
take
paving, all sorts.
You can take up to 40 to 50,000 a time.
Wow.
Out of the cash point.
Oh, you can take it out. Wow.
So and that how much was that? It was like 30-something pound.
Mad.
But I can make that 50,000 last me if I really wanted to. It can last me the whole week.
Right.
It's only when it comes to like when you're putting fuel in that generator.
Yeah.
Drinks like hell. You're talking like I'd say about just under 10,000.
Yeah. That makes sense. But if you got links, boy, yeah, because them petrol stations, they're on some dodgy shit as well, man. Not opening late, causing queues. Like, what are we doing here? Like, come on, family. You know what I'm saying? There's no shortage of petrol, but man's just holding off.
Yeah, and that's where the petrol man himself is making his killing.
Yeah,
like he's got his business on the petrol station.
Right. There's guys who are selling petrol as well, as you know. You know what I mean? Filling up their things first and then walking down the queue saying he wants to buy petrol or It's mad. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've noticed, man, because even BP is owned by the Asians as well. It's amazing because like there's more.
You don't even want to talk about the Asians. The poor Asian man is coming to Nigeria in influx. I saw 5 fresh Indians coming into Nigeria with Nigerian passports.
Wow.
These men haven't been to Nigeria and they're coming with Nigerian passports. And they're going for the poor man jobs,
Right.
They're not even going for the rich man jobs. They're going for the poor man to work their way up. So you see some of the Indians and some of the some Chinese doing vendoring.
Right.
And you're thinking, what the hell? But You see that if you're doing a stop off in like any of the Arab countries, you will see enough of them Asians coming in.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
can
massive
imagine.
influx.
Blood clot.
That's why I said when people saying Chinese, they forget about the Indian people coming in, and they've been doing that for years.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I've noticed, man, like you know, but brother Sniper, you should know if you want to get petrol, brother, you gotta go early in the morning, man. That's what I've been doing. I've been early in the morning because I noticed they do that discrimination and let their people have it. So I've been going early in the morning, man. But
no, we do that. No, but my dad has links. Like, yeah, he just gets some of the boys who work for him just to make sure that when there's petrol available, he gives them money to get however much petrol we need for the car and for the generator.
Pick up the elder, man.
Yeah. But yeah, man, and then the younger guys will sort out the generator as well. Like if it starts to go faulty or anything's going wrong with it, you know what I mean? They call the guy who fixes generators. You know what I mean? They got duties running up and down. I'm just saying my dad needs to talk to them better because some of them got that look in their eye, boy. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you got to treat your workers and thing like good. You know what I mean? We know you're the big boss, man, but you can't be just like, darking up, man, all the time. And they're young and fit and healthy. Nah. And you're old and frail, like, not frail, but yeah. You know what I mean? I see the look in man's eye, like, turn to man, like, one day. Because it happens. Happens that the maid and the thing, they're the ones, because they had a campaign when I was there last time about dealing with these corrupt politicians and all of that. That anyone who highlighted where this money was, or the politician or whoever, you know, like the people working for them, the driver, the maid in the house or whatever, if they came forward, they would get a percentage of it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And we're talking some billions and shit. You know what I mean? Under the floorboards and that. They were just pulling up stuff and the people were snitching out of control. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man, I've been working in this house 10 years. Motherfucker ain't give me shit. But yet he's got 100,000 yen underneath the fucking floorboards. What is he doing? With $100 million and all of this type of stuff. Like, it's crazy. But when I was leaving Nigeria, they asked me at the airport, what did I think? And I was like, listen, you're making strides, man. No one can't knock you, man. No one can't knock you, man. They're not in your shoes. You know what I mean? You're doing very well. It's considered we got colonized and thing, but I see they never colonized our minds. Do you get what I'm saying? Because we stubborn set of people, it seems, and warrior as well. We don't have shit, but we can articulate ourselves very well. And whatever you think we're doing, we might not be doing that. We might be putting on a front to just keep you occupied. Yeah. Overseer, yeah. While we're doing what we're doing, or what we've always been doing, and what we like, we add to our thing. So if we like Christianity, if we, for us, some of the Islamic states in Nigeria come via historical figures, right? So we don't have no problem with Islam or anything like that being brought to us by Arabs. But in the north, yes, these men have been compromised, let's say. Yeah, their Islam is different. You know what I mean? They're coming with that Middle Eastern mentality or submissiveness, you know what I mean? Where you are trodden underfoot, it seems. You are a slave or you are a because that's how their man they think and what their man they've been doing for time. As you say, even up to now.
So, brother Sniper, I'm sure you're aware of Henry Kissinger, right? And his there's an interesting PDF called National Security Amendment 2000. Have you heard of it?
No.
Yeah, it'll be online. Basically, brother, there's a quote in there where he says it himself that our biggest threat to our establishment is Pan-Africanism by the blacks on the diaspora, as well as the African continent. It's also mentioned that Operation Unity of Africa on a global scale spells ruin throughout a grand design. We must fabricate division, disruption, operation on both sides of the Atlantic as well as on the continent, create mistrust and culture conflicts between natural allies. Don't you believe, Brother Sniper, with your knowledge and etc., that a Pan-Africanist mindset is the solution to tackle our common enemies?
Nah, I don't see how it can work. As I said, because most of our African leaders are compromised. Their agenda is in line with the European agenda. So, we're going to have to go back to basics, or we're just going to have to get rid of that system of government within our countries, colonial governments at that. Even though they all have our faces, they're not there to represent us. You know what I mean? So we have to get rid of that system and that way of thinking, even in ourselves. Of look, we need to build a unified army base, and like, bro, what, why? Do you get it? In this world and day and age, these guys got satellites, then whatever, they can look over. Oh shit, is that what they're doing? Boom, saying a mushroom. Because there's no Africans who can defend themselves against such an attack. We ain't got no counter for no nuclear attack, or should we be thinking like that? No.
But as you said, Brother Sniper, I know you're a man that researches our history. Well, if Shaka Zulu warred the Europeans for about 200 years with guerrilla warfare, and they had cannons and etc., then don't you believe hope that if we do have that determination, that we could get our power back, given the circumstances of all these satellites, etc.?
Listen, I think to get our power back, you might be right that politically or whatever, we're gonna have to change some things. We're gonna have to go back to the old kingships and thing and the way they do their thing that still exists. Yeah, if we want that, you know what I mean. You might not want to live under Oba or Oni, but it seems to work for Africans at this present moment. Do you get it? Where the rule of law everywhere is not the government necessarily, If you live in a small rural village in Nigeria, you're not worrying about the federation or the federal government of Nigeria. Doesn't affect you like that. What affects you is what your king thinks, and he owns the region, he owns the land. Do you get what I'm saying?
I
So
do a little.
Yeah.
Is Brother Shakara still there? Is he? Or is
Yes.
He's still there. Brother Shakara, why is it a problem amongst our people? And this is no disrespect to Brother Sniper, but I've just quoted something that the non-Africans are very terrified of unity amongst African people on the diaspora and on the continent. But yet still, Brother Sniper, and with his knowledge, what he has, seems to want to get away from the fact that we're going to have to, unite together under a government to one day overthrow the government. Why do you think that is, Brother Shakara? Why do you think they have a problem with Pan-Africanism? Not attacking you, Brother Sniper. I'm just, wording it my way.
Yeah, I think you are still, because I don't think that's what I said still. Oh, he must be away from the computer. Yeah, I don't think I was saying it that way still, bro. I don't know why you would say that.
Okay, you have to excuse me then, brother, if I misunderstood what you were saying.
Listen, my thing is it's all well and good. Yeah, this unified, but if I was going to do it, most people wouldn't know about it, right? You have to learn the ability, just like the Europeans, to keep some things private and secret, right? Right?
Some things,
makes sense. Yeah.
Some
So
things,
I'm saying and if we are going to learn from the frailties of the past, and or when we was powerful and these things are not necessarily what we're about. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we have our own ways of dealing with things. If you violate, we'll chop your head off. Do you get what I'm saying? As I said, my cultural flag is that. Yeah, you mess up, you get your head chopped off. Yeah, that ain't gonna change. Yeah, proper things. I might start putting it back up, man, so people can see. You get me? But yeah, I look, bro. I'm not saying Pan-Africanism is wrong for Africa. Yeah, you're Africans, right?
Right.
But if you're Africans, I'll be like more like Shakara in the sense of like you need to start identifying with what particular place where you come from and their culture and their history and their thing, and it might ease your idea of world domination or world protection of Africa and if you go there a little bit more, you might start to see like, okay, it's not necessarily how it seems from the outside. You know what I mean? We're all on the outside, so I know, and I've been to Africa, so I know the difference. You know what I mean? In that sense, from how I'm living, what the political system is here, what the political system is there, what the kingship system is there, what the kingdoms and the regions and the history and the culture that all blend kind of together. Yeah. And they're just getting on with what they're getting on with. Yeah. And the politics that they're interested in is not the same. Do you get it? They don't know what's affecting us out here. They don't know what's affecting us in the Caribbean. They just know, man, for Bob Marley, Burning Spear, whoever is talented and blah, blah, blah. Same with the Americas. Do you get it? Because that's what's easy, or that's what's in the media, or and some don't even have a TV, so they wouldn't even know such things. They're too immersed in their day-to-day life of trying to find something to eat and getting out of this hot sun and maybe getting a cold drink or some bag water or something. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got time. Or building, or yeah, the day-to-day. But as I said, once you go to Africa and you buy a piece of land and that's yours too, you know what I mean? And yours for then to eternity. So it can be passed on to your generations and generations and generations. That's a different feeling. It's a different feeling of power and, what power actually is, or freedom in a sense, You build your house, you feel like you've achieved something, You're on your land. And then that anyone who comes on that perimeter that is your land, it's your law, it's your rules. If that's a Pan-African zone, that's a Pan-African zone. Do you get it? Like anyone could come in or violate on your land. No, the worst come to the worst is, the police come and collect the body. You know what I'm saying? So there's a level of, even in what seems chaotic, a level of calm or balance. Everyone is fearful either of the creator or the circumstances that can happen if you violate. And we'll be the worst violators. So someone's out there murdered someone. Do you know what I'm saying? If he gets caught, he's liable to life imprisonment, but mainly firing squad.
All right.
It's been like that for a long time, So and then we had instant justice where the people of the town or the city or the village or the whatever will just stone a thief or thing to death, put tires, petrol, and set them alight. It's less than now in the modern times. They've become a little bit more, what's the word? Westernized. You get me? I'm like, yeah, we caught a thief. Yeah, a proper thief man's phone and all sorts. Yeah, on the estate. And yeah, all security force came, man with AKs and traditional outfit with like 10-gallon hat on. I'm like, what? And then the actual feds came with their black military and their berets and their big guns. You get what I'm saying? So we got stuff. Like, I don't know what you want to be organized amongst the different countries, because like if there's a general consensus that we all work together, I could agree to that. But to say that unified government, they're too corrupt. And some people are too long in the tooth and in their position for too long to want to let it go that easily,
So what I was referring to, Brother Sniper, and that, because I do agree that we do need to know who we are, right? But what I've noticed, us learning who we are and getting knowledge on that hasn't got rid of the IMF World Monetary Bank system, which the Europeans control the African resources. Most African countries, unfortunately, have their money in European banks. which unfortunately the Europeans can sanction a whole African country, which they're linked to, which, you know, that's a big problem. Also, that also as a people, we are not paying the debt off. We are actually paying off the interest, which is increased. So how would, and this is no disrespect at all, brother, how is our learning about our history going to eradicate that?
Well, eradicate what they're doing. As I said, we're going to have to get rid of all political and economic systems and say, listen, like Brazil, we're closed for the minute. We need to sort our shit out. Yeah, like Venezuela. Yeah, sorry, we're closed for the minute. We got loads of oil. We just found loads of oil. Don't worry, we'll get back to you. Yeah, but the moment you do those type of things, blow, blow, man die. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have to watch what we're doing and watch what we're saying and watch what's going on from the bushes, in a sense. Yeah. And no, because these people are cunning and, you know, what they are. They send spies. They'll send man who look like you sitting right next to you in the meeting. Yeah, Pan Africa forever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Big up Marcus Garvey. Big up Haile Selassie. Big up everybody. You get me? But he's there as an agent for the bigger agenda and for the people who want to hold their position. So it's very difficult to maneuver around, you know what I mean, these people who serve a different purpose. As I said, they're not there for African people or their various African thing. They serve what it says on the tin. The federal government of Nigeria is not. It's a British institution, constitution.
So then, brother, we have to say that we're going to need a Pan-Africanist military base, brother, because if that's what you're saying, and it's true what you're saying and stuff, right, the only way is, brother, is that we're going to have have a military base and basically go against the unethical code of conduct upon us, because if the Europeans can do that in the Civil War in America, as well as in Europe and the Middle Easterns and the Asians to a certain extent, then we, brother, unfortunately, those who don't want to and those who are trying to imaginize themselves out of racism, is that we're going to have to come to the senses that that's going to be the only way to get our power back, unfortunately.
What ways to get our power back? Sorry, what to
is
fight?
To yeah, brother, that's the, you know, having our own using our resources to create weapons to protect the resources in Africa, to get full control back. There's no other way, brother. You know, Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, although there was a curriculum before to fight, the end result was, brother, that he had to fight to claim back the correctness monotheism in the land called Makkah.
Fine, but you're saying this
you understand, bro? Yeah.
From a point of view outside of Africa. Like Africa has come leaps and strides, you know, from the situations that a lot of the African countries were placed in by the Europeans, right? Destabilizing, they're trying to build themselves back up. You know, some are well established at that. Do you get what I'm saying? Some are well established. So, you know, I feel that what you're asking them to do, which some of them have, like the big countries like Nigeria have a military, have a navy, have all of these type of things. I don't know what you want them to do. They can't do more than what they're doing already. They have an extended force, an ECOMOG force that goes around trying to peacekeep around Africa, where Europeans have destabilized them and turned them into warlords and all of this type of stuff. And, you know, and then we've got these strange leaders like Charles Taylor, who's come in from the Americas, who's you know what I mean, and come in and supposedly got all the bright ideas to do better for the country, and just totally descended the country into civil war madness thing, and then ran away. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, we have to be careful. Like what we're saying, you have to go to Africa and go to the place that you want this to happen, or go to every of these countries and just see how they're living and who's in charge and what can happen, because I don't think it's realistic under the current climate. You get it?
So so for example, if you look at the religion of Islam, etc., and that is that, and correct me if I'm wrong and stuff, right? Lack of knowledge is that it seems that that system could be practiced anywhere under a government. Could we say that, or is
No, I think the idea is to give kingship or rulership back to the real rulers of the place. You know what I mean? Like take out these governments and give it back to the kingship. And some, as I said, some people might not want that, but in the main, I think a lot of people would be more comfortable, because each region has a king. Yeah, there's supposedly one solitary king of Africa.
Right.
Yeah? But it's still based on many kings. You know what I'm saying? And many regions, many places, many things. We've been doing that way before these people even existed. You know what I mean? Living comfortably, living in small kingdoms and all of that, and fighting and doing all sorts. So I don't think that is necessarily, and the train in Africa of coming towards the future, supposedly in their own way and mixed with the European style, is what they're doing, you know, in some places. But that's up to you. You want to go to the major city and thing, it's not going to work. I personally think, you know what I mean? In a place of 20 million plus people, you know what I mean? It's like, well, where do you start? How do you convince people, like, yeah, let's all get on this thing? Or do you appeal to the government?
No, brother, the government, unfortunately, is has the mindset of the elite. If that's what we're using. So that's what I'm saying, brother. If we, for example, was to collaborate, small, like, you know, Pan-Africanism, the principles of it, you know, we want to make sure economics is divided amongst in Africa, and also that being protected with a military base, right? So when the African Americans are getting attacked, or when our brothers in Nigeria or East Africa, West Africa, when every non-African person wants to disrupt, then we can say, well, if you touch any Nigerian or any Ethiopian, Somalian, or any Caribbean, etc., African American, you're not getting the resources. We can also rival you because we have military base as well as power. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother? Sniper.
And the moment you say that, they destroy you. Like, bro, like, as I said, I'm not gonna be responsible for the millions of deaths of Africans because, you know, I had a bright idea. I don't think I have personally have the solutions, but I do feel that the problem is not as you are quite grasping. You know what I mean? It's a germ. It's a colonization, infiltration. It's a setting up of a political or a governing over people when we didn't have that before.
But
we were governed by our king and our
Right.
thing, and those individuals was placed there on merit, as in bloodline or whatever. You know what I mean? The rulership of kings, their grandfather, their thing. He had a decent reign. He had a decent reign. He had a decent reign. He had a short reign. He had a long reign. He had a, you know. That's how we've been doing it.
But look at Madame Atibu, a great queen from the Benin Peninsula. Look what happened when she found out what was happening to the Africans in America, right? She went and formulated, brother, to rescue them. You see, this, you know, amazing, beautiful black queen did that, brother, even though she was against all odds. You see what I mean? And that. So that tells us, brother, is that one way or another, right, we're going to have to solve our problems by going beyond places that we will never think that we'll have to go. Because if Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, had to go to a level which had to bring balance back to the peninsula where he was, if many of the Israelite prophets that had to bring back balance in their region as well as other places, then, brother, we're going to have to come to that realization that we're going to have to cause that effect in order to get our power back. Now, a lot of us will be killed, brother, unfortunately. Revolution never came easy. Our ancestors understood that. You know what I mean? A lot of them, you know, died to make sure the next generation was able to benefit. So don't you think that mindset, that we have to have the same mindset, even though that is part of our revolutionary background?
Yeah, but if someone's in a paddy field or in a, you know, working on a market stall and like, and doesn't know the modus operandum, how is that fair that they get killed because of ideas of a few? How does that make sense?
It makes sense, brother, because we're thinking about the next generation, the collective of our people. Because in order for that market seller and to sell things from his own market, not free market by non-African people exploiting, right? Then in order for that to have full control, brother, unfortunately, right, bloodshed's gonna have to come.
Bloodshed is not got to come because people want to have a market store. No, it wasn't that way acquired, and it might have been generational. And a lot of the time, it's the females who control these type of things. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is just day-to-day life for us. Like, what are we doing? So you want the people who are doing their day-to-day life within their culture, within their country, within their thing. Everything's as they seems going fine for them. They're happy with their religion. They just want to survive, live, have kids, and prosper. As I said, the political wranglings of what we're calling the government doesn't affect everybody. It does affect people in certain ways because they've got police and army. Yeah, and sometimes our country was led by militarily in the past, which you know. So now we've come to more democratic society, and we're just trying to get on with it. And you want to bring it back to the old days when we was fighting against the system, fighting against the government in the fella days, and all of this type of stuff. That's my mom's generation, the rebellious generation.
But brother Sniper, that generation, we commend them and we are grateful for them, but we're still fighting, brother. It's just that we seem to believe that if we use certain types of information, that we can busy ourselves and don't focus on taking responsibility. Here's some set of principles, brother Sniper. A Pan-Africanist art of war, which unfortunately the non-Africans have on us, is exterminate the blacks. Unfortunately, natural rights of owning everything over all races, vision of plans of dealing with blacks, principles of silence, something what you mentioned, which I do agree with, vision of strategy, humility, which we need to have, unity must be organized, betrayal, know your ally, which you was mentioning, the principle of camouflage, use your weaknesses as your strength. So I've just mentioned things which the non-Africans want to try and do to us, and the other part was what we need to do. Because, brother, I'll be honest with you, I don't believe African people has been put on the earth to be oppressed and not to have things. We have given so much to non-African people. We've distributed our wealth fairly, even though we've given them so many chances. And the religions, brother, tells us to be equal amongst each other, and we're not getting that treatment. So sooner or later,
let's be
brother,
honest, the only people going to be oppressing us in our country are our own people, right? Where we come from, because there's no influence from the European like that. The influence is that he has usurped your natural resources, whether you grow food or you got oil or you got this and that is definitely true, but that has no bearings on people's day-to-day lives. Do you get it?
Right.
And mentality. If you got a warrior mentality, you got a warrior mentality. There's nothing that's going to change that. Do you get it? So some of us have that, and some of us find a more diplomatic approach, which would, which some of our leaders, our cultural leaders or our tribal leaders or whatever, exude. Do you get it? Well, they teach us how to behave and how to think, and they still are responsible and have to answer to the elders and all of that. Even in a village setting, it goes in in levels to get it. Just because you see the leader there, he's the top man to a certain extent, but he still has to take wisdom and advice from elders or people who've been in his position before.
So, brother Sniper, we can honestly say that the CIA is not disrupting our family in Africa right at this present moment. Or is that the leaders that are doing it? Or is it the
No,
CIA?
they're doing it, man. They're definitely that. But you can see the countries that they're doing it. They've done it to most of African countries to a certain extent, and they've been through their civil wars, political trickery, and trigonometry going on over the many years, and people working it out. Because our people ain't dumb. You get me? We got universities, we got doctors, lawyers, things, scientists, you name it. We got. Yeah. So we know what's going on in the world. Like, yeah, when it comes to politics, if you study politics in Nigeria, do you think it's just going to be about Europe? It's going to definitely teach you about Europe, China, and all of these things, and
That's right.
how the market works and all of that. And we'll have top guys in that. Top guys who will be also looking to home and say, how does this work for us? But really, how does this work for the European government that they've set up in the country? But as I said, until the government has sway over all the land, owns all the land and the kingdoms, and deposes every kingship, it's never going to happen.
So how do we do that then, brother?
You know what we have to do. If we're going to do that, we're going to have to destruct the European concepts within our countries, like the governments and that. They have to go. But we've seen over the years that people have had that idea, and then what's happened is they started fighting, and then halfway through they're losing because the government has the army, right? And then they realize, even though they ask for aid or aids, from the Europeans, and then they give them live aid, whatever aid, and then they give them weapons, which actually makes those situations drag out longer, where it could have been crushed and deposed quickly. Like, you've been beaten up now, go away, go and sit down. No, now you've got extra guns, extra thing. Now this thing's dragging on now more people are dying. But this is what Europeans do you get what I'm saying? And then once they help both sides, or the side that they think is going to win, once they get in, you owe us. Now we can do fair trade or unfair trade with your country. This is how Africa is in so much debt. Because the Europeans funded all these wars, and even after helped one side to supposedly recover, or they needed aid, but it wasn't. It was blankets and weapons. You know what I mean? So we know the trickery and but Africa is definitely on one side anyway, coming out of that type of experience. You know what I mean? It's taken a long while. Sierra Leone,
Funny though, all these Asian and mixed race women and all these, they don't give a fuck about Africa. Where are they? None of them. All these accents supposedly just as African as us, these Mrs. Sarahs, these MD Goes, none of them. What do you know what I mean? We need to stop befriending these non-black women, man, because they don't, when it comes down to it, it's not fun to talk about, so they're not involved. They're nowhere to be seen. Just want to bust jokes in the chat. Mad. Big up Unique Diamond, my sister.
And brother Jedi is right, man, because the way how you see, brother, I understand that man is man, and all women are beautiful, but the blueprint
these lot are not even beautiful, man.
Beauty is the African woman. She's the blueprint. But the problem is now, what Prophet Jedi was saying is that now the non-African woman's been marked, and she's luring the African man, in the diaspora and on the continent.
Yeah, luring his attention away from Africa, and honestly, Africa's so big. Have we got time to think about anywhere else, anything else? Should there be anything else on our mind other than Africa, Kel?
Well, no, there shouldn't be on our mind. But,
exactly. I mean, personally, I don't know about you, but for me, when I wake up, the first thing on my mind is Africa, and the last thing on my mind is Africa, and I ain't got time to be thinking about nothing else or anything else.
Right, Kel, don't put a Jedi in. You don't put a Jedi in.
Was that shark with the gold teeth?
You get me? Sarcasm there. That's why was a joker. You get me? Yeah. Two things I want to say.
Yeah.
I had a piece of conversation that came out a few minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
go on, bro.
But, these things are part of the when you talk about the neo-colonial governments and them things. These things are part of the Pan-African discourse, isn't it? Like it's understood that. Yeah. Well, I should say because not all Pan-Africanisms are the same, in it. Like so, Pan-Africanism is a goal, and within that goal, there are different ideological strains in it. Yeah. So you got the more revolutionary hardline, and that within that context, it is understood that the governments that we currently have in place, and because we're dealing with Pan-Africanism, it's not just on the continent; it's everywhere Black people are neo-colonial governments. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? That are in the pocket of Western nations and their institutions. The IMF, the world. That is the reason why there's a book by the name of Neo-Colonialism: The Last Stage of Imperialism by Kwame Nkrumah. That is the reason why there's a book called The Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare. This is a man who's already the president of a country. And well, he was overthrown in 1966, right? But he's writing a book called The Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare because he understands that independence is not liberation,
right?
You know what I'm saying? He writes a book called The Handbook of, and especially independence as it was happening at that time because of the colonial impositions, right? So he writes a book called The Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare. Yeah. Now I'm not an Nkrumah. I don't agree with everything that Kwame Nkrumah said, but and did. But those aspects, there's a lot of that he got right. Yeah, there's a lot that he got correct. And so that is the mission. Like the whole point of the fact that we have governments in place right about now that in many cases were directly installed by colonizers. I'm talking about overthrow leaders, kill off revolutionary leaders, kill off and when I say that, I don't just mean in government, but on the grassroots as well as the government.
Yeah, just anywhere, man. Yeah, just like
their own leadership, right? The people that are gonna accede to their demands and so on and so forth, right? So that is a part of the thing. The question is not just what we're fighting against, it's also what we're fighting for. Yeah. And so when we talk about uniting, it's not uniting the governments as they stand right about now. It's uniting ourselves as a people to have critical mass, yeah, and critical mass means we have the power to move people in particular directions, yeah, militarily, economically, politically, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. Basically, your own nation, man. But it can't be one nation under a groove. It can be one overstanding under a groove. You know what I'm saying? But we already kind of have that with the African UN, and it's again, it's another European construct. It's like, bruh, when can we get something of our own? Yeah, but it only suits their purpose, isn't it? Right? The Europeans knew what they were doing when they were installing fake authority on us. You know, governor of the state of this one and governor of the state of that one. As I said, they're trying to usurp in our countries, man. Trying to encroach like a virus, bros.
Well, it's all good, isn't it? Allah's gonna send his army and his messengers to fix this all, innit? Snaps.
Yeah, whatever. But yeah, put back the video, man. Let's see what's going on.
That video, man. You lot been chatting. Blackity black for like fucking 2 hours, man.
Well, me, man.
And no one putting back no
video.
It's
kill.
Yeah.
No, it's a good platform, brother. I know you got different topics, and I have to respect that. But you know, these types.
Bring forward. Listen, we always got time for the brothers and what they want to talk about, man. Always got time. Like, all jokes aside and sarcasm and whatnot. Like I would prefer it if the brothers brought their arguments over here, so we can have this discussion and train the audience in how to engage and get involved in these topics just as much as they do the silliness or the religiousness or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So Like my
Look at that, it
my
was
door's always
flowing. No
open
beef,
for this
you know.
convo, man. And
No beef.
I also welcome the critics as well,
Mm.
which like they obviously seem to be on eggshells and not really jumping on. But I welcome the critics. That's why sometimes you might hear me try to throw some controversial curveballs in just to get the naysayers or someone that doesn't agree or someone that thinks differently to come up and say something so we can get a good, you know what I mean? Because I want to know who's opposed to what Kel's saying, who's opposed to what brother Shekara's on. I want to hear it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I actually want to hear it so we can have the discussion because that's what the platform's here for. It's not necessarily the best place to have a cozy little build without being challenged. I think there's other places where you can do that. This is more like open. So while you're in the middle of, you know, so to speak, you know, quoting your manifestos, you might get someone jump up and say, yeah, you know what? I think that's bullshit. And then, and then we can deal with that from there. But no one seems to have anything to say. They're not being moved either here nor there. It seems to me that the Pan-African movement at the moment is not rustling enough feathers to draw heavy critique, and it is not galvanizing the new black man, the mind of the new black man. And by the new black man, I mean this modern, updated version, kumbayarin, LGBT friendly, you know, the soft, round black man that we have now with the high-pitched voice. You know what I mean? The one standing behind his woman. You know that one? Yeah.
But Pan-Africanism is effective if the person wants to use it, you know, if it's
got to be effective in Africa, though. This is it's got to be effective in Africa, right? Where would you say Pan-Africanism is the most effective on the continent? Where would you say that, like, you could say, yo, brother, come here, flick on the camera, capture this. This is Pan-Africanism. This is the result of what we've been doing. This is what Garvey seeded. Where do we see that?
The thing is,
I know Shakara knows the answer to that. I just came from there, brother.
Multiple answers.
Because to pinpoint a specific place, right? Yeah. We can't say, oh, it's relevant in that particular region, but what we can say is that it's affected if you want to use it. I mean, that is the solution, because if the Europeans on the Berlin Conference, right, and they don't like each other, and they sat down and agreed that we want to take over Africa, then sooner or later the Africans on the diaspora and the continent have to say, well, in order to get our continent back, you know, we have to unite based upon principles of our culture first.
Who would you say holds the biggest stake in Africa outside of Africans?
The biggest stake of controlling the continent you're referring to?
Yeah, because you're talking about taking it back, right? So it seems like there was a takeover attempt, like in Berlin. You were speaking about the scramble for Africa. I got the book looking at me right now by Thomas Pakenham. Yeah, let me draw this book over here.
Yeah, that's not a bad book still. You know? He runs out the narrative. I ain't finished it, but it's not a bad book still.
Yeah, the scramble for Africa. Thomas Pakenham. A claim for the Boer War. It's a good book though. I have been skimming through it. It's a bit wordy for me. You know, but it's here. It's all here. Semi-mystical apostolate. Right. So I mean, when they scrambled for Africa, who got what and what we left with? Have we got it back? Is it?
Well, brother, as I was telling brother Sniper, the IMF, the only thing that we've got, brother, is the interest that we're paying for, but we don't control Africa at all, which is why we're suffering, which is why we can't, you know, use our own resources, so to say.
Where's that in Africa?
We can't control our own resources. You said.
No, we can't control our own resources. You know, not the way how we would like to.
Yes, we do control most of our natural resources, but like those things that they want, like
No, we don't,
oil and
bro.
that, they've got
Where do we
control.
control most of our resources?
Sorry?
Where in the world where in the world do black people control most of our resources?
No, I
I was
mean,
wondering
I
that
didn't say
too.
most of. I said
You
like
did.
food sources and stuff.
Natural.
Yeah, natural
We
resources
control
like
that
food
No,
and
in
stuff.
these facts. How do
Yeah,
we
but
control
not
that?
like what they decided is to take, like oil and all of these things. You could say they're natural resources, but they're not what we need to live. So those
But
are
what
just
about the free marketing,
no,
bro, bro?
there are many
Like, God, we
countries.
expect that.
There are many countries whereby
like we say,
the
we
business.
grow. We don't export. We don't import anything. We export, which is food.
But we're not
You know
allowed
what I'm saying?
to
And
No,
sell
he's talking
those over
about
like that.
Nigeria, and I think he's wrong on even on that. But even if that was the case, look, I don't. No, no, that's not the case. Nigeria is not food self-sufficient, as it is. It doesn't grow enough food to feed its own people. I'm very confident of that fact.
yeah.
Like Nigeria, no country except maybe recently Eritrea. I've heard that Eritrea may have achieved food self-sufficiency in the last
Listen,
decade
is
or
there
so.
more people in Eritrea than there is in Nigeria?
No.
Then what are we talking about?
What does that have to do with whether the nation is food self-sufficient or not?
Well, obviously because of the amount of people that exist.
No, I'm not. I know. I'm not even saying confidently that Eritrea is food self-sufficient. But I am saying confident.
You're gonna
that
say a
Nigeria,
dry, arid thing and a plush, fertile Nigeria. There's no comparison. Like, what are we doing?
I'm not comparing it in terms of fertility of land. What I'm saying is,
Right.
I don't believe that. Well, I know that Nigeria is not food self-sufficient. No country in West Africa is food self-sufficient.
What do you mean food self-sufficient? Like they
As in
make enough food for everybody to eat?
to feed the nation itself. Yeah, there
But
is
the
no
nation
country.
is being fed. The nation is being fed because we're farming, we're doing all sorts. There's food all over the place.
I'm
What are
not
we
saying
talking
that
about?
there's not food.
Well, yeah, but we're not suffering. I mean, like, as in, yeah, we haven't got no food. That is
No,
one
but the
thing that
idea
we
that
do have,
Nigeria
right?
only exports and doesn't import, I think is false. Even on the level of food.
No, I said products that we grow or make ourselves. We don't import things that we have naturally. You know what I'm saying? We import different food sources and that's down to us though. Yeah, that's internal trade with other countries.
As
If we
far
need
sorry, I'm
millet
saying
or whatever, yeah, that's not the issue.
The Nigerian government is
Yeah.
no less neo-colonial than the Ghanaian government, than the Sierra Leone government, than the Congo government, than the South African government, than the Zambia government, and so on. They're no less
Yeah, they're all the
neo-colonial.
same. They're all the same.
So,
Yeah.
and
I
as
agree.
as it relates to what JEDI was asking, I know that because them questions there. I'm not dodging your question now, but I think it's necessary to understand there's levels to the thing. So because Pan-Africanism is a goal, yeah, it's about the unification and liberation of African people. So first of all, it's not exclusive to the continent, although the continent is seen as the headquarters, yeah. It's ground zero, so to speak, yeah, because that's where we come from. But Pan-Africanism can be achieved in various forms, on various levels, anywhere African people are. Yeah. So, like, if there's a nation state in the Caribbean that is operating on certain ideals of unification and liberation for Black people, then that can be considered Pan-Africanism, and it may be a higher, further ahead on a certain trajectory than nations on the continent, or vice versa. That can happen, right? But then you have levels here. So some people are focusing on institution building. So you got people that are developing Pan-African schools, yeah, and that's a successful model. That's there. Then you got people that are organizing grassroots of people to challenge political power. So these are people that are trying to challenge the neo-colonial power structures. Yeah, that's a very big task. If I was to say, well, where can I see it? I can see it in the fact that those people are organizing themselves, yeah, to challenge the political power along Pan-African ideals in various different kind of ways. But obviously, as it stands right about now, their efforts have not borne the fruits that they're fighting for. They're still fighting for those things. Yeah. So it's a difficult one to answer because there's so many levels to what the mission is or what the goal is that you have to measure it incrementally according to what specific endeavor you're talking about. But generally speaking, like if we put all those endeavors together in terms of achieving the full goal, now there's been a massive attack against all Black Power revolutionary movements for a generation or two, and every one of us, all of them, every one of our movements, wherever we are, is recovering, so to speak, from that onslaught and trying to rebuild with minimal resources. And then you'll find that some people are more popular than others, or sorry, are doing more than are more, what's the word, high profile than others. For example, a popular one nowadays is a brother by the name of Kemi Seba, he lives in Benin. I believe his family's from Benin, but he was raised in France, but he lives in Benin now. And he is central to the fight against the CFA franc, the currency that the French own and control, that has been imposed on 14 African nations that were formerly colonized by France or French-speaking nations. And so there's a movement, has been a movement developing in a number of French-speaking. Oh, the Ross. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So what going on, someone? Hello. Yeah. All right. Yeah. There's a movement developing in like places like Congo, Benin, Mali. Guinea. Them places there, where Senegal, where people are licking out against the government because the government has basically sold off the nation to France. And so that's a Pan-African political grassroots movement that is developing a campaign around that specific issue, and it's a growing one. So there's some forward movement where these things are concerned, but it's all about amassing people power and organizing people power.
Yeah, Jed.
What?
Yeah. Why you going?
What happened?
Snappers on some Don King thing.
I know, man.
What?
Some Don King.
Bro.
I didn't say anything.
All right, man. I mean, what's the modern news about Pan-African? What's the cutting edge? Like, you've literally been to the continent, I think, about twice or three times in the space of a year, Shaq. So from the ground, like, talk to us, man. What's happening? What exciting projects? What political movements? Who's the new movers and shakers? Who's the new Garvey? Who's the next Garvey, Shaka?
When I look for a new Garvey,
Nah, man, of course we are. We want a relevant one for our times, right?
Well, I am Garvey, yeah. You are Garvey should you choose to be, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's about, yeah.
But is there not like an exciting
if you're asking me, is there a mass global Pan-African movement today as there was in the 1960s and 70s? No. That's we're not operating on them again because of we're talking about the revolutionary Pan-African movement is fighting against the most awesome powers of the world right about now.
Right.
With the biggest militaries, you know what I'm saying, the largest economies. And
you know what, brother? I fully understand. Like, remember, I was in gang, so I fully
that's what's taking place. So when you chart the fact that we are talking about an enemy who has exercised the power, to get rid of revolutionary leadership, mash up economies, and control whole nations' resources and them kind of things. There, it's a lot. It's a lot.
So, but this is what this is kind of why I've always felt like when discussing these things in private or whatever, we got to be a little less romantic and a little more realistic. When I talk about, do we feel like the powers that be that are benefiting from our lowly position on the social economic ladder are actually going to sit by while we have secret meetings, develop secret handshakes and strategies to basically bun them out? So there's gonna be like a real opposition, not no little hypothetical like a real. And I feel like the man them don't like to admit that you are saying it, but in general, it's like, who did I speak with last time that was on this? And I was saying, don't you think they're gonna come against us?
Of course.
And I was basically saying, no, it's just us coming against us, really, and no,
both of those things are true, you know, Jedi. But you know why both of those things are true? Because, like, all right, we can take it for granted that the enemy is going to be the enemy. All right, to use a sports analogy, yeah, you don't go on the football pitch saying, well, boy, you know what, yeah, if we try and score a goal against the next team, don't you think they're going to try and stop us? You take it for granted.
Yeah, nah, that's a good point. That's a good analogy.
They're going to try and stop you, but you still have to try and score the goal, right?
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
That's what it is. But the point is that we're not. There is no.
But is it not? All right, but that's true. That's true in terms of two equal teams or relatively equal teams.
Exactly.
So eventually, we're like a under 16s or something.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So the point is, yeah, that when you're in that position, what can you do to make advances from your position where you are right about now? Yeah. It's like if you're a Division 3 team and you're playing against a team that just won the Premier League.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they've got more resources than you. They've been on the stage before. You know what I'm saying? What we're gonna do?
We're gonna develop strategies. You're gonna be the coach or the manager.
That's
we're gonna
right.
develop strategies, right? Techniques.
Right.
But
Exactly.
also, before the match, we also would have studied our opponent, right?
Exactly.
Now,
You're
this is
going
where hold on now. This is where me and brother Kel differed in our last conversation, right? Because brother Kel is in possession of something that me and you don't have. Well, I don't have. Yeah, he's in possession of a spiritual framework in which we are children of the Most High.
Yes.
And
me. Nah, brother, that's incorrect. That is, brother.
Nah, you're talking about the Hebrews, bro. That's
no.
That's incorrect, brother.
Brother Kel was talking to us about the Creator, known by many names.
Yeah. Definitely.
You know?
No, brother. I think what I was referring to, brother, is I think that we shouldn't focus on the religion. We shouldn't focus on the religion.
Exactly.
We should use political science and military science, right?
The point I'm trying to make is, if we're preparing to beat a Premier League team, we have to study everything, right? Especially if it just so happens that they are working with some type of spirituality that is assisting them. What are we doing to assist us as a group?
No, you're right.
Right. You can't ignore that.
No,
but brother was like, oh, that's not important.
Can I clarify that? Can I clarify that? Right?
Yeah.
Now I remember.
Yeah,
the Jedi sick maid, you know, he's sick maid, man. I give him that, right? What had happened was we was watching about the Illuminati and stuff, right? And all I said is that focusing too much on these things is good as a strategy, but it has to be put forward up to doing the action. Do you understand?
Okay, I know where you're going. All right, so follow me now, yeah. So what your current actions are in any political movement, yeah, or anything is going to be based upon what your current position is, yeah. So if we had a critical mass of African people around the world, yeah, that were impassioned and ready to organize along Pan-African ideals, we're at a different position than those who are organized around Pan-African ideals are a minority, yeah, within the same current structure, right? Just having more people changes what you're able to do and and the level that you're able to organize on. So when you talk about studying your enemy, that is one of the reasons why one of the primary activities among Pan-African organizations for the last generation has been political education. Yeah?
That's right.
Because we have to study the institutions of the society yeah, of the societies or the society that is currently dominating and oppressing us and infringing upon our rights to freedom. We have to study them because they don't just act arbitrarily, they act through institutions and systems, political systems and institutions, economic systems and institutions, religious systems and institutions, etc., etc., etc. But the majority of our people do not seem to be relating to that system and these institutions as though they are the enemy.
Guess
so
why,
we
though?
need to educate the people about the fact that these people are the enemy and how we can overcome them. And one of the
isn't essentially, to simplify it, isn't the political aspect of our oppression just a smokescreen for the wider spiritual oppression that we are facing? And
yes and no,
we will not politically or physically be able to change any of our situations unless we address the spiritual aspect of our oppression.
But doesn't that come under
hello Terry, how are you doing?
A political thing.
Welcome to the panel.
Yeah.
Doesn't that come under a political thing still?
Maybe, but it's not the political aspect that, like Shakara said, is not the political aspect that we are told to focus on, or is promoted, or is spoken about. Wait. I'm not saying not at all, but I say on a wide scale, those aware of Pan-Africanism may not be aware of a Pan-African spiritual aspect. So, like, this is a part that I said, let's discuss this, because those politicians that are setting statutes and laws and all sorts of things to keep us down on the bottom level are also almost overtly dealing with a form of spirituality, whether it be from the complex mysteries of masonry or whatnot. They're definitely tapping into higher sources, higher energies, higher consciousnesses, which this information seems to be assisting them to keep their foot on our neck, right? And I feel that only, like, you will get this, Shaka, because I know you fully well know, but I think others are downplaying it as hocus pocus, and I'm like, it's not hocus pocus. It's actually the biggest aspect that they're dealing with to keep us where we are.
But what I was saying, brother Jedi, is that yes, it's a spiritual war, but at the same time, because the psychological of us as a people is that we have a very immature way of dealing with the creator, is that we will use this information and say to ourselves, let the creator do everything, and then we don't have to do everything. And that's what I was referring to.
I'm trying to promote this. No, wait, because that can't be true, because what I'm saying is we're not given the opportunity to make up our mind about what's happening as a group spiritually to us. We're not having these conversations. So no, it ain't going to be a thing of, oh, just leave. That's ignorance. Ignorance is going to say, leave it to the Most High. Once you're armed with the information, you're going to know to try and find a way to be proactive.
But brother Jedi,
hold on. The Haitian Revolution was not based on, do you know what, let God deal with it. It was based on, let us work with the elements, let us work with the energies and change our own scenario. We have lost that. We've lost that, though.
Remember this. What I said was the people that currently dominate us through political institutions, economic institutions, spiritual institutions. I did say that, right?
No, you said religion. And I agree, but we're not talking about religion.
All right, okay.
I'm talking about the actual shit that they are dealing with. Like, what with you want
the shit that they're dealing with, but hold on, the shit that they're dealing with is not divorced from their political institutions and their economic institutions.
No, we're all on the same page. Yeah, we're all agreeing with that, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't do us any service to focus on the political and economic aspects, but not focus on the spiritual. If it's a trifecta, hold on, brother. Hold on. If it's a three-pronged weapon against us, we need to form a three-pronged defense strategy, which it doesn't seem like we are exploring. Go on.
Hold on, but couldn't that be scientifically, not spiritually?
What's the difference?
there is a difference. The reality is this, yeah, that and yes, that is why you will hear, and that's why there is a current. That's why brothers, a lot of brothers, not all brothers and sisters, but a lot of brothers and sisters in Abrahamic religions, burn up Pan-Africanism, because they find that a lot of people in who are Pan-Africanists will probe the spiritual question, yeah, right. And probe the spiritual question because look at the man them, even that frequent these things here that are highly against Pan-Africanism, and you'll find a lot of them are religious. Yeah. Right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah? There's a reason why, because they consider a lot of the people them that take on this African-centered type of political, social, cultural ideology tend to question the legitimacy of the traditions that they hold dear to as it relates to African people. So yeah, that does happen. That is the reason why I teach about African spirituality and culture as a tool or a key foundation for the liberation of African people. And right. I'm not, and I'm following a tradition. I'm not unique or
in terms of the conversations going on around Pan-Africanism. Is that not the quietest or the least delved into subject in terms of on any platform? I don't hear people talking about the spiritual aspect of Pan-Africanism apart from you, Shakara. Let's be real, man.
I would say that and for obvious reasons, yeah, the food, clothing, and shelter issues, yeah, and those that relate to those have dominated the space. It's not that but there's an obvious reason for that. Yeah, when you're dealing with people that can't yam, yeah, what's it called? And economies that are mash up, it's difficult to talk to them about higher spiritual development and all these things. Yeah,
I know, but it's like saying, the basement is flooded, but we're not going to deal with the source of where the water come from. We're just going to try and.
But if you're literally in the basement and the basement is flooding, telling people to meditate and get in tune with themselves may not be a priority right now.
No, that's not the mentality.
That's
the
right.
No. You can't twist. That's the wrong analogy. If you're in the basement and it's flooding, you want to know where the water's coming from.
Exactly, but I'm saying,
this is what I'm saying. We are not addressing the source of the flooding, aka the oppression. We're not. We're only dealing with the fact that it's wet and that it's fucking up the sofa. We're not saying where it's coming from. When we deal with where it's coming from, and we become realistic about this, then we can say, okay, listen. Yes, it's a political. Yes, it's an economical. But the actual driving force behind all of these things is a spiritual thing.
But then
we don't want to admit this. We don't want to get
the issue is not admitting it or not. The issue is the segmentation.
It's how you view things.
The Houses of Parliament, the House of Parliament is a political institution, but it's also an economic institution. It's also a spiritual institution.
But I'm saying it would hold no sway without the spiritual. Like, can we just make the people understand this?
But the spiritual wouldn't manifest itself without the political and the economic. Yeah,
I think it's the other way. No, I think it's the other way around.
It's a
symbiotic
It's a symbiotic relationship. Yeah, you don't manifest spiritual power outside of material reality on this existence. Yeah, it doesn't happen. You have to institutionalize it.
No.
You do. You have to. If you want to manifest spiritual power on this plane of existence on Earth, in this temporal zone that we are in right about now, you have to manifest it in institutions of people and resources. That's the only way to do it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
But Shakara, wasn't it Bob Marley that said a hungry man is an angry man?
Is a hungry man.
So ain't that spiritual energy right there? Feeding people and fattening them up is robbing them of their spirituality.
Music generates spiritual vibration, yeah. But music is developed through physical things. You have to play some instrument, yeah, and use some vocal card. You know what I'm saying? So this idea of a distinction or a complete separation between the physical and the spiritual in this sense, that's a I would say it's a Platonian understanding of reality. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Whereas the other understanding of it is that these things are inseparable from each other. That the physical and the spiritual are
You're saying that's right. So if these things are inseparable, how are we focusing? If they're synonymous, inseparable, go hand in hand, indistinguishable.
Let me
Can I say one thing, brother?
No, you lot be patient with me. You lot be patient. Why are we, like, I'm just saying, innit? We need to be addressing something that we're all calling synonymous with physicality. We need to address that with as much vigor and importance. We need to be delving into, exploring, and understanding exactly what different levels this attack comes on. Shaka, you may be more in the loop, you may be more aware, but then I urge you to encourage others to talk about this. I'm thinking about spirits. Brother Terry come up with science. I'm speaking about spirits. Brother Terry coming up with politics. I'm like, it's like, ain't it this, ain't it? No, we're dealing with spirituality. We're dealing with gods, goddesses, spirits, yeah, higher consciousnesses not attached to physicality, higher intelligences, interdimensional. This is what we're dealing with, yeah. But brother Jedi, we're dealing with those that would learn the techniques to turn will into actuality, to use will to affect what we call reality. These are the things that we are under we're under attack by. The world is under attack by. How do we wake up to this reality, encourage others to wake up to this reality? Because it might snap enough people out of their religious stupor. It might make them think, fuck, hold on, what, for real? These men really consulting Duppy. Okay. Well, when I go and I pray and I don't feel like I'm getting that same type of interaction or reaction on my enemy. So maybe I want to go and rediscover something else that gets me more in tune with these elements so that I can use them for my people. I'm not saying that
there's nothing wrong with that.
We should be discussing this openly.
But brother Jedi, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that when it comes to us as a people, right? Because we got to understand how psychologically we have been messed up, is that we seem to focus on these knowledgeable spiritual things and don't realize that use that, have a code of conduct, and get the resources and the military power.
That's a lie, though. That's a whole.
No, okay, brother Jedi.
No. One second. That's not true. We as people are not focusing on the spiritual aspect of this plight. Now, those dead Muslims and dead Christians and dead Buddhists or whatever that have an inactivity because they're waiting for their God to save the day. We're not talking about them, man. They're not even in the game. They're not even fighting for us.
But we're doing it now, brother Jedi. We're doing it now. The Abrahamic followers, and even, no disrespect to my family members, even the African spirituality, it's used as a way to just focus and don't get the resources. You understand what I'm saying?
100% I agree. Emina, yeah, the reality that there's two levels of this thing. None of us, I shouldn't say none of us, on the whole as a people, not enough of us are focusing on any of these things that we should be focusing on, that we need to be focusing on. So I don't think it's a case whereby, like, when we're not living in a world.
I see the focus on the
Hear me go again. We're not living in a world whereby there's a great mass majority of black people who are clued up about the political, economic reality of the world in which we live, but they're neglecting to deal with the spiritual. That's not what we're dealing with. Yeah, most.
I would say the majority, though. Huh? The majority of the Pan-African movement is an economical, political movement. That's the majority of Pan-Africanists.
I would say that.
I know certain Pan-Africans don't even believe in spirits. They're more akin to atheists, black atheists than that. They're Pan-African.
Now we're going into a next conversation in terms of what is spirit. right? Because what is spirit is not there's no universal idea of what spirit is. Yeah, like people have different concepts of, and cultures have different concepts of what.
Right, but I'm saying the Bilderberg group, yeah, the Council for Relations, the Skull and Crossbones, these Masonic fraternities, they seem to be on one accord about what the fuck spirit is. They're not arguing, and they're on top, and we got our. Well,
maybe soldiers, but those same institutions, to whatever extent they influence world politics, are acting through institutions like the American government, the United Nations, the French government, the IMF.
What do you think came first? What do you think came first? The military ability, the political ability, or the spiritual knowledge? What do you think came first? It's the spiritual knowledge that's giving them the power to have dominance over us.
I'm saying that there is no spiritual knowledge that is enacted upon on this realm that is not manifested in other institutions. Yeah, there is no spiritual knowledge that came. Put it this way.
Run that one again. Run that one again.
There is no spiritual knowledge on this plane of existence. Yeah, that has any power that is not manifested in other institutions. Yeah, the church is an institution. If there are Masons operating in the church, then the church is the institution that gives them their power. Yeah, or through which they enact their power. That's just how it goes, right? So so the point, the question then becomes, because I think Brother Kale was alluding to this before, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he said something like that basically the analysis has to include a program of action. Yeah, like, so based upon this idea of what I believe the problem is, what am I then going to do, yeah, to remedy this problem? Is that where you're going with it, Brother Kel?
That's exactly
Kel, from what I've seen, Kel's with me on this one. That military comes first, and everything follows.
When it comes to,
am I wrong, Kel?
Military comes first.
Yeah, brother, you're absolutely wrong. I said political science, military science is synonymous with one another. You know, you have to proper. Go on, Shakara, I don't know.
So all I'm saying is, so that the idea is that when you analyze a problem, then it implicit in the problem that you're analyzing comes certain solutions. So when we say, all right, the IMF and the World Bank are institutions that are used to destroy our economies. Yeah. So we understand, based upon that analysis, we understand that we have to relinquish the power of the IMF and the World Bank in terms of its control over our economic policies. Yeah. Whether that be in relation to natural resources or distribution of wealth and so on and so forth. Yeah. Then we say, all right, so if we're going to get rid of those people, what are we going to replace those policies with? So from when you look at Pan-Africanism from a cultural perspective, the answer then becomes, well, we have to control our resources and our economy based upon that which is indigenous to us, or is developing and evolving that which is indigenous to us. Then the extension of that is, okay, well, what is indigenous to us? Well, we have economic systems that are based around our spiritual ideals, that are based around our understanding of the cosmos and our place in the cosmos. Yeah, because there is no African spirituality or spiritual tradition that is outside of nature. Yeah, that exists without a consideration for nature, natural forces, and that informs.
Why is that? Why is that? Because nature came from the spiritual. Everything's got a pecking order in reality. The spirit first, material second. So when we're talking about dealing with the material aspects of our bondage and our oppression before dealing with the spiritual aspect, I've got to laugh at you lot. You lot being narrow-minded.
But no one's saying
so why are we fighting? Let's talk about it then. We keep going back to
I don't agree though, bro. I think a lot of people talk about the spiritual. And I agree with Kale. But as well, sorry, you're gonna hear more discourse.
Have we spoken about it today?
Sorry, gents. You're gonna hear more discourse, yeah, about devils and demons. Yeah.
Cuz.
Hold on.
Cuz.
You're gonna hear more
discourse. But I'm talking to you from an elevated I'm talking to you, Shakira, from your elevated position of knowledge. Let's not keep going back into what those that are trapped in the devils and demons and.
No, hear what I'm saying.
Go on, bro.
You're gonna hear more talk, yeah, about devils and demons, yeah, secret societies, Illuminati, and so on and so forth, yeah, among, yes, most black people than you're gonna hear about the IMF and the World Bank and the World Trade Organization and the Council on Foreign Relations. Yeah?
Nah, that's not necessarily true because that's not necessarily true, especially when we look at our brothers, for instance, in America. A lot of them are not enamored by that spookism. They see it as spookism. You try to speak it to them, they're telling you, brother, I'm a Mason. Brother, hold on. They're telling you, brother, I'm a Mason. Brother, I'm an Eastern Star. Brother, it don't go like that. Brother, let's deal with land. Let's deal with getting our reparations. Let's deal with like, come on, bro. Like, it's way more about.
Brother Jedi.
One second. The conversation is by far more about, and this is to people that actually want to make a difference. The conversation is far more about practical solutions and steps than about the spiritual aspects of the bondage. So I don't think you're right. If you're dealing with general people that just want to talk about conspiracies and the Illuminati and they want to tell you Bobby Schmurder's in the Illuminati and that, we ain't talking to them people. But other people understand, regardless of what name you want to put on these organizations, the fact is that they are heavily reliant on spiritual aspects of reality that we, as a people, have been kind of kept away from and told not to really discuss. Let's not talk about sensational, is Jay-Z an Illuminati because he's doing the diamond? Not those type of people, bro, but those that understand, like, for instance, from the aspect of Haitian Revolution and things like that, they understand that there's a spiritual factor to this war.
But you do know that the popularization of voodoo as and its role in the Haitian Revolution, that narrative is a Pan-African narrative, right? That was popularized by Pan-Africanists.
That's right.
What's that? What's the point, though?
You're making the argument that people that are Pan-African are not dealing with the spiritual thing, and I'm saying to you that you're using an example that was popularized by Pan-Africanists.
It was by a small percentage, and none of them are talking about, okay, so this is what we're doing, this is what we're involved in, and this is how we're gonna fight back spiritually.
That example reinforces
I have heard this conversation about blah blah blah. Yet the masses are not focused on that at all as a pathway to liberation. They're more focused on, okay, so I'm gonna get my business up, then I'm gonna go to Gambia. Everyone wants to go to Gambia or Ghana, and we're gonna do this, and I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go to this meeting. One second. We're gonna go to this meeting and that lecture and this lecture and that lecture. But the fact is, look, man, you got Brother Terry leading our people into the Masonic fucking lodge.
That's it.
Hold on. So they can look at the pretty pictures and the pretty artifacts and join Masonry.
And
but this
talk about
Masonry
science.
thing is, wait though, bro. But Masonry is a key arm of the agenda of this entity, that is not putting them forward. Yeah, he's putting whoever worked for him the best forward, which seems to be the European at the moment. Everyone's saying Jedi, but I hope people taking on what I'm saying.
Yeah,
my brother would rather us become Masons, then talk to us about the spiritual warfare that we could
One sec, Jedi. Based upon the analysis that you just put forward, what is the program of action that is implicit in your analysis?
Say that again, please, brother.
Based upon the analysis that you just put forward, what is the program of action?
The program of action would be those who know and those who are aware to actually get realistic with people. Stop trying to come down to their level and deal with them and talk to them about strictly materialistic aspects of the war that we are under or we are in, and highlight the spiritual aspects too. And let's talk about that like it's as real as the politics is. Who to vote, or do you know what I mean? Or how to spend our money, or blah 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 blah. or how to send the barrel, or let's do this, recreate the Black Star Line or whatever. Yeah, let's talk about the spiritual aspects of it. And
do you give way for the fact that your understanding of the spiritual aspects of the fight may not be the same as somebody else's understanding of the spiritual aspects of the fight? And
that's why we talk about
it. But that's different though from saying that people are not talking about the spiritual.
Yeah, no, it is because we're not talking about it en masse. It's not. Listen, bruv, just because you and a small few people go and do your rituals and do your thing, and you're into the spiritual aspect of what of your Pan-Africanism or your Africanism, your African spirituality, you're dealing with that, whether right or wrong, whether I agree or not. That's what you are dealing. I'm saying other people need to come to terms with this aspect and understand that it is just as real as who you're going to vote for or who you're going to connect to business with in Gambia. It's just as necessary because our enemies see that aspect of reality as more real than the one that we're dealing with on a day-to-day. More real than the fiat currency.
And the statement that you just made, I'm saying that there are people that deal with it on a spiritual level that will probably disagree with what you just said. They may not see the fundamental thing as the Illuminati or Freemasonry in all its forms. There are some
business. I could show them. We could discuss it. And I could show them. Terry the Freemason can't argue with me.
Now he's mentioning my name. Jedi.
Yeah, because you're on the thing. You're on the panel.
No, Jedi.
Every time I'm talking about spirituality, voodoo man, you top voodoo man. Every time I speak about spirituality, one second. Every time I mention and I want to get into a conversation about spirituality and spirits, you keep talking about politics or science or some other shit.
Because you're not understanding where I'm coming from.
All right, go on. Tell me. I'm listening.
Because, as I said, the first notion that you said about Americans, that Americans just deal with the situation, that's slightly false, because every aspect of what they do or they push forward, they go back to that spirituality way of life. Most of them, if you go into America, they've got Olatunji village. A lot of these Pan-Africans, they will still go back to the spirituality, even though politics is in the forefront, because it's politics is how you're dealing with the European.
What spirituality are we going back to? Because this sounds vague. What we talking
because
about? I hate the vague shit, man. What are you talking about, bro? What spirituality are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you on about?
It's what you understand what spirituality is. No,
and this is what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna fall into your... No.
You're not on code, yeah. You're not on code. Now, what I notice is, yeah, you men are on code. Hold on. You men are on code, but you're not on code with us. You're on code on your own thing. You got the Mason code, bro. So then speak in plain language. Then.
How do you get to know your enemy?
Speak in plain language.
Hold on. How do you get to know your enemy?
Tell me.
Don't you go and find out and do research and study them
and join their institutions?
To do research to get into an
Did you have to become a Mason to find out what the European was on?
Who said I'm a Mason though?
Brother, come on, let's not do this, man.
Yeah, but who said I'm a Mason? No.
Let me ask you a better question. Okay, let me ask you. Because I understand you're under no obligation to tell me the truth about your masonry or not, right?
I'm a Yoruba man that goes under the Ifa traditions. I do Ifa. I don't do masonry.
You don't do masonry.
Right, let me show you something.
What you're saying? Your tours of the Lodge of Stock now.
No, I can help you with this, right? I can help you with this, yeah, because it sounds like what you're saying, for me, right, is that there's not enough talk about masonry. Yeah, not spiritual.
Nah, forget Mason. Hold on. No, don't do that.
Wait. Hold on. Because I'm saying, because the spiritual conversation is very well established, and I said,
let me be clear: the Freemasons are not on the side of my sovereignty. They're not on the side of my freedom. Yeah, and me being an Igbo man, that would be classed as black. So clearly, anyone that has an affinity with
Do you know that the Igbo people have a high form of practicing masonry?
Of course I know that. Am I in it?
Now, understanding what it is.
Is that good? Is that good?
Question of what is Mason?
Is that good? Is that helping them? Is that helping the Igbo people? That masonry that they practice. That masonry that they're practicing, is it helping the Igbo people?
No. In forms of the political structure. Hold on. In the forms of
masonry don't help us.
No, but the forms of the political structure, what they do in the fact that, okay, let's look at masonry and then look at what it produces in forms of guilds. Everything that you go into an educational institution is under that.
It creates vacuums of information and power. It furthers class divides.
It's a hierarchical structure.
It creates a hierarchical structure. It creates elites, and then it leaves the others. It leaves the others outside. Hold on. It leaves the others outside as the profane and the spiritually illiterate.
But do you go
That's
to
what
school?
masonry does. It don't help.
Hold on. Do you go to school?
Nah, hardly.
Get out of here.
Hardly. You want me to lie?
People are homeschooling their children,
bro. You want me to lie? I did more jail than I did school. You want me to lie?
Yeah, I know, Jedi. I know you from a long time.
Right, exactly. So you asked me a direct question. Did you go to school? Did you go to school? And I said hardly. Hardly.
Yeah,
that's
hardly.
true.
I know you said
what it is. All right. So let me say this here. The spiritual conversation as it takes place within the Pan-African discourse is largely centered around how we restore our indigenous spirituality.
Right. That's a good convo.
As a tool of and within a Pan-African context, we're talking specifically as a tool of war, and reconstruction of our civilizations, and it doesn't even presume that all of our spiritual systems or any of our spiritual systems were perfect. All right, this is not a claim that any African spiritualist would make, but that is the level of this that is the context in which that conversation is going to take place. So if it is being said that the conversation of Freemasonry is not the most popular among Pan-Africanists, there's an extent to which I'd agree with that. Not to say that it doesn't happen, but when the Pan-Africanist studies secret societies, they're discussing secret societies as they manifest themselves in institutions of government and economics in the world, not abstractly, but concretely, right? Because we're looking at solving issues of food, clothing, and shelter, and cultural reformation.
I just know that I'm dealing with a man that said we need to focus on building up an army, and I'm telling him, well, in the Ministry,
we do.
Yeah, cool. But in the Ministry of Defense headquarters, they have a libation room. So as far as I'm concerned, at the top of military structure, they're dealing with spirits. So everything else that you lot are chatting about is you're trying to downplay. Like the white man, the European, your enemy is on this shit and has never put it down. Yeah. And then we're saying, oh, let's just focus on this side of things. It doesn't make sense. We have to focus on all of it. Because like you said, the two things are synonymous. And in some way, when we're dealing with the black people, we're actually telling them to separate them in their mind and say, okay, I mean, they've got us on lock because of the military might.
No, but
they've got the military might. They've got the military might and know-how and position of loftiness through spiritual acquisition.
But brother Jedi, the European is in power.
I'm not saying Jedi, but you're ignoring what I'm saying. Why do you keep saying
I heard
Jedi?
what you said, brother.
You're not addressing me.
I heard what you said, brother. But you got to understand, brother, from a political scientific aspect, is that the Europeans are in power because they practice their race first, brother. This is what you got. It doesn't matter if they're in Illuminati, brother.
The European practices
the Illuminati and Europeanized it.
Did you say the European practice their race first? Who told you that?
Who told
you that? Who told you? No, wait, stop.
1 minute, 1 point at a time, man.
Who told you that, Kel?
Well, that's why that is why the system privileges white people and culture was put in the first.
There's black people, Asian people, Chinese people in every walk of fucking power that you could think of, bro.
No,
Don't ever.
The head of it, brother Jedi, the head of it is the Europeans, brother. They practice their race.
You'd like it to be. You'd like it to be because that fits your narrative. That fits your narrative of us against them, white men against black men.
No.
And the head, no, listen, man. The head of the bad guys has to be a European for you to get your head around it. Yeah.
No, but brother, that's the reality.
I wouldn't be surprised if the head of the bad guys, the head of the human ranking of bad guys was some black Africans, indigenous.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
or some Arab. Could have been an Arab.
The spirits don't have no nationality. The spirits don't have no country. The spirits don't have no color. They will appear to you in a form that is appeasing to your ego and your psyche.
And if you have more military and economical power, which the Europeans have, then they can capitalize on that and propaganda their type of Illuminati, which is happening today, brother Jedi. That's why we as
round,
what we want to
the
do.
other way round. The military might don't come before the spiritual might. It's the other way round. What are you talking about? Brother Terry, can you tell them that I'm chatting sense, please?
No, but
because I know you agree with me. Are you going to tell me military might? One second, Brother Terry, are you going to tell me the military might comes before spiritual might?
No, but you're having two different conversations, Jedi. Yeah, that is the point. That is the point that is being made. The reality is, that because I'm not sure what you're defining as spiritual power, and I'm saying, that spiritual power manifests in people, right, and institutions, So and I've already said that from an African spiritual point of view, our politics and so on and so forth is guided by our spiritual ideals. That's not a problem for me. But the idea that we need a military is not something that stands against my spiritual ideals. It stands in line with it. Yeah. When we go to war, when you use the idea of the Haitian Revolution, their ritual prior to going into military battle didn't prevent them from going into military battle. They understood that they need to pick up arms, and fight and kill some boy,
So Shaka, you're saying that it's already there. You're saying the spiritual element is already there. You're just waiting to.
It has to be a part of whatever it is that we're doing. So we don't say, well, let's not. We don't say we're gonna do politics or we're gonna do spirituality. We're gonna do economics or we're gonna do spirituality. We're gonna do military or we're gonna do spirituality, or we're gonna wait to do spirituality before we do military. We do all of these things,
But Sakura,
the spirituality is endemic in all of these expressions.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Shaka.
Sorry, brother Shaka. I'm not even disrespecting. I literally had someone call me just now. So can you just repeat your last sentence or something?
Oh no. It was. I said it so articulately and eruditely.
Sorry, man. It always works like that. Sorry, my bad.
You're gonna get lost. I don't know if I can repeat the poetry. You know what I'm saying?
No, but
say.
All I'm gonna say is use the Bookman as an the example.
Of course.
We know General Bookman. We know that he was a Muslim. We know that, but that doesn't get away from the fact.
You use Bookman. I'm gonna use Bookman. I'm gonna use Jack Parsons. Right. So you can have Bookman, and I'm gonna deal with the guy that created JPL jet propulsion rockets that are getting things to leave the stratosphere and shit like that. I'm gonna deal with the people that deal with NASA, who if there's ever a war between Africa and the world or the black man in the world, NASA, these so-called satellites and all this technology will be utilized. And these people deal with the occult. So while you're chatting physical, no, bro. You're blind. No, bro. You're taking people into the lodge. No. You're taking people into the lodge, showing them needles. No. Wait. No.
Jedi.
Sometimes I wonder, do you not want us to be aware of
Bookman? Hold on, because Bookman was a Muslim, but he used a Yoruba tradition to able to uprise the people.
First of all, I'm saying
let's talk about it.
Bookman. I'm saying that Bookman was a Hungan, the Vudan Hungan. That's what I'm saying.
So is he a Muslim or a Hungan? Which one is he?
But the reality is,
is he doing voodoo or Islam?
No, he was the ceremony that was conducted prior to the Haitian the military engagement of the Haitian Revolution was a Verdun ceremony that he was a priest in. Him and Cecile Fatima. It was a Verdun ceremony.
He's a priest in Verdun, so he's not a Muslim then.
Well, there is some idea that he may have been a Muslim and he used to carry a Quran. Yeah. And most of that research is coming from Sylvia and A. Diop. But I don't think she makes it conclusive that he was.
Yeah, but and that's what I was saying to you.
But it doesn't get away the fact that the core was to liberate the African people.
Bookman didn't say throw away the image of the white man's God and we're going to do it, by staying in Boakeman and doing a ritual.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say to you.
And during the military engagement, there was ritual being done all the time, and the spirituality was followed the military engagement. They didn't wait to spiritualize before they militarily engaged. They spiritually and militarily engage at the same time. That is the point. So we don't.
What was Bookman's aim? Let me get to this. What was Bookman's aim? What was his fight?
To liberate African people.
All right, and that went well, didn't it?
It went very well.
Well, excuse me.
Very well.
Is this from the same KO that says we don't own anything in Africa and we don't have any?
No, if you let me finish
that's
the
too different. That's too different. That's too no.
Yeah,
this is the point.
Exactly.
We're expecting Bookman to have achieved the entire goal, and for that goal, to have preserved itself until today, And if it doesn't preserve,
it seems to be working for the white man, though. Their goal seems to be once their goal is installed, it's working for this day.
You have to consider, Bookman and the people in Haiti as a part of the overall.
I fully understand that. I fully understand that. But the point is, Haiti is a graveyard. Yeah,
but brother Jedi, look what happened when
Haiti's a graveyard. They've literally dismantled Haiti. They've shot fucking missiles into the crust in Haiti.
Haiti was your example, you know.
Causing. But listen to what I'm saying to you, bro. Like I'm saying, it's not permanent. We're not dealing with this. So you got an anecdotal scenario. We got an ongoing conflict from then till now that we are on the losing end of.
Which is why Pan-Africanism is needed, brother Jedi, because when the Haitian Revolution did what they did, the rest of us as a people didn't help them against the sanctions, which is 100%. Why Pan-Africanism, once again, is needed.
That's a solid point that you made.
The rest of the world wasn't even as accessible as it is now. So it's not like man got a tweet saying, "Yo, it's kicking off in Haiti. Come and go support them."
No, but people knew. No. But what he's saying is correct. Yeah, what he's saying is correct.
You're not being realistic. Africa's a big continent. No, you're not being realistic, bro. Now we have these opportunities to speak to and galvanize larger groups of people than we ever did. I'm saying we need to return some of this conversation back to what is the spiritual design and aspect of our oppression and suppression. That's what I'm saying.
Look what happened.
Have made themselves rich of talking about money and finances and joining this. We don't want no more Dr. Umars. We don't want no more wax lyrical chatty mouth man. Get me?
But brother Jedi, look what happened to Jean-Jacques Josselin when Napoleon Bonaparte, when he said to him, "Oh, now that you have led a great army, you're a Frenchman, right? And you're Christian, and look what happened to him. As soon as he used the religion, spirituality and that, look what happened to him. That's why, brother, no due respect to no one, have the religion, but Pan-Africanize the intention to liberate black people.
No religion. Religion is not being mentioned by me. I'm not talking about religion. When I'm talking about what I'm talking about, I ain't talking about religion. I hear you. The nature of the threat, your nature of your enemy are highly spiritual people. Yeah. Highly spiritual, in tune and in touch people. They have not left their spirituality to the side to forsake us and to forsake it for materialism. That's our curse. It's not theirs. They only make it seem like that to promote it to us. They have never left the spirituality to the side. So, like I said, in the Ministry of Defense, they have a libation room where they pour libations, probably to the same entities that we think we're pouring libations to when Uncle Jim dies. I want us to get realistic about what is actually happening on the under the surface level of the physicality.
You're saying realistic about what is
I want us
happening in secret societies, right?
Sorry?
You're saying to be realistic about what is happening in secret societies, yeah,
and the effects, and whose orders are they following? What agenda are we following? Yeah, as to explain which direction we're heading in.
But the effects can only be charted in material terms, in realities of institutions. Yeah,
that's right.
So if you're measuring the effects of these people, then you're measuring it according.
I come to find out you man are not spiritual, you know. You man just talk about it and we're rare, but every time I talk about spirituality, you keep telling me it can only be measured in reality and the flesh, and it's like, brother,
I'll tell you why, brother Jedi.
I fully understand that we are flesh and blood.
It's not,
but it's like you men are not serious, bro. You men are not
brother
serious.
Jedi, the reason why I'm like that.
You said you were the one saying you were the one who said measure the effects. I never said measure the effects. Yeah, and I'm saying that if you're going to measure the effects, then once you say measure the effects, you're talking about looking at the outcomes on this plane of existence. That's what it is. Yeah. So when it comes to being spiritual or not, it's not that man's not spiritual. Maybe
Chaka, do you believe in the creator? You believe in the creator, Chaka?
Let me finish.
Do you actually believe in a creator?
But brother Jedi, whether he believes in the creator or not,
you care.
situation of the people.
I want to understand. I want to know what your paradigm is when we're talking about spirits, spirituality, religion. You've kept that secret.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
you've kept that secret, Kel. So I can't even understand. We can't get on the same page. I told you this before.
Brother Jedi,
we're supposed to be holding hands. We're supposed to be holding hands around the coast of Africa, right? And getting on one accord. You won't even tell me what you believe in when it comes to spirits, God, and religion and things of that nature. We can't even find a common ground. The only thing you said,
I told you what I believe in.
You said you believe in a creator that goes by many names. I said, can you give me one name? You couldn't give me one.
But brother, I told you what I believe in. Right?
And this is how you lot benefit by making things obscure, by not explaining, not being clear, not being concise, hiding behind mumbo jumbo and triple speak. I want to know what God do you believe in?
But brother Jedi, I told you already.
Me and Shaka, it might be the God that me and Shaka have to go and pray and bun out.
Yeah,
I need to know who you're praying to. Your God might be oppressing my people.
Yeah, but brother Jedi, right? I told you already, psychologically, when it comes to black people with the God strategy, we are hopeless, brother. Right, and we use intervention to prevent us from doing things for ourselves instead of keep the creator. You will never ever, or due respect to you, bro, you'll never find, even in the past, the Abrahamic faiths or the non-Abrahamic faiths, where they just relied on the creator for him to do everything. They all relied on the creator and did working, brother.
Too much energy, my Pan-African brother. We're in unison. We want the best for our people. I want to know what you believe in.
Brother, I believe in that all people, whether they're dark, light, whether they speak a different language, that they're one people. The second, I believe in self-determination. The third,
you have to understand
one people. Did I ask you if we believe in one people? See what I mean about the distractions and the triple speak and you struggle to answer. Sorry, Shaka. You struggle to answer a straightforward question. So I have to wonder, are we even having a straightforward conversation? Because you're throwing in twists and turns when I'm answering you.
If you can allow me to finish, right, brother Jedi, all due respect to brother Shakara, is because religion, brother, has a way, for some reason, to divide us and to put us in these categories, and it removes us from the
evasiveness. Your intellectual dishonesty and your evasiveness is what will divide us. I'm asking you a straightforward question.
My intellect and honesty is true to my people that I don't want to use religion. I don't want to use religion to control you.
Where are you from? Where are you from? Exactly. You can't tell us where you're from. You can't tell us what you believe in. I don't know what you look like, but you want to talk to me about Pan-Africanism and us being on one accord, and you holding all these secrets. I don't even know who the fuck you are. And this is the problem with Pan-Africanism.
There's no hidden agenda.
No, stop. There's no organization that is realistic in.
Sorry, can I say something? Yeah, can I say something?
Go on, brother.
Right? I feel like certain things need to be understood. Yeah, for a long time, the religious and spiritual focus of our people has been based in waiting for saviors to come. Yeah, God or somebody to come and save us. Yeah. And
that's cool. You don't just swap that for Marcus Garvey, man, and his teachings.
All right, yeah, that's a nice one. But let me finish, and then maybe I'll come back to that statement. Yeah. All right. What's it called? So
Jesus got swapped for a Mason, man.
So indeed. So
I love Jedi, you know. Jedi,
yeah, you gotta love me, man. Come on, man. Let's turn this up. Now go on, Shaka. You know it's all due respect. It's all respect, man.
No, well, put it this way: if there are, because the reality is, if one considers adherence to Marcus Garvey the same as adherence to Jesus, then we'll have to look at what each taught and how that, and especially in a context like this, yeah. And what
yeah, Albert Pike taught him, that you can outwardly act like you are a follower of Christ, but secretly you keep at the 32nd, at the 31st, 32nd, and 33rd degrees. Secretly, you have to stick to the Luciferian doctrine. This is explained.
But again, the question then becomes but we're discussing Christ and Luciferian as though they don't come from a perspective. Yeah,
they don't.
Right. They do. They do. Right?
The Christ consciousness is outdates anything you're gonna put in the way. It doesn't. Nah, man.
That gives us Christ. Yeah. Because why is it that Christ is the thing to follow?
It's not. No one's saying that. No one is saying that. I'm not saying that.
That comes from, but then whether somebody is claiming to be worshiping Christ and following the Luciferian doctrine or not,
it
should be neither here nor there, because
it is here or there, because the Luciferian doctrine actually is something. No. The Luciferian doctrine is actually a thing. It doesn't have to relate to the Bible. You understand? This is an ancient thing we're dealing with.
Bro. Lucifer, sorry, Lucifer is not
simply means light bearer. You could use any name. We could use Ra, we could use Baal, we could use many names, bro. Stop that silliness. Stop that silliness, man. No. You're not doing that. You're not gonna make this to be about Christianity. I told you this ain't about religion. This is about spirituality. Now, the people that have their foot on your neck and my neck, the people that have their foot on your neck and my neck, they refer to. Okay, we can use Jarbulon if you prefer.
Lucifer
we can use Jarbulon if you prefer. We can use Baal if you prefer. What do you want to use?
All of those concepts come from particular cultures. Yeah.
Yes, they do. Ancient cultures, a mixture of ancient cultures, which make up the mystery schools, which teach the initiates. Knowledge that gives them dominion over us, the profane and uninitiated. It's the whole point I'm making.
But Jedi,
not all of them
tell them that I'm telling the truth, bro. Are you not saying Jedi's right?
First of all, not all of them are ancient, and even those that are, the ancient understanding of them may not be the same as the
allow it, man. Go in the lodge and tell them that.
But that's the reality, bro. Like we cannot act as though the ancient understanding of Lucifer is the same as the modern day understanding of Lucifer, and our modern day understanding is not derived from political, cultural, and social institutions.
Shakara.
So Shakara, are you saying because Lucifer ain't African, you're not dealing with him?
Let me
Is that what
finish
you're saying, Shaka?
My brother.
But you and I know when they learn the Lucifer.
Hold on. Let me finish.
It's not going to take away the fact that they practice their race first to keep their people in charge.
No, they don't. They don't.
They fully do. But
they do. They do, Jay.
They don't.
Bro.
No, they don't.
The race is their religion.
No, they don't. On the petty surface that you are looking, you may consider that. But once we get into the reality of what these groups are, what the agendas are, and what they actually represent, you can see that this transcends color,
Race,
and color
yeah.
is race, and this
Yeah.
simply is the tool to help to keep us in our positions so that the agenda can effectively be carried out. It is simply another smoke screen. Behind it, color is not the issue. Bloodline might be an issue, but color and race is not the issue. So some of you that think that you're going to go to Nigeria and pray to a Nigerian spirit, dickhead, as if any spirit was born in Lagos. Yeah? They appear to you
Let him speak.
They appear to you to appease your cultural ego, your cultural sense of self, and your archetypes. They've got archetypes that they will appear to you in. Parapsychology.
I just want to
we hold certain images in our subconscious. And
That's
when
right.
beings hold on, man. When beings from a higher form of consciousness communicate with us, they can often use images and parables and draw references.
100%.
Bruv, you're not even listening. You're not even listening. I don't. You're not even listening. I'm dropping gems on you. I ain't chatting shit once. I ain't even chatting shit once. You can't even hush and hear what I'm saying. Yeah.
Do you remember you cut me in it?
I do. I don't care.
But Shaka, let's accept that this is Jedi's area of expertise, that he's fully researched it. So why can't we just listen and learn?
What makes you feel like
racism is my expertise? Like, what are we talking about?
Let's all take a turn in it. This is like the cabinet.
Well, listen. Well, that means that you've got a very, very narrow field of expertise, because there's a lot more going on in this reality than racism. Yeah. That's the bottom rung. But I understand you're my foundational black American brother on one hand, and on the other hand, you're African, and on the other hand, I understand you're just trying to figure out. Hold on, you're just trying to figure out your identity. Hold on, man. You're trying to figure out your identity so you can find out what your standing is in this world. I get it. It was made. The system was designed for you to feel that way. Keep you on your back foot. Always have you guessing who you are. I get it. So the paradigm of racism is the one that speaks most to your psyche, because it's the one that you've been encouraged.
That I experienced. The one that I experienced.
You've been encouraged. It's not just what you've experienced, bro. It's how you've adopted the experience of life as well. How you filtered the experience of life. Undoubtedly, you have faced X amount of racism. Now, do you think that this racism you felt and have observed has been do you think there's been any real attempts to hide that from you? No. Do you think they want you to forget that slavery took place in Tennessee? Do you think they ever? No. Everything that they do is a systematic Hegelian dialectic technique, technique to keep you in a position where you are always fighting against this nigger slave moniker that they try to throw on us. So then we've got something to prove. It makes us more
Black History Month. Black History Month. You ain't never going to get it.
The more emotional we are, the more controllable we are. Hence why the Black American to this date is not a fucking
citizen.
I'm talking, bro.
It's true. It's true what he's saying.
Say what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, but
oh my God, let me just.
Why can you cut a man when he's flowing, bro? He's on a good flow. Let him flow.
Stop caping.
It ain't about caping. It's about you had the equal point.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Yeah,
I was
talking to Born Rich, and I'm saying,
is that not allowed?
You know what, man? I can see what you lot are on still. You lot don't like the truth. Anyway, Born Rich. Hence why the number one weapon used against the Black American is race and racial identity, racial politics, or identity politics. This is the number one tool used against many people that are put in a position where they're supposed to feel like the minority or the oppressed or the back foot. They utilize this to keep us in this state of high emotion. When we're in a high emotional state, we stop accessing our logic, our rational thinking, and our intelligence to the nth degree that we could. That makes us more controllable. It puts our brain in a certain wave. It makes us more easy to control. This is why the Black American and the Black African is not a threat to destabilizing the global system of control that we are all suffering in.
Straight.
That's a massive point you just made.
yeah, if I may,
come on, man.
Yeah, but once we unite, no matter what we unite up under, then we will become the
if I may finish saying what I was trying to say, yeah. The reality is that well, because the reason why I'm saying that these things are ideals and ideas that are put forward by a culture, yeah. There are certain ideas and ideals that are put forward as universal, right? And it's this idea that this is the only way to God, and all of these other things are the devil. All right. And the same paradigm that taught those things is the same paradigm from which a lot of the iconography and the terminology and the ideas that we're associating with the terms that we're using comes from. Yeah. So in order to analyze positive and negative, good and evil in the world, I analyze it in the sense of Christ and Lucifer. And Christ and Lucifer is a paradigm that was presented to us, yeah, by a particular school of thought, yeah, that had particular institutions that immortalized this understanding of the world through those institutions. And we're regurgitating them often whilst claiming not to be one, religious, and two, challenging the dominant order. One second.
If you study a cult, you will just know that's not true what you're saying. What you're saying is a straight lie.
What the occult is a terminology, again, that comes from a particular culture, a particular idea that was tried to differentiate.
It just means hidden knowledge, bruv. Stop that.
Let him finish. Let him land.
So if it just means hidden knowledge, then anything can be the occult. Any knowledge that is hidden can be the occult. But we're talking about spirituality. And I'm saying that in the context of a spiritual conversation, yeah, the terminology the occult was put forward by a specific culture.
No, it weren't.
Yeah, it was. We're speaking English.
My word. I speak English. If I was somewhere else, I'd use a different word. I'm English. You're playing semantics with yourself.
Let me finish. I'm dropping bars. I'm dropping gems. Are you not listening? All right.
You seem to be skirting around the subject.
Hold on.
Man, why is the non-African talk?
This is what I was trying to say way down the line. Right? Hold on a second. Hold on. Right. All of these terminologies were put forward by particular groups of people that wanted to draw a differentiation between what other people were doing and what they were doing to give themselves the prestige in spiritual matters. That is the fact. Yeah. All of these paradigms that we're using, right? So if we're talking about it from a Pan-African level and the level of Black people, yeah, we say, well, actually, let's look at the entire paradigm. We may not have no Lucifer in our famous spiritual system, yeah. Lucifer don't matter.
Your spiritual system ain't running the world. Your spiritual system ain't even running your ends. Allow it, bro. Your spiritual system ain't doing shit. Your spiritual system has been slapped up. Listen, all of your spiritual systems have been slapped up by the Europeans.
I know I should join you.
What you not believe in.
I know I should do with you. I should join you and do with Christ, innit? Christ and
I'm not on Christ, so you're doing what is known as straw manning. I told you already I'm not on Christ. I said this earlier. You need to stick on that. That's why you went back to this Christ Lucifer paradigm, even though I tried to free you from that. I gave you ancient names. I gave you ancient non-Latin names, and you went back to Lucifer. I told you that Lucifer simply means a light bearer, and it depicts an ancient. It depicts something ancient. You went back to yesterday, so you're trying to belittle it. Kind of silly. Child game.
One of us that carries lightning. I'm Lucifer. If I click the lighter, then I'm Lucifer. I'm bearing light, right? You know what I'm saying? The reality.
See what you're doing? That's childish.
I know that's what I'm doing, but let me finish.
Either you studied or you didn't study. If you studied, then you know what the light represents.
I'll study, but maybe.
Why are you saying that nonsense for them?
Maybe maybe my study that never led me to your conclusions. Maybe my study of the of spiritual systems outside of the ones that you have studied, doesn't factor.
Which ones?
Bro,
let me ask you something. The spiritual systems that you studied outside of the ones. This is a question to you.
Let me finish.
This is a question to you because I need to understand. You made a statement about studying spiritual systems. I need to clarify something.
Let me finish.
Can you clarify about the spiritual systems that you studied outside of the ones I studied, please?
You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it anyway. So go on.
Can you? You can't, can you?
I'm trying to get your question. What is your question?
All right, thank you. Can you clarify? You said because you've studied spiritual systems outside of the ones I've studied, right? So I'm saying
that's not what I said. I said maybe, yeah, the spiritual systems, that I've studied are different to the ones you studied. And
you said they were outside of the ones I studied, yeah? And that's drawn you to a different conclusion. So I was going to ask you, which spiritual systems outside of the ones that I study that are actually utilized by those that run the world, the material world that you said all that matters is the material world. Everything's got to come through that. This material world, when the black African has, when that black African is at the bottom of the rung, yeah, what spiritual system did you study that these elites are not using?
Right, excuse me, sorry. Because I don't want to get taken off the point I'll try to make, and I'll come back to your question. What the issue is that a lot of our spiritual focus, as a people, generally speaking, has been around waiting for saviors, and the idea that something or someone from somewhere is going to come and save us. Yeah, that has been a lot of the spiritual understanding among Black people. And if you understand the development of Pan-African ideas and ideals, and looking at it from that perspective and the problem that we're trying to be solved there, the idea is that nobody from nowhere now gonna come save me, right?
Outside of Christianity and Islam, nobody else thinks. Outside of Christianity and Islam, nobody else thinks someone's coming to save them. So you want to focus on Christianity and Islam? That's up to you. How many billions of Black people are there on this earth? How many of them believe? Come on, brother. You've been disingenuous with that whole statement.
Yeah. But I haven't finished until you're not listening to what I'm saying. You challenged Kale earlier about focusing on his statement, about focusing on army and military and so on and so forth. I'm trying to contextualize it for you, okay, and where that understanding comes from. Yeah. So listen, just tune in. All right. What's it called? So the idea is that and if you're going to say that nobody apart from Christians and Muslims, well, brother, the majority of us are Christian and Muslim. Yeah. The majority of us come from a Christian or a Muslim outlook on spiritual matters. That's a reality. Yeah. And so coming from that perspective, people are saying, well, why are we waiting for saviors to come and save us? We have to be our own saviors. We have to pick up the plow and the fork, the gun and the knife, and put it to work in the saving of ourselves. Yeah. So coming out of that reality, or trying to address that reality, there are certainly some who said, look, we need to put this spiritual thing into a proper context, or leave the spiritual thing alone, because they're dealing with it in the context of we are not dealing with our conditions because our spiritual focus is catered towards waiting for a savior. Then there are others who actually said, well, actually, no, our spirituality teaches us to look within for our savior. Our spirituality teaches us that we manifest our saving when we organize among ourselves and put certain things to work. Yeah, that's so there are two different ideals, and both
name a deity that you believe exists.
Exists under. Again, so when we're dealing with African spiritual systems, we're not dealing with deities that we believe exist. We're dealing with spiritual. We're dealing with a deeper understanding of natural reality. Yeah. So when we talk about Oshun is literally the river, but it's the essence that makes up the river. It's the essence of life that exists in the river. When we talk about
but that's not your thing, though.
So it's not a being. So it's not a being.
Who told you that it's not my thing? It's not your thing. What are you talking about?
No, I'm asking. Is it a being?
No, that's culture for me, bro.
Is it a being? Is Oshun a being?
I don't understand.
Is Oshun a being with intelligence and sentience?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Because
oh my God.
All of these are people, right?
No, but no, only Shango.
Real life people.
Shango is represented in that way.
Anyway, man.
Shango is the one that's represented in that way. Because
I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, we're not talking about King of Oyo. We're talking about.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that the rest of them is not that. Because
so who was living? Hold on.
Enough man are spiritual. They don't believe in spirits. I've been saying this for like 8 years now. What spirits you believe in? Give me a deity. Give me a consciousness. Give me a intelligence.
You are. Jedi, one sec. Jedi,
we're not talking about the same thing.
Jedi, you asked
talking about a river.
Jedi, you asked man to have the conversation.
Yeah, but I'm saying, are you talking about a river?
Jedi.
Or are we talking about a sentient being? This is what I'm asking you about. I asked you about a deity. You talked to me about a river.
Jedi. Listen, yeah. You said that you wanted to have the conversation on a higher level. Yeah, and
but you're not doing it though.
But you're not doing it.
I asked you a direct question. I said, what deity, what sentient consciousness, what sentient intelligent consciousness are you aware of?
Jedi.
Man, woman, and child.
Jedi.
See what I'm saying?
What?
See what I'm
That's not
saying?
even. Oh my gosh.
No, this is all left. I don't understand what's going on. I understand my culture. Yeah, Olodumare, like the Most High, the God,
and that's
These are all spirits.
Yeah, that's thank you.
There is no
What do you mean there's no
spirits? That's all spirits, man.
So what is Obatala? What is what are you doing?
What is Obatala? What is Obatala?
Who is Obatala? Not what?
Yeah, explain it. Explain what Obatala is.
Well, he's a physical person, is he not?
Where was he physical? Give me a time period.
Here in this realm, this is the mythos of the Yoruba, right? That he was. Hold on 1 second. For some, he was given a chicken and some seeds, and he supposedly spread the seeds on the ground and the chicken. 1 second, bro. One second, bro. Yeah. Some say yes, thank you. Some say in other stories that Finn got drunk on palm wine. What's his name? Obatala. And then they gave the position to Oduduwa. Do you get what I'm saying? So like, there's different mythos, and these are. But hold on, these are real. These are real, supposedly real physical people.
But where did you get
are they not?
Man acting like people are getting people are channeling the river. But man acting like people are doing masquerade. Yeah, taking certain herbs. Yeah, and then channeling the river. No, they're talking to an entity, a consciousness, a sentient intelligence. And I'm trying to get to that point. We're talking about rivers and shit.
But hold on.
Sorry.
I don't care about rivers and shit.
They were giving ovulations and
sacrifices. Because your enemy is dealing with your enemy is dealing with a consciousness that it can question. No, man, no. Please hear what I'm saying, though. Please hear what I'm saying. Please hear. I'm gonna shut up after this. Our enemy directly talks to you by way of physically meeting, channeling, divination, receiving messages, possession, to entities, to consciousnesses that do not seem to be attached to any physical being in this sense of the word. This is what I'm talking about. Sentient intelligence, a spirit. Yeah. Don't tell me about anamorphism. Don't tell me about a metaphor. Don't tell me about a collective essence. If it's not sentient, I don't want to know about it.
Yeah,
so
and you know what?
Let me ask the question again. What deities are you aware of?
Right, Jedi. Yeah. Because I don't like you. Heads to know me by now. I don't do the hype thing in it. Yeah, and we're having a serious conversation. The reality is that you don't seem to want to take into consideration that people have understandings of spirit and spirituality that exist outside of yours. So when it comes to discussing,
I asked you a direct question, though.
Excuse me, please, but I've answered your direct question.
No. I asked you about a sentient.
And again, I can't finish it.
Hold on, 1 second. 1 second.
Bro, if you don't want to have a conversation, just let me know it, and I'll let you talk.
No, but you should speak to his point. He's raised the point. You should speak to that point.
Why are you doing all this long chat? I've asked you one direct question.
I am speaking.
Hold on 1 second, please wait. I've asked you one
No.
I haven't received an answer. Please.
Jedi. He asked you a question, Shaka. He asked you a question, Shaka, man.
You answer the question.
He asked you a direct question, man.
I'm waffling.
Hold on.
Do you or do you not believe in a deity, a sentient intelligence?
Right.
Do you or do you not, bro?
You know what? Sorry. First of all, no one's gonna bully me to ask the question.
Come on, now you're saying, come on, answer
hurry
the
up,
question,
man.
man. Answer the
Go
question,
fucking
man.
day, mate.
Stop side skirting.
Time is money, man.
It shouldn't take this long. It shouldn't.
Hold on, please. If I'm in the middle of saying something and you cut me, interrupt what I'm saying, yeah, and in the midst of interrupting me for a good space of time, you end your interruption by asking me a question, and I can't complete what I was saying until I answer your question. I don't consider that to be a viable discourse. So we're going to try to.
Use the judge, man. The judge is strong in this one.
I get it.
Strong in this one, man.
Don't
get drawn in. Don't get drawn in.
Give it a shot. I just wanted to make. Stay. Wait. Give him a chance.
Get the vibration.
Go for it, Shaka. Please.
No, it's fine. I like to interact in a certain kind of way, and I get that people don't appreciate that all the time, but it's fine. Yeah, I was making a point, and I was interrupted more than once.
Cool. Get back to your point, man. Get back to your point. My bad. Get back to your point.
The cavalry comes on, to reinforce, because even though they don't do what
my bad. Get back to your point. Sorry, my brother. Hold on. I apologize, Shaka. Sorry, get back to your point.
Yeah, you're supposed to be answering a question.
Yeah, don't ask my question. Just get back.
You want to side skirt the sniper. It's all right, man. I'm here with my gun still.
Go on, brother. We listening, bro. Go on, man. Let's mute up.
The reality is, that when I talk about African spiritual systems, all that ain't necessary, innit? But when we talk about African spiritual systems, we're dealing with spiritual ideals that don't fit into the generic boxes that we paint for spirituality, and them kind of things there. So when a man asks me what a spirit is, sentient being and them kind of things there, it must be understood that what the consciousness that you're trying to impose on the spiritual system may not be the consciousness of the spiritual system itself. And so if we're going to have the conversation sensibly, we need to be able to consider that and appreciate that.
Okay. Can you commune with any deities? Can you communicate with any deities?
We commune with anything in nature, spiritually speaking. Right? So that's the reality of the situation. Now because of
nature, though.
Because of the
nature.
But again, if you don't see spirit and spirituality in nature, I get why you make the statement that you're making. But I do, and the spiritual systems that I come from do. So if you don't understand that there is physical water and then there is water spirit, then you won't appreciate what I'm saying. If you don't understand that there is fire and there's fire spirit, then you won't understand you won't appreciate what I'm saying. So if you differentiate it, because your lack of understanding of what I'm saying comes from the fact that you don't equate nature with spirit and spirituality. That's it. But therefore you are not in a position to make a judgment or assess spiritual systems that do that unless you learn about them.
So which spiritual system are you claiming now? Because it's not all one and the same, is it?
Zulu, you're a convert, so you have no say.
That was the original way of voodoo.
He's a convert, you're a Mason. He's a convert, you're a Mason. And what?
Hey, Jedi, what are you? And what do you stand on?
Me, I'm nothing.
If you shut up, he might tell you.
I'll tell you what. Let me tell you now.
These guys are rude.
I'll tell you what I am.
Man.
I'm one of the freest
people.
Right.
They're so rude,
brother. Hold on. I'm one of the freest men that you
have
had.
A free man.
Look at this guy.
Terry's going on like his G block. Calm down, Terry.
Look at this guy, man. Allow it, Terry, you made no good points today. Allow it, Terry,
go on, Jedi.
You only get to do the G block laugh when you made a good point.
I can make my laugh all day long.
I'm saying to you,
I always laugh.
Terry, man.
And as I said,
it's noise right now.
Yeah.
You don't believe in no.
When you have people caping,
bro, just mute up, man.
When you have people caping and we're trying to listen in a Discord and people are caping, it disrupts it.
Who's caping?
Huh? One guy called Sausage and one converter.
Okay.
Oh, God, man disagrees with you.
You're caping.
Oh, yeah, but they are caping though.
Are you
No, we're
caping?
not
I'm not even saying I agree, but they caping.
I'm my own person.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Hello.
Are you caping? Are you caping for Shakara? Are you caping my? Hold on, man. Hold on.
One at a time,
You
please.
better not-
One at a
listen.
time, please.
For you speaking up and going at someone that never said anything contrary to you, they never challenged you, they never said nothing to you. You started telling the man he's a convert. So you caping for Shakara then? Or you just giving your opinion?
He's disturbing what I'm
Are you giving? No, he's not disturbing. He's adding. Just like you are. All right. Anyway,
I can't hear you if he's talking.
Anyway,
brother, brother, it's called facilitating the conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. Stop that. Anyway, let's
That's all it is. Facilitating the smooth flow of a conversation.
All right, Terry. All right, Terry. You've wasted your microphone time by saying absolutely nothing. And this is what you did, laughter. Like I'm not here to listen to laughter.
I like
want to hear some points. No, give the mic back to Shaka.
I don't want people caping.
Give the mic back to Shaka, bruv. You wasted
I'm not going to do that, bruv.
Give the mic back to Shaka, or let's hear Born Rich or something.
Jedi, as I said, at the end of the day,
yes, bro.
I'm trying to hear your discord, yeah?
Right,
I'm trying to understand it. But when people keep on jumping into your conversation,
wow.
I can't hear it.
Is that really what happened, though?
It wasn't even like
It wasn't even like that as well.
It wasn't
There's
even
always
like
an opportunity for people to jump
You're
in.
making your dad to be some pussy, bro.
We're experts at this.
All right, man. All right.
That's a piss
Either way,
so
either way, we're not going to say.
man.
As I said,
Terry, we can't stick on the caping aspect and then throw away the rest of the combo. So we
No,
just move.
exactly my point.
But you keep going on
Mason trickery.
Right. You keep going on about caping instead.
Masonic trickery is pulling.
Yeah, right.
Mason is duping delight. Mason is duping delight.
I'm a 100% Yoruba man.
Hey, listen, my brother.
Hold on.
All right, go on, bro.
And that's my belief. Yeah, I am a Yoruba man 100%. So I don't know where you get your masonry from, number one, because I'm a tour guide. Number two,
but Yoruba's a Mason.
I tour
what are we doing
people
here?
around, and I go to my traditions all the time. That's why I say man, woman, and child at the end of the day. So I'm not going to respond to any form of European, number one, and I have a distrust to Christianity. Simple.
So you fell back to Nimrod, Tammuz, and Samarias, basically. That's what you went back to. No problem.
Because I'm trying to have a sensible
Mad.
conversation.
Or Kemet.
I know it's difficult, innit? But
remember, there's Kemet.
We're gonna calm it back down. Don't worry, we're gonna calm it back down.
Yeah, I do have to think it's an interesting conversation, innit? Right? But at the same time, I was trying to explain what some of where I believe Brother Kel to be coming from. And so when we put it in the context of the Masons, a lot of the talk that we have around Freemasonry and so on and so forth, let's be straight, was put out there by the Catholic Church, the Illuminati, so on and so forth. This is Catholic Church propaganda, a lot of what we know about or claim to know about the Illuminati was put out there by the Catholic Church,
And you know why that is, though?
Excuse me, please. Let me finish. I don't mind you telling me why that is, if it's the case or whatever. But I'm explaining.
They work for them. But anyway,
let me finish. So the understanding among some was, this is a deflection, from addressing the actual institutions that are on the ground, taking part in the oppression of people. When it comes to Catholic Church propaganda, we see the Catholic Church as an institution of Western governments, and the state, just like the Anglican Church, the Methodist Church, and all of the churches were institutions that facilitated the enslavement and the colonization of African people. So they now want to tell us about the Illuminati. We are focusing on the Catholic Church, and etc., and their relationship to the government, the British Empire, and the American Empire as tools of enslavement and
colonization. Then you got another sensibility that says, well, actually, these institutions, the Bilderberg, the Council of 300, and so on and so forth, the Illuminati, they exist, but they exist through the IMF, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, the World Economic Forum, which is one that we don't often talk about. Yeah, they exist in the United Nations, the World Trade Organization. But what happens is the machinery of the state, this is the argument, this is a perspective that I'm putting out there, that people, I don't know if Kale specifically, but I'm saying that this sensibility exists, yeah? That the machinery of the state puts out a lot of generic, vague propaganda in order to deflect and distract us from dealing with the very real ways in which these institutions, or this institution called the Illuminati or whatever, manifest itself in real time. So what we're doing is that we're not following the propaganda, that through which that you can almost apply anything to anybody, to the Illuminati, whatever. We're going to deal with the real institutions through which they're acting through. Because if we deal with this, then we're going to deal with that anyway. That is the perspective that is coming from. And so it's not about whether one is dealing with spirituality or not, or spiritual or not. Unless one is saying the only way to do with spirituality and spiritualism is if you speak in these terminologies and deal with these particular concepts or these entities or whatever.
Well, what I would like to say to that is, you can call it propaganda all you want, like it's some sort of ideology, or it's like it's not actually impacting Africa in real time, but it's impacting the whole world, because every organization, every monetary system all runs back to this group, these individuals.
Right.
So you can try and say, oh, I don't like the word cult, or it's not an African word, it's an English word. This is all semantics. This is bullshit, because we're dealing with words, but in the reality is they're running shit. We can sit here and argue about what word we want to use, but they're running shit. That's the fact. And they're running all the religions. They're running all the economic statuses in other countries. They're running everything. So you can say all you want, but that's the fact.
The conversation was not about what word we want to use, though. That's a red herring. The conversation was not about what word we want to use.
No, but throughout the conversation, I've heard you say, "Oh, that's not an African term." So I don't know how I can answer that. That's not an African concept.
Yeah, you've misunderstood. It's not about an African term. It's about the concept, and I'm saying, and the language is just indicative of the culture from which the concept comes. Yeah. So in the idea that Luciferian, that whatever is Luciferian comes out of a Christian understanding of what is right. Yeah. And then within that, you have some people who have adhered to whatever they understand within that tradition to be Luciferian. Yeah. And developed an interpretation outside of that. The idea or Luciferian is not a universal concept. It's culturally specific. Yeah. And what happens is that the people that promoted the Luciferian idea promoted their culture and their spiritual ideals as though they were universal. Yes, as though nothing exists outside of them, as though this is the correct and only way.
All right, you know this for a fact, yeah? So tell us what the Luciferian doctrine is.
That is what.
Tell us what the Luciferian doctrine is, then.
Sorry. You're missing the point that I'm making.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Listen carefully to
tell us what the Luciferian. Since you have become a historian on the Luciferian, the origins of the No. Since you're a historian on the origin of Luciferianism, can you give us a brief overview of what Luciferianism is?
Luciferianism comes out of people who were challenging the authority of the Christian church, and the Catholic Church in particular. And so a lot of the people that were Luciferian, and also another term that is known for them is Satanists, believe that the Christian God, or those who affirm the Christian God, were part of an order that was attempting to oppress human beings through adherence to the God of the Bible. And so they considered Lucifer to be a champion of freedom and individuality. And this is either, some of these people believe in Lucifer as an entity, some of them don't believe in Lucifer as an entity, they believe in Lucifer as a principle, going against the idea or the concept of the Christian God or the God of the Bible. Yeah, and that manifested in various different forms in other frameworks. But the fact of the matter is that the character or the ideal or the principle of Lucifer was developed and projected by people who adhere to the Christian doctrine. Luciferianism does not exist prior to Christianity.
Yeah, because you're using that. Because you're using
it's an outgrowth.
Same way that the concept of the general concept of Christianity existed before Christianity. Same way the concept of Lucifer or the opposer existed way before. So I'm saying this is we can go back to Hinduism, the oldest religion, and find it within its context, right? So what I'm saying is your grasp of what Luciferian is starts by the Latin word Lucifer or whatever. That's where that's your be all and end all is that. That's where we're saying that this is an ancient. These are ancient practices, yeah. And the name of the chief deity, the name of the central deity, can change, shift, metamorphose from one supposing culture to another. But we follow the thread. Now the mystery schools is what's going to teach you about joining these dots, so you understand that the entity that was presenting as Lucifer here and presenting as Satan here was presenting as this then and this then and this before then and before then and before then. So this predates, brother. The worship of this entity predates what you would call Christianity. So I'm trying to let you know. So don't let the name Luciferianism become a become a stumbling block to make you think that they are just dealing with one entity. Which is Lucifer, and it's coming out of opposing to Christianity. Obviously, there's Gnosticism. Because we know about the Gnostic element, and you are correct to say that the general overview is that the largely worshipped entity, in fact, is the bad guy. That's all it is. It's just a reversal of the mainstream understanding of who's the good guy, who's the bad guy. But there's no
the difference between what I'm saying and what you're saying is, I'm not gonna go into the.
You're trying to make us think that this belongs to talking about Lucifer and Christianity, and we're saying no, this is not what Luciferianism is.
And I'm saying that is what the people that dealt with the church projected. They projected this idea. Listen carefully. Listen to what I'm saying. That Lucifer is a universal being entity.
Meanwhile, we're walking around. We're taking the Arch of Palmyra we're taking the Arch of Palmyra and we're rebuilding it with using 3D technology in every major city around the world. Nothing to do with Lucifer. I'm telling you, bro, this thing is wider than what you're trying to squeeze it down to.
And then you got the Shiva and CERN. What's Shiva and CERN got to do with Lucifer?
What happened is,
I just want you to understand.
It's older than Christianity. It's older than Christianity, Shaka.
Are you saying that Shiva is Lucifer?
Is a representation.
Like he told you,
is a representation of the same entity.
All right. Now hold on. So if you're saying that Shiva is Lucifer, right? Now let's get into
Shiva is Lucifer, Ra is Lucifer, Saturn is Lucifer.
Right.
They're all the same being. They all represent the same being.
Moloch.
I'm using a popular terminology.
Are you not seeing a pattern
describe? It is like a code name. Yeah.
The question is
intelligence, for its sentience.
The question is it working for them? Is it working for them? And it is.
You said that Shiva is Lucifer. You said that Shiva is Lucifer.
You keep saying that this is down to some anti-Christians and all that's all it's about and blah blah blah. And essentially, in a way, you are right, but you're simplifying it and you're making it seem like this concept of worshiping these entities was not around before what we know as Christianity.
So let me tell you what I'm saying, innit? Yeah? Okay. So the difference between what I'm saying and what you're saying is I'm not going to go into the Hindu tradition and place Lucifer in there. Yeah?
Wow.
Based upon what Christians said about them.
It's not what Christians say. Christians are not saying this. You got to read the Bhagavad Gita, then you realize what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not studying this shit. With all due means, you're not intending to study this, but you're not studying this, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
You're just making false claims against what man's saying.
Because they would say shaitan. They would say
You
shaitan.
you don't want other people to overstand. Because you don't want to overstand. You're trying to block other people from overstanding what man's schooling them to. What man's hipping people to. Man's hipping people to what this is. This is the oldest world, the oldest religion.
Yep.
If you want to call it that, it's the oldest religion.
The order of sin.
Luciferianism, bro.
The order of Singi. The order of Shiva.
You're not hearing me though.
But you're not letting me speak.
Even
and I'm
Lucifer
not
was
hearing
seduced into that order. Mad thing.
that doesn't make any sense. If I read the Bhagavad Gita, it's not going to tell me that Shiva is Lucifer, bro.
You don't understand.
You don't
Hold on
even
a second.
understand the concept.
You don't even understand.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, but I do understand.
You don't.
No, you don't. If you haven't read it, then you don't.
Where did he say that it's going to
Be
say,
honest.
oh, she is Satan? He doesn't say that she is Satan, but we put the connections together by looking at the personality traits, by looking at the interactions with humanity, even the descriptions of these deities, the symbols, the colors, all these things, they all coincide. It's called intelligence. You're able to put things together. You wanted to sit there and say, oh, Shiva is Satan.
You want to be fair, Shaka. You were talking for at least 15 minutes, man. Come on, man.
I wasn't talking
I
for
beg
15
let someone else
minutes.
talk.
No, I wasn't.
Someone
I
else
wasn't
talk, man.
I wasn't talking for. All right, fine.
All right, you was having a dialogue with
No,
Jedi, but I'm just saying, man, it's not fair, man.
Hold on. No, it's fine. I've been cut many times in it. I'm just trying to finish saying what I was saying. I was literally cut twice just now. I'm just trying to finish saying what I was saying. But if I got to give away the mic, I'll give away the mic for the sake of the conversation. Go on.
Let Zulu speak, man. Go on, speak Zulu, man.
Yeah, I was saying, I see what you're trying to do, like the confusion of what you're trying to do. You're trying to say, oh, where did the Hindus ever call their god Satan or demons? Like, we're not trying to say that they have a Christian understanding of what a demon or Satan is, but it's an archetype. Yeah, the concept of an evil spirit, a bad unseen being. It's not specific to Christianity. It's a universal concept. Even in African spiritual systems, we have concepts of evil spirits, or we have concepts of tricksters, right? So to be disingenuous and say, "Oh, show me where in the Bhagavad Gita it says Shiva is Lucifer," it's like you're not even trying to understand what he's saying. It's like you're trying to play semantics, like I said earlier about words and specific terminologies. But we understand that these things transcend specific religions. It's universal.
Let me ask you a question, Zulu. Yeah. I would agree with you that in all spiritual systems they have a concept of malevolent or evil spirits. Yeah. Okay. So in the Bhagavad Gita, is Shiva a malevolent or an evil spirit?
Yeah, it's a malevolent spirit. It's a malevolent.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's what I'm trying to say.
We didn't say benevolent. We said malevolent. Come on.
I know malevolent.
She's the goddess of destruction. She's the goddess of destruction.
No, it means it can be good or evil. That's because there were evil ones, right? Which were, hold on one second. Everything is balanced.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
We've had this conversation many times on my channel, you know what I mean, and on this channel, that these avatars or supernatural deities or supernatural beings, they're calling devis or deities, are different slightly from the actual demons that they are. You know, they're the good demons in effect. That's why they're malevolent.
Sorry, you are saying to me that I have not read the Bhagavad Gita.
No, you haven't.
But none of you are giving me an understanding of Shiva that comes from the Bhagavad Gita. Unfortunately, nobody, no Hindu, whether they are Shivite or not, as in a follower of the order.
Shaka, do Hindus have a concept of good and evil the same as Abrahamics? No, they don't.
I would like.
No, but you're saying is Shiva good or evil? I'm saying they don't have that concept anyway.
Their concept is that
you lot are telling me that
is a demon.
You lot are the ones telling me that Shiva is Lucifer, and if I follow the dots, I'll find that out. Now you're telling me that they don't have that concept anyway, right? So
they don't have the concept of good and evil, but the person, the character, based on his attributes, exists.
Right.
Why is it hard to understand?
And it's a malevolent being.
You're going anti everything that's being said for no reason.
It's not existing in your culture because there's no language for it.
Again, having the concept of
no
good
language
and evil,
language arguments.
Same thing. Having the concept of good and evil.
No, you can't think about, so you never know.
What do you mean? What do you mean, though?
No, but the question you asked, Zulu
There's no
is a
word
trick
for devil
question.
or demon or.
There's no word for devil or Lucifer in the Yoruba tradition.
Why are you acting so
Well, not
dumb, bro?
Lucifer, but demon and devil. Yes.
How would there be a word for Lucifer?
Yeah,
you're
so
right,
hold
bro.
on,
What are we
hold
doing?
on.
What are you not talking about? Man, now the games, man.
This
Now
is what
the
I'm trying to
games.
say, bro.
Man, now the
This is
games.
what I'm saying.
How would they be in?
What
Let's
is
go.
it?
Show me the word for
Yeah,
it. Show me the word for
Shaka,
angel.
Shaka, you
Show me
making some
angel
good
in the
points.
Bhagavad Gita.
Terror, Terror is coming in to say random shit.
When does it mention Lucifer in the Yoruba tradition?
Are you okay?
This is what I
No
mean.
one
See.
said that.
How would it mention Lucifer in the Yoruba
No,
tradition?
I'm talking about bad or devil. Come on.
So
No,
Lucifer,
why would you mention a
Lucifer
Latin?
doesn't mean
Why
bad
would
or
you mention a
devil.
Latin?
No.
Lucifer doesn't mean bad or devil.
I'm not talking to you, Zulu. I'm talking to Michael.
Lucifer doesn't mean bad
shining
or
one,
devil.
light bearer.
And everyone's allowed in this conversation. No one's banned from this conversation.
No, but what I'm saying is he won't
Yeah.
understand because he doesn't understand the language. That's why I'm
You lot
referring
said that Lucifer exists in all of these
referring
traditions,
to
right?
Hold
You're not understanding.
on.
Listen. Hold on. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you
sorry.
something. I think that something's wrong with you, look. Like you're simplifying it so that it makes sense. I don't know why you're doing that, but listen to what we're saying. Nobody is saying that in the Yoruba tradition, and nobody said Lucifer's in the Yoruba tradition. No one said that.
No, I know
Not one
that.
person. No one person said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What we said is this title of Lucifer represents an entity that is ancient, and has gone by different names, through the times, and that can be understood when you study holistically. When you study, there's not a but. There's no but to what I'm saying.
That's
Though.
not mentioned in the
There's no but to what I'm saying.
Yeah, because what we
There's no
must
but to what I'm saying. I'm telling you something. I'm telling you something.
All right.
Because you think that all the spiritual systems are independent of themselves and separate. And because one entity over here is called John and another one's called Peter, you think they're different. That shows you haven't even done base level studying of these systems. Otherwise, you would know that they're going by different names, but they attribute.
And I'm asking you,
brother.
No, but I'm asking
you, and the context you.
Because you said all of them had it.
Anyway, man, whatever, man.
Right,
You
can
like
I just say,
literally, I'm
You're
trying
not even
to.
listening
Literally,
to what
I'm
I'm saying,
decoding it. Hold on. It literally, I'm decoding it for you, so it's not mystical for you. Yeah, I'm letting you know exactly what man means. You consistently just want to interrupt and ask some questions. You don't actually want to get a grip of what I'm saying.
The reality is this, it was said a minute ago, Shiva is Lucifer, Ra is Lucifer.
Saturn. They all the same. I could say Ra is Shiva. That's what I could say. I could say Shiva is Saturn.
Why is Ra not God? 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 Yeah, why is Ra not God?
Because Ra is called Ra, is he not? Is he called God or is he called Ra?
He's also not called Lucifer, bro. But you're saying Ra is Lucifer.
You know,
so
but you know, no, but I've gone past Lucifer because this is what I'm saying. You don't love to be dumb. I'm feeling like you're doing it on purpose. I'm saying that an entity that is ageless and timeless, can travel through and express itself to different people under different guises. Can you grasp that?
Yeah, and I'm asking.
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
but I'm
asking. Let's stop being stupid. Let's stop being dumb, man. Come on, man.
Like they ain't heard of Apocalypse.
One second, Terry.
Someone must have read a comic.
1 second, but you know what I realized though? That all of the people, or all of the different divinities that you've mentioned, are divinities that, or concepts of God, and the Creator that were considered to be against the church, and so it was the church that said,
listen. Yahweh is the same being.
I know.
Yahweh is the same being. How about that then? Let's throw Yahweh in there. Let's throw Yahweh in there too. Then.
Let me finish.
No. Let's throw Yahweh in there. So you don't have to go on about this anti-Christian thing. Let's throw Yahweh in there too.
Finish saying what I'm saying.
Oh no, you don't want that now. You don't want that now. You want to carry on? I've just gone against what you've said. You want to carry on with what you've said and not take on the new information.
hold on. So I'm not allowed to finish because you want to interrupt.
Why would you finish? Why would you finish a statement that I've just updated you on?
Bro, if you don't want me to talk, let's tell me.
Why would you do that? If you're talking about all these things that are anti-Christian, now I'm giving you. Hold up. Now I'm giving you Yahweh. You still want to go on to say everything's anti-Christian?
Yeah, my brother. I don't see what the problem is. Why is it I'm not allowed to finish saying what I'm saying?
Because you're straw manning.
No, I'm actually not.
We told you already that this predates Christianity. You keep bringing it back to Christianity, right? You keep bringing it back to Christianity. So I said, okay, let's throw in a name that's synonymous with Christianity. And you still want to go back to saying it's anti-Christian.
I just want to finish saying what I'm saying. I believe that you have strong many times in this conversation, and I've done you the courtesy of allowing you to finish saying what you're saying, even if you've interrupted me. Yeah, and especially because it's your channel, and I'm trying to show respect. So I just want to say respect. I want to finish saying what I'm saying. Like this has been a thing for like the last hour now. Where man just can't
go back to talking about how it's anti-Christian after I've just given you Yahweh. Go on. I'll go on mute.
My brother. Just allow me to finish saying what I'm saying. Yeah. All right. So the point I'm making is it because even if you're going to throw in Yahweh now, it wasn't your initial inclination. You didn't throw it in the rundown.
It was. Right? Now listen. As soon as I said Lucifer, you latched onto that and you ain't let go of it. I'm giving you bare different names.
My brother, you're missing the point.
You're the one that's stuck in the Christian. You're the one that's stuck in the Christian paradigm, not me.
That's right.
Not me. I keep trying to move away from the Christian paradigm. Right. You keep bringing it back to that.
It's being made. Just let me finish. For God's sake.
Could have gone to Pan. It would have been fine. So.
Lord have mercy. I don't understand.
Or India.
Right. The issue is this. If we can, understand and appreciate that each of these traditions that we've identified via names of different principles within those traditions have ideas of evil or malevolent spirits or beings within their traditions, then it would make logical sense if we are talking about just a generic understanding of evil or malevolent beings to align the malevolent spirits or beings in one tradition with the malevolent spirits or beings in another tradition.
Okay.
What tends to happen is the malevolent spirit in one specific tradition, is aligned with the benevolent and sometimes even the supreme creator being in another tradition.
There's the antithesis to it.
1 second. That is what just took place. All right. So what I'm saying is it not interesting? Yes, not just the fact that there is a generic understanding. Of course, we have many traditions, and probably all, that have positive and negative, good and evil ideals within their spiritual system. They don't always operate in the same way, and the understanding is not the same for all of them. For example, there is no eternal devil in a lot of spiritual traditions that exist on the planet Earth. Among different people on the planet Earth, right? However, they have even those traditions will have an understanding of malevolent and benevolent as it exists spiritually speaking, as it manifests itself spiritually speaking. So it would make sense then, to but that's not what's happening. And I'm saying that the sensibility of aligning the devil with the beings, the positive beings in another spiritual system is an inherently and fundamentally churchical practice and churchical idea. Now,
but you're talking about religions that don't have evil.
I'll hand over.
Don't have good and evil.
I think it's
I'll hand over to Zulu to explain whether
hand over to whoever you want, bro. But you're comparing duality.
Yeah, but that's not my point,
Shaka. With cultures that don't recognize and transcend duality. Not every culture has a good and evil concept. Not every culture is based on duality of opposing forces. And you're trying to say that they have.
Yeah, you're saying they had a savior system. Everybody believes waiting for someone to. No, props. Come on.
That's not what we're saying. You see, I'm saying no. That is not what we're saying.
I just said, look, the concept of devils, demons, beasts of the field, all of that is definitely all over the world.
But that is not. But again, the idea. So
Some
now,
things are universal. Fairies.
but again, if
Mhm.
the Hindu people them have an
Yeah.
idea of a devil or demons, Shiva is not it.
How
Yeah,
do you know?
the idea of devil and demon is not Shiva. The idea that Shiva is a devil or a demon comes from another school of thought
It does
that
not.
wants
It does not.
that
Hold
wants
on.
to
Hold on. Hold on.
demonize
Hold on.
the Shiva spiritual system. That's
Hold
where that
on.
comes from.
Hold on, my brother.
No Hindu, whether they're a Shivite or not, is going to call
mate.
Shiva a demon or a devil, as is
So why is
understood.
Shiva?
But hold
They
on
are.
one
They're
second.
called
One
devils.
Why is
second.
the
They're
Shiva?
called
One
devs.
second. One second.
They're
Thank you.
devs,
Thank you.
which is
Thank you,
demons.
Khan. Thank you. I've taught on this a lot, Shakara, and we've gone through various overstandings of which each deity or the triune gods, you know, all of that. We've definitely covered that, and we have come to the overstanding that they are malevolent demons, right? And they've come here to fight against the negative demons. Do you get what I'm saying? Which they call shaitan, which means demon. So demons, jinns, all of these different levels of, you know, what these entities are. Already been mapped out in ancient time before any religion came about of the modern day Abrahamics. These come from the regions and the cultures of the Middle East and Sumeria and other places in Africa as well. So
Maku is Ra Lucifer.
Is Ra Lucifer
Partly.
to the European concept of what they're dealing with? Yes.
You just said what I've been saying. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but their thing is Egypt, right? And their Egypt is Alexandria, and they had secret schools and libraries, and they took all of that back to Rome. And you're forgetting that the Roman Catholic Church is a Freemasonic organization. So where you're trying to separate the church from Freemasonry and saying they be hating on Freemasons, that's a lie. The second thing to that is hold on. Remember that the Knights Templars only became negative, yeah, because that's who they are. Albert Pike and all of these were Knights Templars who ran away after Jerusalem and whatever. They're taking over Saladin and them, and they whooped their ass or whatever. But yeah, after the Crusades and going under and finding secret information and whatever that they said they supposedly did, they ran away to Scotland. The reason why they ran away to Scotland and not back to France where they came from is because the potentate of France or the bishop of France had made them illegal. So anywhere you see them, you kill them or you whatever. They've done treason against the church, even though the church is the one who sent them out on the Crusades.
So Michael, when did the Freemasonry start?
Not Freemasonry. I'm saying
I was asking, when did the Freemasonry start?
It started way back in ancient times.
I wonder if Brother Kane is listening because I think he's pretty correct right now, you know. But anyway, go on. I wonder if
I was just saying, when did the Freemasonry start in Europe?
Oh, in Europe.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's quite techie still, but I would say just coming out of the Dark Ages or in the Dark Ages period.
It started in the 1700s.
Right. 1700s. That's only the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
all of that information, pre-exists their organization, and we know this.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say to you is all that Scottish rights and all that stuff. It comes from the 1700s.
They're still fighting, as I said.
Among some white people and imposing that on the whole world. As
I said, we're talking about the system that was in place. Why they went to Scotland? Why Albert Pike and them went to Scotland?
And that's the Knight Templars.
Right, thank you. And that's what I just said.
But the Knight Templars were mostly wiped out, wasn't they?
No. Well, a lot of them was, and the main guys that are Albert Pike and them, there's like 12 or 13 of them, right?
Didn't they train people in Spain in the time in a time of new people to protect the Catholic Church?
Did they what? Sorry, protect what people?
To train because of the Knight Templars, because of what they did, and they
He's talking about the Jesuit order.
And then you were talking about going into Spain in that time of them creating the new one.
Right, but remember that they are conscripted from France. So that's the
Yeah.
most
So
significant thing, right?
those people that were constricted from France are not going to be the same ones that were in the Knight Templars.
No, they are the Knights Templars. The Knights Templars were not
I'm not talking about
commissioned
the
by.
label. I'm talking about the people that headed it at the time.
Right.
The people that headed it at the time were
Right.
wiped out and created a new order.
You can't really wipe it out because the royal will be also part of that. It's their agenda. They're the ones who
the
send out armies.
like the royals,
and
like,
the church.
But the royals came in after.
No, it depends what side of the
British
fence
royals
you're
came in
fighting.
after. They came
Right,
in after.
but remember they've got their own now system of religion,
Because
right?
remember, if they were guards for the Catholic Church in the times of the Knight Templars, right, and they've been destroyed, but those Templars that were dismissed, then the Catholic Church created a new one. I'm not saying that the actual concept, the name might live on, but the people have changed.
Okay,
because
but
they have
I'm
a
saying that
narrative.
the main
French
Knights
have a
Templars
narrative.
though, yeah, the main Knights Templars. Well, whether they have a narrative, because remember they hired these guys. They're the ones who sent them out
So,
there
but
on the
the
crusade.
reason why I'm saying that is that the concept, the new concept, was in line with the Catholic Church.
Oh, what the new concept
Catholic
of
Church
the
doctrine, fam. I don't know
of the
why
Knights?
that's even
Sorry, of the
It's a
Knights
whole
Templar, you mean? Sorry.
And a lot of this was taken on by a lot of Muslims as well that were doing a whole heap of propaganda in the 90s and the early 2000s. You know what I'm saying on a lot.
And that's what I'm trying to say.
A lot of this comes from that. And so now
I don't know what
I'm
you're
supposed
talking
to
about. Hold on, one second.
I'm supposed to take
Let's
this
get some clarification. Sorry. What are you referring to? I'm lost. Sorry.
There are a number of Muslim groups here, and I think most of them were Salafi in nature or in organization or in
Sorry, what's that got to do with the Knights Templar, who end up becoming the Scottish Rite Freemasons, and then we're dealing with Freemasons, right? And then we're trying to see the separation, the propaganda between the church and Freemason organizations, but we've realized, or as we've just been explained, the church itself is also a Freemason organization. This is where these people got it from.
What it has to do with that is I'm trying to delineate and suggest where a lot of these ideas and information is coming from. And I'm saying that because remember the original conversation was on Pan-Africanism, and then JEDI interjected with the idea that Pan-Africanists don't talk about the spiritual matters, and we've really got to the point where we understand that really what is meant by that is that we're not talking about the Illuminati, and the Freemasons and so on and so forth. And I was trying to explain.
No, that doesn't make sense. Sorry,
I was trying to explain where some of his understanding may be coming from, and where some of Brother Kale's understanding may be coming from, and the idea of the fact that I never separated the church from the Freemasonry or the Illuminati. What I was saying is that a lot of the propaganda that was being put out there by the church, but the church was a machinery of the colonial state, and so it was considered to be deflection of the highest order and diversion.
Sorry, against Masons. Yeah, are we talking about against Masons, right?
A lot of the anti-Masonic and anti-Illuminati information that is out there comes from or has its origin in the Catholic Church, yes, right, and the institutions of the Catholic Church,
the Roman Catholic Church. Are we talking about the Roman Catholic Church, which is also Freemason organization? How does that make sense?
And that would actually even reinforce what I'm saying. But I don't know if you are not aware that the Catholic Church.
So one group of Masons talking about another group of Masons. Does that make sense to you? Like in a negative way? Who cares?
It does. But are you saying that the Catholic Church doesn't have anti-Illuminati propaganda?
How can they have anti-Illuminati propaganda when they are the Illuminati? They are part of it. They are an organization.
And we're gonna
get me.
When it comes to the idea that I haven't studied this thing, I don't know.
I'm just telling you.
I don't even know how to respond to what you just said from the level of.
But what?
Yeah,
sorry, what are the Knights of Malta? They're the Knights of Malta. So look up the Knights of Malta and see Wagwan for the Knights of Malta. That would be the most obvious thing to do, because at the end of the day, I'm telling you what I know, right? And I think generally a lot of people know this. Yeah, this is standard information.
I would have thought that I would have thought that the fact that the Catholic Church were against the Illuminati would have been standard knowledge as well. But maybe that's just me. I'm mistaken.
Maybe that's the propaganda.
Oh, right. Okay. See, and I'm saying
Right?
to you that, if it is indeed the propaganda,
yeah,
then I'm
that's the
saying
propaganda.
a lot of the talk, or the perspective that people get about the Illuminati was the propaganda of the Catholic Church. You seem to think that that's beyond the pale of reason because because the Catholic Church is the Illuminati. It is a fact, however, that the propaganda against the Illuminati and so on and so forth, the Luciferian agenda, and a lot of that terminology is Catholic terminology.
Well,
Yeah?
I understand what you're saying, yeah, but
that has
it's Catholic.
That has seeped into many different schools of thought, yeah, coming and it has to do a lot with the history of politics in Europe and the British Isles among European people, yeah, and the debates that they were having among each other, the political fights that they were having among each other, and so on and so forth. I am of a plague on both your houses perspective when it comes to that reason. It's not my fight. But when it comes to African people and what we are dealing with and what we are facing, yes, there is a reason why you are going to hear more talk about the IMF and the World Bank than you are going to hear about the Illuminati and the Freemasons.
But they're one in the same, my brother.
And I'll try to explain a few of the different reasons why. Not just to give my own.
Same. They're the same, cuz.
Yeah. What is the same? What is the same?
The IMF and thing, they're all part of the same.
Well, I've just so if Head were listening to me earlier, rather than talking over me, you would have heard me say that is one perspective. Yeah, that exists. That these are the same entities, but the entities that are referred to as the secret societies, there's a lot of shady propaganda out there that is put out there about them to deflect us from dealing with how they manifest themselves in real terms and actual political and economic institutions that we see and interact with on a daily basis. Yeah, you would have heard me say that. I said this
but
way.
I also say, listen, I also know people who have relatives who are in the UN, descendant of Kofi Annan, and they told me some interesting stuff just on Nigerian politics. How you have to go away to Asia, for a couple of years to practice with the yogis for some psychic self-defense, because the kind of battle, the kind of battle that you're going into when you go into the political and thing arena is a spiritual one.
Yeah, but Michael, do you understand Orientalism?
Yeah.
And that came in the 1800s, and how that infused with Edward Sid. Have you read that?
No, go on.
And that all goes along with the development of anthropology as a discipline within Western academia, and it relates to this idea of the enlightened, civilized, and the savage and the barbarian, and so on and so forth. And that also has links to this idea of the Christian doctrine being elevated above all others, and the idea that you can call the creator divinities, the positive divinities, and other spiritual systems, Lucifer and Satan and demons and devils and shaitan and jinn and all of these.
You gotta know the principalities of what you're dealing with. They do, and in their Masonic orders, they allow you to supposedly keep your faith and whatever. And what they can't stand is a non-believer in anything, an atheist.
Yeah,
those guys are prohibited. One second.
Michael,
those guys.
A quick sidebar. Michael, your Instagram has been hacked.
Yeah, I know, bro.
Okay, I just wanted you to know.
These are the same people that said that Shango, and Oya are demons. These are the same people that said that we shouldn't venerate our ancestors because we're calling on devils and demons. Yeah. So yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about from the perspective of being an African spiritualist and studying the demonization of African spirituality. No, Shango is not Lucifer. Oya is not Satan. Eshu is not Satan, yeah, or Lucifer or anything of the sort, yeah. That is the that we were given.
Is he not, or is he more of a concept of some sort of like Loki character, mischievous individual?
Loki is not Lucifer.
I'm just
Loki
saying
is
he's not. I'm not saying he's Lucifer. I'm just saying that the idea of, remember when we go back to more ancient civilizations and all of that, and what a mythos is. Yeah, it's not quite the same as, like you're saying, oh, devil, demon, not in that way in particular, but the concept still exists. It's just
But
that
that
it's not
doesn't
taken
mean
in the
that
same way.
Shiva
One
is
second.
Lucifer or Ra is Lucifer
No, we're not saying that
or
for
Eshu
the
is Lucifer.
my brother,
That doesn't mean that.
You could give another example, like they could say Anubis, or they could say Osiris, because Osiris ends up Lord of the Underworld. So as far as they can see it, that could be considered hell. Do you get what I'm saying? And they could consider that individual, if he's the Lord of Hell or Lord of the Underworld, then he could be considered a Lucifer character.
But it is
So like
not hell.
these, hold
But
on one second. We know, bro. I'm just saying, but these, how they perceive things and write things and put things together and in their secret schools and their secret books is going to reflect on what they've learned from other people and other civilizations. That's all it's based on.
I'm saying
They never had an original idea. But the main thing is that whatever judge or whatever negative there is to the positive, yin there is to the yang. Do you get what I'm saying? Shiva there is to the Brahma. They're like they know what side they're dealing with. They know how to reverse engineer any type of knowledge or rituals or to their favor. And right now they are dominating the world, and a lot of people are subscribing to whatever entity that they are subscribed to.
a
And
lot
this
of
is what
people are
oh
subscribing
man.
to their view and how they have characterized other people's culture and spiritual systems. So if it is the case that they came and whatever they saw Asar as Satan because he was associated with whatever they called the underworld, then my response to that is the hell with them. Yeah, I don't care what their view of the ancient Kemetu
Yeah, but that's
spiritual.
emotional, bro.
I
Like
want to
that's
No,
not
it's not
showing.
emotional.
Hold on
No,
one
it's not
second.
emotional.
That's not
It's not
showing
emotional.
reading.
So how's it
Hold on one
emotional?
second.
How's it emotional to reject the understanding of somebody else's spiritual system coming from people that are trying to demonize it? No,
Yeah, but
I
you
look
shouldn't have been doing
what
that. You should have
I can
looked
judge
into. Hold on, my
the
brother. Hold on.
on the
Like a lot
basis
of
of what
people do.
Kemet
I
said.
don't base anything on what the Europeans say. It just sometimes coincides that look, we look into something. We look into Kemet from an African centered point of view, and then we add the European or because we know that every time they come with a story of what they think we did, it's always tainted. It's always from their perspective. So there has to be skullduggery. Someone has to stab someone else in the back. All of that. That's how they ruined our historical and spiritual stories, right? That's what they do. Yeah, but that I agree with you. That has no bearing on the real individuals and the kings and certain things that they're mentioning, who just lived their life in such a way that was rememberable. So they did statues and they celebrated their experience and their life, and they used certain principles that they learned because they're scientists and they were into the science of nature and added those simple principles into each character. Yeah, because all characters represent Ra, Shu, sun, earth, wind, and fire, as we say. Yeah, but these principles
Right.
were left on the walls. 1 second, were left on the walls for even the youngest or infant to overstand. Yeah, the real stuff we always kept secret, and we always
But
had a hold on that and split
the
up.
point is,
Hold on, and split that information around Africa. Yeah, to where it's like a jigsaw now. If you want certain knowledge in South, that's a fraction of it. If you want it in the East, that's a fraction of it. If you want it in the West, if you want it in the North, it's all been fractured, but it's all based on the same original principles and mythoses of the whole of Africa.
I don't believe.
Surely somebody's compiled all that.
I don't believe in the
And we were the
universalism.
first to do it as Africans.
Yeah, but I don't believe in the universalism of whiteness. So if I'm gonna look at malevolent beings or spirits in any African spiritual system, I'm going to look at it from the perspective of that system and those people.
All
That's
right.
it.
Right. Okay, cool. Let me ask you. Let's answer a question now. Those African spirit.
One sec, right? just as in the same way, nobody is going to use is going to use the any other spiritual system to judge. Is going to accept. Sorry, nobody coming from the perspective of the Bible or anything like that, or the Quran or anything like that, is going to accept another spiritual system's interpretation of what they are dealing with. It's not going to happen. Yeah, and
but the understanders of those that understand the Bible are not a monolith. They don't all agree.
Yeah, evidence of this.
They don't all agree.
You've got evidence
Down
of
to the
this,
individual, no?
You'll notice, yeah, that our Hebrew brothers have been very quiet in their support of you since you put Yahweh in the realms of Lucifer and Satan.
Oh, whatever, man. Like,
I think they understand.
This is why I like to get back to the practicality, right? So I like to understand. Like, do the people that talk so much, do they even believe in spirits? If they believe in spirits, like, do they believe in any of these entities or deities having sentience? Can they think for themselves? Can they communicate? Do they have independent thought? Can you commune with them? You said, yeah, you can commune with nature. I'm not talking about communing with water. Yeah. I'm not talking about communing with dust. I'm not talking about communicating with dust. I want to know is, if you are communicating with water, are you in contact with a sentient consciousness?
Again, so this is the thing. Like,
if the answer is no, we can move on. If the answer is yes, then I'd like to know what it is.
The answer is yes and no, right? But the fact of the matter is that before we even get to that, you're resistant to understanding the
politics behind it.
No, the basic premises of the understanding within the spiritual system that puts forward.
I'm not refusing to understand that. I'm just asking you a direct question. So your answer was yes.
I said you're resistant.
I'm not resistant.
At the same time, going back to what the subject was in general. What's it called? Because we were talking about Pan-Africanism, why they don't deal with the spiritual thing. Because like what you're doing at the moment is partly the reason why, and it's partly the reason of what Kale was saying a minute ago, because a while ago, sorry, because what he's saying is, when we deal with and I deal with spirituality, right? But I'm trying to get you to understand what he was trying to say, which is that when we're dealing with matters of oppression and so on and so forth in the material reality, people often get into a spiritual, or what they refer to as a spiritual discourse, that leads them to not deal with these concrete issues that we are facing at the moment. All right. And so I'm hoping that you can understand that when we're talking about enslavement and colonization, and we're talking about this being imposed by groups of people with political, economic, and military systems, and the idea that a spirit, must be understood, which is what I interpret you to be saying, as a sentient, being, in the universe that is doing things to people. All right, that takes us away from dealing with the British Empire.
Sorry, unfortunately,
I don't know what that means.
British Empire and those that rule the British Empire believe what you've just said. So, regardless of whether you believe it or not, those
they believe in Babylon, Sumeria.
Those are therefore on the African neck believe in this. So I'm saying to you, whatever entities they're working with are trumping the entities you're working with.
At the same time, a lot of that is based on the fact that we are working with entities. We have been indoctrinated into a psychology to discard and demonize our own entities and therefore our own spiritual power. We have been indoctrinated into a psychology that teaches us to venerate the ancestors of other people or only certain groups of people and demonize our own. And so because a lot of the spiritual power within an African spiritualist understanding begins with your relationship with your own ancestors, then we are going to be losing out on power where that is concerned, because we have been taught that our ancestors were demons, or worshipping demons, or manifest themselves as demons. So yeah, that, of course,
there's enough. There's enough for you guys still practicing voodoo, voodoo, and different Ife and different spiritual practices, which you would call African spirituality, right? Voodoo in itself, I would say, is not African spirituality because it's corrupted by Catholicism. However, it doesn't mean that it's not effective or not real, because I know that the Catholics are dealing with entities too. There's all entities working around, whatever they present themselves as. I'm not saying a man doing voodoo is doing absolutely fuck all, but what I'm saying is he's using Christian iconography, to depict principalities that outdate or predate the Christian titles and labels that they have been given. This is what I'm saying. You're dealing with energy, with water. We call it water.
Again,
I call it water.
I would agree that we're dealing with energy. So the reason why I'm laughing is because I just don't know how you don't see that a lot of your terminology and the way you're framing your argument is entirely Christian.
Show me though. Show me.
But even talk of principalities, and principalities is a word. But I'm saying,
but what does principalities mean though? What does it mean?
Yeah, but brother, what?
Is the Bible the first place that came up with the term principalities?
Nope.
What are you doing? You're using the whole English language and you're laughing at me. The Strong's Concordance will show you that the Bible.
I'm not laughing at you, bro. I'm not laughing at you at all.
There's nothing Christian about.
Listen. A principality, is simply a state, and it's a specific type of state. I'm forgetting, but it's not ruled by a king. It's ruled by
a Khanate.
No,
just putting myself in there.
No. Yeah, indeed. No, sorry. The answer is in the name. It's a principality. So it's a state that's ruled by a prince. But within the
structure.
Within the Christian or the biblical narrative, principalities is likened to concepts such as spiritual wickedness in high places. And these kinds of things. So I'm not laughing at you. I'm just it's just
right. So we are talking about spiritual wickedness in high places. Exactly what we're talking about.
Right.
And we're saying that your spirituality is not in a high place. Then the high place is what? What does a high place mean? In places of importance, right? In places of importance where laws and legislations and social constructs are created, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Right. So I would say Parliament is a high place. The UN is a high place, right? And I'll say that these people work with spirits, entities, sentient consciousnesses, Not in a metaphorical way, in a literal way. They are literally receiving information, agendas, orders, from
outside of our reality,
from non-humans.
And this is the part, but that's what exactly your analysis then, because remember we said before that when you outline a problem, your analysis, your plan for action is implicit within the analysis, right? And so when Kale is saying prior to that he doesn't like to go in certain directions because it takes us away from dealing with certain things, he's correct, because the only way to do what you're saying then is to conduct ritual, that is able to counteract the whatever effect that these malevolent beings are having upon us on that realm. And what man is saying is that no, we must conduct ritual, but ritual is one part. Well, let's say ritual is not confined to what the stereotype where we gather, you know what I'm saying, we pray, or we do certain practices and liquid some spirit and what them. It's not as Dopikanka, When we engage, like in the Iwa spiritual system, there's a saying that the universe is a market. Yeah. So for the Igbo, when the
that makes sense.
when the Igbo goes to market, literally speaking, the Igbo is engaged in ritual. The Igbo has days, market days that are named after spiritual principles within the Igbo cosmology. And so they organize their economic system according to that. So when they go to the shop or the market, that's not just a secular.
That's all great for the Igbos. Great for them. Great for them. They live on a colonized land with a white man's foot on their neck. Their leaders are Masons. Great for them. I don't give a fuck what they're doing in their spiritual. What I'm saying is, whatever they're doing is not trumping what the other side is doing. This is what I'm trying to.
By your argument, then we should take on the Masonic order, because the Masonic order.
That's not. Why do you feel the need to make a false premise of what I'm saying? How does that further your conversation?
You don't give a fuck.
Behave.
So that we should get who's winning this. Do what? Because not
behave, man. You see, as soon as I get to a good point, you get childish. You start these premises. You're wasting all our energy with this straw manning, saying stuff I never said. Oh, well, then you might as well say that. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, many things.
You right now, you can't even establish one entity that you believe in, or you contact, or you commune with. Right? Because that is sentient. You're giving me principles and river essences.
It's not my dominant reasoning.
Hold on 1 second.
But that is the spiritual system.
Oh my God. Look at this obstructive, like, man, you don't want to talk. Maybe this is a private conversation. Maybe it's just that you don't want to say it out loud, or you don't want to talk about it out loud. I don't know. But like every time we try to get to the meat of potatoes, you might have just hopscotching and moving around and
it's not the meat of
principles. I'm asking you about direct entities, and like we can't even get a name out of you lot. You can communicate and you can't communicate. Both. What? That's the answer you gave me.
Again. And try to listen carefully to what I'm saying. Yeah. You have to appreciate that what you understand spirit to be, yes, is not the same thing in every spiritual system.
Right. And in the spiritual system, where it's what I think it is, those man in the spiritual system of what I think it is, those man have got their foot on your neck, my neck, your cousin's neck, my son's neck, and all the necks to be born in the next 50, 100 years, unless we change the direction and the way that we're dealing with this spiritual shit. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying become a Freemason. I'm just saying what I am saying is whatever approach that we're taking towards spirituality has not got us winning. So maybe
that would be the same for you and me.
I just said that.
Yeah, but that's why man's asking you, Shaka.
Exactly.
Because if you're saying atheism ain't the answer, Islam ain't the answer, Christianity ain't the answer, then you've got to come up with an answer.
Yeah.
I'm not. I've got to bring the shopping upstairs for my queen. Yeah, I'll be back in.
So we'll wait for you. Don't worry. We'll wait.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, Terry, come off mute, man. You've been tagged in, man. Come off mute, man. Your boss has gone on lunch break, man. Or where are you going? Is it Mason prayer time? Man's facing the west.
Mondays armpit and that, like.
Yeah, I love Shakara and I love Terry, and obviously
pick them up, man.
I'm being contentious because I feel like we need energy. This is what we're about, man. We need energy. More time, I can't really engage in a dead convo with no passion. It's not even entertaining to me. You see how entertaining this convo is. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
You see what I'm saying?
It's one of the best combos ever. I don't know who's recording this shit, but
family just like
Raj is out there recording.
To my madness. Obviously,
I hope I get some passion right here on a big question, my friends.
The Proto-Indo-European.
If you're finished, maybe I can ask this big question, because I was quite surprised when I heard that. So, do you want to hear that question?
Go for it.
I read it, but you can repeat it.
it is almost like I was checking, right? I was just watching that video, and then I said, well, who could enlighten me on my question
obviously Jedi.
to this, right? And the first thought was, of course, the Trilluminati gang, right? They can give me the answer here.
There you go.
So there was a big conference in Berlin. It's still going on, I think, but it's going on since 3 days. It's called the Republica. It's mainly, it was previously, I would say, it was like a big techie conference. So a lot of tech guys and so on. One of the biggest ones here in Germany, probably the biggest ones. But they are moving to the left, I would say, quite astonishingly in a fast pace. And there was two ladies out there. I can also link it to you in the chat. You might be interested. This is a discussion of two Pan-Africanists talking about Afrofuturism, and they are doing it in English, so you can watch it, even though it's the conference is held in Berlin. So you might want to check it out.
Yeah, put the
they were
link in
quite.
the back for us. Put the link in the back for us, please.
Yeah, I put it in the side chat here.
Okay.
And so one thing I want to ask, since I want to be educated in this, the two ladies with a huge influence, I would say, on the German Black African community, they're quite sophisticated as well, I have to say, in their rhetoric. But they were saying, and I won't get into some funny thing they were saying as well. Maybe later towards that topic. She was the two agreed upon when a question comes out of the public. They ask about transgenderism and so on, and thus the African spirituality. And it was quite funny, right? I was going to your channel right after watching that video, and you were speaking about spiritual things, right? So it was quite something to. The question, however, was towards transgenderism, and then the lady answered basically that yes, African spirituality has the concept of transgenderism within that. And my question to you is that true? Is there such a concept in some African spiritual teachings?
There's a concept of gender fluidity, like in the case of Loki. Loki, who has changed gender many times in Norse mythology. There's a concept of fluidness of certain entities not being either particularly male or particularly female, or representing both aspects.
That's
but
right.
The African people are devoid of a concept of a man being born in a woman's body.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Wow.
And
So
I
you're
can now-
agreeing with them on this?
I can now prove it.
Like I said, I did not use the term transgenderism. So
Fluidity. Yeah, I understand.
And it's misleading and incorrect.
Okay, that is what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, spiritually, they understand the higher concept of being beyond one definitive gender or the other, being beyond that, being bigger than that, more than that.
So to transcend the duality of this realm. So here, everything is male and female.
Right? Like,
so
it's like in the concept of God being genderless.
God doesn't have to be, exactly.
Right.
But yeah, we also find this in some European spiritual models, especially paganism and so on. But it's something completely different to what we have the concept of transgenderism today.
Exactly.
And that is why I thought these two ladies were lying, and they were basically saying that because it's
they are trying to push the transgender agenda through Afrofuturism. Yeah, because Afrofuturism is a concept that no doubt will be spurned forward by the same think tanks that spurn everything forward, which are Masonic, occult think tanks. Doesn't matter whether Black Lives Matter, Black, EDL, whatever. They're trying to bring us all in the same direction of accepting transgenderism, right?
That's right.
That's my opinion. I've not done much research on it, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. That was the video I had in my head when I hear these ladies talk about that. So it's basically, what can I say? It's a misleading analysis, basically, or a misleading teaching to combine basically this duality of, you know, and then the transcendence of duality and so on.
Yeah, they're trying it.
Yeah,
They're trying
That's
it.
what I
They're women,
thought.
They're probably feminists and they're probably lesbian.
Yeah.
And it's an infiltration. You know what I mean? Another attempt of the what we call Marxism to infiltrate African intellectual thought and self-determination. So they try to infiltrate like Inception and implant this Luciferian concept of transgenderism, i.e. the Baphomet, i.e. the star of the Raphael, the male and the female uniting and being one. Yeah, this is the concept by the same people I would call in Luciferians. Yeah, that's a modern day term. That's a modern day name for these people. Do you know what I mean? It's a modern day name. It doesn't mean. I think we got to move forward.
What if a man decides that
it being Lucifer, the being, and it's just the worship of Lucifer. I've spoken and had in-depth conversations with very powerful people, very high, prominent in secret societies and world governance. And Lucifer is a boss. He's not a god to be worshipped. He's very smart. He's not asked to be worshipped by most of those in the know. They don't worship, and they actually have the opportunity to pick or to be assigned an entity separate from Lucifer. For instance, Quetzalcoatl, which is an Aztec concept, devoid of any Christian or Abrahamic
contamination.
Features. Yet these people still believe in that entity. They believe in multiple entities across a plethora of different cultures, ages, and just cultures and ages. We'll leave it at that. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to make man understand when I talk about the many-faced God, it gives no fuck who you were born as, where you were raised, what your enemy praising, blah blah blah. That don't matter. That's all a way to control you. It don't matter. This earth is not being left to its own devices. Humans are not being left to their own devices. And the direction that we're heading in is being governed and dictated and facilitated by something higher than your flesh and blood man. It's something more, something extra. Whether it's terrestrial or extraterrestrial or interdimensional, or simply exists on a plane of consciousness, spirit, wherever it is, these people are channeling and writing down notes and implementing them into our day-to-day lives in society. This is facts. This is truth. You know the truth when you hear it. This is truth. I ain't got to make no shit up. That's why this is why you have to rate people like Alex Jones, because as much as he's a shill, he's placed there to give you certain pieces of information. And one thing I heard, this brother say, which was classic, was, I don't believe in this shit. I don't believe in these entities. But what's important is, I'm trying to do my best Alex Jones voice. What's important is the people that are in power, the people that will dictate
and they believe in
our lives for the next 150 years, they believe in it. So we got to wonder why.
Well, Alex Jones, it's also typical what many have said before. It's the higher standard of disinformation and from people like secret societies is so for the more critical people, you put out something like 90% truth and then 10% lies only.
Yeah.
And that 10% lies is so potent and
Yeah.
so corrosive that the 90% truth that they give you may as well be fucking rendered useless. If you take it all, you're gonna invalidate even the truth.
Definitely,
You know?
yeah. And
Like I
Hitler's
said,
a perfect example of
the
it.
analogy of the shit sandwich always will endeavor through time. Yeah, nobody's scraping shit off bread to eat the sandwich.
100.
Once the shit has made contact with the bread, you
It's
throw
done.
the whole thing away, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
And that's what we're doing with information. But we it's like beggars can't be choosers, right? So we,
Yeah,
so we at
those
least-
two those two women were talking about the voodoo god. I forgot the name of him.
I'm gonna play it later because I've got to
But,
go and do
yeah.
something. I'm gonna play it later. I've got it queued up, and I'm gonna play this video later. I'm just waiting for Mills to come and meet me so I can pick up some of my property because I've been evicted. You know what I mean? But when I get back, then we could play this. It's 36 minutes long. It looks good. Looks good, man. I'm not gonna lie.
So I just play this 2-minute one for him. Get this.
Yeah, but what I was gonna ask you is,
Mm.
I don't know, does this Matt Walsh, do these Matt Walsh clips, do they get striked or get anything
No.
like that? Because
No, not the clips.
What,
If
not play
you
the
would
video?
play, for example, the whole thing,
Yeah.
I think then he would strike you.
okay, because I wouldn't want to lose. I wouldn't want to. I basically don't want to have to delete the stream.
Yeah.
I will if
No,
I have
no.
to.
No,
But
this
so
one I
He
played on
wants,
mine.
in fact, he
when I
wants
leave,
you
just
to
please
share
don't play
those
no
clips.
videos.
Yeah.
Don't play no videos when I leave, though. Yeah. So yeah, play this one, though, Snacks.
Yeah. I played this one already. It was fine. Yeah, and it was screened by Zellini anyway. Zellini brought it to my attention.
Okay.
Go.
So his gender identity is woman.
Idro orna inne le nega wanna inkro. A woman has its own duty, and a man has its own duty, and a lady cannot do the duty of a man, and a man cannot do a duty of a woman.
Can a man become a woman?
Kid the molla rengro? No.
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 What about a transgender?
Eh?
Transgender?
Dorogid akide mo na ipibelega nyole merengro? No.
No.
It look like if you want to become a lady but you're a man, you have something wrong in
Something
your mind.
wrong.
Something wrong in your family, something wrong in you.
What about if someone was non-binary?
Come again?
Non-binary? You know, like non.
What?
Like someone is.
You're not a woman. You're not a man.
Yeah, someone is neither. There's something else. Is that?
Iduro amana yi kide mayna yole peria wan topis. He's saying we have never seen things like those. For a man, he has a penis. For a woman, he has a vagina. So we know this is a lady. This is a man.
What if it's a woman with a? What if it's a woman with a penis?
Both.
Western insanity.
Kide mayna begering giro and tabo.
People are laughing. Is that a dumb question?
There you go.
Yeah,
That's
what
they
can
are.
I say? The Maasai are right about transgenderism or transgender woman or something like this. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
You know, Maasai ain't writing no article on no transgenderism. That's ridiculous.
But you know there's a big thing going on. They are using these people, and what I just explained to you, they are picking up something what you explained to me and project it on modern day, which is a Western idea. This whole concept of transgenderism, okay? And they use these people, okay, to make the claim that it's only so they put it basically why we don't have this transgenderism acknowledged and so on is only because of the white patriarchy or some bullshit like this. So they're using these people to implement their sinister plans, basically. Yeah.
Because most of Europe is Rainbow Nation anyway, man. Like, what are we doing? You see what they're trying to do in Africa, man. They're just trying to. It's been happening since.
What happened to Shaka, man?
Time immemorial. I don't know. He's going to carry their shopping. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I like the way that the massa is just like, what are we talking about there? Like, we don't
Yeah.
even
Finally, some sanity. You know, for some sanity, you now have to fly to Africa. Basically, that is the state of the West.
That is the state of the West. That's a fact. I mean, but Africa's
just
not
to get
far
someone
behind
to
because he's trying to corrupt it.
honestly and be like, what?
Innit?
You know, a genuine reaction, like, bro. You know, they're looking around at each other like, what? A man with a... Even him answering the question, he's forced into their paradigm, right? Which I would suggest is a hyper-realistic paradigm. Hyper-realistic. Almost too real for us in the West to even grasp.
Yeah.
Male and female roles. They're as real as a lion and a lioness. They're not... Lions and lionesses are not confused about their roles. This is why I say nature is the key, to developing and evolving without insanity.
Right.
Once we detach from nature, our development becomes unnatural, and then we start formulating unnatural behaviors and concepts. If we go back to nature, if we take the right angles and the man-made shapes and geometry out of our psyche and focus again on the bark, on the tree, on the fur, on the leaves, on the sun, on the water, on the dirt, you will find that we will reprogram our mind to become back in tune with nature, and our superpowers will be unlocked again.
It's a cycle.
Our divine potential will then again be able to be realized. Until then, we are evolving in a direction that we have fooled ourselves to think is progress, but actually it is nothing short of devolution.
Exactly.
And the sinister thing is they call it progress instead of devolution, what it really is.
Yeah.
Basically what it is, it's a revolution, constant revolution. It comes
cyclic change.
Yes, it's the complete destruction of everything that is traditional, that was traditional, that you can find in many different. You can find it all around the world. The same principle, with some different shapes, right? And differences, but overall, you can say it is a revolt against everything that was basically constant all around the world and has worked so far. And these people are revolting against nature. They are revolting against God.
Elron, this is what's interesting. From your perspective, I'm going to ask you a series of questions, right? And there's no right or wrong. Just want to know your perspective. In your perspective, what group of men are in charge of the world? Are leading the direction of the world?
What kind of man? I think you can describe some characteristic of those people. I would say they are one of the most powerful ones are clearly the technocrats, which are basically they think that man is above nature and they can basically be God. They're very self-centered. They think they themselves are basically gods. They can create the world in their image, right? It's a
So do the people
it is a perversion of the Faustian spirit, I would say. That's that was.
Did you say Faustian?
Yeah.
Okay.
A perversion of the Faustian spirit.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
it is very. It's also very abstract, right? Detached from nature as well.
Okay.
And it's almost become in that process, right? In that process, it becomes almost like natural with the development of technology, right?
Okay, so let me answer the next question.
Like a one last sentence, like a self. How can I say it? like a process that is almost like natural to the technological development now.
Cool.
Doesn't doesn't
So
need to
now,
have
the
an
next question I want to
enforcement
ask you.
from above
Hold on,
now.
hold
I
on,
think.
hold on, hold on.
Self-perpetuating.
Hold on.
Self-perpetuating.
The next question I
exactly.
want to ask you. These people who are in positions of power and actually get to dictate the direction that the earth or the world moves in, do they have a belief in anything supernatural, metaphysical, spiritual,
Some of them,
magical?
yes.
Some of them.
Yes.
Any the important ones?
I think many important ones, yes.
Okay, so this is now what I'm saying. Like, if you was to challenge this group of people, right? As in to challenge their leadership, to effectively create a mutiny or a coup, in where the reins of power could once again fall into the lottery of nature rather than programming and infiltration and espionage to keep power. Do you believe that in order to challenge these people, you also must have a spiritual, magical, supernatural, metaphysical view on life?
Absolutely.
Cool, that's it, man. From the horse's mouth himself. So I just don't know why. How can we argue with Pan-Africans and then the white man who is to put it lightly, Socialist Party sympathetic is even telling us that this is what it is, and this like what the fuck? That's what I say to man sometimes. It feels like you don't really want us to get to the meat and potatoes. You keep dancing. Don't miss out. You're not sending a miss out at a Ouija board. Like, what are we doing? Like, if man is contacting spirits or off-world or otherworldly or other dimension or whatever you want to call it, intelligent, sentient consciousness, if they are in league with such a thing, then surely no bullets, no weapon formed against them shall prosper.
When we are talking about these people, you asked me that specific question, right? With a belief system, we are talking about spiritual belief, right? There's also another component which is also very strong in the current elites. That is the more philosophical belief system,
right?
And that is
philosophy
composed about liberal ideas as well as
philosophy.
Yes,
becomes theosophy.
Yes, I would say
right. It's no difference. When they'll start telling you about the intellectual Lucifer being different from the biblical adversary to Yahweh or God, the philosophical Lucifer supersedes the biblical paradigm. This is something that they understand, and they talk in the jargon to keep you out of the loop.
Well, many yes. Well, for example, right? Some might say, okay, for example, the when you're so in your spirituality, you're so down basically on a very low level. You are worshipping basically materialism, egotism, and so on. Nothing of higher purpose or something. And then the Christians would, for example, say, well, that's not just materialism, it's also what the devil wants you to worship. So it's part of devil worship or something like this, right? Materialism, the golden calf, and so on. So yes, I would say so, that even when it comes to libertarianism, individualism, and so on, you could, if you want to, right? It always depends on who you're talking to. Is it practical to talk about these things in a specific context to a specific audience and so on, right? Is it not better to, only speak to those who might have the openness, for example, for new ideas, to talk about these ideas in that context? So I would differ, but between philosophy and maybe spirituality in another context, maybe. But I think it's it's very much together. Those every thought, every concept is something that is spiritual. And for example, I see the transgender ideology basically being a replacement identity for what has come after the destruction of the traditional family, for example. It's just a replacement identity, right? So there's always this need of humans to form identities, to form spiritual systems, and so on. And it's just not in the modern day, which is very people perceive this world as a very non-spiritual world at the moment, right? And they think that these concepts are basically non-spiritual when we're talking about transgenderism, or for example the praising of technology, which is also some would say is basically praising to a godlike entity, like this Deus ex machina entity, right? So yeah, it depends on who you're talking to. That is all I want to say. Sorry for my long monologue here. Damn, everyone is muted. Everyone is falling to sleep now.
Nah, sorry, I'm just making a coffee. I got the kettle on. It's pretty loud. Sorry about that. I was going to ask you a question though, Brother Eldoranda. Moving forward, yeah. Let's say, for example, we're under this oppression, spiritual, whatever it is, right? And in my opinion, there's going to be influence on people to make them less caring, less compassionate, less cohesive in society. Everyone's going to be individualized and made to worry about their own survival. So no one's going to have time to care about anyone else. And in this process, there's going to be a lot more, like, I know we've seen a lot of deaths recently with wars and whatever, but I'm predicting it's going to go to an all-time high with lack of food, food shortages, people withholding food from other people who've been made to become dependent on food handouts will not receive them. There'll be like global catastrophe. In order to bring the numbers down, right, to cover the population, with an impetus or focus on the poorest people or the most vulnerable being the first to go, right? But the rest of us will have to witness that. We'll have to survive it by being exposed to it as well. So we won't come out of it the same as we went into it. In my opinion, we will be different people. We'll, like I said, be less caring, you know. And like a lot of the younger ones, we've seen them, they're on computers, they don't know how to deal with people. Like, it's already started. They're preparing people for looking at life as a game, detached from real
Well, not
humanity.
necessarily. I also see chances when it comes to big crises like you have described, like a real food shortages or something like this.
Yeah.
I see very much that people could, for example, go back to their more natural state of mind.
Right. This is the question I was going to ask you. What do you predict to be the panacea or the cure for this current ailment, this current situation? Because if we're looking at fluctuations and like rises and falls, or you called it a revolution, like, I don't see it like that. I see it like a wave where it dips and goes up and down, right? But it's along the same trajectory. It's not like a revolution, but, you know, we're moving along the same line, and we have to be able to predict the coming catastrophes so we can adjust ourselves. So I'm asking you, what adjustments, apart from moving to the country, I think that's what you've done already, right, Elron? You moved to the country already. So what would you say to people that's listening? Maybe what could they do if they don't, for example, have the ability to move to, you know, some obscure places where they can survive this sort of catastrophe? How could they then, you know, being in the belly of the beast, how can they best survive?
Well, the belly of the beast, when it comes to food shortages, would be outside Europe first, or outside the Western world first. When it comes to the West, is you have to be able to get some practical skills for that crisis, right? For example, I don't know how to call it, like how to build certain stuff, right? Be useful, okay?
Self-sufficient.
Get some useful skills, right? That you can help other people with in times like this. Because right now it's basically we are living in a society that is highly how can I say? Everyone has their specific purpose,
we are
right? Yeah.
dependent.
If you want to fix your toilet, you call someone who is specialized in that, right?
Yeah.
And most people are basically, and this is only a small minority of people doing those kinds of jobs. Back in the past, everyone could basically do the simple stuff, right? But now they are all working in some kind of tech company or some managerial stuff, bureaucracy apparatus, something like this, right? Which isn't really producing anything. It is.
I drive through an area where there's a lot of Hasidic Jews. You know, the ones that dress up, the Orthodox ones.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed them communing on one particular corner. So I had a look, drove past and had a look, and they seem to have. There's no signage outside, but when you look inside, it's a supermarket. They made a supermarket only for themselves, though.
Mm.
So there's no exchange of money. You can't go in and buy anything. There's no signs outside to invite you in. But you see them going in and out. And this only happened within the last 6 months after we came out of lockdown and whatever.
Yeah,
I'm
I
thinking
think
this is some
it
sort
is.
of communal
We
food
are
bank.
living in a world so divided that yes. Another advice is, of course, find yourself a group of like-minded people, and don't have a hugely in-group bias when it comes to this.
Yeah.
Because in this world so divided, you can't trust people basically.
You need
okay, and you need to look out for yourself and for your community, right? So this is the first priority you need to have. It's unfortunate, but you know, we are living in dire times.
Do you
we
think
don't
people
have
should start forming
coherent society.
communal food banks?
There are literally people out there that want to kill me, right? If they got the chance. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, they declared war on people like me, for example, who think like me.
Yeah. What I'm saying, Elrunda, brother, it seems that with inflation hitting hard now, whatever you buy today is an investment, because in next week or the following week, the price could double. So I'm suggesting people, maybe it's the time now to, you know, start hoarding some tin foods, maybe, or investing in some barrels, and you can fill it up with petrol. I don't know. You got to kind of like try to invest your money in your own survival, I think. And I think it's going to come to that, where the authorities are deliberately raising the inflation and raising the prices and raising everything, the taxes, to see how much it takes for people to actually start taking to the streets, getting active, revolting, protesting. I feel this whole Black Lives Matter thing was just a thingy run, like a dummy run, so the police can get their training in order and get the laws changed to suit them. And
yeah, just like with the whole sea thing, it was a social experiment, right?
Right.
They got a lot of data out of this. I agree.
Yeah,
and
it's not looking good.
If people tell you, well, of course the media always tell you, right? It's selfish if you do something like this, like stocking food or something like this. No, it's we are living in a very I can't trust the institutions. So what do you want me to do? You want me to have this naive thought that everyone is basically not doing that? No way. Okay. So and the other thing is, I tried to warn people about this thing for years upon years. They didn't want to listen. Okay.
Very
and
true.
now they
Very
have
true.
to, and since they are not prepared for what's coming next or what's probably coming next, I won't make like 100% to the day and hour specific predictions. Like this is another psyop basically with the whole QAnon morons, right? They always put out a date or something to basically make rational people making rational arguments, right? Look stupid, right? But yeah, you know, if you're so self-centered and you don't have the capabilities of seeing what's right in front of you, then you need to take the consequences, right?
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. So, Elron, I don't know if you've noticed, but the Portuguese government is offering people a lot of incentives to move there. They're saying
yeah, with the golden passport thing, right?
Yeah. What do you think about countries doing things like that?
Many countries are doing many things I would call immoral, right? I don't think it is moral to anyone outside of my who think like me,
really what I meant,
who have the
Elron,
values
do
of
you
me,
think,
right?
do
To
you
let
think
them
it's
in,
possible?
to let someone in who basically created, who was part of that group
Elron,
that created crisis.
is it racially or is it racially motivated? Are they
No.
trying to attract people from
No,
within
it
Europe
is
before?
based on class, based on
Right.
influence.
Okay. So they're going for certain types of people like IT workers and that, right? They're more focusing on people that can work
Primarily, I would say it is
internationally,
about
but from
money. If you have the money to pay for that passport, that golden passport or something, it's
Yeah.
mainly about money. But it's also,
Okay.
of course, when you look at how normal nations work in this economic system, it's also, of course, about skills, right? You can say whatever the immigration policies is, a country would be stupid to let everyone in, and it is smarter to let in people who are highly sophisticated and have some skills that your country needs.
Yeah, I heard that in Turkey, if you buy a property of 250,000 or more, you automatically will get a residency and you get a passport. So I think a lot of these countries are doing it, but I mentioned the Portuguese one because they seem to be really like focusing on people who can work in the IT sector internationally connected, but they work from home, so they'll be saving money by living in Portugal, where the thing is low, the cost of living, and they'll be benefiting from working and earning their money abroad. So I think that's the idea behind the Portuguese push to get more IT class people.
Yeah. I mean that could have also. I don't understand why. Basically, from a European identity perspective, right? I would say, for example, that I hate to see the most Eastern European states in such a dire economic situation.
Right.
And that would be a great a plan, basically, to be, right? They have very low living standards, and that many, basically, from the tech industry moved there. So you have.
So this Andrew Tate guy, he reckons he's worth a couple of million. He's moved to Romania. Like he used to live in England. He said England's rubbish. Don't live in England. And he's gone to live in Romania.
Yeah.
It's probably the cheapest country in Europe, in Eastern Europe, Romania.
And you see the problem is, right? Instead of doing that, which you would have if you have an Eurocentric perspective, right? Our basically our people have allowed to let companies move to China instead.
Okay, yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
And get them basically
Yeah.
the whole technology and everything like this. And now they are a huge competitor to when you have a Eurocentric view, right?
Right.
Just like if you would have like a Pan-African view,
Model.
right? You
Yeah.
don't want huge, especially people who have a grudge against you, and the Chinese definitely have a grudge against the Western world, right? For the opium wars and all of
Oh
this,
yeah, we
the
studied all that.
humiliation. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So it is just mind blowing to me what our leaders have allowed to be happening over the last
To say
decades.
something,
Trump was
Elrond,
speaking about
from
it.
the point of
And,
view
and,
of
and
a
one more
foreigner.
thing, right? Germany is still paying China as if they are a developing state. So they're paying them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, that can't last much longer.
Crazy.
That can't much last longer.
Yeah.
They just obviously they don't want the repercussions of cutting off that funding because they know that there's going to be repercussion. But I say, you said about the Chinese have a gripe against the West.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed that Russians, even though they're white, they have that same gripe. They have that same like hate for the West, and even to a certain extent in Turkey, there's this kind of idea that white people think they're better than us. But how do they think this? Why do they think this? And I think in Atatürk's time, there was some feedback from some people that I think his family that were living in France at the time. And they told Atatürk, the French think of us as second-class white people. Like they were so upset. Like they were like, how dare they? And I think this attitude of being at the top of the chain is indeed is an inherent thing with white Europeans. They look down their noses like at everybody. And I think like people like Chinese, Russians, and Turkish really take it to heart. Like, really, they should think like, who cares what they think?
But you had that with
you can
many.
think you're better than me. Why do I care what you think, right?
Yeah, but I would say, when you put it in a historical perspective, and if you look around the world, this is what happens with many people. That attitude, right, of you being basically superior to other people or other cultures. I would say that it is more when it comes to the relationship between Russia and the West. It's more about, especially right now, more about an ideology problem. The West thinks that liberalism is so superior and so on.
I think
it doesn't have so much to do with race.
In my opinion, it goes back to monarchies, because people identify with their monarchs, and the monarchy in Europe was much more prolific than outside of Europe. So that every European country had its own house and its own royalty, and these royals that were living these like lavish lifestyles, people sort of identified with them. And then when they judged their leaders against the other world leaders, in that respect, they felt superior. So I'll give you an example.
I feel that the relationship between Russia and the West, right? There wasn't such a thing as the West, really, when it comes to when you look back at the this is a relatively new phenomena after the first industrial revolution, the Enlightenment period, and so on. When you have the concept of the West, and then basically the concept of Eastern Europe or something like this. Back then, when monarchy was still prevalent in even in Western Europe, we had much better relationships to the Russian monarchy and empire than we have today.
But at the time, but now history's been rewritten, because even Putin was saying about Peter the Great, he's saying they got him down as a Swede. He goes, why they got him down as a Swede? He was Russian. So history has been rewritten to kind of write Russia out of the monarchy rankings. But really, if you think about it, even the way we eat our food, right, is down to the Russians. Because before, everyone would put all the food on the table at the same time, and they would eat the food in whatever order they fancied, right? But the Russians said, no, if you want to eat the food hot, you have to have it in order. So you have your starter, then your main, then whatever, right? The dessert at the end. And the waiter, the service, was designed by Russian monarchy. That's how they would eat, right? So this culture, they were at that time, were the trendsetters. They were the leaders. Their royalty was the richest royalty. The Russian was the biggest in Europe at the time. You know what I mean? And like this is sort of being written out of history, and they are offended by this. They're like, well, why have you got us down as our history starts from the Bolshevik Revolution? And like, you know what I mean? That as if nothing happened before that. And it's the same with Turkey. Like people look at Turkey and they're like, oh, they're like the poor man of Europe. They're the weak man of Europe. Like all the splendor of the Ottoman era is just being consigned to the scrap heap. Like,
true. And I don't have this, right? I don't have this perspective. I have a much.
But it's the same with Africa, right? Africans are saying we had kingdoms, we had palaces, we had everything. But why is it now you're looking at us like Ethiopian famine victims with flies doing hopscotch on their face? Like, come on, man.
Well, like, I would say I understand that perspective more when we're talking about today's how functional the societies are today. Of course, that also one has to acknowledge that also has to do with, for example, destabilization to some extent from the West, especially when we're talking about the Ottoman Empire, right?
Right.
But you also, I wouldn't say that this is unique to the Western perspective of looking down on others. You hear that a lot when, for example, Black Muslims are speaking about Arab superiority feelings.
Yes, you're right.
Them.
You're right.
So and I just can say when it comes to me, I have a much more nuanced perspective when it comes to history, when it comes to different influences and so on. Than most people who would call themselves even anti-racist, the all the slurs, very liberal and so on, because when you go down to it, they don't respect other religions really. They look down upon them. So
Aaron, I wanted to ask you something while I got you here and it's just me and you. I don't know if you have any view on this, but something reported in the media recently. They interviewed this Tommy Robinson character. I'm sure you're aware of him. And he was saying that this whole position that he has, he feels that he was influenced and manipulated into that. And now he wants to sort of acknowledge that there are powers kind of manipulating people and taking somebody of his particular background.
Do you have that clip for me? Can
honestly,
you find it?
I don't have it, but he was basically saying that, they took him from a lowly position and made him like the star of the show. And the views that he was espousing, they kind of manipulated and directed.
What was he
more.
implying? I think from the perspective of how I would analyze Tommy, he would probably blame dissident writers for manipulating him. Okay. I don't think that he's really honest there. It's basically an out of jail card. Don't look at me. Look at these people over there.
No, I don't think he's not saying that he wasn't complicit in it himself. He's just now acknowledging that there is an effort put in to divide people, and people like himself are used to achieve that. And he's acknowledging that publicly. I don't think he's trying to say he wasn't complicit in it, because that would be like highly hypocritical. But based on his level of education,
that could be. I have to watch that clip.
Have you not seen it? I thought everyone would see it by now.
No, I haven't. So that would be from what I hear from you. That would be the perspective that I hear many times from the Alex Joneses of the world and so on. They would say, "Worlds all divide and conquer. They want us to fight against each other and so on." Right?
Yeah.
So from that perspective, and
so
that he wants to form a broader.
Could be singing from Alex Jones's hymn book.
Yeah.
Right.
Basically.
Makes sense.
I think he also has He has certainly context to Alex Jones, I think.
Yeah.
But
what about Andrew Tate? He was on Alex Jones's show, and he's like literally the opposite of Tommy Robinson. He's pro-Islam. He's like, Tommy Robinson's always mentioning his mum. Like Columbo always mentions his wife. It's like Tommy's always mentioning his wife as well. Like, oh, they attacked my wife. Oh, this, that, and the other. Like, he seems to have this very strong appeal to the feminine people like Jupiter and whatever. And all these grannies that they look at him like some Irish pop star. The boy zones and all them. Like to them, Tommy's like that kind of golden boy. Whereas Andrew Tate's the opposite. He's like telling women to stop being whores. He's like very, he's like
focusing on more important stuff, right?
Yeah, basically. So like now this guy's being promoted. Like he's the opposite of Tommy. So first we had Tommy, and now we got this guy.
I think I heard about that name. Can you write it down in the chat?
Yeah, I'll do it now.
In the internal chat.
Yeah.
See, what I don't like about there is some truth in that from that perspective. That of course these globalists try to divide and conquer us. Right? They do it with everything. They do it with the old against the young against the old, with basically man against woman and so on. Does that then mean that I can't criticize feminism? That I can't criticize, us. For example, my main goal is, of course, our survival, right? The German and as well as the European people's survival, right? Does that mean that I can't talk about mass migration or something like this? No. I have my own interests. I have my own things I want to achieve, and but I think there's we still, even though we have different, things we want to achieve, we still can work together. But to say then to me that I can't mention all the things that are dear to my heart, and only can talk about the global powers, while all the different people still are talking about their issues, the Muslims and so on, right? And not nearly as speaking as much about for example, ESG, right? The economic social governance, for example, right? Which is a huge thing which they are implementing right now. And to say only us can basically not talk about white identity stuff, while all the Africans can talk about their identity all day long. And only us getting accused of you are dividing and conquering, some bullshit like this. This is not what I will let happen, right?
Right. I see what you're saying, Elrond. Obviously, there's like an argument that goes against that point, but maybe that's not the time for it now. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I agree with you. Yeah.
Andrew Tate. Let me check. Wait a minute.
So he's I think 3 times world kickboxing champion. He took his little bit of winnings and he invested it in, I think, Bitcoin or something like that. So now he's worth about like 5 million or something. He said.
Oh yeah, I know this guy. Yeah. He is in the manosphere, I think, right?
Yeah, he's in the manosphere, and he's like, I think very recently he's claiming that he's accepted Islam, which I find a bit shocking because his whole lifestyle is based on whoring women out. So I don't know, like how genuine he is with that.
Yeah,
apparently he's got this allegiance to Muslims because his trainer was a Bosnian Muslim. So I don't know.
There's also, there's also there's a lot of potential allies I see, right, that I could work together with.
Regardless of their religion, you mean?
Yeah, different religions, different identity groups, right? For example, black advocates and so on. I have no problem as long as they understand where I'm coming from, and as long as they respect what I'm standing for.
Yeah.
Right. We don't have a problem. The problem is when for example, I linked that video of the two Pan-Africanists there. The problem, what I have with Pan-Africanism, for example, in Europe, is you can't have Pan-Africanism in Europe and expect me to basically build your enclaves and claim the territory that is indigenous, that belongs to the indigenous Germans, right? You can't basically say that I should be, in order for us to work together with, I should let that happen or some bullshit like this. But there is
You're saying
also
basically what's goose, as they say in English, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
Yes.
So what's good for one side should be
Can
good
I
for
ask
the
a
other.
question, please? Sorry.
Yeah.
So if with regards to you just said the black advocates and all that, do you think they're the representative of the population? I don't think they are, to be honest. I think they are self-proclaimed people.
Yeah, there's many
who label themselves as that. So you
I would
can't say that they're representative of black people, therefore they agree with me and all that. It doesn't make sense at all. Even white people, most of white people don't agree with you, L1.
Well, if you care, I would say this. First of all, I think that racial consciousness is inherent in the black diaspora, just like racial or ethnic consciousness is prevalent when we are talking about the Kurds here in Germany and so on. We don't have the same consciousness when it comes to Europeans. So when I would be saying I'm speaking for most white people, I would be false, because we are still the minority, at least when it comes to conscious racial or ethnic awareness when it comes to Europeans. What I would say is, of course, there's differences between different black advocacy groups, right? The thing is, I would when I would speak for the black community, or I claim it to be, is basically I would make the distinction very broadly. I would say, if you don't care about black people and you want to participate in this global homo melting pot kind of idea, right? This one world people, right? Basically consumers and be the last man, right? You're not part of us, right? Then I can't speak for you. When there's something that you think that the survival of the black race or black identity and so on is important to you, then of course I speak for you.
But
okay?
what is it though? That's the thing, though, isn't it? You can't say the black identity and all that. They come from, black people come from different ethnic groups.
So you're saying that there's no value in the term black. You're basically breaking it down in your.
No, I don't think so. So yes, you could. Okay, let me distinguish here. Okay, we had a period, especially after the Enlightenment, right, where we have lost basically the concept of being also thinking of ourselves as European or like a civilization. That was that was due to the forming of nation states. Right. And that led to national chauvinism, right?
Right.
So these people were only thinking about their nation or their ethnic identity, and not thinking in the broader perspective. Don't have a broader perspective. You still see that when it comes to some Africans even living in the diaspora in the West, right?
Right.
So you would see, yes, they are only caring about their tribe, even not even their nationhood or something. So it's even more pure, basically.
Yeah.
When people don't have also on top of that a racial consciousness, then I would say yes. When you only have an ethnic identity or tribal identity, then I can't speak for you as also someone who has a racial black identity consciousness, right? Then I can't speak for you. However, when you see some kind of familiarities, right, that distinguish black people or Africans overall from others, then I can absolutely speak for you, okay? Because we have common problems, right? I think right now, for example, they are forming
so you're saying, Aaron, that there's some utility in the term black?
Yes, I think so. Just like when I see utility in the concept of white or European, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It prevents you, for example, it is much less likely that you enter in national disputes, tribal conflicts, and so on, when you have that kind of consciousness on top of your tribal, ethnic, or nationhood identity. So I think it's valid.
Yes. What are you saying, thing? Yunus?
Yeah.
Do you hear him? What he said? Because you was breaking
Yeah,
down.
I do understand
it
where
down to say that it was.
I do understand the discussion, but but the thing is, yeah, I don't think a lot of people are conscious. To be honest, you know, people, you know,
Big up the
go
panel.
through life
Big up the
without
panel.
thinking like
Yes,
that,
Freddie Star.
24/7.
Well,
That's majority
I don't
of
know.
people. But I think that
I
you know,
see it even in Africa more and more. They are.
thing is,
I
they
forgot.
can't in Africa. You
See-
can't see people's tribes, can you?
But what I'm saying,
You can't say,
Yunus,
given you know certain
historically,
geographical locations and that, you
Yunus,
can give a rough idea of you know what community it comes from.
historically, your people haven't identified as being black. Even in like living in England, your mum and dad ain't telling you you're black. Obviously, going to school, mixing with people, this is a new concept to you. It hasn't fully bedded into your thinking.
And why is that? Why? Yeah, exactly. So most of the consciousness of something we are speaking of is always when you come in contact with the other.
Yeah.
Right. So when you have only tribal identities, it's most likely that this is the reason why is because you only became in contact with other tribes and not totally different people. And what I see developing in Africa right now is, for example, an identity, even though tribalism is still very prevalent in Africa, you also see at the same time, quite astonishingly, you see a consciousness of basically Africa as a whole, as a continent being fucked over by everyone else.
I've heard that
getting
as well.
fucked over by the Chinese even.
Yeah,
now
I've heard
they're
that.
even criticizing.
When's the last time you've been to Africa, if you don't mind me asking?
Never. I was never in Africa.
So you seem to know a lot about the tribalism and how they are moving on the ground, and you've never been there.
Yes. From listening to black people speaking about other tribal issues, even here on the panel. So are you denying that this is real or something? From observing statistical data from the Global Homo institutions, right, where they also have stats about tribalism and so on, and many other data. So yes, when you do you say I'm wrong here? Or?
I think he's just asking where you're getting your data from. Where's the info coming from?
Mainly, it is mainly, I would say, from listening to other black people speaking to each other.
Yeah, but I think white people are carrying out extensive surveys on everything everyone else is doing at all times.
Of course. Yeah, the thing is why we are doing it right now, especially, is because this is another important power element that I haven't brought up when who was it, Chakara, or who asked me the question? I think it was Trill, right, who asked me, who do you think are really in charge and so on.
Oh yeah.
The other thing is these people who think basically that they're categorizing everything, right, and they want to manage everything. So they're taking out of nature, they are taking basically the environment out of nature. So now the environment or nature becomes a product, right? So this kind of thinking, this managerial class thinking, that you can structure everything and so on, this is also another very important power block.
Well, you're saying this is an element of the technocracy
class, yes.
So the data collection element.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So they know everything, what everyone's doing, basically. I think a lot of this thing that we've been talking about recently, these haploid groups and DNA compilation of the human genome, it's been part of that as well, I think. Yeah. So there's been a lot of work done completing the model of the human genome. And I think, they've actually been out there carrying out this work. Now, there are people out there. Yeah.
What does it achieve, though? Identifying
I was
those
Elronder.
characteristics.
Sorry, Eunice. Elronder. I used to work as a painter, and I was painting this guy's house, and he said to me that he works for the British Museum, right? And they were paying him a couple of £1,000 to fly out to Saudi Arabia and document isolated language. So he said that there's a group of people that live in the Saudi Arabian Peninsula. Their language is not Arabic and is not related to any other languages. It's a independent language. And they said that these people are slowly becoming extinct because their children grow up, they go to university, they don't come back. And he said that they're paying him to go and document this language and write it down like properly, right? The guy was like a linguist. And I said to him, like, who's paying you to do this? And he said to me, the British Museum. He said, the British are doing all sorts of things like this all around the world. It's like they've taken on responsibility for all this kind of like data collection, which I find amazing. Like, why would you bother? Why do you care if languages are becoming extinct? Do you know what I mean? It's like all this effort the English or the British put into, the Rosetta Stone and finding out everything about Egypt, what they could. Like, why would anyone else really care? Like, no one else cares. Only Europeans seem to care about things like this. And I find it like, why?
But this
like,
this kind of with the right motives, this is actually.
Can I just say one thing to refute that what Khan was saying? Like, specifically Egypt, a lot of people care. That's why there's been loads of people flocking to the region.
Very recently, though. That's very recently.
No, for centuries.
What I'm saying, if you study, for example, if you study Zen Buddhism, you will see that the first people to go out there and document it from a European point of view was the Germans. When you look at the Ottoman Empire, a lot of the people that brought back information from there when it collapsed was Germans. Like, the Germans are.
That'd be hard to believe because the Romans got there before them, innit?
Like, even if you
but what I'm saying is, I think
Africa.
the reason
it's not just Africa; they're everywhere.
Yeah, I believe you. Yeah. What I'm just saying is the reason why these people collect data, like the Cambridge Analyticas and all these other little fucking people, is just better find ways to deceive people. Because they're never going to come off a deception. The European is the king of it, isn't it? So the more information he's got, it's the more likely he can pull deception on you, isn't it?
That is true, and there's probably a lot of them doing it exactly for that reason. However, there's also a lot of genuine people who are interested in archaeological stuff. I would say that this is a very unique, and it might hurt other people's, but I think this is very unique when it comes to Western Europeans being interested in discovering stuff. And this is also a Faustian quality, really. And it could come from a good perspective, from a genuine perspective, from a wanting to help other peoples. And it goes so far, it's crazy. I just lately on Countercurrents, there was an Iranian Muslim who is following the dissident right for years and is also writing blogs on Countercurrents. It's one of the major dissident right think tanks, right? And he was saying that he learned more about the older Zoroastrian kind of ideas from the dissident right than when he looked for knowledge about that within present Iran. Even though in Iran the Zoroastrian movement is becoming stronger again, so there's a revival of that as well happening in Iran right now.
It's like
So big up to everybody.
In Turkey, there's a whole movement.
May I ask Elrond a question?
The proto-Islamic religions, like they're looking at Tengrism. There's a lot of Turks now. They're turning away from Islam, which I don't agree with. Like, I think it's good to know your history and the religion of your ancestors, but you don't need to.
You can't know everything. This is the problem, right? I mean, there's so much stuff about my German identity alone that this is almost like a life work process. That alone. And if you then also focus on all these other details, other cultures, and so on, you don't have time for your own identity. So
Yeah.
I would say the main focus should always be on your own people. Learn about your own history, your own
But Elron,
tradition.
here's what I'm saying to you. Your culture, or most cultures, would have not beaten, but would have replaced a previous civilization, which they would then choose to extinguish. So your people wouldn't know about their own history, but someone else might.
That is true. And when it comes to that, right, if you see this kind of overlapping, then it's worth looking into it, I would say, right?
Yeah.
And also, I have nothing against that there are some Germans looking out for.
Thing, though?
Giving me basically one more sentence, then you can. Giving me a broad perspective on Islam, giving me a broad and their origin and so on. Giving me a broad perspective, but right, so I understand broadly what it is about. But to expect of me to basically be a Muslim scholar or something like this, this is just crazy.
Intricacies.
Yeah.
I get you.
Can I just say that European history is quite minute compared to global and African history specifically. So this is why I think they're on a mad quest to know people's history and where they come from, so they can because what they used to do is they used to destroy, pillage, and rape everybody, and then insert themselves into these people's history. So I think it's still continuing right now.
There's definitely an element of that. Freddie's right. Like there is that. You can't
can I ask
that.
Elron a question, please, guys? Elron, may I ask you a question, please? So, do you have like a model ethno state right now that's functional, or like a state that you can use as a model?
Yeah, I would say the closest to when it comes to European
anywhere, it could be anywhere.
Yeah. So when it comes to European ethno-state, I would prefer the state of Hungary right now. And also there's things I see within Orban that he's not just focused on his country, he also knows about his responsibility to basically be a safe haven of other European dissident writers and connecting them by showing off Hungary as a prime example of how the future could look like, right? So Hungary, I would say, when it comes to other ethno-states in the world, most of the other nations are basically as ethno-states, in my opinion. When it comes to me preferring a culture, I would say Japan, even though they have right now also some problems with the modern world, right? I like the culture. I like the way the Japanese, behave. It is very almost Nordic, something Nordic about
Hungary, excuse me though, Hungary don't class themselves as an ethno-state.
Yeah, Hungary has an ethno-state, basically.
So what we define as ethno-state?
That's based on the assumption that like the European race
what do you define as
one.
ethno-state, Elron?
It is first of all, it's very homogeneous when it comes to their ethnic heritage, right? And the other things are tradition, culture, and everything that comes within that, teaching about Hungarian literature and so on. All of these stuff. So ethnicity is not only a biological concept.
So we
but
could
also
safely assume that culturally it's homogeneous, but we can't say ethnically and all that. I'm sure most people. If you get all the Hungarians taking an ancestry test, they're going to vary from one another.
What do you mean they're very?
I mean, they're going to vary from one another, aren't they?
Well, every people
can originate from Turkey. Some of them can
so
be from
when you're talking about homogeneous, right?
Or Asia or places like that.
Yeah, when we're talking about homogeneous, right? There's no 100% pure ethnicity or something like this, right? Even when it comes to the Japanese or the Chinese people, there's no such thing as an ethnically pure, even tribe. There's not one ethnically pure tribe you can find on the earth. We all have different ancestors. If you believe in Darwinism and if you believe in evolution, basically, then you know that there can't be such a thing, right? But there can be, like, it's all like a spectrum, like within the rainbow. There is a significant enough distinction for me to call that people a people that have evolved over time into specific people with a specific culture and so on, right?
Okay, but what I'm saying is, okay, so if let's just say if a Nigerian person or somebody from Africa went to Hungary and was, and was a third generation Hungarian, is that person considered to be Hungarian?
Not in my perspective.
Even though that person might be 50% Hungarian.
Yeah, no. I would lower my standard. I would call him mixed race when it comes to that. But this is only the biological aspect.
But
right?
is he entitled for the same?
He could be culturally Hungarian. He could be fully.
Okay, but
culturally, it is very tough. It is very tough to be culturally Hungarian, because when you see like the buildings, the architecture, right? When you read about the heroes, it is written from a Hungarian ethno perspective. Okay, so it's very hard to deceive yourself, or to let go of your real biological roots and see yourself as a fully Hungarian or something like this.
Oh, that
or
person's
to say to yourself, I don't care about basically that Hungarian that lives in the third generation there, right? He has to be able to say, I don't care about the biological roots. All I care about is this cultural identity, which is called
but he's biologically,
Hungarian.
But he's Hungarian. Biologically, he's partially Hungarian. One of his parents is a full Hungarian.
You can't be biological Hungarian because it's a mixture of the Huns and Hungarians.
Yeah.
Look, what I'm saying is, what I'm meaning to say, sorry.
I think Somalia is more of an ethno state than a Hungary, I guess.
Given the fact
Somalia
that
is an
one of his
ethno
parents
state.
is fully Hungarian, therefore
Hungary is no
Hungarian.
ethno state, man. All Hungary is a little haven for racist people and narrow-minded people to go around and chillax.
For 1 minute,
I mean, it's
Freddie,
a country that doesn't allow migrants
from
like that.
And this has only
things
been
like that.
from like 2016, 17. This ain't been Hungary forever. Like, this is just some little narrow-minded people that's running the country at the moment. It's not like Hungary and the whole complete history of it. You know what I
Freddie,
mean?
let me ask you a question. What, based on what you just said, isn't it more likely that me and you, Freddie, have been living in a bubble, right, for the last however many years, this little experiment called multiculturalism, and really in the longevity of things, we are the blip. We are the ones who...
you know what, Khan? I never listened to them when it comes to multiculturalism, because I know white people speak with a full forked tongue.
I hear you, Freddie, but what I'm saying is,
they say one thing and they mean
that this is a
another.
little haven
So why
for
we
racists,
were getting
right?
more integrated in England, Europe was becoming more racist. You get it?
But what if they've
What
always
do you
been
mean?
racist?
The concept, I reject the concept of racism. Okay, this is the first thing. That is why it almost seems like you are disagreeing with me when I have described African tribalism, for example. We are calling it tribalism, but in the European perspective, if the Saxons, for example, right, would be only the Saxons, right, we would call that concept racism.
Yeah.
So it seems like you have a double standard when it comes to Europeans having in-group preference and wanting to basically be for themselves, right, and caring for themselves.
Yeah, but isn't that the price of having an empire, though? When you have an empire, you're saying to people, let us come and rule you, and you can come and move to England if you want. Like, that's the price. Like, you can't say that to Japanese. Japanese never had the empire. Well, they tried to move into China, but obviously that never happens. Well,
I would agree that a lot of empires were basically... especially in the later states, you will find many empires that operated in that way, and you can say, "Oh, that is the cost of the empire," right? But when I'm looking, for example, when I'm looking for
please address that point. Do you think that is a inevitable?
It is not when we're talking about empirism and so on, which I'm against, really. The the concept of empirism, because there's always this possibility of going down that road later on. But when I'm comparing that, for example, to the British Empire, right?
Then,
to the British Empire. Let's compare the British Empire until until the what is it called? The generation that came there first, the African. The Windrush generation.
The Windrush, yeah.
They had the biggest empire in the world, right? But when it came to their main country, right, their homeland, it was 99% British white, right? So it didn't come with a price. It was only, funny enough, after the collapse of the empire, that this was the price. So
I wouldn't say
you can have an empire. I would say
not the collapse of the empire; it's the establishment of a commonwealth.
Yes, true. Yeah.
Can I
so
say
it doesn't
something?
have to necessarily
question,
come with that price, right?
Can I ask you a question? Do you know?
You want a question to ask me or Elron?
Yeah, I was going to ask you and Trill the question, like, with regards to multiculturalism. Like, the way you talked about multiculturalism is that you don't agree with it.
No, I think you're sort of trying to read between the lines, but you're not really getting it right as usual.
Anyway, just like Easter. Do you agree with Easter, Eunice?
Pardon?
Do you agree with Easter?
Easter?
Yeah.
I don't celebrate it.
So I don't celebrate multiculturalism. Simple as that. It's a myth. It's just a date. It's just an occasional thing that they roll out. But really, in their hearts of hearts, they don't want.
I agree with you.
It's not a political thing, though, isn't it?
I agree with you on.
There isn't any definition, but there's a political thing, isn't it?
Yeah, more than likely, it's probably more than likely a political trick. Politics.
Yeah, I agree with. So maybe I misunderstood you there. I would say yes, that most of the people who claim that they are for multiculturalism, what they really want is what I said before. They want a one-world people that is not multicultural, that is one culture, basically. And that is consumerism at the end of the day. Even if they are not aware of this, this is the logical outcome of what they are promoting. And they're not really interested in Islam, right? Otherwise, they would see, look, these people would see then, right, the inherent ideological opponents of, for example, what they also promote is transgenderism, feminism, and so on. And Islam, they can't work together, okay? So they want to change Islam, and by changing Islam, they are basically subverting it and implementing it into this global homo model, which isn't multiculturalism. It is just plastic culture. It's just a gray kind of mass that is unrecognizable from true Islam, for example, right?
But 1 minute, Elron, can I just say?
Sorry. Let me just chip in there, because that's what's happening in Hungary at the moment. Like, it's like a white man that's unrecognizable because he's being controlled by two far-right parties. He ain't got no other choice. So there's no options. There's nothing. You have to be like your neighbor, which is such a fucking, I don't know, concentration camp where you're living, to me.
Can I just answer the point about
it is statements like this. Before you made a good statement, and now I'm completely lost on you again.
Here's what I'm saying to Ilron. Just hold on a minute. Just hold on.
1 second, brother. Let me just say, Islamically speaking, there is no true Islam, as Elrond is alluding to, because the point of Islam is that we all agree on Islam before our culture comes into play. So Turkish people, Saudi Arabians, Africans, when we talk about Islam as being the highest echelon of our identity, when we sit down, we can all agree on what is Islam, and our culture comes into play after that fact.
Yes.
Right.
So,
Elrondon, here's what I'm saying. Like, if you are saying there must be a homogeneous culture, isn't the European culture amalgamation of other cultures? Like even the architecture is inherited from ancient Greece and Rome, right?
Yes.
So
There's
when you
always
are sticking to the idea that there must be just one culture, the European culture itself is amalgamation. It's like trial and error. They somehow experimented and took the best from all cultures, right?
Yes,
so
I
that
would
process
agree
would
with
be
you.
process would be limited if there's just a homogeneous culture
So
imposed by the state.
Basically, what you're implying here is basically you're putting up a standard that I don't not hold, right? And by doing that, you're saying that what I want is not legitimate, right? So it doesn't matter.
What I'm saying, Elron, just listen to me. What I'm saying is, first of all, define the ideal culture for you that you hold dear to yourself, that's your own invention. How do you define it? And if that culture is supposed to be supreme in one culture for people of, say, Europe or German, what is that culture? Define it. And then let's explain how you got into that level of that culture, right? So in the process, you will understand that it's amalgamation of different cultures. So basically, your argument against multiculturalism fails, because if it is a homogeneous culture, I don't think there is such a thing like that's native. There might be some native inventions from your people, but most of it is.
The only time I hear something like this is when it comes to when a European speaks about their identity. This is the only time I hear people speaking like this. You would never say that to Japanese people. You have to now basically accept everyone, and everything is Japanese, because there is no such thing as a completely homogeneous Japanese culture. There's no such thing. So accept Islam, accept European liberalism within Japan, because there is no such thing as a pure 100% homogeneous.
Elron, are you denying as a European that you have a debt? You owe the money that you lot take out of Africa on a yearly basis. The money that you, as British white Europeans, owe the government of Cyprus, for the air bases that you don't pay for, that you use to invade Iraq and places like that. You owe millions to Cyprus. But is Cyprus ever going to see that money from Britain? No. So you lot owe us. We're not here with a handout because you're the superior race and we come begging. You owe us. Japan don't owe me nothing.
This is what I mean, right? And this is so dangerous. This is so dangerous, right?
And they haven't raped and pillaged half the world. If they raped and pillaged half the world, they'll be under much more scrutiny, and that's a guaranteed fact.
So I could make arguments, right, how much the West has helped the world, right, having better living conditions and so on. You wouldn't acknowledge these kinds of things, right? I know that, because you have to justify. You have to justify your own existence, and you're threatened. You're threatened. Most people are threatened when I'm saying that other people are basically are responsible for your own betterment, and you couldn't do it yourself or something like this.
Elron, you're sitting there with your picture as an ancient Greek. Are the ancient Greeks more related to me or you?
This more related to me.
No, they're not.
Yes.
Oh my God! Even the architecture, European
architecture.
architecture.
All the Greeks are J2, or even E. They got haploid group African, haploid group mixed with Anatolian. They're not related to you.
When you go with
the culture, you take their Plato and the Aristotle as your own.
When you go with the principle, I would say yes. When it comes to the Greeks, right, the whole Byzantine Empire and so on, and even before that, when you're talking about ancient Greek, there was always like a huge exchange between the Levantine areas, right, which is modern Syria, Turkey, and so on. There was always a huge cultural interaction between those regions, right? But when you're talking about genetically, and also when you're talking about how much, when you're talking about the current state, how much is Turkey, for example, influenced by ancient Greek philosophers? I don't think that they are teaching Aristotle or something like this in Turkey. However, when it comes to Europeans, Aristotle is still.
Who were the inheritors of the ancient Greeks? Was it not the Arabs? Did that not go on to become the golden age of Islam with all the universities?
They were taking parts of it, but a lot during that process, right? A lot has been later rejected, and
that's not the point. The point is you were sending your children to southern Spain to be educated as Europeans because the Islamic universities were there. You can't say that the ancient Greek knowledge that passed to the Arabs didn't then pass to you through the Arabs and the Muslims.
Well, even if I grant,
his concept was still a direct inheritor.
Even if I grant you that point, which I will not, right? Because the Germans had very close ties to the Roman Empire, right? Before the Turks ever got any kind of power, or Muslims, right?
Yeah, they probably lived through the Holy Roman Empire.
The Germanic tribes and the Romans.
Germany was the Holy Roman Empire, wasn't it?
The Germans and the Greeks hate each other. Greeks hate Germans more than
the Romans and the Germans hated each other as well.
The Germans.
The Greeks hate you way more than they hate
he's
the
saying
Turks
coming
way
from
more
a back
than the
door,
Germans.
which is the Holy Roman Empire, isn't it?
That is possible.
Yeah. I'd say highly likely. To be honest,
but it's like a
loads of people
learn from
the Greeks through different outlets.
I'm just thinking, what's happening in Hungary right now is such a bad idea because there's no time in history that white people have been able to agree with themselves and live in harmony and peace. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? So what's happening over there where they're all flocking over there, it's going to look to be another genocide or some sort, I guess, because when one of them can't get their own way, they're going to blow each other up.
I think Freddie's right, you know.
I can't follow his logic.
You don't follow peace, that's why. You never followed peace. Germany's never known
what should the Hungarians do?
I'm telling you, Europeans cannot live in peace, isn't it? So I'm saying all flocking around each other, it's only going to lead to ultimately genocide. But you can't.
What do you mean with flocking around? This is what's going on much more in Western Europe. You know how many Poles are living in Germany, for example, or how many Germans living in the UK and flooding into the UK?
I've never met a German in the UK. I've never met a German.
And if they do, they're going to call you a German immigrant.
Where they hide?
Like German immigrant. That's what they're going to call you.
So basically, you're for more isolationism. You say isolationism is a good idea.
I'm saying homogenize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he is basically he's contradicting himself every time he speaks. So now he's saying, well, don't let anyone in because otherwise that will lead to conflict.
What is it, man? You're learning a lot about Freddie today,
listen,
yeah? Not everyone can keep up with Freddie. They've got a higher level intellect.
Can you hear me, Rondon? You have not articulated your culturalism versus homogeneous culture argument properly, because if you were taking the best from all cultures, right, like from the Romans, from the Greeks, and everybody else, now, how are you saying that multiculturalism is not a good thing? So can you articulate by what you mean by it, by multiculturalism first, and then tell us how it's not
I'll second
good.
That's
Can you articulate it, please?
Yeah, and maybe you can.
Oh, that's a point. That's a.
I've asked. Wait, before we go there, okay, and before I answer your question. Maybe because I answered already so many questions of you, maybe you will grant me to ask a question first, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
How do you define culture?
Culture is a mindset, a way of living, and it's probably manifests in sort of tangible things such as religion, food, architecture, stuff like that. But primarily, it's a mindset. It's a way of thinking.
Can I answer that, Orenda? Culture is how you live on the land that you've been given and how you pass that what you learn to your next generation.
First of all, are you satisfied with my answer, Ron?
Everyone's going to have their own.
I mean, it's a very
generic.
surface level explanation.
No, it's more inclusive because
you were mentioning a lot of right things. Yes.
No, I said it's the way you think, basically.
I think this is the more important stuff. Something you can't really explain, right?
You can explain it.
No, not really. The way you think. I mean, come on.
Say for example, I'll give you an example.
You can observe, but it's hard to explain.
Culture is something inherited from one generation to the other generation, and it's dictated by the living
attitude, personality.
You find yourself in
different personalities, even though you have different, individual personalities. You clearly see, for example, there's a difference between the overall man.
Ron, if you accept my definition, can you answer the question
I
that I asked
accept
you?
your definition, yes.
And then can you explain what I asked you prior to that?
It doesn't make sense what you're saying. Culture is not how you think. You can change how you think on a momentary basis. You can't change your culture.
Collectively, as a society, it's a state of mind.
As a collective,
it is
you
your
can't
state of
change your
mind.
culture. It's inherited.
So how do you being inherited is a characteristic of a culture, collective thinking?
Yeah, you inherit it from a previous
generation.
generation.
But what it means, like as a definition, if you're trying to define it, is like you cannot just say religion or language, because those two things are just pillars of culture.
Language, you can, and the religion.
And religion could be a
if it's
culture
indigenous cultures and rituals, that's part
Hey,
of it.
you know what? I think culture's fluid, right, and it's forever changing, isn't it? It's not
only through generation to generation.
Cults come involved, right? They kind of
it really depends on the society.
And change them all the
on
time.
a societal level.
It's a society. If one society thinks this way, then
changing, right? You can only happen in that specific area,
region,
and region, right?
Yeah.
So, we're not disputing that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I would agree with your definition. And can you
then answer my question? Then, how do you define multiculturalism, and why are you against it after you're taking all other things from other people?
Multiculturalism isn't a culture.
I didn't ask you, Khan. This is for everyone.
Be clear on definitions, though. The definition needs to be correct.
There's multiple cultures.
Wait, can Elron at least ask let him answer his question, and then we could go all around it. We do it backwards.
Yeah, multiculturalism is how I define it in the purest form, not in the form that is basically that we're seeing today, or when liberals talks about multiculturalism. What I call it is basically it is different ethnic identities only living in amongst the same territory, which you can call the nations. But form their own societies within the society. You can call it an ethno-state within the broader state.
I agree.
Basically,
Elrond, to be more concise, is the belief that one one culture is not dominant over another. So every culture is equally as important. So me and Freddie can be Jamaicans living amongst the east end of England where everyone else is Cockney, and the Cockneys ain't gonna force us to speak like them and eat like them and act like them and basically subdue us into being like them.
Here's the problem with that. The problem with that is like you're using ethnicity and culture as interchangeable words.
Yeah, they are.
Just because there are different ethnicities living in a certain geographical area doesn't mean that they don't share culture, that they have to be somehow
I'm not saying they don't share culture.
Sharing is a different thing.
Sharing
I mean, they do share some culture. There is
sharing
some culture,
is a different thing. It's like me saying the herbs and ingredients they use to make jerk chicken, you can use the same herbs and ingredients to make Christmas dinner, which you can. Doesn't mean that
multi-ethnicity
they have a shared history, right? They have a shared culture, but it doesn't mean that they're not individually separate ethnicities. So if you're like 100,000 Jamaicans living in London, you can have your own culture, your own music, your own expression. You can have a Notting Hill Carnival. You can have all these things.
You're right.
No, they're not. It's the opposite of integrating. It's the opposite of
also,
integrating.
whilst having your own culture, I like to think you're adopting the host cultures.
Yeah, yeah.
But like, you
But
know,
without being
it's gonna integrate anyway.
without being
especially Caribbean people, we've adopted you're right, mate.
That's right.
And mate, and you're right, and we've adopted it all.
That's right. But you're not being forced to. That's the point of multiculturalism.
But the thing is here, like,
you
you know,
can
what the thing is here,
integrate.
like, if let's
based
just
on
say,
your
okay, for
own
instance, if a person moves to another
individual.
country and he lives in a certain geographic location,
in
which that certain geographical location has, you know,
Let's see if he says anything.
live in that area.
Brother, can you say that whole thing again? Can you,
assimilation process?
Can you say that whole thing again? Because you was chatting over Khan. We missed like the first half of it.
All I'm saying is, yeah, like, you know, if there's like a multicultural, you know, geographic location, and that person, you know, let's just say migrates to a country, and he lives in a neighborhood in which there are multiple ethnic groups there, you know, they speak different languages, so on and so forth. Shouldn't there be like an assimilation process?
Are you asking a question?
But there should be an assimilation process.
Are you asking a question? Like, this is what I'm saying to people. Formulate in your mind what you want to say before you start speaking. Otherwise, you're just thinking on your feet.
Just let him speak, man. You're not the only one on the panel.
Why though? Why?
Just let him speak. You've been speaking a
No,
lot.
but
So
if he
let
needs
other
time
people
to
speak as
formulate
well.
his opinion, he should do that in his own time.
Segregate communities and all that, which is wrong.
I don't know how
What
we're
I'm
having
saying
two
is that,
different
If he starts
conversations.
speaking, we don't know where it's going to end. It's not ending in a question or a conclusion.
Cool. All right, wait.
I don't think.
Well, look, what I'm saying is, look, what I'm trying to say is okay.
Formulate what you're saying, bruv. Come to a
You've got
conclusion.
the idea of assimilation. Like, what's the, you know, there isn't any, there is, you know, a person who's migrating to another place.
What?
Look,
What
a person that's
saying?
migrating to another place.
What are you saying about forced assimilation? What are you saying?
No, I'm not saying forced assimilation. There should be like an assimilation.
I beg you, let him finish. I know he interrupted you, which is deep. You shouldn't have done that, but just let him finish.
Why can't
Go
I
on,
play
I beg you,
with him,
say
man?
that again,
Allow it, man.
but quickly.
I can play with him if I want.
It's killing the whole convo.
Allow it, man. Yeah, you know.
What I'm saying is, like, you know, shouldn't there be like common values established and all that, like common culture?
Are you in favor of forced assimilation
and stuff like that?
Are you in favor of forced assimilation?
I'm not saying forced assimilation. What I'm trying
Are you
to
saying
say
that people should be able to maintain their own culture, while they're living in another foreign land?
I mean, they you know, look, they should follow their culture and all that, yeah. But all I'm trying to say is there should be,
but their culture is not based on that
type of assimilation process.
Listen, my culture.
Wait. So you're basically.
Let's have a culture, yeah? My culture means Monday I visit you, Tuesday I visit Jim, Friday, and we have this culture of ziyarets where you visit each other, right? But in England, you can't do that because everyone's working Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. So my culture is clashing with my living conditions. One of them has to give way, innit? One of them has to give way to the other. So if my living conditions does not support my culture, because my culture is from another land, right? Then that part of my culture has to get left behind if I want to carry on living here. I have to forget that. That's called assimilation.
Look, what
right?
I'm saying is, like, when I'm talking about assimilation, I'm talking about learning language, learning, you know, like, you know, stuff like that, you know, learning the customs and stuff like that. But what I'm trying to say is that why is, you know, assimilation, you know, like in regards to that, it sounds a bit it sounds weird. The idea of learning English. Because you have like many
forced assimilation.
in the UK.
Forced assimilation is where you're forced. Listen, you know, forced assimilation.
I think that aligns more with integrating.
Is where if you said something like Wagwan, 10 people would give you a dirty look and look you up and down and be like, "Why are you even speaking like that?" That's forced assimilation. That's where you're not allowed to express your cultural identity. That means that if I said something like,
look,
Inshallah,
what I'm trying to say is,
if I was having a conversation with people and I said Inshallah, they will start looking at me funny, like, why are you mentioning that foreign muck around us for? Like, that's forced assimilation.
I'm not saying forced assimilation. I'm trying to say, like, there's a reasonable look. Calm, man. You know what I'm trying to say.
If you don't know the definition, if you don't know the definition of the word you're using, yeah, we have to stop the whole conversation and educate you and bring you up to standards. Forced assimilation. What is it? What is it? What's forced assimilation?
Look, let me just explain.
Give an example from your own life. Yunus, I'm helping you. Give an example from your own life.
Let him explain. Don't cut him off, man. Just let him say it one time and we can hear it and we'll go on with it.
Give an example from your own life where you've been forced to assimilate.
But this guy was talking for like 20 minutes.
Bro, you're doing it again. Just let him speak. Go on.
Look, all I'm saying is like it's perfectly reasonable to say if a person, a person that migrates to another country and he lives in a certain demographic area and all that, where there's when there's like multiple ethnicities living there and so on and so forth, shouldn't that person learn the common language that's being spoken in that country and all that?
So you're arguing the opposite point. He's arguing for
assimilation, right?
You don't hear me? He's arguing for assimilation. He's arguing, saying that you have to adjust yourself to the land that you're living in. That's what he's arguing. He's arguing the opposite point.
Language. I'm just saying that's reasonable. That is perfectly reasonable to say. That's a reasonable thing to say.
You're not going to con me into believing what you're saying, bro. What you're saying is you believe in assimilation. That's what you believe in.
Why are you aggressive, Khan? You're very aggressive.
Well,
I have to be, bro. I have to be.
1 second. Am I right in saying that you believe that obviously if you live in a country, you should take on some of the host nations like mannerisms and some of their culture?
You have to. You have to a certain degree.
No. The only thing we have to take is the law. That's about it.
Listen, if I'm living in Wolverhampton,
the laws of the land.
No, lad, because it's
speak Cockney. I have to teach them to speak proper English. Listen, if I'm living in Liverpool, I don't need to teach my children how to speak like a Scouser. I need to teach them proper English.
No.
But what I'm saying, will be on the outside of society, then will they won't be accepted by the majority of the city, then will they?
Yeah, you're gonna have to. I'd say basically you don't have to assimilate. I think you have to adopt it. Because if you love the people and you like the people that you're around, you're naturally gonna adopt it anyway. Or you're gonna adhere to it. But if you have to assimilate it, it seems like you have to be taught it and then mimic it and so assimilation right now. I just like to think that I've adopted some culture because I like some white people, and that's it.
It's like pick and mix. You'll take what you want.
Yeah, you know how that goes. Certain real ones, I've took bits from them. Certain other ones, Asians, took bits from them. You get me? When my Asian
but you've got to admit, like that's only through consumerism that's been able to sort of happen. Before that, you would have had to assimilate a bit more because culture's just a tool that's allowed the society to thrive wherever it is in the world.
No, but
just
even
a tool, you know what I mean? So like it goes down to like dietary and things like that. So it's determined by the weather.
Yeah, but what happened is they tried this false assimilation, and we got Brixton riots and Broadwater Farm riots and all that. We chopped man up. You can't fuck about with man.
I beg you, let me say something, Freddie.
We'll stand up for our rights,
brother,
and we'll adopt what we want to adopt.
My brother Freddie, are you hearing me?
I get that argument, lad. I don't really disagree with you on the argument. That's why I'm saying now it's easier than it would have been.
Bro,
because of consumerism, because of
it's not nothing to do with consumerism, bro. It's nothing to do with consumerism. There's a difference between integration and assimilation. What Freddie's talking about is
consumerism,
brother. What Freddie's talking about is integration.
Is another tool that allows you to then be able to live.
Bro. He's talking about integration where you take on the bits,
things like that.
You take on the bits you want to take on. You could take on something from Indian people. I could go around calling man benchod because I took on something from Indian people. That's integration. But assimilation is where you're being dominated by the authority, by the top level people telling you this is how it runs around here. And if you want to live around here, you have to be like us. That's called assimilation, forcing you to give up your own culture. That's not nothing to do with integration.
I'm not saying giving up the culture. That's just a bit mad, though. I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is that person, at the very least, if you migrate to another country, to learn the local language rather than staying there for 20 years and not learning
what
English.
Part of culture has asked to be given up?
Like I said to you, there's certain areas where I know certain people that if I'm around them, predominantly London Irish people, if I'm around them and I say things like inshallah, they're giving me dirty looks, like to say, why are you speaking your Muslim bullshit around us for? That I don't want my children even hearing them words. Yeah, and it's not because
what's wrong with that?
It's not because they hate Muslims, it's because they want to maintain their own culture. and they're looking you as an invader. You're bringing in new words that we don't approve of. So I can't be around these people saying Wagwan. I can't say things like Wagwan around them.
Why are you lying about Irish people again, Khan? I beg you, don't do that.
No, I'm just saying Irish people do have.
No, but don't fucking do that. You always do this, man. You shouldn't because you always want to use the Irish as an example when you're fucking wrong.
You don't know
Irish. I'm not gonna have it. You're chatting shit, bro.
MJ.
Why can't he do that? He said the same thing about
MJ, have your say. Have your say, then I'm gonna have my say. Go on.
I've already said what I have to say.
All right, cool. Let me reply
shit
to you
about
then,
Irish people.
MJ, let me reply to you.
Because you always want to use Irish people as an example, and you're chatting shit because I am telling you, as an Irish woman, if someone say mashallah, inshallah, I'm not going to be like, why are you chatting your own language, bro? Hello, I have my own fucking language as well. We have our own accents as well. What are you doing?
Listen, be reasonable.
Well, I'd stop shouting if you stopped talking over me. You said you're going to let me have my say, and then you talked over me. So carry on.
You said you already had your say. What I'm saying is you can only know it.
You know what I just said?
MJ, you can only know it from your own point of view, right? Now, you know Irish people, but you know that from a white woman's point of view. You don't know it from a brown man's point of view or a Muslim's point of view.
So you're brown man, Kanye.
I can imagine you do get funny looks. That'll be fucking.
Yeah, but it's not a big deal. I'm not saying they're racist. I'm just saying they don't like. They have that because they're very Catholic. They don't like Muslims. It's like Americans don't like.
You're
Muslims.
chatting shit. You're fully chatting shit. Why are you chatting shit about Irish people?
Because I know them from a Muslim point of view.
You don't know them. You fucked one girl who's got Irish parents, and that's about it. You don't know Irish people. You haven't grown up in Ireland. Tell me what Irish people you know. How many people? How many Irish people have given you that response?
You can't tell me what I know.
How many Irish people have given you that response?
What do you mean? I've been around families of people, loads of people. Then you get it.
Right. So what exactly have they said and done then when you've used your own language?
It's not what they say and do. It's the silence that follows. The silence that follows when you say something that they don't approve of.
So it's silence. Now they're not telling you, oh, why are you speaking your own language? Now it's silence. So the story changed. Allow using Irish people as an example unless you're actually saying something that's true.
MJ, I think I can read people, right? The only reason I'm mentioning Irish people, not because I've got anything against them, but they're predominantly the main other group of people where I live. So I've spent a lot of time with Jamaicans. I spent a lot of time with Irish. They're the people that I know the most, more than, let's say, Africans or Algerians or whatever it is. I'm talking about my own personal experience of the difference between assimilation and integration. I'm giving an example. I'm not talking against Irish people in general. I'm using it as an example of people.
For argument's sake, just say Scousers, lad.
They're not Muslim people,
just
are they?
Just say Scousers instead of the Irish.
I mean,
but there's not much difference, really, is there?
There can be Muslims there.
Major difference, I agree.
So saying that to them, saying inshallah to them, won't cause an offence. Because they might be Muslims. So.
And the thing is, Khan, the last thing I'll say is that may be your experience with like maybe one or two or a handful of Irish people, but for you to generalize all Irish people, I'm not happy about that. And that's why I said, don't do that to Irish people. If you want to talk about experience that you've had yourself, talk about those individual experiences. Please don't generalize my whole nation of people like that.
I'm not generalizing the nation of Irish people that live in Ireland. I'm talking about
the Irish immigrants, the ones he's met.
The Irish immigrants that live in London. I'm talking about that community of people.
So you're talking about me.
It's like
you're talking about me. You're talking about me. You're talking about me. I'm an Irish immigrant living in London. So you're talking about me.
One sec, babe. Please, just be tolerant. I know it's difficult. What I'm saying is,
it is with you, yeah.
If we're talking about, for example, Cypriot people, right? And I said London Cypriot people, I would be talking about a specific group of people that came over here in 1970 and probably stayed the same and hasn't changed much. Now, when you go back to Cyprus and you look at the original Cypriots that we come from, they've changed, they've modernized, they've had the luxury of having the confidence to change, whereas we as immigrants have been forced to stay the same as we were, and we're more narrow-minded and we're more into our own little group than the people back home. When you go back home, they're marrying foreigners, they're up to all sorts, like they got the confidence to do that, yeah. But whereas when we're here, we're isolated in our own little group. So when I'm talking about Irish, I'm talking about London Irish. They do have strong traditions that are mainly to do with them being Catholic, And they've maintained themselves. The people I'm talking about, middle class, I'm not talking about council estate, people who are telling you, yeah, my gran used to be Irish. I'm talking about people who have maintained their Irish culture, where they fly out to Ireland every year. Like, they don't mix with other people. They're predominantly Irish people. The way they speak with each other, they're even speaking like with an Irish accent when they're around each other. And then 2 minutes later, they're speaking in a Cockney accent. And then they're back to speaking Irish. And I'm saying, so why are you speaking Irish in an Irish accent for? And they're like, because that's respect to our elders, so they can understand us when we speak. We don't speak slang around them. So these are people that have got a culture. And they don't want that culture contaminated by one fat little Turkish guy who happens to be dating their niece, turning up going, Alhamdulillah. They're giving you a dirty look like, what's this geezer talking about? Oh, he's a fucking Muslim. He's a fucking Muslim.
Khan, you have your opinion. I disagree with it. I completely feel that you're wrong.
Right,
the people you're talking about is someone like myself. Yeah, my family.
Singling you out.
But you were talking about Irish immigrants, right? So
yeah, but you
myself, I grew up over there. Okay. So obviously I have an experience of living in Ireland within Irish, like proper actual Irish culture, like in the actual country, not growing up in London around a couple of Irish people. Okay. My experience is not like that. My experience is not, we hate people that want to have their own culture. We want to diss them because they want to speak their own language or anything like that. That's not been my experience, and that's
you never said Irish. You never said the Irish. You said Irish immigrants in London.
Ireland, I agree with you. There's loads of Muslims living in Ireland and they're happy as Larry. And they've probably got better lives than the Muslims that living in England. I agree with you on that.
Okay, so going back to your initial statement then, why would you say that a lot of Irish people don't like when you use your own language?
I explained it already, because there's a difference between people who are living in isolation of their own little ethnic group in England, separate from Ireland. And there's a difference between that and the whole of Ireland, who are basically doing what they want, and they're basically whatever they do is Irish.
I hear you, but you're basing this on a few people that you know. Bearing in mind, you cannot necessarily compare that to people that live in Ireland, because you haven't lived in Ireland.
Let me just say something.
Yeah, but MJ, you made that clear because he said Irish immigrants in London.
Yeah, when you're talking about
that's not what he said in the beginning. He just said Irish, then he changed it to Irish immigrants.
MJ,
I hardly ever agree with Khan, but that's exactly what he said. Sorry, but that's exactly what he said. Irish immigrants.
When I'm talking about groups of immigrants, we all share the same immigrant mentality, the same immigrant actions that we do, and we're all very isolationist, and we stick to our own groups as immigrants. That's what we do, because we have to survive in a foreign environment. So we are more conservative than the people that we've left behind. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but the argument is that you don't have to live in a foreign environment if you assimilate in it. That's the argument, isn't it? Yeah, as an Englishman, it's not like if someone says that around me, it's not like you snarl and it's just like, what's the point?
Even what I'm saying is, if you're
gonna put yourself at the back of the queue, you know what I mean?
If you took 10,000 Jamaicans, 10,000 Irish, and 10,000 Cypriots and brought them all to London and put one group in Acton, the other group in Islington, and the other group in Brixton, right? They would all display the same immigrant movements, the same immigrant mentality, which they would try to stick to themselves. That's how ghettos are formed. Because people try to stick to their own. I want to go to the patty shop, or I want to go to Yashar Halim's and get my feta cheese. Like, everyone does that as immigrants.
Yeah, I get it, lad. I get it. Yeah, right. It's more comfortable.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. So when you look at immigrants, we are more conservative than our homelands. If I flew out to Jamaica today, or I flew out to Ireland today, by the end of the week, I could probably find myself a wife, get married, and settle down and have some kids. That doesn't mean I can do that in the Irish community in London, because they would have a different mentality. They would have a more isolationist, survivalist mentality. That's what immigrants do. Like, I'm not dissing Irish people. Everyone knows Ireland's a very tolerant country and they love immigrants. Like, you can have a whole section of Somalis that live in thingy now. In Ireland now, like, there's loads of Muslims, black Muslims that live in Ireland.
But you're saying that the ones that live in London are less tolerant.
Sorry, what?
Are you saying that the ones that live in London are less tolerant?
We're just more conservative. We're survivalists. We have to stick together. That's how all immigrants are. And I'm saying, when you bring,
I'm assuming you're born in the UK.
Let me make a point. When you bring a group of immigrants over, that group of immigrants will always split into two: the ones who stick to their own and the ones who marry outside of their own. The ones who marry outside of their own, right, like Turkish people who married into English, like me, for example, they're a bridge between two cultures. Their children will be half English, half Turkish, and there'll be a bridge between those two cultures. But they will always have cousins who are Turkish cousins who don't want to mix with English people at all. And they're very survivalist. They're like, no, if you start mixing, we're going to lose our culture. We're going to disappear. We're going to be lost out here. We're going to disappear.
Why you live in England, innit? Doesn't make sense if you have that mentality.
I understand that coming from you. I can understand that coming from you.
I'm just saying it doesn't make
That's
sense.
your position anyway.
No, but it's a genuine, it's like the sort of logical comeback to what you've just said as well, isn't it?
This is what I'm saying, Heathen. What I'm saying is logical. I'm not making this shit up.
I'm saying
if you brought a group of Irish people over to the United Kingdom, a section of them would assimilate and become English, and their names would be like, their last names would be Donovan. And you'd be like, you look Irish, right? They'd be like, nah, man, fuck the Irish. We're English. It's like Tommy Robinson. He's from a Catholic family. He's over here in England telling us that he's English and he's for the English Defence League. Because he's fully assimilated and he's saying, well, I'm white, innit? Yeah. So if I want to stop calling myself English, I can. Do you understand?
Maybe he is an English citizen.
But he's a Catholic from a Catholic family and he's from Irish descent. And he will even, when he's in the mood,
his choice. That's
when
his
he's
choice.
in the mood, he'll tell you, he'll be like, oh, my name's Yaxley Lennon. That's an Irish
name.
name.
You. Bro, hold on. I hear you, yeah? But, like, I'm just saying, in my, like, you can, these are obviously individual cases, innit? I'm saying in my case, my dad, myself, several members of my family that moved over here, none of them have let go of their culture. None of them have let go of their names. None of them have taken on a British or English identity. Like, that's something that we would never do. So these random people that are doing it, they are sellouts, and we all have sellouts in our communities, but it's not all or the majority of Irish people that come over here and do that, bro.
Bro, I'm not calling no one a sellout. I'm saying everyone's got the right to love who they want, marry who they want. And those children that come out of those unions, I'll regard them as a bridge of two communities. So if my children are half English, half Turkish, they can relate to both sides, innit? And I wouldn't regard, and if anyone told me you're being a sellout for marrying English women or Irish women, I'll tell them to go fuck themselves.
No, I'm not calling some. No. Don't get my words twisted, please. I'm not calling anyone a sellout for marrying or being with someone outside of their race. I'm calling someone a sellout if they give up their original identity for the identity of their colonizer.
I mean, you can embrace
your identity. You're not colonized, though, are you? You're not colonized,
MJ,
in the land of the colonizer.
Can you say the same thing again, yeah?
No longer colonized.
Right? But draw a distinction between assimilation and integration.
Look, what I'm saying is, you know, I don't know why, Khan, you got a problem with what I said, okay, like in regards
because you're talking about forced integration. You're talking about forced assimilation.
That's, you know, that doesn't know the English language properly, and you know, he moves into the UK. You know, he lives in a diverse neighborhood, and he should be able to speak English. You know, that's a form of assimilation because he has to navigate through British society speaking English.
What if he just relies on his children and he says to his children, "Read me the gas bill. I can't read English. You read it to me."
Well, that's the thing. You see, like, you know, that person should be, you know, learning to speak English.
But if that's the case, then you should make sure that you. No. Hold on, you can't tell people that after they've moved here. If you're saying learning English is a prerequisite of being a British citizen, then you need to make sure.
I never said that.
Oh, so you're saying it should be culturally enforced.
You're putting words to my mouth.
No, but you're saying that. But bro, what you're saying is right. Because if my relatives are walking around the streets of London unable to speak English, how are they supposed to be embraced by the British public? Are they supposed to reject them and say, "Oh, you can't speak English"? That's the basic you can do. Is learn English.
You see, in that example that you just given of like a child reading the bill for their father, I think in that situation it is important that the father or the parents of those children learn the language themselves, because when their children are older and move out, they're going to have to be able to function in this society. They're going to need to have a degree of communication with people in this society. And I'll give you a good example, right? In my previous job, I used to listen to people that have had bad experiences with the NHS, okay? And there was one woman in particular, she had suffered from, I can't remember, I think it was a miscarriage that she had. And obviously it's a traumatizing time for any woman to go through. And she couldn't speak English, and the doctors refused to give her a translator. She had to bring her son in to translate. And she didn't necessarily want her 10-year-old son, or however, I think he was 10, 11 at the time. She didn't want him hearing all of that information and knowing like her personal business like that. It's not something you would generally tell your 10-year-old at that time. Do you know what I mean? Like, they may understand mom's going through something, but the kind of things that you would be telling a doctor shouldn't really be going through your son. But in that case, but I'm just saying, in that case, if she had enough English, if she had learned enough English to be able to communicate, then she wouldn't have to be in that kind of situation. And I'm not saying, oh, they must learn English to live here, but when they are here, I do believe that they should learn enough English that they can function in society for their own benefit, not for society's benefit, for themselves.
What I'm showing you,
it's not about
is that
existing
British
or
society,
living. It's about
British
thriving
society,
within a society.
thingy, heathen. British culture is multicultural culture. They are lenient towards you if you can't speak the language from the get-go, right? Some people come here from certain countries, they can already speak English, yeah? That's not, like, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about people who can't speak English, that have to bring their kids with them to be interpreters. By man letting you bring your child and letting your 10-year-old child speak for you, he's showing you a degree of tolerance. He's showing you a degree of acceptability. He's not rejecting you and going, listen, although I'm your GP, I'm not even going to chat to you because you're wasting my time because you didn't bother to learn English. Get the fuck out my office. That doesn't happen in England. But in other countries, like, for example, Nazi Germany or wherever we're talking about, where foreigners were rejected, yeah, and forced to assimilate, right, them things did happen. People were not allowed to interact with the system until they learnt the language, because no one was prepared to tolerate the fact that they had accents, or they couldn't speak properly, or they couldn't read or write, or they needed their children for interpreters. But in England, we do have that. And that comes from tolerance for people based on the fact that they are immigrants. We have tolerance for immigrants. Like, when a person walks up to me on the street with Google Translate on their phone and they're trying to communicate with me and he's speaking some foreign language that I don't even know what he's chatting, I will, as a British citizen who's got a British culture, will stand there and bend over backwards to help him, because that's our British culture of tolerance. And we will do that for people. That's what I'm trying to show you. That is multiculturalism. That's the benefit of it, that we're not forcing people to assimilate and walking away from them in the street going, listen, I ain't got time for you, bro. From you can't speak English, I'm not wasting. We can't even speak English. Like, if you get that sort of attitude from people, you know that we're one step closer to Nazism. That's like when, if I'm speaking Turkish to my mom in the library and someone turns around and starts giving me dirty looks for speaking a foreign language, I know that we're going the wrong direction in society. And that's what I'm trying to show Yunus, that if he has this attitude that everyone should be forced to, or at least have the pressure on them of learning English, and we don't tolerate people speaking their own language, that's a step in the wrong direction. Because if two Spanish people walking down the road chatting, two Mexicans are walking down the road chatting Spanish in a loud accent, I'm not going to be looking at them thinking, oh, what the fuck's going on here? Why are they polluting my environment with their foreign language? And to be honest, I have heard that from people, older people, mind you, and they might have been Irish and they might have been not, but yes, let's say for argument's sake they were Irish. Man got off the bus telling me, I can't be dealing with these Africans. They speak so loud. Why is man on the phone to Nigeria speaking loud on the phone on the bus? I'm like going to miss him, but bro, this is normal for London. And he's like, yeah, but I don't like it. Why is man on the bus eating his chicken and chips, licking his fingers? The whole bus smells of chicken now.
Sounds a bit mad though, doing that on the bus.
This intolerance that you see from older generations of people is due to the fact that they, as immigrants, were forced to assimilate. They had pressure on them that they had to speak in a certain way, like, oh, mate, sweet mate, and all that. Yeah, they had that pressure on them. And they're thinking now, wait a minute, when I come to this country, people are forcing me to behave in a certain way, looking down their noses at me, giving me dirty looks, refusing me jobs, not giving me work, right? But now,
So you sold out to a white culture?
I'm saying that people who are white, namely Irish people that I know, yeah, were forced to assimilate. Back in their days, there was no leeway. They weren't allowed.
What kind of decade are we talking about here?
I'm talking about people who are in their 70s. People who are in their 70s now, when they came to this country, or they were born in this country to parents, back in their day, it was no dogs, no Irish. They used to get spat at in the street.
Yeah, when my dad arrived in the 70s, that's exactly what he was greeted with. So that's what I'm saying. I can speak to my dad and I can ask my dad what his experiences were, because he's never told me that he was forced to assimilate. He's told me of all the pubs that he wasn't allowed in, how he was rejected for being an Irishman, how he wasn't able to get a job with anyone that was Irish. Like even to this day, my dad's never fucked with English people like that.
I hear what you're saying, but you're arguing my point now that these people were rejected and made to feel less than right? So now with that they're grown up and they're like, let's say, old pensioner on the bus going along, and they're seeing like some Afghan kid, yeah, who don't know how to behave because he just got here the other day, misbehaving, and no one's there to set him straight. They're thinking, what's going on? Back in my day,
okay. How much more? How much? Okay, so from the 70s, till now.
But that's not my experience, and I wouldn't say my dad is that kind of person whatsoever.
Okay, so so since the 70s, how much has this country diversified? Not even this country, the rest of the other countries with their populace.
It changed dramatically.
Till now.
I wasn't there in the 70s,
but
it has changed dramatically.
Yeah. Would you say the whole world has changed dramatically?
No.
Absolutely, in terms of attitude and stuff like that. Yes.
No.
Some extent.
How has the whole world changed dramatically? No.
I'm just saying, you know,
I'd say because
the introduction of mobile phones and the internet, you can't deny, has changed the world.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just something that a lot of people don't even recognise. Like, look
it's changed a lot even since we were
born. My nan, lad. My nan was born when there was gas lamps.
Exactly.
They didn't even have electric in the house.
Ethnic diversity, right? Some countries, they've managed to homogenize their immigrants, and from the end of like colonial days and whatever, and they haven't had any immigration since then till now. So like we're talking about Eastern European countries, they haven't been receiving immigration. So we can't say the whole world's on our standard of integration, but we can say that yes, in London right now, if I see someone walking down the road, I don't know if he's Greek, Italian, Romanian, Turkish, because all the gaps are being filled. There's no difference.
All I know is that they're human. That's all.
Anyone now, you don't know who's Mexican. You don't know who's Brazilian.
Does it matter? Does it matter what race somebody is? Though, really?
No, I'm saying the whole world's here. The whole world is here in London right now. The whole world, even people.
You seem very indoctrinated to categories and labels.
I'm saying that. No, listen to what I'm saying as a fact. Yeah, forget trying to put my.
It's not a fact. It's an opinion. If it's coming from you.
My fact is that whoever I meet in London, right, they're not necessarily from the Commonwealth countries. Previously, the only.
Just want to tell the viewers to do their own due diligence. It's not advice.
But if you're gonna tie me up into a two-way conversation, you can't be monologuing over me.
Go on, say.
Right, cool. What I'm saying to you is now, as the financial capital of the world, England's receiving immigration from all over the world. Countries of people that have got nothing to do with us historically, nothing to do with us in terms of Commonwealth countries. Previously to that wasn't the case. You could only get access to England, if you was from a Commonwealth country, right? And then when we joined the EU, then we got all the European people coming over, right? And that was a culture shock for British people because they're only used to their own Commonwealth countries that they have got relationships with. So you could be from India, right? And you could have moved to England. But an Englishman knows that he was in your country ruling you. So to a certain extent, you understand a certain degree to interact with British people. Because you've had them in your country.
When did England join the EU?
I don't know the date, but it's like the immigration from EU started en masse. It's not been more than 50 years.
90s.
Even
so after Windrush, after many people, immigrants had come to this place from many different places.
When the Windrush people came, right? The British indigenous people knew these people were coming from.
And remember, it wasn't just Windrush. There was many people. There was many immigrants that was in this country before the 90s, before they joined Europe.
The English and the British people didn't know the Windrush were coming, lad.
They were only letting people in here.
It was a money maker for the ship lines. They wanted to make the money back because they went over there to drop stuff off, and they needed something to bring back.
When you come from a Commonwealth country, you already have some degree of contact with British people. You already know what it means to be British to a certain extent. That's what I'm trying to show you. But now I can walk down the road, bump into someone and be like, where are you from? And she'll be like, Abala, no Abala. I'm like, where are you coming from? She's like, I'm from Brazil. I'm like, how's a Brazilian ended up in London? Do you understand?
Because the airplanes go all around the world.
But how are
London's the capital city
of England. How are they getting visas to come in?
Because there's an airport near London and people get there.
That's not an answer. How are they being granted?
Because of the city of London, money and life.
They get jobs, etc. Like, it's very easy to get a visa.
We're talking about financial reasons now. People coming here for financial reasons, like
Well,
them being
obviously,
part
people
of
come here,
the
they need to be able
Commonwealth.
to earn money to be able to live.
But what I'm saying to you is, when you look at the fact that British
Not
people
live,
are only
thrive.
taking immigrants from
People should be able to
the
thrive, not
Commonwealth,
just live or exist.
No, I hear you. I
there's
hear
an
you.
added political element to it.
It's mad how you paint everyone with the same brush, though. Like, you know what
I don't know where
everyone's
you're getting
motive
that
is.
from. You're making up your own interpretation now.
No,
You have to
I'm
put a
getting it from what
disclaimer.
you've been
This is your
saying the whole
own
time.
view that you're purporting now.
For once, I'd agree with H.
Whatever.
It comes across like that, Con. Just the language that you use, but then you do change it up when people challenge you. But you do tend to generalize a lot.
Yeah, but
like,
we're talking
everyone
in
from
general
every
terms,
culture.
though. We're talking in general terms. If you ask me specifics, then I can go specific with you. But we're talking in general terms.
I said you're
Generally
entitled to
speaking,
your opinion, but I'm just going to
MJ,
disagree.
do you not disagree with me? Do you disagree with me that up until recently, all majority of the immigration into the UK was from Commonwealth countries? Yes or no?
I've only been here since 2000 myself, so I can't really comment because I came into London when it was already highly multicultural.
Yeah.
What, in 2000?
Yeah.
Okay, now that makes sense then.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so before that, majority of immigrants in this country were from the Commonwealth countries, and the British people absorbed them differently, which received them with a different understanding that these are our people. They might be different color, might be different from a different place in the planet, but they've been working for us for generations. Like, they understand what it is to be British to a certain extent. Like, you got Indians coming here speaking better English than the English.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, you had an understanding about how things were before they come. It was yeah. I know what you mean, lad.
Some of them even have Oxford, accents, as if they were born and raised in Oxford.
Exactly. But I'm saying now, when we're looking at immigration, it's a completely different thing. I'm not saying it's better or worse. I think it's better to be seeing people from all over the world, Chinese people, South American people. I love it. Do you know what I mean? It's brilliant. But I'm saying it affects the indigenous people differently.
I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong. Why do you love it?
I love it because
So,
I just
like,
love
Brazilian women have big asses, isn't it?
Exactly, but also diversity. That I like the differences. So I'm a person who I can hang around. I can hang around with a group of Irish people all day and be the odd one out, and I'll love it. Or I can hang around with a bunch of Jamaicans and be the odd one out, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you Turkish," and I can rep for myself. But at the same time, I'm learning about their culture. I love things like that.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm not gonna feel bad.
Can I ask you a question? Let's just say, okay, you were born and raised in Turkey.
Wait there. What race are you, man? Because
let me just say something. And there's like an influx. Can I just say something? And there's like an influx of Africans and Asians who have been Muslims living in Turkey. In regards to diversity and stuff like that. And
that's different, though. That's different.
You confuse me, man.
How would you feel?
Turkey's got immigrants already because it had an empire. Turkey's already
got black people. I'm just saying, like,
when you say just saying, what do you mean just saying? What do you mean?
Look, what I'm saying is,
how is just saying? Like, you got all these little additives.
Would you say the same? Would you say I like diversity and stuff
what
like that?
What does just saying mean? I'm just saying.
Look, all I'm saying is, would you be saying that, would you saying the same thing, if you were like a Turkish person, born and raised in Turkey, and then you have like so many migrants and stuff like that, from all over the world.
There is so many migrants.
And living in Turkey.
Turkey just took 5 million Syrians. What are you on about?
To the point where, let me just finish.
Why don't you talk about your own? Why don't you talk about
Khan. Yo, let me ask him a question, man. What race are you? Because dude, soft voice.
H, weren't you the one that said you don't like labels and people being labeled?
No. I need to ask you a question, man, because you confuse me. Your name is Asian, Khan, yeah?
Yeah.
You just said a comment about Jamaica, like if you was in Jamaica, so I'm insinuating you're Jamaican, but you sound like an Englishman. So
here's the thing, Mr.
I'm
H.
confused.
First, let's start from the beginning. How is Khan an Asian name?
I don't know. I just assume you're Asian from the name, but then you sound white.
Khan's a Turkish name.
Asian Mediterranean, same thing.
Then how come most people who have Khan appear to be Pakistani?
No, most of the people that you meet that are Khan are Pakistani.
I'm just saying,
is it in the Quran?
If we did a poll around the world, if we looked all around the world, then how many Khans there were all around
Genghis
the world?
Khan, they're all descendants of Genghis Khan.
The majority would not be in Bradford.
Look, all I'm saying is that it's a popular surname, particularly in certain Indian subcontinent.
Yeah, but so's Muhammad. Well, they'll be going around asking Muhammad people if they're from Saudi Arabia.
That's the most common name in the world. That
Muhammad is a first name.
I learned that super bad.
It can be a first name, a second name. Can't be, like for my understanding, is a second name.
But how is this relevant to what
Khan's
you're saying?
my first name, you spastic.
I'm just saying, Khan, for many people, it's a second name. It's not their first.
So now you're going to change it to many people.
I'm just saying.
So wait, are you Turkish then?
Yeah, I'm Turkish.
Name.
Yeah,
it's the second name.
Man, I'm confused. Every time I come out, I'm like,
you seem to like speak on your feet all the time. Like, think about what you want to say.
Man, you're tapped, man.
Get to a conclusion, and then
write it down write it down on a piece of paper.
You're tapped. You're tapped, man. You
don't
understand.
You can't be on your feet all the time.
You're tapped.
You're talking, and you don't know where you're going to end up.
You
can't land it. That's why I have difficulty landing.
Man, you're tapped, man. You're just tapped.
Brother, everyone knows what I'm saying is true.
No,
that's what you say to women. That's gay.
You have difficulty landing, bro. It's because you have a thought. You have a thought that triggers a certain line of logic. You get halfway through it, and then you can't land it because you got no conclusion. You never thought it through to the end. You just wanted to start speaking.
I'm trying to come to a conclusion, but you speak over me in it.
Bob, everyone has to speak over you.
But look,
you're doing it again. Look what you do. You're forcing people to speak over you. Just land it, bro. Make your point.
Oh, come on, stop being like a voice guy, man.
But listen to what I'm saying, bro. You always end it with a question.
Man, stop being like a voice guy in it and shut up and let me speak in it.
Brother, you little dirty faggot.
Man, shut up, man.
To me, because I'll fucking put my fist through your whole fucking face.
Let's keep it civil, guys. Let's keep it civil.
You just be too moist in it, like.
Brother,
you're 40 years old man,
like
not
400 yards,
bro. Like.
You 4-stone weakling.
You're 14 years old, man.
You look like E.T., bro.
Man, you're 48 years old.
With your thin little neck that you have to wear a scarf around.
You're 50 years old, man.
You got fucking 10 wrap around. Bro, everyone's scarf wraps once around their neck. Yours wraps around about 10 times.
Man, shut up, man. That's just out of order.
You tell him to shut up, bro. You don't even sound convincing. But you're trying to tell big man to shut up.
And let a person speak.
Have you ever told anyone to shut up in your life?
That's just out of order, to be honest with you. Just
shut up, man. You little fag.
That's just out of order, man. 50-year-old man.
Listen to what I'm saying to you.
Exercise something basic.
I'm giving you big man life advice skills.
That is,
life advice. Formulate your thought pattern into a cohesive understanding. Master what you're saying, and then spout it out of your dirty mouth.
It's just out of order, man. It's just, man. You're just a waste man, man. You're 50 years old, yeah, and you don't know when to shut the fuck up and let someone speak.
Speak then.
You're just moist, man. You're just totally moist.
Then. Go on, speak then.
Like, it's just really depressing.
Go on, speak. Go on, speak. Go on, speak. Go on. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute until you say something worth replying to. Go on.
Man, it's just a piss take, man. Like, I love speaking to you because I know you're a bit dumb, innit? Because you're a bit dumb. And you're also making generalizing statements, Norvana. You're 50 years old, man. You're making generalizing statements. Okay, and you're speaking over people. Yeah, you're speaking crud. You're speaking something wet.
Is that it?
Something that you're so wet, okay, right?
Yeah.
You don't even know you're wet yourself, man. To be honest, like.
That sounds very gay, I'm not joking.
You're even wet. You're so wet, okay, right? That you could
say
dry
with a bit
yourself.
of bass in your voice, man.
You could dry yourself.
Let him think his own grave. Allow it.
Stand up when you speak, Eunice. Come on, say it, chest.
One pound fish, man. Yeah, it's between me and Khan, not you. So I don't want to get involved.
All I'm saying, yeah. 20 chin-ups a day, yeah, for a month, yeah. Trust my foot someday. I'm joking, man.
Oh, Eunice, do you want to put your name down for a fight? We could do one of them charity fundraisers, yeah? You versus my 14-year-old son.
Look, you want look. All I'm saying is like, look. All I'm saying is, what I'm saying is,
fucking ring.
All right, look. Okay, can I just? I was
Would you
asking
fight?
you
1 minute. Answer the
question,
question. Would you fight a 14-year-old?
Are you mad? That's a child, man. Why would I?
A child that will whoop your ass.
Hey, sure, man. That's how I've always, man.
Serious question.
It's just ridiculous, man.
We'll do it for charity, bruv. We'll raise some money for some wells, some African well somewhere in Ghana, some Muslim well.
It's just ridiculous.
You want to raise some money for charity? Come on, man, do it.
What would you do? Yeah, what would you do if he beats up this 14-year-old kid, bro? What would you do?
If he what? Beat my 14-year-old child, I'll disown him. I'll disown my own youth, bruv. I'll be like, you got beat up by Eunice, bruv. Get out of here.
I'm not going to do it for charity. It's just a bit mad. But anyways, look, all I'm saying is that yeah. So you just said, okay, in regards to like diversity and stuff like that, and and in London, yeah. And then you said you like seeing it. But what I'm trying to, I was curious.
What's the question?
I was curious to the fact that I was curious to like it's not I'm just thinking about. For instance, if you're a Turkish
bro,
person,
can you just say your question, bro? Because I swear. That time you did ramble there. You did ramble there.
Look, okay. You did mention that when you see diversity in London, obviously, you approve of it, you like it, and you make that acknowledgement, so on and so forth. But what I'm saying is that if you're a Turkish person born and raised in Turkey, and you have, a significant amount of migration into Turkey that essentially, changing demographics of major cities and major metropolitan areas, would you be happy about it?
I think I've already answered this, but let me just
saying,
give
like,
it a quick.
If you're born and raised in Turkey,
what kind of numbers would change demographics?
I think
if you're an indigenous Turkish person,
right now in Turkey, there's a huge amount of immigration from Syria, from Afghanistan, from all these countries, yeah, where people are on the move due to wars and whatever situations, yeah.
But they got deported, didn't they?
A lot of them are in Turkey right now.
But they got deported.
There's a huge amount of immigration that happened during the Ottoman Empire, where Turkey had the empire in Arabia and Africa. There's a huge amount of immigration from the Muslims that got kicked out of Europe during the population exchange, where the Turks kicked the Greeks out and the Greeks kicked the Muslims and the white Europeans that had converted to Islam over into Turkey. So you have a lot of white people who are Muslim that moved to Turkey. So in places like Bursa, people are very white. They look like Czechoslovakian people. And they're actually Muslim people that moved there during the population exchange. So Turkey has got a lot more immigration, is a lot more diverse than what people think. The reason why you don't think that there's much immigration in Turkey is because the majority of immigrants that you see in England from Turkey are predominantly from the Kurdish areas, where they've been isolated for a long period of time. They're not really receptive to foreigners and international kind of level thinking. Like they don't have that multiculturalism that we have, because they're just from villages, and they're the poorest people that, unfortunately, due to being neglected by the Turkish government, have had to move to England. And Kurds have always been like that. Like we've got populations of Kurds living in India. They call them the Parthians. Yeah, they're of Kurdish extraction. Like you've got these poor people that have been neglected because they live in obscure places, and for a certain amount of time, living in obscure places can make you safe. People lived in Ireland, which is pretty obscure, for hundreds of thousands of years peacefully. But yet when the Vikings come and tore them apart, they suffered. Because that's the problem with living in obscure places, is that when trouble comes to you eventually, which it does, you're kind of like caught out in the crossfire. You've got nowhere really to run. And that happened when the Vikings invaded Ireland. That was one of the tragic events of Irish history. If you look at when the Vikings went over there, or the Normans went over there. Normans actually built a lot of stuff, a lot of the ports and things like that. Normans did do a lot of building. Even in England, they built a lot of stuff, the Normans. Yeah, but the Vikings weren't so beneficial. They just done a lot of raping and pillaging and murdering. And Ireland got it really bad from the Vikings, like worse than England, because England, at least they raised an army and they kept the Vikings north of where we are now. That from Norfolk, I think upwards, there was I think you would know better than me. Heathen, are you there, Heathen?
No, he's gone.
Yeah, so the Vikings we sort of held them off due to, I think, was it King Alfred or whatever, and the Angles and all them. But yeah, Vikings fucked up Ireland badly, man. But apart from that, not a lot of trouble reached them. They were living quite well until England decided to fuck with their potatoes.
Really?
But you go to Ireland now and you see how they're living out there. Their houses are amazing. Like, they ain't got the regulations and tight restrictions what we got here. Like, England's like you're living on.
No, bro. Sorry, I'm gonna have to stop you there, because yet again you're chatting shit. Yes, there's some beautiful houses over there, but there's still people living in council estates and squalor. There's still flipping homeless people. Like, you're talking like you've actually. Have you even been to Ireland?
But I've seen videos of my.
Have you been to Ireland?
Saying there's some beautiful places in Ireland.
Have you been to Ireland?
No, I haven't yet.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying there's some beautiful places in Ireland. And like,
I thought you'd been. I thought you had a girlfriend that was Irish.
The food that they eat as well. Like, they've got lots of seafood. They got a nice variety of food that they're eating that's healthily sourced compared to England.
This guy is the tourist guy for everywhere but Cyprus.
Thank you, Matthew. He hasn't even mentioned Cyprus today.
Why are you mentioning Cyprus?
He didn't even, when he was asked where he's from, he didn't even say I'm Cypriot. Like, it's changed again.
I mean,
what do you mean?
It doesn't cost much, anyway. Going to
H asked you.
And Cyprus is like a majority Christian country, right, Khan?
I think the southern part is Greek.
So if it is a majority Christian country, how would you feel living there as a minority in your own land?
We've always been a minority. The Muslims in Cyprus have always been the minority. They've never been the majority.
So wouldn't you say that's a symptom?
Whether we were ruling or not ruling, we were still the minority.
So wouldn't you say that's a symptom of multiculturalism in a sense?
No, I don't know where you got that from.
Well, like, there are two cultures, Islam and Christian, right, in Cyprus, right? So if the Muslims are a minority, right, and if somehow they're prosecuted by the Christians, that would be a symptom of multiculturalism, right?
They weren't always persecuted by the Christians. Like, obviously, there's always been good times and bad times in Cyprus, but there's always
if the minority is prosecuted, that's a symptom of multiculturalism.
If the minority is persecuted,
that's not the Muslim minority in Cyprus.
That's not because of multiculturalism, no.
So that one of the biggest manifestation of culture is religion, right?
Yeah.
So if religion is a culture and there are more than one culture, more than one religion.
When we talk, we have to establish the definition of the term before we start elaborating on it.
Let's just say,
brother, please, one second.
Two cultures living in the same territory.
Two cultures that live in the same territory, but with tolerance for each other, where one's not superior to the other, one's not oppressing the other. That's multiculturalism.
But like, in terms, like, it would be impossible almost, because if there is a majority and a minority, by definition, the majority culture would be dominant, right?
No.
What if certain cultures, that are being practiced, go against the host country?
What?
What if it does? What if that person, who migrates to, a country, let's just say that person migrates to the UK and all that, and he practices cultures that, that doesn't look favorably upon by the host country.
Say, for example, Yunus, in your own country, right? Like, the Bantu people are a minority, right?
Well, my grandparents' country, yes.
So in that sense, that they are a prosecuted group as a result of their being a minority.
To be honest, that's disgusting. To be honest, like, in regards to,
we know it's disgusting. All I'm saying is, like, when the two cultures live in the same territory, the majority will tend to have most likely to be dominant.
That's not based on
manifestation of that dominance.
I don't know the ins and outs of it, but like, I do hear that that the Bantu people in Somalia and all that, they are discriminated against.
Yeah, and that's probably because they are a minority.
That makes sense, Khan. Just think of the UK, like, it's still predominantly white, and as multicultural as we are, still run by white people.
He's saying that minorities are automatically under oppression, but that's not true.
Pardon?
He didn't say under oppression. He said the majority is going to be the dominant one, and that if we look at the UK, that's true.
Yeah, that's everywhere. That's true everywhere.
How is that true though?
Well, we speak English, right? Like you guys speak English, like, because the majority of the people are the Anglo-Saxons.
But we're not being dominated.
You made a claim earlier on that people are forced to speak English, so would that not fall under dominated?
I didn't say that.
That's not making a statement in regards to.
When did I say that?
Do you know what, bro? I can't conversate with you if you're going to deny things that you have said. Like, I don't need to keep pulling up evidence. You need to know. I know what I've heard. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, that's what you've heard. You've added in your own bit to it.
I haven't. Oh, Khan, I'm not doing this with you.
When did I say that the England that we live in today forces people to learn English? I'm saying in the example that Eunice gave.
That's not forcing people to speak English.
And you don't understand what I'm saying.
I'm
not saying that in England
what you're trying to say is that's like
English.
forcing people in duress to learn English. Shouldn't they be doing it in their own will?
There ain't no such thing as should or shouldn't.
I'm sure that person.
We shouldn't be having expectations on other people.
Who wants to speak English is going to exercise autonomy to the point where he or she is going to strive towards learning English at the best of him or her ability.
It's not for us to put pressure on people.
That's not forcing.
It's not for us to put pressure on people.
I'm not saying to put pressure on them.
The opportunity.
What I'm saying is there's a genuine incentive to learn.
Why do you keep saying stuff and then explaining what you just said?
Come on.
It should be self-explanatory. You just don't have the testosterone.
You're making it sound like the person doesn't have any rights. I'm just saying it's a reasonable,
Let Eunice explain. Eunice, what's your point? Like, can you make it concise and clear?
What I'm saying is that there's a natural incentive of learning English. That person doesn't have to be living in England and all that. You even got people
have to learn English
outside countries that don't have doesn't have the English language as the official language, but yet at the same time speak it fabulously. That is better than American or British citizens. But what I'm trying to say is that if a person who doesn't speak English migrates to the UK, there's a reasonable expectation for him or her to learn English as a way to navigate throughout British society.
That's necessary for them. So that point is not disputed. Just hold on.
I'm just saying there's a
Look, Jonas, look. That point is not disputed here because if you migrate to a different country, it's necessary for you to learn the language. So that's a no-brainer.
But that's not a way to that's not duress whatsoever. Like no one's forcing upon anyone. What I'm saying is that that there's a genuine incentive for that person to learn the host country's
nobody's
language.
Disputing that.
No one's forcing anyone. Exactly. I'm trying to say, like, it just makes it a bit mad. It makes it sound like as if the person being forced upon to speak.
As a Somali, when you migrate to English, it's expected from you to speak English, not because it's imposed on you, but for you to survive, right? So that's not a point of contention here.
Look, what I'm saying is, like, I disagree with the whole forcing, a person's, being forced to speak English and all that. That's just a bit mad, really. I disagree with that statement.
With what statement?
In regards to Khan saying, well, you
his own statement. He's disagreeing with his own statement.
I disagree with that statement. I disagree with what Khan said. Like,
what did he say?
He said that, like, forcing people to speak English, this and that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there's a genuine, interest for that person to learn the his language.
I
don't think that anybody would dispute that, Eunice.
Exactly. It's a reasonable statement to make. That's a form of assimilation.
Caleb, let me show you an example of British tolerance, right? If I was walking down the road and I met a woman and I started speaking to her and she said to me, "No habla inglés." Right? I don't speak English and she only speaks Spanish. As a British English person, I cannot discriminate against her or make her feel bad for that. I have to accept her and her circumstances for being here without discrimination. This is British culture and this is the level of tolerance. So,
exactly. Even in America,
even in America, immigrants to learn English or have that as a minimum requirement, I don't agree with. I think someone can be in England and be legitimately here without knowing English. because we're taking immigrants from wars, from places where people are from extreme poverty, where they're coming here to save their lives. They might not have an opportunity to put in the work to learn English. They might be coming from a country where English is not the second language or even the first language. We have to accept these people as legitimately.
Big up the panel, man. Big up the panel.
Big up, Freddie.
Yeah. All I'm saying, that's a beautiful point, because people in Britain need the workforce right now.
Right.
You get what I'm trying to show you? The manual labour jobs, because those are the only
like
things.
The cleaning girls that go around the offices, they can't speak English.
Yeah, they need these type of people to be in the country. There was a scheme to send people to Rwanda, and it's miserably failed, isn't it?
Exactly.
Because the plane was supposed to take over 50 black people back to Rwanda, I'd imagine. And it ended up only carrying 8.
When's that flight due? When is that flight due to leave? Because it was this week.
It's gone.
Oh, it's gone. So wait, didn't they appeal it in the High Court yesterday?
The plane was meant to be full, but it was only ended up 8 people traveling on the plane. And I think the whole charade cost 20 million British pounds.
This is ridiculous.
20 million. Yeah, just to send 8 people to Rwanda, innit? So I'm saying to you, these people ain't got no intention of sending anybody anywhere. But once they can get cheap labor, do you know what I'm saying? That is it. You get what I'm saying? They're not stopping Eastern European people coming. They're not stopping no one coming in. Black people, if you can come through.
Exactly.
It's so true, you know, Freddie. I was looking at there's a farm near me, and they were advertising for staff, right? And like they pay decent wage, above minimum wage, whatever. You can get cheap accommodation there. And then they were like, "Oh yeah, we've got an on-site Eastern European food store." And I just thought, okay, you're clearly trying to appeal to a certain demographic of people, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%, Mary, man. You know who they're trying to appeal to. You get me? The lower classes, so they can work them to death and then kick them out.
Khan, if I may ask this though, like about syrups, right? Like, what is the connection with Turkish though? Like, is it like a former colony or
with who? With who?
Turkey and Cyprus. Is that the island? It's an island, right? Like
Cyprus.
Cyprus. Yeah.
Oh, it was part of the Ottoman Empire. The Turks took it from the Venetians, the Italians that previously owned it.
And the Turkish were like a majority Muslim empire, right? So how did they end up like having a majority Christian population?
No, I don't know if that's true what you're saying. A lot of the places where the Ottomans ruled were majority Christian.
Yeah, you can Google it and find out. I think it's a majority.
Turkey ruled like Bulgaria, Romania, Greece. These places were always majority Christian. Forget Cyprus. Cyprus is an island, man. It's like got
it is an island.
People. That's nothing compared to the whole of Greece. Or Greece added on to Bulgaria, added on to Hungary, added on that what's that region called? I forget what it's called, man. Just that whole Greece region ran there. The Balkans. So the Balkans have always been majority Greek Orthodox, and there was a small little group of Europeans that converted to Islam. But obviously, they had the population exchange after the Ottoman Empire collapsed, and they sent those people back to Turkey, even though they were European by origin.
So what is the ethnic makeup of the island?
What's
the ethnic yeah.
You want the history of Cyprus?
No, just the ethnic makeup. The majority are Turkish or like Mediterranean, other Greek and stuff? What we have
at the moment is a confederation of states, right? So you have the Northern Turkish Republic, and you have the southern, the Greek Cypriot side of Cyprus, which is actually called the Republic of Cyprus, where they have they're supposed to have a revolving presidency where the Turks get to rule it and the Greeks get to rule it at some point. So they should have really dissolved that government.
So in terms of population, who's the majority?
Population is like 3-1.
So the Turkish is the majority?
No, minority.
So you are a colonizer of that island in a sense, yeah? Your ancestors.
Yeah. They colonized it, yeah. They invaded it. Okay. But that was the age of empires back then.
So the language spoken there now, is it Arabic or is it?
No, it's Turkish and Greek split.
The official language.
Why does this matter?
Why it matters is because I'm curious. I don't know much about that island, and I was surprised to find out that it's a majority Christian island, but yet it has a Turkish connection. So Turkish Empire is primarily like a Muslim empire.
What happened?
So
I'll give you a quick rundown. Yeah, seeing as how you're genuinely asking me. The island originally, was empire of the Venetians, the Italians, and the indigenous people were forced to pay taxes to the Italians, right? The Venetians. Now, the indigenous people were remnants of the Byzantine Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, because Eastern Roman Empire went far past Cyprus. It went all the way to like Afghanistan. It went into Africa. Like the Roman Empire was quite big, as we know. They were in Israel, right? The time of Jesus and all that. So due to the Roman Empire, these people that lived there had a Christian religion and the Orthodox, because it was the eastern part of the Roman Empire, the Eastern Orthodox tradition. So they were the indigenous people of the island that were assimilated to become Greek Cypriots through their overlords, the Byzantine overlords. They were liberated from them by the Venetians, who then furtherly taxed them and took a lot of money out of Cyprus, because Cyprus had copper mines. It was a port in the Mediterranean. It had a lot of incoming and outgoing money through produce and things that were dropped there. The slave trade run through there, everything, right? Now, the Ottomans then took that land from the Venetians and then leased it to Britain. Britain wanted to lease it from them. So it became a British colony, right? So it went from Ottoman to British. Now, when it comes to British giving it back to the Ottomans, they didn't, because that time the English took Jerusalem, they took Israel, Palestine. They took all those areas from the Ottomans, right? So they weren't really going to give Cyprus back. So what they did is they gave Cyprus independence, and they made the Turks and the Greeks fight a war between each other, a civil war. Yeah. And the end result of the civil war was Turkey intervened and stopped the civil war and basically claimed the northern Cyprus as an independent state, much like Russia's doing now in the... So,
okay, I get it.
So Turkey went in and took the northern Cyprus, and then the rest of the world proceeded to ignore the rights of these people. And even till this day, these people are isolated from the rest of the world. They're not allowed to have internationally recognized banks. They're not allowed to have an airport. Basically, everything that you would get if you went against the system and basically proclaimed yourself independent, which is what the Turkish Cypriots achieved with the help of Turkey. They managed to survive the Christian onslaught.
I get it. Thanks, man. It's
all right.
I don't know much about that island.
Yeah. Well, are you Christian?
Culturally Christian.
Yeah. So basically, the Greek Orthodox were carrying out ethnic cleansing from 1950 to 1970 until the Turks intervened and basically put a stop to it. And recently in Sarajevo, you saw the same thing with the Christian Orthodox carrying out ethnic cleansing on the Muslim population.
Armenians are there too as well, right?
Where? In Cyprus?
Yeah.
Armenians and Maronites. I don't know if you know the Maronites. The Maronites.
I don't know much about the Maronites, but the Armenians are there definitely. And they're the most prosecuted group by the Turkish.
Yeah, but you can't keep throwing the Armenians in, because the Armenians had a lot of good times and good relations with the Turks.
So, Khan, what's this Grey Wolves group about?
The Grey Wolves group was a group started in Cyprus as a resistance against the oppression of the Greek Orthodox majority. And this nationalistic movement basically galvanized all the Muslim or the Turkish Muslim villages together to create a fighting force to resist the Greeks, because the Greeks were getting support from mainland Greece, who wanted to take over the whole island and annex it to Greece proper. And that movement was called Enosis. Enosis is basically the Greek country, Greece proper, annexing Cyprus and basically relieving Cyprus of its sovereignty. So the Grey Wolves basically was like an underground, sort of like the IRA basically. It's like a Cypriot IRA. So they were like a people's resistance. That's how it started, but then it's grown to become a nationalistic, anti-Greek movement, which is still carrying on today. Yeah, Grey Wolves is regarded as
do you support
racist.
their rhetoric?
No, obviously, as a Muslim, I don't agree with nationalistic, racist ideologies, because there's a lot of Greek Muslims, there's a lot of Christians that became Muslim, there's a lot of European Muslims. Like, we can't really have a nationalistic stance or a racially divided stance against these people. Like, it wouldn't be right in today's day and age. But at the time, they were the ones that sort of kick-started the whole resistance against oppression. So, you can't say that they didn't do their job. They did their job. It's just that once their job was done, they should have really disbanded that nationalistic ideology. And but the problem is, MJ, you got to ask yourself, why weren't the Muslims in the area supporting the Turkish Cypriots when they were being ethnically cleansed? And the reason was that a lot of the Arabs, even though they were Muslim, had a lot of negative thoughts toward, like, they basically hated the Turks because of the Ottoman Empire and how the Turks subjugated them, and because of that reason, they didn't really support the Turkish Cypriots against the Greeks in that region. So they had to resort to nationalism because Islam wasn't really backing them. So they had to.
So that's basically your
nationalism. Given the context of the time, they never had no other option but to resort to nationalism.
When you say nationalism, meaning violence and extremism and doing what they need to.
Basically, basically running up on people and burying them as a retaliation for what was happening to their sides. So it was a paramilitary organization. They were killers. They were killers.
Khan, you seem to know a lot about history, I think. And did you believe the ancient Egyptians were black?
Well, we obviously they were black, but I'm saying with Cyprus, if you think about Cyprus.
I'm talking about a whole different topic, ancient Egyptians.
Cyprus was an uninhabited island, and the first people to reach there were the ancient Egyptians, and they had a few ports off the south coast of Cyprus, and they were black people. Yeah,
they were black people, or do you think all of them were black?
Whether all of them were black or not, I don't know. I don't know about that. I think,
say for example, the people who established the kingdoms, the pharaohs and stuff like that, were they a majority?
I think they were Nubians. I think
if we look at history, if you look at the conversations that we've had recently, we can without a doubt prove that they weren't just black; they were actually what we would call Bantu people. They weren't just East African people. They're the original people who established civilizations all throughout that region, going up all the way to Syria, would have been black people.
So when you say black people, you mean
I'm not talking about black as in Ethiopians or Somalians. I'm talking about actual black people. They were.
I don't think history supports that hypothesis.
No, it does. It does.
Okay, tell me, because
we have the genetic evidence.
No, hold on. Genetic or not, but what I'm saying is the ancient Egyptians documented their own history, right? They managed to give us some information, yeah.
But there's
so based on those depictions,
there's their prehistory. You got to look at the prehistory that people founded that civilization, and the civilization that you're talking about was built off of the back of that civilization. So there's dynasties, there's dynastical Egypt.
Okay, let me ask you this then: the Nubians, are they? Would you say they are Bantu? They have Bantu heritage, the Nubians?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. No, I think
so.
the Nubians
that's your proof that ancient Egypt has connection with melanated people. The only melanated people who are integrated or participated in that empire building were the Nubians. The Nubians don't have a Bantu origin. So that will be your proof, because geographically speaking, Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, that's the Nubia, right? North Sudan.
To be honest with me, it's totally an academic argument. In other
No, it's
words,
not.
it's an
To this
argument on
day,
paper that in reality has no real significance for myself personally. It doesn't really matter to me one way or the other. Like, I'm not invested.
It doesn't affect me
I'm
either.
not anti-black. I'm going to start minimizing black people's contribution to
no, it's an intellectual exercise,
civilization.
It's an
No, I'm just saying
intellectual
it's
exercise.
academic. To me, it doesn't make a difference. I'm not fully invested one way or the other. It doesn't matter to me if it
I was
was.
just asking your opinion about how you.
Yeah, I'm giving you my opinion, and I'm saying to you that it's very difficult for me to formulate a conclusion based on the fact that I'm not really that fully invested in being like this anti-black, like you see from a lot of, like.
But you formulated a conclusion, right? You just formulated a conclusion saying that
but it's
the
a
ancient
working
Egyptians
model.
had a Bantu heritage.
It's a working model that I'm going with. I'm not like fully like pinning.
How do you
down.
substantiate that they're Bantu then? If the people, the only black people that had connection with an entire building is like the Nubians. The Nubians, by your own admission, are not Bantu heritage. So how did you reason to that conclusion?
Because when we look at the Semitic people and who were the Proto-Semites, the tribes that basically were the forefathers of the Semites, they were actually Bantu people, and the Bantu language actually, hold on, 1 second, let me land. So the Bantu languages themselves predate, and are the origin of basically all the languages.
No, that's incorrect actually, because if you modern scholarship agrees on the fact that the Semitic languages and Bantu or Niger Congo languages don't have any connection. So they are different from each other, just the way Indo-European.
I hear what you're saying, my brother.
So language, you cannot use language to establish a certain Proto-Bantu Semitic connection. There is no Proto-Bantu connection if you go down the line of linguistics.
I think you need to go and research people like the Natufians. If you look up the Natufians, are the Proto-Semitic people who were of like African origin, that basically were the forefathers or the progenitors of the Horn people. So
no. Okay, let me correct you on that one. Let me just stop you before you make more mistakes. Like the Proto-Semitic languages, their hypothesis as to the origin of the Proto-Semitic languages. One hypothesis is it started from the Horn of Africa. People from the Horn of Africa don't share any heritage with the Bantu people. So that's one hypothesis.
Can I just say, what you're talking about now, any science that you bring to the table is always going to be old science. And when we're looking at new science, it's always going to, like, new studies that are done always take time. It takes like up to 3 to 5 years even to become the consensus. So when you're looking at science, you always got to remember that a lot of the science we're looking at is outdated, and a lot of the new science is going to take time to come in. Do you get what I mean? So your opinion could be based on genuine research that you've done. You just need to look at the studies that you're reading and look at the date on them and see how old they are.
So what you're telling me is like new science dictates that Proto-Semitic language is a Bantu language.
Yeah.
Where did you get this research?
I can share some links with you if you want, but maybe look on the Trilluminati Discord server.
I can't. I'm on the phone right now, but like
no, not right now. It doesn't have to be right now. But I'm saying there's a Trilluminati Discord server that you can join, and most of these things are posted on there regularly. It's not something new. Like, it's like we all know like what the latest science studies on these sort of things is pointing towards.
Even to be, I think.
Why would it matter to you? But can I ask you a question?
It doesn't matter to me.
Why would it matter to you if your ancestors were Bantu?
Did I say it matters to me?
But you seem to be like kind of against.
You seem to be. That's an assumption right there.
No,
so
but we're investigating. Assume. We're investigating. I'm not assuming.
Yeah, we're interrogating.
I'm giving you the opportunity to clarify. That's not me assuming.
I'm not identitarian. I don't care one way or the other. But this seems to be one of the most important topics that's discussed in this platform: identity, and if Hebrew Israelites have legitimate connection.
Caleb, my brother, what we're ultimately talking about is the whitewashing of history, right? Where people's contribution is minimized. Yeah, I personally believe, as a Muslim, that none of this actually matters anyway. Because all I care about is the teaching of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and how my people took on that teaching and managed to, as we see today, have a huge landmass and be self-determining, and even they can stand up to Europe. And Turkey is a country now where it's predominantly Muslim, yeah. And I'm proud of that of our history. That is our history, right? We took on Islam and we ran with it, and we made it work for us. Now, whether the rest of the world agrees with it or not,
I get it. You're identitarian, and your identity is primarily Muslim.
I'm saying, yeah.
Muslim is an identity. You're saying you're proud of it, yeah.
I'm saying as a Muslim, I have my own criteria of what's important to me, and like I can sympathize with other people and empathize with them, but I'm not them and they're not me. So they can turn around and say, "Oh, the Ottomans done this to the Armenians," and and I can sympathize. But I'm me in it. I'm me, and you're you in it. So we're never going to agree on that one.
I get it. What I'm saying is your criteria for what matters to you is the connection to Islam, right? So that would make Islam your identity. Being Muslim is your identity.
100%, yes.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah. So I'm just putting my cards on the table. I'm showing you. I'm not hiding anything from you. I'm showing you my criteria.
So you are Islam. You are a Muslim before being Turkish. Anything else is like a secondary. You're primarily a Muslim.
But here's the thing, Caleb. You can't be an Ottoman, or you can't be like what we call Turkish, not Turkic. Let's draw a distinction between Turkic and Turkish.
Okay,
you can't be Turkish, or you can't be a descendant of the Ottomans without being Muslim, because it was founded on Islam.
You can actually, because I think that religion started from the Arabian Peninsula, not from
the religion did. But I'm saying,
so but that means that it's supplanted your heritage in a sense, and
what I'm saying is the Turkish states that you see today, right, as a country called Turkey, right, before even arrived in that landmass, when we were living out in Turkmenistan, right, or in the time of the Seljuk Turks, before we entered into Asia Minor, which is Turkey, our identity was based on Islam from even then. So the difference between a Turk and a Mongol is that the Mongols are pagan, and that the Ottomans, the Turks would be Muslim. So
like
Islam,
the history of Islam is 1400 years. Prior to that, your people, what was their identity? If you are like linking this identity of the Turkish people with Islam, this is a recent phenomena, to be honest, even in the Arabian Peninsula. Now you're saying the whole identity of the being a Turkey from Turkey relies on the tenets of Islam. This is Islam is just invented 1400 years ago. Prior to that, your people had a sense of identity, right?
One minute. When we look at the history of the Turkish state that you see today, it only goes back 1,000 years. So Islam predates it.
What? Islam is like a 6th century phenomenon, right?
Yes, I'm saying to you that the current Turkey, the country called Turkey, the government of that country, the history goes back, 1,000 years. It took them 1,000 years to go from northern China all the way to where
that's
Turkey
their history. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
it's
that's
a 1,000-year history, which is predated by Islam.
So what I'm saying is, this is something they inherited from other people who lived in the Arabian Peninsula. In a sense, they erased their identity in accepting other people's language and culture. So pretty much, there is a cultural dominance from the Arabian Peninsula to the Turks.
Yes.
And you're happy with that?
Yes, I am happy with that, because in actual fact, monotheism, even though it was in the form of Tengriism, which they had a sky god, like a main god, a creator god, but they also had other deities that they would pray to. So much like the Somali religion before Islam, was it called Wak or whatever it was called, they had monotheism too, right? So we see these pockets of monotheism around the world in little isolated locations, and a lot of these monotheists claim that they descend from Noah. So after the flood,
Somalis don't don't claim at the time of that God.
No, but you're on the other side of the flood, right? We're on the other side of the flood. So I'm saying we are though, isn't it? It's like the flood goes in one direction, right?
Were you there?
You wasn't flooded, right? Was you? You wasn't flooded.
What are you talking about? I don't even know if that's true. Like, is there any archaeological evidence to support that?
Somalia, the land of Somalia now, it wasn't part of the land that was flooded, right? Like when Noah ended up on the other side of the flood.
This is just an assumptions or like creations of people, religious people.
But for argument's sake, what I'm saying to you is the people who are on the other side of the flood, who claim that they descend from Noah.
We don't even know if the flood happened, Khan. What are you talking about?
I'm showing you that there's monotheistic enclaves, groups of people that claim to go back to Noah, right? So the Turks would have been one of these groups. So even when Islam reached them, they didn't see Islam as a foreign religion. They seen it as an update to their current monotheism. Do you understand? So when monotheists are small little
defeated people, like people who are conquered, can come up with all sort of justification.
It's not
to rationalize why their culture was supplanted. Yeah,
it's not true.
Well, no, hold on. Just generally speaking, I'm not talking about Turkish people specifically.
The same concept existed amongst the pagan Arabs, who became the first Muslims. There was a subsection of them. Yeah, like Abu, what's his name? I forget his name, man. Fucking hell. But like, there was a section of Muslims amongst them still. So even though in the pantheon of gods, they had Allah as one of their gods, and they had other gods that they put alongside Allah, right? So they were committing shirk. There was a subgroup of these people that only had one God. They were monotheists, even amongst the pagan Arabs. Right, so this is a concept called the Hanifism. In other words, monotheism that goes back from pre-Islam all the way to Adam. They believe, yeah, this is what they believe, and they hold on to that belief. Monotheists always have existed. So when we look at the monotheistic tradition from Adam to where we are today, we can see that there's a straight line or lineage from Adam all the way to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The only deviant people that went off and done their own thing was the Jews. They went off on a tangent. So there was a split. They went off and done their own thing, right? And their religion was just for them. It was just for them, their religion, right?
Yeah,
but the rest of us,
wouldn't you agree, though, to a certain extent, saying, you admitted, like, this religion, Islam, was originated in the Arabian Peninsula, and somehow it spread by sword, or like they conquered, right? Like the caliphate, the idea of the caliph is establishing Muslim states, right? First, they call, I don't know which one came first, but the way they spread throughout North Africa is pretty much through war and conquest. And those people now who are defeated in that battle can say, oh, we accepted this whole thing because we agreed with it. Like that might be a justification for them being the losers in this fight.
Could be, yeah.
So that includes your people. I don't know how Islam.
I haven't got a time machine. I can't prove it one way or the other. We have historical accounts, don't we?
Yeah. So like North Africa, Egypt, and Iran, and all those people who are so proud of their identity, they were conquered by tribal people from the Arabian Peninsula, and now. That culture, I mean, I wouldn't take Islam just as a religion. It's pretty much a way of life. It's a culture. With Islam comes a lot of things. You lose your language. You even turn to Mecca to pray.
But you're saying that, but Turkish people still speak Turkish.
Yeah, but like, is there like a Turkish Quran or something? Because like.
Yeah, but that was after Atatürk. That wasn't during the Ottoman era.
Yeah, so there is a cultural supremacy imposed on other nations by Arabs who invented Islam.
Arabs didn't invent Islam.
Well, it came from there. Like, if Muhammad is an Arab guy from the Arabian Peninsula, so it's their invention. If, like, in the same way you can say that Enlightenment or the Industrial Revolution is an European phenomena, you can say Islam is an Arabian invention. Yeah.
I could never say that Islam was an invention.
What do you mean? Like, they came up with the teachings of Islam. If, like, say for example, if
When you say they came up with, who are you referring to?
So, like, is democracy an invention of the ancient Greeks?
No, it's always been democracy. Democracy is a word.
In a way, we know it, like
it's like
formulated.
Police. What does the word police mean?
What?
Police. Police.
I'm sure it has something to do with ancient Greek as well.
Right.
But a lot of things
before the invention of the word police, there were always people who fulfilled that role. They might not have been known as police, but they were policing their populations. So police have always existed in society. When we ask where does the word police come from, and it's a Greek word, can we then say that before the Greeks there were no police? We can't say that, can we?
Like, is there? Can you provide a well documented,
but 1 minute,
and
bro,
written?
what I'm showing you is the same as democracy. Can we say that there wasn't democracy before the Greeks? It doesn't make sense to say that just because the word democracy itself is a Greek word.
We have, like, say for example, like in documented history, that's what we rely on when we discuss this kind of things. We rely on, as far as we go back in time, right? As far as we go back in time, a well documented and philosophized ideas. That's what we rely on. So just saying it might exist somewhere else is not a sufficient evidence to say that this is not an invention of the ancient Greeks. It might even be like in other planets somewhere that we don't know. There might be a democracy. We don't know, but we are relying on written history. And
but who wrote the history?
The Greeks themselves, right? So at the time, can you document other civilizations where the concept of democracy articulated in the same manner as the ancient Greeks did, like that existed?
Even with the ancient Turkic people, yeah, everyone had a lord, right, or an MP that would represent them in the House of Lords, and they would all sit down in a room and come to decisions through voting. Even with the armies of Alexander, you can see that the generals all had the equal vote.
So the Alexander the Great is like a recent phenomena compared to
my brother. Even in the history of King Arthur and the Round Table, the whole point of the Round Table is that everyone sitting at the table is equal and has an equal vote. So democracy existed all the time. It's a human thing. Even if you go to Africa and you see the tribal chiefs sit down and they come to agreement together, that's a form of democracy. Where there's voting, there's democracy.
So you are saying, like, Islam did not emanate from the Arabian Peninsula? Is that your argument?
No, you said they invented it.
How do you mean by it? Like, can you well, if you have the problem with the word invent,
yeah,
what does invent mean?
It means they concocted it.
So, like, Muhammad is not the prophet, and through which God spoke to the Muslims, right?
God didn't speak through Muhammad.
He gave him the message, according to you guys.
The message to him through the angel, right?
Okay. So who wrote the Quran then?
I don't know who wrote it, but it was after Muhammad.
But the messenger is Muhammad, right?
Yeah, so but he made people memorize it.
For some of us who do not believe that.
But it wasn't in written form. It wasn't a book that was written down until after.
Yeah, so let's just focus on the message, right? If the message...
It was a revelation.
It was revealed to Muhammad.
Yeah, what does the word Quran mean?
I don't know, tell me.
It means a recitation, because they were reciting it in words.
Yeah, so now I don't have any disagreement with that. My disagreement is, if he's the messenger, right?
Yes, my bro.
And for most of us who do not believe, like, they're sky daddies,
right?
Like, who are speaking through people.
Yeah.
Not to mention just a certain people in a tiny island, right?
Right.
We can easily assume that this is an invention of Muhammad. Like, because we do not believe supernatural powers spoke through people.
It'll be difficult, though, considering he was illiterate. How can you say he came up with the Quran? It's difficult to say that. You're saying it would be obvious. I'm saying, how obvious? Like, really? It's quite difficult to pin it on him.
So where did it come from? Who wrote it?
God. It's the word of God, isn't it?
No, yeah, but who like scribed what God said?
Oh, so what happened, MJ? Muhammad would recite in words what the angel had told him, and the people would then memorize it. So he would teach it to
So
them.
he had scribes.
Over. No, they would have to learn it by memory.
Okay.
All right. So then I think I don't know whether he was still alive at the time. I think he might not have been, but there was a war, and a lot of these people that had these recitations memorized were killed.
Mm.
So then someone said, like, we should write them all down, and then there's no way we can lose it. But they still maintain the tradition of memorizing it.
Right.
It's
So
just
he
that
gave them the concept of
they had the
Islam.
written form as a backup, sort of. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
So the written form isn't really the Quran. The reciting of it is the Quran.
All I'm saying, Khan, is like for some of us who rely on the evidence of our senses, that doesn't really measure up. If somebody
I understand that from the point of view of a non-believer, you're not really going to take the things that I take on faith, right? So I take it on faith. I don't question it. I take it on
but
faith,
we can interrogate
right? So
the effect of Islam, the effect of that ideology, though. We can interrogate, like, or question the aftermath, or like the effect of that ideology throughout the world.
Yeah. So I'm saying,
in that aspect,
from the
your
point of view
people
of
lost
my
their
people,
identity. Yeah.
From the point of view of my people, they took on a religion from another race of people, but they actually used it to become their form of governance, to become their form of justice, to become their form of, settling disputes. They used it as a legal system as well as a religious system. Like, they used it as a culture, right?
Yeah,
as well.
the ramification of that is
without that basis, if you go back before that, our people weren't really the nation that they were. They were a different nation. They were different people. Although they might have been my great granddads instead of my granddads, we still regard them as a different nation of people because they were governed by different rules and different laws. So our people only become the nation that it is today at the time of Osman. So Osman formed, that's why it's called the Ottoman Empire, because it's named after Osman. He's the founder of the nation, right? He made it from a tribe into a nation, and it was governed Islamically. So without Islam, we don't have a nation. So I'm saying is the two things for us, maybe not for other people, but for us, the two things are intertwined and inseparable. Islam, the justice
if you do
of
like
Islam,
a cost
and our
benefit
nation
analysis of
is the
the
same
effect
thing.
of Islam,
Yeah,
there
us,
is some
it's the same
trade-off.
thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? So from our point of view, I'm showing you that for us, if you go against Islam, it's like you're going against your own nation. It's much like Somalia is like that, I think. You can't really be a Somali, and not be a Muslim. It would be a bit weird. It wouldn't really go together.
Why not? I mean, like, there's some atheist Somalis.
It's like Pakistan, isn't it? Like Pakistan's the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. So at the formation of the nation, the genesis of it, like the beginning of it, Islam is already there. So when you're saying things like Islam's 1,400 years old, like a lot of things happened in the last 1,400 years. A lot of the countries we're looking at didn't exist 2,000 years ago. So a lot of the formation of these people, is based on Islamic values and Islamic teachings and guidance and standards that were brought to them by Muslims. So whether they're Muslims or Arab or not, it's irrelevant.
It is relevant. It's very much relevant, Khan. That's my argument. It's very relevant.
Why is it?
Okay, because like I said, there is the holy city is in the Arabian Peninsula. Most adherents of this religion speak Arabic. They turn their face to Mecca to pray, and the Arabic language is held to a higher standard. Some even say that it's a language of heaven or something. So all that is a manifestation of a cultural supremacy.
No, it's not culturally supreme. Like the Arabs themselves had to give up their culture to be Muslim. They had cultures that were pre-Islamic cultures that they had to give up. So it's not like as if they're forcing their culture on us. They had to give up their own pre-Islamic culture as well. So it's fair, isn't it?
You guys all speak Arabic now. Yeah, that's the lingua franca of the Ummah, right?
Why not? It's a beautiful language. It's a much better language than the Turkish language. Turkish language is basic. Turkish language is the equivalent of German.
It's like very... classical Arabic is like when
Arabic's beautiful language. Even
no, classical Arabic.
Turks
well, it didn't even exist in a way we know it prior.
In between the Turks and the Arabs, we got the Persians, right? So a lot of our Islam came to us through the Iranian people, and their language is beautiful. We got a lot of words from them, and it's not just about our language and being a supremacist in that way. We adopted a lot of language from like a lot of the early poets that you see in the Ottomans. They wrote in Farsi, you know. A lot of the edabiyat and a lot of the what's the word for poetry? I forget, but edabiyat means like the literature. Yeah, edabiyat, it comes from Persian, and from obviously going back to the Arabs as well.
Yeah, so, that would be
so. We adopted a lot of these things, and it's a beautiful thing. Like, why are you going to be a supremacist if someone's showing you a better way?
Okay,
and you don't accept that, then that's your loss, isn't it?
Okay, so the same way like black people in diaspora now they speak English, right? Why are they resistant, you think, to this like a major aspect of their loss of identity and culture? It's tied to the they don't know they don't have their own language.
The black people that we're talking about, predominantly African Americans, were actually forced to give up their culture and their identity.
Islam did not force itself into other people to into a homogeneous culture.
By trying to make them two things correlate with each other, you're disrespecting the level of suffering of the African Americans who were not even allowed to learn how to read and write in English, let alone in any other language. They were denied education. So if you look at, for example, in normal human development, every generation is 2% more intelligent than the previous generation, right? Because they're learning what you're teaching them, plus they're bringing their own to it, right? But when you look at the African Americans, when they were taken from a situation where they were not even allowed to learn to read and write, to a situation where they had the freedom to read and write, they increased their intelligence by 4%, double. That's 100% increase on normal human development. They went 50%, or was it 100%, and leaping into education and learning, and re-educating themselves on the lost history that they had. 4% increase in brain capacity until they caught up and might have even passed everyone else. So, you know, that's the degree to which they were held back. The degree that they were held back was ridiculous. That has never been seen in humanity. People to be held captive for that long without the ability of reading and writing, that's terrible what happened to them people. But you know what, when you see them now, you have to give them credit for recuperating or balancing that. So when you see rappers coming with the most eloquent and articulate language that most people can't even get their head around, they have to go and get a dictionary out to understand.
Would you agree that like
rappers are saying?
Yeah.
You have to
would
give
you
them
agree?
Credit for that.
Would you agree?
Trying to make it equal to other people's suffering, I think it's a mistake. But anyway,
okay. Would you agree that language is one of the most important and major pillar of culture?
Yes. Yes.
So,
without doubt.
When we talk about like cultural loss of culture, you can say that the not being able to speak the language your ancestors spoke, right?
Are you operating on the premise that Muslims don't let people have their own language? Because that's not true.
No, but Arabic is held to a higher standard, like than any other language.
But it might
be
the
testament to that is like the Quran itself.
It could be a higher language. But 1 minute. It could be a higher language, though. It could be that you through your own pride and your ego, you don't want to accept that someone's come up with a linguistic format that's better than yours.
What's your criteria for the hierarchy in language efficiency or like language superiority? What's the criteria? How do you measure? How do you reach into that conclusion that's saying that Arabic is more sophisticated than?
It is. If you look at the basic Turkic language, that means that once you take all the English, the French, the foreign languages out of it, the Arabic and the and the Iranian language out of it, you look at the basic form of Turkic language. It's very basic. It's not as descriptive.
What's your criteria for saying basic and sophisticated? Like,
let me finish my point. You might not agree with me. It's fine, But it's the same with English. When you look at English, right? English language, which is a Germanic language, family language, is only being used by the peasants. The highest language in the land was always Latin. And Latin is a far more complex and sophisticated linguistic form than Germanic can ever be, right? And it's the same with Arabic and Turkic. If you look at Arabic, the structure of the language, the what's it called, the grammar, yeah, is a far more complex language than Turkic. Turkic's very simple. The original Turkic language was written in runes. Like when you see he even write his name in the chat and he's got all these runes next to it. That's how Turkish was written, in runes. And it was very much a simplistic form of hieroglyphs where there were symbols that meant certain things, right? When you look at Arabic, it's a much, much, much more sophisticated linguistic form. No one can deny that. It's stupid to even
that might be true.
Attempt that.
No, that might be true. I'm just saying, like, establish a criteria in ranking language. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not a linguist. I'm not a science. My science field isn't languages, right?
But you made a claim. If you made a claim, at least
I do follow a few linguists, and I do read up on what they're showing. And English, the basic English, which is a Germanic language, right, was always the language of the peasants. All right. It's like how me and you will speak together on the streets. All right, mate, what's happening? Now, when you look at things that were written down, it was always, especially the religious format, was always in Latin, because it's a far more sophisticated technique of writing. And it's like computers with operating systems. You're asking which one's more superior than the other. It's obvious. The one that functions better is the better one. It's based on function. It's not based on, oh, this is the language of my forefathers, and I've got some pride to do with. It's nothing to do with pride and ego. It's to do with functionality.
Not really. I mean, like, you cannot equate like computer languages to human language, because computer languages, like, say for example, no, hold on. Just because, like, say for some languages are better suited, say for web application, and some other languages might be for other functions. So these languages like Python and Java might have different applications. So that's a whole different thing, right? So for one particular task, one programming language might be superior to the other, because that was why it was created. So it becomes sort of applying that concept into this wouldn't apply, because different languages are suited for different tasks in computer.
But the criteria is based on functionality.
Functionality for a certain purpose.
Exactly, that's what functionality is.
Yeah. So in operating systems, the different languages are created for different tasks.
All right, if you look at the Turkish language, the most beautiful words in there, right? They're all derived from Arabic or from
the most Farsi. Beautiful, like they might sound beautiful because they're Arabic.
Listen to me. I'll give you a word that will never, the Turks will never have come up with this word, right? It's an Arabic word. Do you know this word?
What?
Listen to me, bro.
Are you saying like word, it right? Just sounds nice to my? Okay.
Have you ever heard of the word muhtasham?
No.
Muhtasham means immaculate.
Okay.
All right.
I think the immaculate, the English one, is more.
It's a beautiful word, bro. It's a beautiful word.
No.
Within itself, like, the beauty of that word, right?
It's subjective.
Yeah? Because from muhtasham we can go to mukammel. Yeah, from mukammel, there's another word and another word and another word, and they're all connected to each other because they have the same basic 3 letters as their foundation.
Like the consonant, right? Like,
yeah. So what I'm saying is, like, the form, even the format of Arabic is far more superior to Turkish. Turkish is like they took ancient Sumerian and they tried to make it work, right? It was difficult for them to do that because people were jahil, right? That's what they said, that there's 200 Sumerian words in the Turkish language. So
if I was a Turkish man listening to this, people, I would say you are a sellout.
I'm a what?
If I was a Turkish man sitting here listening to what you're saying, I would say you are a sellout.
A sellout to who? If I want the best for my Arabs. People, brother, if I want the best for my people, and the Arabs are coming up with this system of language, right? And they're saying, here, I'll have it for free. Why am I going to say no?
And you're curtailing the development of your own language.
You accepting this language opens the door for you to learn about science, It opens the door for you to learn about religion. It opens the door for you to learn about literature and poetry, right? Why am I going to say no to that? What? Because of pride and ego? No, our language is better. Our old ancient caveman versions of grunting and groaning. Oh, we're going to stick to that. Why? What?
Okay,
Why are we going to do that?
Your point. I see your point. I think, but like my my whole thing is,
when I look at the Turkish language, right, and I pick out all the Arabic words, to me they're sublime. They're beautiful. Like they're like a blessing that we have these words,
think
right?
A better argument for
Turkish.
you, the better argument for you would be like other languages are not as developed. One language might be more developed than the other, based
from
on
a linguistic point of view, not
as
all
a result
languages
of
are
cultural
as equally as
supremacy. Yeah.
developed. It's true, of course, 100%.
But the reason why some languages are more developed than the others is as a result of empire expansion, colonization. So by not being able to develop your own language and just take someone else's just on a face value or because you were conquered, it doesn't mean that one language is intrinsically more.
But here's the thing: we were never conquered.
I don't know the story of how. I know how Islam was
things that are
spread.
better for you. If you know what's good for you, you don't need to be conquered.
You know what's good for you, because like
if
there are a bunch of mujahideen or some caliph coming to you and like they would say that they would enslave your wives and daughters if you do not submit
even the
to
Prophet
Allah.
Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam told them, "Do not war the Turks. Do not war the Turks, bro."
Why? Why did you say that?
You go and look it up yourself. The Turks were the most ferocious warriors on earth. Even they held off the Mongols. And the Mongols then even overran everybody in the end.
Okay, so I'll take you up on this claim that like the Turkish people accepted Islam peacefully.
No, whether it was peacefully or not, it's irrelevant. Whether it's peacefully or not, it's irrelevant. I don't think it was peacefully. I think what happened, the leadership of the Turks accepted it as a method that they could use to inflict huck on the people, whether they liked it or not, right? And I think a lot of the people rebelled, and a lot of what Osman done was getting the rebels in line. So as long as they accepted Islam, they could come under the banner of Osman, and they were protected against the Mongols. So I wouldn't say that a lot of these people are educated enough to accept Islam with a clear conscience, but they knew that Islam was offering them salvation from raping, murdering.
By the way, do you speak Arabic? Do you speak Arabic?
No, I can't speak Arabic.
How come you don't speak the language of God, man? And like this is the language you're advocating so much. How come you don't speak the language
of God? Hebrew.
Well, at least it sounds beautiful to for your ears, and you seem to be like advocating for Arabic language being superior to Turkish language.
This is the thing why people
but you don't even speak the language, so how do you reach that conclusion? Like if you do not,
this is the reason why people hate me, right?
No, I don't hate you at all.
1 minute, can I just say, majority of people hate me because there's a saying, a Chinese saying, the longer a man speaks, eventually he will contradict himself. If you don't contradict yourself, like I never contradict myself, right? Even when I'm wrong, I'll put up my hands and I'll admit that I'm wrong rather than be a hypocrite. And that irritates people. People always trying to catch me out in some sort of form of hypocrisy. But you'll be hard pressed to find me contradict myself. Because if I do, I'll put my hands up immediately and retract it. Because that's not what I'm about. I don't contradict myself. So I'm showing you, you can misrepresent what I said.
I never did.
As long as you want, but you're not going to catch me out, because the truth is, I never said I know how to speak Arabic. I said
I never.
all the most beautiful
I did not say you
words.
do that. I did not say you said that.
Let me repeat. The most beautiful words in the Turkish language come from Arabic.
But you don't speak Arabic.
The list goes on and on, bro. Muhtashem, mukemmel. Yeah, these beautiful words, these concepts of beauty. Where do they come from? They come from Arabic.
Okay, Khan. Here's what I'm saying. For you to claim that it's the most beautiful language, you have to have a basic understanding of the language.
I didn't say it's the most. See, you're misquoting me again. I didn't say it's the most beautiful language. I said compared to Turkish, which is a caveman grunting and groaning. Yeah, Arabic is a far more sophisticated and beautiful language.
But you don't. For you
I
to
didn't
claim
compare
that
Arabic to anyone else's language.
Well, for you to say that, you have to have a basic understanding of the language of Arabic.
I do. I said to you, half the words in Turkish are from Arabic.
But you do not speak Arabic, though.
No, because that's a structural thing. That's how the words are put together in sentences, right? It's a different thing. Do you know what a language is? You know what language is? A language is not just the words that make up the language. It's a structural form of how the words are put together in a system.
That would work against you. That argument works against you because, like, to even know the structure of the language, you need to have a strong grasp of the language itself, which you don't have personally.
No, you don't. You can't tell me I can't love Arabic because I don't know the intricacies of the Arabic language. That's
no, for
ridiculous.
You to describe, to demonstrate how sophisticated it is.
You can't love ice cream until you go and learn how to make ice cream. That don't make sense. Everyone's eating ice cream and loving it. They don't need to know how it's made.
No,
I can love Arabic, innit? I can love the words.
You can love it because it's a language of God, right? Like,
but no one said it's the language of God. You're trolling right now.
No, I'm not. no
one said that. No one said that.
For you to demonstrate how sophisticated it is relative to other languages.
If it's the language of God, why were they speaking Arabic before God revealed the Quran?
This one I'm not sure about.
Why didn't God reveal the Quran in a completely new language?
So that's your
in fact,
example.
Why didn't God make humans born with his words tattooed inside their brain in whatever language?
What language did he release the Quran in? Khan, what language did he release the Quran in? God?
Arabic. In Arabic. I think there's 7 dialects of Arabic or something like that.
But big up, Khan, man. It's
Yes, my bro. It's been lovely talking to you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm not an intern.
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to prejudge you as being insincere. I'm taking it on based on your current your character. So I'm not going to judge you that you're being insincere. Some people are insincere though, but I think you're genuine. So I don't mind entertaining your questions. But you got to remember, who am I anyway? I'm just a layman. I'm just some idiot. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm not going to contradict myself. I'm going to maintain that I am consistent in what I'm saying. So that's the only difference.
All right, big up, man.
Yeah, big up, bro. Heathen.
Yeah.
How do you feel about English being a derivative of the German languages?
How do I feel about it?
Yeah, because it replaced the German language replaced the original British language, right? Like the Welsh and all that.
Oh yeah, it merged. Yeah, like yeah. We handed it over. Like the Welsh have still got, they still speak Welsh, don't they? And you've got Scotch Gaelic, Irish Gaelic. We speak English now, yeah, which is derived from Germany, yeah.
Well, when did that happen?
I think they went down the sort of the path, the path to be able to mingle more, you know, to be able to, let's say, conquer. You know what I mean? To being able to adapt, innit?
Yeah.
You can reach more people with a common language, can't you? That's one good thing about English, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
the majority of the world speaks it because it's, like you were saying, it's such an easy language.
Exactly.
Like I knew what you were on about. Like they used to teach Latin, and like my dad was taught Latin, things like that. But yeah, they gave it up, didn't they? When they gave up the shilling and.
Oh, Heathen, do you know who King Canute was?
No, I've heard King Canute. I've heard the name. I couldn't say it off the top of my head.
I always thought King Canute was an Egyptian.
No, he was English, wasn't he? English tribesman, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think they were from Denmark.
Oh yeah, or Denmark, yeah.
Yeah. You should watch a few of those thingy series on Netflix, like the Vikings and all that. It's quite interesting.
I would do watch them. Is that where I've seen it, lad? Yeah, that must be where I've seen it. Yeah.
Because it's weird how in their little
I've seen Vikings and what's the other one?
King Canute and his dad. What was his name?
can't remember, I'll be honest.
But you know what's weird about Heathen? When you watch that, yeah, in their little world, England is like part of Scandinavia, you might as well say. Because all the movement, like it was like England wasn't really part of Europe. Like there weren't no French people coming over here. It was like the Vikings. So
Yeah,
like
obviously,
in your mind, like right now, if you group England in with any other countries, the first thing you're going to think of is England, France, Germany, Italy, right? But back then, if you thought of England, you'd think of England as like an extension of the Vikings. Like, so it would be like Sweden, Denmark, Norway, England.
Greenland, yeah.
Yeah, and even Greenland, Yeah, even in
Liverpool, like I've said loads of times, like Liverpool, you've got Toxteth, that literally means Tox's place. So he was a Viking. You've got Croxteth, that was Croxteth's. That was Crox's place.
Yeah, but you don't get them. Have you noticed, Heathen? You don't get them in the south. The Vikings didn't make their way to the south, did they? They didn't cross the Thames.
I don't know. They did, didn't he?
No, there was the famous battle on the River Thames, and they lost it. They lost the battle.
They ravaged London a couple of times. Didn't take over, though, no.
But their
army,
yeah, they might have done little little trips out and mashed up a few people, but when their main army come over to cross the Thames, they couldn't cross it.
Well, in my opinion, lad, they had like an infatuation with Ireland as well.
Yeah,
so that's why you find them around Liverpool. You know what I mean? We would have fought to Ireland, wouldn't we?
Because they came from that direction and they were going across. For them to go downwards into France, like I think they didn't get. Where did they go when they went south? The Vikings, I think they went to Normandy, innit? That was their spot, Normandy,
and then they followed the coast right down to Morocco, I think, didn't they? Or Spain,
to Sicily and that. Mad, imagine that. People from like Denmark ruling over people in Sicily. And all the way out to Afghanistan as well they went, innit? Vikings were not as
they were quite like, they weren't really inclusive, like, were they, lads? So, like,
they're all over the place.
And they sort of made their own village and become king of there, you know what I mean? Unless they did take over a major town, which then they could hold, you know what I mean?
Who was it? What was the English king that held them off? Wasn't it King Alfred?
Alfred, weren't it? And then
it was, isn't it?
Yeah, Alfred the Great, yeah.
So before Alfred, the English was all in little groups, isn't it? Like they're different states, like small states. Yeah. So then he joined them all together.
Mercia, like Northumberland.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which date and then they would date back. God knows how long. 1,000 years or so.
Yeah.
Don't forget, people didn't come here until the ice caps melted. And it was known as the kings of Europe's hunting ground, right? This is where they used to come. Once the ice melted, obviously, it was like abundant with like life, weren't it? Like deer and on all different types of game. So that's where the European kings used to sort of come on holiday or whatever.
To do hunting and
that expedition, you know what I mean?
Nice. What, in all the forests? Imagine the forests back then, they would have been huge.
Everywhere. That's why you can't judge it on what you see now. When people say ancient forest, some of them are, but a lot of the forests you see only date back to like World War II. You know, a lot of the pine forest where we need the quick growing wood.
Yeah.
For multiple reasons. Like we butchered the land for oak, you know what I mean? To build the art, to build ships, to be able to do what we've done around the world, be able to conquer.
That's right.
And be out there, like some rival the British oak, innit? Known for like cannonballs that bounce off it, like.
So, Heathen, do you know anything about the Yamnaya?
The Yamnaya? Not off the top of my head, lad, I'll be honest again.
The Yamnaya were like the Western hunter-gatherers that came over to England and replaced the original Britons, the original population, got wiped out by 90%. So the original.
Well, that's another mad thing. Do you know when people think like Roman, like there's hardly any Roman DNA in like British, like English people.
Because a lot of them Romans were gay, innit? A lot of them were gay. They were just fucking each other.
Well, a lot of them got wiped out. Lad. There was a plague. That's a big reason why they left. There was a plague just before they left. That's what sort of finished them off. Yeah.
Okay.
And they sort of just cut the losses and went, especially when the fall of Rome come. You know, when the protectors weren't there anymore, he was sort of in the Wild West. Should we sort of compare it to like modern day? You know, they were on the frontier, left behind by the legions and that.
Do you want me to tell you something? Do you want me to tell you something interesting, Heathen?
Go on, lad. I've only got 20% in this StreamYard. Rinses me battery, but yeah, I'll stay on to the start.
When the Huns and the Visigoths sacked Rome, they basically burnt down all the libraries, right? And if it wasn't for the Irish and the books that they had, right, they wouldn't have been able to carry on Christendom, because the Holy Roman Empire, which was the Catholic Church, all their books were burnt with the sacking of Rome. So they had to outsource everything back to the Irish. So the Irish had libraries with copies of the books that they were in Rome. So
I can imagine.
They used the Irish books to rewrite all the books. So they got guys that just sit there copying it out letter for letter.
Yeah, scribes.
So they had them like basically do copies, but they had to send for all the originals from Ireland, and then they had to copy them and then send them back again. So without the Irish, we wouldn't have had the continuation of Catholicism. Thanks to the
don't start me on Catholicism.
And the Visigoths. I don't know if you know about the Huns and the Visigoths when they sacked Rome.
No, I don't know too much about that, lad. I've been to Ephesus because I know they burned down. Turkey, lad. And they burned down the library there. That was meant to have like Dead Sea Scrolls and all mad shit, like.
Yeah, that Dead Sea Scrolls was a mad one, isn't it? Turning up out of nowhere like that.
Yeah. Well, some of them did. Some of them. I'd love to see what's in the Vatican basement as well. In the vault.
Yeah, be a lot of Baphomet stuff.
Yeah. They probably hold the answers to a lot of questions.
There ain't no answers, brother. There ain't no answers. The world is what we make it. You know, and the thing is, what people don't realize is when you turn a blind eye to things, you're complicit in that.
Yeah.
That's the difference. That's the difference. So, like, the reason why they can get away with the shit they get away with is because we don't believe that we're to blame. We'll turn a blind eye to it and be like, well, it's nothing to do with me. I've got to go work in the morning and I've got to take my kid to school and it's nothing to do with me. Or so what if they killed 1.5 million Iraqis? Like, that's nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
And that's the idea. That's the ideology that we have now. That it's nothing to do with us. Before, people never used to think like that. You know,
especially when we're a lot more, like, people have a lot more say now as well. You know, it does baffle me when people sort of give up. Yeah. I think they need to, like, I'm not a socialist, but definitely needs to be like a coming together of people. You know, everyone moaning about, like, we need to do things en masse again, like, you know what I mean? People have died to get the freedoms we have. People might say there isn't any freedoms, but people have died.
All we've done is
for like Sundays off
set of
and
freedoms
for a 5-day week and things like that. Go on, lad.
We've sacrificed one set of freedoms for another. So we said, all right, what's important to us? Working, all right, paying the mortgage, passing something on to your children, educating your children, and basically having your kids brought up in a clean environment where they're not dying of all sorts of diseases and whatever, right? So we've sacrificed everything else just to have that. So we don't really have a say in anything. We don't get to, have our own way. We let the government have their way, but they're providing us with a very luxurious prison cell to live in.
Yeah, but that's the point, isn't it? People used to stand up to the government. You know, that's how you get your Peterloos, where they used to get the cavalry to run us down and things like that. And that's what people need to do again. Stand together, lad.
It swings and roundabouts, right? So if you give up the freedoms you have now, and you basically go it alone without a government, we're going back in time to when people were dying of just a small little cut on your finger will give you a blood infection. There's no paracetamol. There's no, penicillin, right? We went back to them days How would we be surviving without penicillin?
Oh no, I'm not talking about them days. Now we just need to make sure the government are held accountable, and that's by standing together, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
But like,
just show.
To me, even a government eventually is always going to bring us to the point we're at today. Now, however you try to slow their roll and kind of like slow them up, so instead of them bringing you to this position in 10 years, it took them 100 years. Whatever. In the end, it's always going to come down to us being oppressed, isn't it? In the end, like we fought the good fight.
Yeah, but only if you allow them, lad. We outnumbered them
as long as we could. But in the end,
we outnumbered them, lad.
They got us on the barrel now, innit? We're over a barrel right now.
Yeah, because so many people are disengaged, lad. Do you know what I mean?
It's just that they prefer their life of luxury to a life where you have to fight, because we're like right now.
Yeah, this is what I was going on about before with convenience, lad. Like, even just a convenience shop. You know what I mean? How much that's just ravaged society and things like that. Like,
yeah.
Obviously, there's good things that have come out of it. There's good things, bad things that come out of most things, isn't it? But
the like thing is, what we don't even know, we don't even recognize or accept, is that there's people all around the world right now which are literally, there are slaves. They're working and dying for us to live a luxury lifestyle.
Yeah.
All right. So there's people out there make it like not going to school, going to factories, making trainers with lethal glue that's killing them, and they don't get no health care. They're not even eating proper meals. They're probably living in a wooden shack with like rats and whatever. But they're making our shoes for us, and our shoes are now costing about fucking 250 quid for a pair of fucking Air Force Ones or whatever it is, right? Technically, they're our slaves, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we don't even acknowledge that. That's the mad thing about it, that we're all living in denial. Like, we're living with blinkers on.
People like, going to Primark and
how many people had to die for you to get petrol in your car? Do you know what I mean?
Not even that, lad. What's that other one? Sulfur. Have you ever seen how they mine that sulfur?
Nah.
They've got to do it at night.
Is it bad?
It's mad, lad. They've got to go and chop the sulfur off out of volcanoes and.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. And we're living in this cushioned bubble where we don't even know all these people around the world suffering, so we can live in this little bubble that we're living in, and we're not even aware of it.
Yeah.
Mad.
A lot of people are aware of it, but like you say, lad, it's one of those, they weigh it up, don't they? And they think, oh, I'll keep stum.
I think they're aware of it, even, but it's just the tip of the iceberg that they see. The rest of it, they don't even want to see it. They're like, nah.
Yeah, that makes me a very uncomfortable viewing, lad. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, completely, lad. We've even got it in this country, lad. You know, it's about like COVID covered a lot of stuff up. No, do you remember that factory that fell down in Leicester?
Yeah.
And there was loads of slave labour going on there.
Yeah.
You know, when you see these young lads washing your car,
fruit,
you know what I mean?
And all that. Yeah. All them.
Yeah.
Madness.
And it's crazy, lads, to come from sort of a unionised city as well. You know, it's crazy how especially like Labour, it's surprising. This is one of the major things, like I'm against like Labour somewhere. I come from a Labour city where even if you speak out against Labour, like, people are ready flipping with a red face and about to knock your head in for just criticising Labour. But as a unionised society, you know, people fought for better wages and all things like that. And then the same unions bring in foreign labour that undercuts what they've been fighting for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You know what I mean? It's crazy. So they'll bring in like a Polish lad who undermines all the holidays, all the bank holidays, all these little mad little pays, and he'll be on less money. But because he's got more to lose, he'll bend the knee more. You know what I mean? He'll do that weekend where none of the British lads will be in on the weekend because they discussed it years ago that they're going to have that weekend off, and then it's mad how they just undermined what's been sort of laid down. I just don't get it, lad. I just don't.
You know what the truth is, Heathen? We think that our work goes towards, and our taxes goes towards running this country, but it doesn't. They could put us all on lockdown, take us all out of work, and they could afford to feed us for the rest of our lives based on the money that they're making, killing people abroad, taking natural resources from other people, selling them guns and whatever, like military implications, like all the things that they do, that money that doesn't really filter back to us, right? The rich just keep getting richer off of that money, right? And our money.
That's the thing. That Elon Musk said that, lad. He said that he can't see any other way than a universal salary.
That's
a universal salary to come in, especially when robots come in.
Exactly.
And the fella who was interviewing was like, "What, you want that?" And he went, "It's not that I want it. It's virtually inevitable." Like.
So what they'll do, Heathen, is that they'll make us all poor enough that we all have to go on some type of benefit, right? Whether it's family tax credit or whatever. One way or another, you'll be receiving some sort of money from the government, and anything you work and earn for yourself is going to be an extra, right?
Yeah.
But what they would it, and you go and find a job that you earn $2,000 a month on, we will tax you $1,000. You know, like family tax credit. Anything you earn over, yeah, you're only allowed to earn a certain amount before they start taking money out of your money, innit? So what they could do with that is they could control everyone. They can control if you rebel against the system, right? And they can control the standard of living for everyone. That third one, standard of living, it could be a good thing and a bad thing, because they could be saying, all right, we'll give you all free education, we'll give you free healthcare, and like we'll make sure you live a good life, right? But like when it comes to money, like we're going to tax you X amount. So basically what it is every single person will be not just linked to the system, but dependent on the system to even survive.
Oh yeah, that's what China
to make us all comply.
Like that,
but even to make us all comply, they've got to make us all poor enough first. So we all go with a handout to get registered for whatever benefit they're giving out, whether it's universal or whatever. We're going to have to be poor enough to accept that first. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what they're doing. They're going to keep putting up the prices.
I can see it coming, but I don't know whether it's a long time off. Like, you know, like, I'm a tradesman.
Nah, we're there now. Look what they got planned, right? The heating bills went up 50%. They reckon in a couple of weeks' time, I think it's going up another 25%. And they got another increase in next October or whatever it is. I think that's going to be another 25%. So basically, you've got 100% increase in your bills in the course of like a year. And they're just slowly.
I know, and that's where
so we got time
we need to stand together as a country and say no, lad.
No, do you know what's
I don't know how to do it, but we need to do like a mass protest of bills, like, and just don't pay.
They reckon,
you know, like,
yeah, that's what they've done in other countries.
Just don't pay.
Yeah, they've done that in other countries, like France. I think they've done that.
Like, how can they chat about like renewable energy? All these energy companies have renewable energy, but our bills go up every year. Like, work that one out. If they've got renewable energy,
it's a piss take, isn't it?
How are we paying more? Mad. Baffles me, lad.
Yeah, fuck knows what's going on, man. It's going to be tricky.
And I heard them the other day. You know, again, Labour. You've got this cost of living crisis, and then they're chatting. They want fucking more taxes on salt and sugar.
Yeah.
Oh, for people's obesity. Like, is it not your human right if you want to get fat or not? Like is it? I have the argument every time I go to like fucking KFC or something, and they say there's no. Oh, you've only got like this zero drink or that. It's like,
mate, listen.
So you're going to sell me fried chicken and then tell me I'm having too much sugar in my drink?
Heathen, it's been about 2 months, I've noticed when you go to McDonald's and you get chips, they don't put salt on it no more. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, you got to ask for it, haven't you?
Yeah, normally when they cook the chips, they just whack loads of salt all over it. Now they don't do that no more. And it's just so they can save a few quid.
Exactly, that's what these spinners like. They're trying to save us, and it's like, no, it's all in your pocket. you know, like a fucking Mars bar. Look at the size of a Mars bar nowadays. It's what
I know, it's like my little finger. It's tiny.
Yeah, it's like the fun size ones, isn't it? Yeah, and it's to combat obesity and diabetes, and like, again, isn't it your human right to get fucking diabetes if you want it? Mad. Like the smoking, like the whole smoking thing. Like people look at look at you as if you like you can't even smoke near a hospital now.
But you know what? Even on the positive, right? I can drop off my kids to their mum and it'll take me about 20 minutes, whereas before it took me 45 minutes. It's like the roads are empty. On the positive, you can actually drive in London now.
I've never heard of that, lad. I've never heard of that.
Honestly, I'm telling you, there's no one out there on the road.
Battery
The bad side is I can never find parking on my road. Like everyone's leaving their cars at home and going on the bus or whatever.
Yeah.
Like 3 of my neighbours, right? They've all got fucking massive juggernaut vehicles, like, you know, them huge Volvos that are bigger than fucking Land Cruisers and that.
Yeah,
them big Jeeps. Like they've got them, right? Now I've noticed they're starting to buy mopeds as well, like little Vespas. So
yeah, just to get
rather
around.
than take the big truck out just to go to the shops, they just jump on their little Vespa. And I'm like, fuck me, it's all right for some, innit? It's all right for some. Do you know what I mean? They're saving petrol by buying a little Vespa. I've seen so many people with electric ones now as well.
But petrol cars are going up as well, lad, in price.
Yeah, they're going up. That's what I'm saying, bruv. The price is going up.
I've got an old Rangey there, lad, and I've kept hold of it because my mate said that's going to be fucking worth a mint.
They're putting up the recharging price on an electric vehicle to literally match petrol prices.
Yeah.
Mad. How is that possible? Piss take, bruv.
You tell me how, if you have an electric car, you can just, I'm sure you can just pull up at like certain pubs and just charge your car for free. I don't know whether it's unless it's contactless payment.
Even it's not free. They're speed chargers, like fast chargers, and they charge you even more. You're better off charging it outside your own house, and you charge it overnight, and it goes onto the mains of it. Yeah, it goes onto the mains of your own electric, and you charge it overnight. But these ones that you're talking about, where you pull up and you plug it in, that's a speed charger. They charge you even more. They rinse you.
Sorry, lad, my phone's dying, Khan. I'll be back on in a minute. Let me get back to the van and that.
All right, cool.
Go on, sorry, lad. Nice one.
I suppose I can't leave you all by yourself, Khan. Big up, bro.
Yeah. I'm here still.
You're saying about McDonald's, they still put salt on their chips, you know. I think you're just not tasting it.
I must be getting bumped, innit?
And anyway, why you go to McDonald's? I swear it's not halal.
Me and my brethren, like, we meet up at McDonald's sometimes because it's like halfway between my house and his house. We have a little coffee. Sometimes I get like a bag of chips though. Just like something to dip in the ketchup, innit?
To be honest.
I don't eat much, you know. I always go on the savers menu, like.
Yeah, the only thing I eat from there is fries and apple pies, isn't it? And coffee.
That's it. Yeah, so sometimes I'll get a little fries, like a little small fries. Or do you know? I already told you before that I like the cheesy little, what they called, cheese and jalapeno ones.
Yeah, they stopped doing them now, innit? And they got the cheesy garlic ones, which are rank. Completely rank.
Yeah, but it's nice and quiet. It's peaceful in McDonald's now.
Yeah, you were saying that like in London, there's hardly any traffic on the road now. That's not been my experience, bro. Every time I've been driving through London, I see like the traffic is just as bad as what it's gone back to what it used to be before lockdown, isn't it?
Well, where are you lot living? On the fucking A406 or something like that?
Bruv, I drive from west to east, so I'm seeing all of the traffic and
north to south for me.
Yeah,
it must be west though. I think that's west. That's because they're finishing up.
It's everywhere, bro. It's everywhere.
West is real busy. Yeah, everywhere is blocked back to normal, basically. Yeah.
And I say East was probably worse than West, to be honest, because I feel like East got a lot more of the those road closures and what they call them, London traffic networks and all that bullshit.
They're closer to central London, isn't it? Like
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Down.
Yeah, kind of like Holloway Road and that, you know, and you got them through
I'm talking even
Marylebone, King's Cross and all that. Yeah, and then coming up towards like Highbury and Dalston, Hackney. Yeah, it's mad.
Wow.
Even like times of day where it shouldn't be busy, like it's proper heavy traffic.
Back to normal, mate. That's what I know. Even going country.
Yeah, that's literally it. It's back to what it was before, Macu. Like,
yeah. When I drove to Manchester, it was the same thing. Block some parts, clear some parts, block some parts, traffic this part. You know what I mean? As you're going through big towns or past big towns, that's where the bulk of the traffic was. So it's like, oh, fuck. Long since the old days of a smooth journey.
That's it, but people need to drive, like, because the thing is, even though the price of petrol and that is going up, it's like people still need to get about. They still need to drive to their jobs. They need to go pick up their kids from school.
It's easier to take public transport in some cases because the amount of tickets, enforcement fines that they're trying to pay. It's like, Ross, I thought out about 2 bills already this month.
Have you noticed how there's more 20 mile an hour speed limits everywhere?
Yeah.
So they're forcing everyone to drive real slow.
Yeah, I've seen that. And then they put up them little smiley face things. So if you're going too quick, like the smiley face frowns at you. Have you seen that? Literally, if you got like 21 miles an hour and the thing's like making a sad face at you, you're like, fuck's sake. If I go any slower, I have to stop the car.
When I see that smiley face, I was like, no, you're taking the piss. And I put my foot down, right, thinking it's bullshit. I got 3 points on my license.
Oh, shit.
I was like, this is bullshit. This ain't never real.
Do you know what? I don't even think I ever clocked it. Like, I just thought it was some smiley face. I didn't even realize like it was a traffic thing, innit? And then someone pointed it out to me, and I was like, oops.
Just some random face smiling at you.
Yeah. No, do you know what I thought was like they use it as you know, they have those message boards and stuff sometimes, like the digital message boards as you're on the motorway, and I thought maybe it was something like that to say like, oh, traffic ahead, or you know, roadworks happening around here or something. But maybe they just put a smiley face when they didn't have an actual message.
Yeah,
that's what I was kind of thinking.
Mad.
It's horrible though, this price of petrol thing. It actually is like that and everything, because that's what they're using then as an excuse for all of the food going up as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing.
And then remember Dublin was mentioned as well that in Ireland they've basically stopped like smaller boats from being able to go out and fish. Well, not stopped them, but they've given them an incentive of, if you don't go out and fish, we'll give you this payment instead.
Okay,
so they're basically paying the fishermen to like not take their boat out. It's crazy.
I remember EU does that a lot. I remember EU's doing that with olive oil in Italy. They were subsidizing the olive oil growers, so they were paying them for not growing the oil, like the olives, and they were sourcing them from like Turkey and Cyprus and that. So the mafia was making a nice little cut in the middle.
Exactly, Khan. This is the thing, is like they're taking away the small people's ability or small businesses' ability to be able to make a little change, you know what I mean? And then it's like all the big ships, big companies, farmers, etc. They're the ones that are getting all the contracts.
There's no backhanders, nothing. That's the problem now. It's all going to be, everything's going to be on books, like systems going to take over everything. There's no cash in hand work anymore. Like it's right piss take. Everyone's got to go and rated people. Fucking hell, it's like.
There's always cash in hand work.
Yes and no. And I find where I live now, where
you're a security officer. You're supposed to know this. There's
always cash in hand, but it's definitely harder to come by now. Like I was saying this to someone the other day. Like the area I live in, all the pubs around here are pubs that are owned by companies, in it, so I know I can't walk into one of them and get a cash in hand thing. In saying that, a lot of my neighbors, or I'd say probably all of my neighbors, are some kind of tradesman in one way or another, even if it's just like I can do your gardening. I can do this. I can do that. Like window cleaners, whatever. So people around here tend to go to someone within the community instead of going to one of them like Trust a Trader websites or something.
Yeah.
Like if I need something done and I can knock across the road to the guy and he can do anything from gardening to drilling to plastering to I can rent a hot tub from him if I want to. Do you know what I mean? And this is all kind of cash in hand stuff that they would do. So it just depends on the community you're in, I think. And yeah, the people that are around you, because some people don't like paying cash in hand because they feel like it's dodgy.
My mate was on what's it called, Check a Trade or whatever. He was on that for like fucking 10 years, built up his ratings. I know it's called Rated People he was on. He done a job for some woman. She turned around and went, "Nah, I don't like it. I'll only give you half the money." We was all like, you know what? She's gonna fuck up your life. Just take the money and run. Yeah. He was like, "Nah, I'm not having it." Went on the what's it called, on the site, and she wrote a complaint about him. And underneath the complaint, he wrote, "You're nuts, love." That's all he put. "You're nuts, love." Bruv, they cancelled his whole account.
Oh shit!
All his 10 years.
Do you know what though? I've got an issue with this whole reviewing thing because I stayed in an Airbnb last year, and I didn't because I made a different account to log into my normal account, right? And anyways, I checked it like a few months after I'd used the Airbnb. I just happened to like stumble upon a review that the person had left for me, and oh my god, like this review. I wouldn't rent a property to me if I read this review about myself. Do you know what I mean? But like the person proper, like there was something. Do you know what it was? Yeah, the day we left, a lamp fell off the desk and it was like a glass lamp. Yeah, and just an IKEA thing because I seen she even had a spare one in the house, in it, so I know exactly what the lamp is, where it's from, how much it costs, etc., etc. It's like £22 from IKEA. And it broke, and I found them up to say like, yeah, really sorry, like the lamp broke as we were leaving. Just to let you know, obviously you're taking a deposit for damage, so if you want to go ahead and take the cost of the lamp out of the deposit, that's absolutely fine. Expecting she's not going to take any more than like 25 quid, isn't it? So the woman's taking the £25 from my deposit, then proceeded to leave a review saying that oh, she was one of the worst guests that we've ever had in the place before. The place was filthy when she left. She smashed the lamp and didn't tell us. There was ketchup all over the walls, ketchup all over the wardrobes, right? So I'm like, hold on a flipping second. Ketchup all over the wardrobes. I'm like, there wasn't even a wardrobe in this property. What is she talking about? And I don't even eat ketchup. So like, it was just pure lies. And to say that I left the house filthy was a pure lie as well, because I stayed there for a week or something. So if anything, that house was cleaner when I left than when I went in. Do you know what I mean? Because I got to do my own cleaning and shit to make it comfortable, innit? I was so pissed off, and I hate the fact that these people can lie. And like, what's the point? What are you actually getting out of lying for it? What, you was trying to take more of my deposit? You're trying to fuck me up from being able to like book another Airbnb? Like, what the hell?
Mad, isn't it?
Takes the piss.
Yeah, it's mad. But do you know what though? Swings and roundabouts, because I take the piss sometimes as well. I don't know if have you ever ordered anything off Uber Eats and then said it never came?
No, I wouldn't do something like that. I'd never order anything from Amazon. And hold up, I would never intentionally not open my front door when the delivery man comes. So the delivery man has to put it behind the bin, and then oops, I never found it.
I ordered, what was it, fish and chips, right? Twice, 25 quid. The chips come so dry. Mum was like, oh, put a complaint in, right? That the chips were dry. And I was like, do you know what, Mum? If you do that, yeah, they'll just go, oh, okay, we'll take note of your complaint sort of thing.
Yeah, we'll send feedback back to the restaurant.
I just put the chips never came. So we paid for the fish and basically got the chips cancelled. And it was like, I think £3.50 for chips. So it was like £6-7 off. So I told the mum, I was like, Mum, I've got the £7 back for the chips. And she's like, oh, well done. Yeah. But like, if you do put a complaint, like it don't go in your favor. Like they'll just be like, oh, all right, well, thanks for letting us know. It's like, you made me go through all that fucking complaint procedure and then I don't get nothing. So then I realized that you have to actually say the items never came to get the money.
Yeah.
So then I just do that all the time now.
or
If
it's
you do it, I
damaged.
think if you do it one too many times, like they'll refuse you. They'll be like, "Nah, you're taking the piss now."
Yeah, I remember reading a story a few weeks ago about some guy who kept getting refunds from McDonald's, and he clocked it up to about £600 before they realised, and then they cancelled his account.
Yeah, and then just open another account anyway.
Yeah, exactly. No, but I've had
I've
money
been
back
doing
from
that.
them before. I think it was Uber Eats. Yeah, it must have been Uber Eats or Just Eat, one of them. I don't know. It was when that new
Nah, it's
McPlant
only
thing.
Uber Eats that does it. The rest of them are bastards.
No, Just Eat definitely does it, because it was that,
Is
you know,
it?
when the new McPlant thing came out in McDonald's, and I was like, oh, I got to try it. And then it arrived, but my drink had spilled. So the whole flipping thing was wet and soggy. And I was just like, no, bro, like you've actually ruined my food. I can't eat this. So yeah, I complained and I got a full refund.
Oh, that's all right then.
Yeah. Then I went to McDonald's to try it, because I was like, fuck getting it delivered. Went to McDonald's to try it. It was nasty. And it was cold as well.
Ugh.
Yeah. It was actually cold. Like, I literally got it fresh and it was cold. Don't understand.
Mad.
Big up, Heathen.
MJ, did I tell you about the fight I had in McDonald's?
No.
I went through the drive-through, right? I was on my way
Sorry,
to my
I thought it was off mute. I was saying, what did you get from Mackey's, MJ?
Let me get a cheeky Diet Coke, right, on the way. Right,
Oh,
so
I got the
stopped.
veggie thing, Heathen.
I got a Diet Coke, yeah. I went to taste it. It tastes like water, right? I got so vexed, right? I just parked up the car, run in there. I go to him, where's your fucking manager? He goes, I'm the manager. I go to him, it's supposed to be Diet Coke. Yeah. It tastes like water. He's chatting some shit to me, right? And I go to him, listen, I want another drink, right? So he goes, all right, cool. So he took that one and he goes, I'll give you a Fanta. So he gave me the Fanta, went to taste it, still tasted like water, right? So I goes to him, this ain't no good. He goes, all right, I'll give you a Sprite. So give me a Sprite. I'm tasting it. That's shit as well, right? And I go to him, this ain't no good. I want a fucking refund. And he goes to me, what drink was it? I go to him, what, are you fucking colorblind? Can't you see that? It's a fucking Sprite, yeah? You can see. He goes to me, actually, he goes to me, I am colorblind. I was so vexed, yeah, for them pissing me about. I went to him, we shouldn't be fucking working here then, should you? And then he went like this. He went, oh my God, I can't believe you're saying that to me. And he started having a breakdown. I was like, shit, man, I fucking managed to break some fucking rule on fucking social etiquette, telling like fucking colorblind people they're not allowed to work. Oh, it was mad. Making me out to be the bad guy, like. Oh, it's a mad one. Sometimes I flip like that, you know, like mad thing.
It can happen sometimes, innit? You're having a bad day and
you spaz, innit?
And you just spaz out. And it's usually the simplest thing, to be honest. Like, it's not, you're not taking it out on the person you probably should take your anger out on or whatever. And it's just like that cherry on top, innit? The tops everything off. Yeah. We've all got days like that.
I spazzed. When was the last time I spazzed out? It was my kid's birthday, right? So his mum let me take him out for an hour. And she was like, all right, take him out and bring him back. Like, I'll let you see him on his birthday sort of thing. I was like, cool. I go, what do you want to do? And my kid's got this thing about Costa Coffee, right? It's like, yeah, let's go for a hot chocolate. I go, all right, cool. There's a little sign that says, £3 meal deal. You can get a coffee with it too. And I thought, excellent. They've added coffee to the meal deal.
Oh, right? The Sainsbury's thing.
Tesco, right? And on it, my son's going, look, Dad, you can get hazelnut thingy added to it, syrup or whatever. And I was like, oh, brilliant. So I pressed the button, got that as well. Went to the counter, paying for the meal deals now. It's not registering. It's a meal deal. I didn't know that if you add the syrup to it, it takes it from
you're not
going to get the meal deal, right?
It's just a regular coffee.
Yeah. So then I'm like, to the hijabi girl, I'm like, listen, you better call your manager because like you obviously can't do it. You're
hijabi girl, you know.
Go and call your fucking manager. And some little Hindu guy comes rolling up there. Brother, chiefed him up so bad. I literally roasted him. I was like, listen, yeah, I want a fucking meal deal, you cunt, right? And my kid's just there looking at me like, Dad, why are you flipping out? on my birthday. I just chiefed up the whole fucking Tesco's. I was like, listen, I'll fucking leave this shit here and fucking walk out unless you fucking sort. He's like, no, you can't change it now. You can't change it. I goes, what do you mean I can't fucking change it? I'll leave all this shit here and walk out. Don't fuck with me. Proper spazzed out on the geezer, yeah. And he was like, no, look at the receipt. You don't understand. You put the syrup. That's why it's not working. I was literally having a breakdown. And then you know what? When I realized he was right and I was wrong, yeah, I just went, anyway. I was like, anyway, I'm paying now, so shut up.
Sounds like typical you, Khan.
Yeah, I was like, anyway, like I realized I was wrong. And I was like so embarrassed, right? But I just thought, you got to front it out now. You got to keep it going.
Yeah, innit?
Yeah. So it was a mad one. I was only like about 2 weeks ago. Proper spazzed on something.
Do you know what? I noticed in Sainsbury's, they got that meal deal, innit? And I was in there last week and I was like, actually, that meal deal is kind of sick if you get the right items. Because you know they got them
£3 meal deal.
Yeah, or even Sainsbury's, innit? Because obviously you can get a coffee, which is like £2.
Don't go to Tesco. Don't go to Tesco.
Why?
Have you ever read the back of the Tesco? Get like a chicken butty or something from Tesco and just read the back.
Mate, I don't eat them sandwiches.
No, you don't. But even more so, you should even still boycott them even more, MJ, because it says sourced from the EU, Britain, and Thailand.
Oh yeah.
But that's always
you know, a lot of chicken.
In one bite, you can have a Thailand chicken, and in the other, you can have a Romanian chicken.
I'd like to look at the percentages or something if I could, but I know there's a lot of chicken that's used in the catering industry in this country that comes from Thailand. Because I remember, even in Witherspoons, all our boxes of frozen chicken breasts that used to come in.
Yeah.
From Thailand, and I'm like, they got loads of chickens in Thailand,
and they got prawn farms as well, where they pluck the eye out of the prawn.
Seen
that?
No.
To make the female prawn fertile, I think they have to pluck one of the eyes out. There's some fuckeries that they have to do to the prawns and that. They do that in Thailand because I think it's too. You can't do it here. It's illegal to harm animals like that. But obviously, when the prawns are coming over, the chickens come with them, innit?
Yeah,
that's what we were on about before, Khan, innit?
They're basically
we just
offshore.
We'll have it, that's what I mean. We just outsource problems now.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
we have a moral standing, but then we're all right to just outsource everything, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, like China, China. Like if you ever know anyone who has birds of prey, you know, you feed the chicks that you feed them are all male.
Oh yeah.
Because the males don't get as much fat.
Are they live or frozen or what?
Frozen. Most of them. What happens is there's a job, apparently it's one of the best paid jobs in China.
What's that, growing chicks?
Well, no, sorting out the male chicks from the female chicks. So they come on like a conveyor belt.
Even what difference does it
make?
Because
the female chicks fatten up. Male chicks take longer to fatten
like
up.
The veals. They do the same thing with the veal. They got to get rid of the males.
Yeah. So they throw the males down a chute straight into gas.
Yeah,
they're killed straight away, and then they go frozen straight away.
Okay, and then
they keep them alive, then they got to start feeding them, innit? And then it costs them for no reason.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it.
Really?
I've seen the machine though. It's like the thingy machine in Heathrow that gives out the luggage.
Yeah,
the carousel. It's like that, isn't it? And the little chicks are flying around at high speeds. Mad thing. Yeah, I've seen that.
They stay on the conveyor belt and then the other ones go down the little chute.
Yeah. Thailand's fucked, man, for what they do to animals. You know, these chickens that you know who showed me about it was Gino De Campo. He's done a taste test on chickens, right? Based on their price. And he was going that the cheapest chickens are the tastiest ones. And I was like, how does that work out? And he's like, it's because they squirt water into the chicken, innit? Yeah, and they're going, that actually improves the chicken texture. I was like, you're a piss taker. I'm trying to con people.
Do you know what? It used to make me laugh at people, especially in Witherspoons, innit? Like, you know, you get them fussy customers. I remember this one woman in particular, and she's like, I don't want them chicken wings. I ordered just some frozen chicken wings that they sell. So she ordered the chicken breast instead, or barbecue chicken breast or something. And I'm just thinking, like, really, do you know that chicken breast is just a plain chicken breast that I'm now going to microwave, whack on the char grill for a minute on either side, and then I'm going to pour a pack of frozen barbecue sauce over it, and that's your barbecue chicken. But guess what? She loved it. She's like, oh yeah, see, this is proper chicken. I'm just like, it's such dickheads. Like, people think they know what they're eating, but they clearly don't.
You can tell with this, like, we used to buy, until a baby come, we used to buy a lot of, like, organic. And, like, organic chicken's well bigger, like.
Yeah,
so much bigger. It is nicer, like, as well. Like, don't get me wrong, if you did put it on a plate, I don't know whether I'd be able to tell. But did they feed them on, like, they feed them on, like, the grasses that they have the herbs already in it, don't they?
Yeah.
Watch loads of, like, little documentaries on. I know a few farmers up in Scotland, and, like, organic is. I know people go, oh, organic, but it is certified. Like, you've got to, your soil has to be clean from fertilizers and mad shit. Like 7 years before you can get that certification. Do you know what I mean? That's why a lot of farmers don't do it. That's why a lot of new farmers do it, because say they've bought unpastured land.
Yeah.
You know, and they can prove, oh, this hasn't been done. Nothing's happened here for 10 years. We'll just open a chicken farm, organic. You know what I mean?
Okay. Makes sense. What's happening with are the chickens allowed outdoors now? Do you remember about a month ago or something they were saying that no chickens were allowed outdoors, all free-range chickens were going to be they're going to be kept in the barns now, and rather than us calling like eggs free-range eggs or free-range chickens, they're going to be barn-laid eggs or barn-raised chickens.
I haven't seen them out in the fields, to be fair.
So they must be still in then. They probably haven't changed it back, which is mad as well when you think about it, because now that means that even your free-range chickens, aren't really free-range, ain't getting no natural sunlight, daylight, or anything like that. They're literally being cooped up in a barn. It's mad.
Yeah. It's like he's got what? Sausage and chips. Like it's like when I see people buying those Richmond sausages. Like, read the ingredients on them.
Oh, bro, do you know I hate them sausages?
Like 40% pork.
But do you know that a sausage, I can't remember what's the percentage. A sausage only has to have a certain percentage of actual meat in it to be classed as a sausage. Let me check what it is. Sausage, meat.
Like, my mate goes to the Chinese supermarket and buys those fucking chippy ones. Like, what are you doing that?
So the minimum meat content is 42% if it's pork. Anything else can be 30% or lower. So if it's a chicken sausage, a beef sausage, it literally only has to be 30%.
See, I always read, so I wouldn't go for anything less than 80. You know what I mean?
Yeah, usually you get
how many carbs or
the better quality ones would be like somewhere between 60 and 90, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what's the other, like, 48% or 58% of stuff in there?
Exactly. He'll tell you. That's the baddest thing, he'll tell you.
I know. How many people actually look at it?
Yeah.
And them Richmond ones, like, they're killing people. You see, Richmond, their unique selling point was, oh, we're like Irish sausages, not unlike Irish sausages. Like, if they were like Irish sausages, my dad wouldn't be driving all 10 miles to the nearest Irish shop to buy his Clonakilty sausages.
Yeah. One of the best things, like, when you go camping or whatever, you find a belt of butchers. Like, I know you don't like the Queen and that, like, but I was up in Balmoral. We went to Queen's Butchers, where the Queen gets her meat from.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what? It was there. It was cheap as well. It was fucking cheap as well. And the steak we had was gorgeous.
But I suppose it can be cheaper if it doesn't have to go through so much processing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
when you've got to pay so many people in the chain, then it's always going to end up being more expensive for you as the consumer. Yeah. Well, I grew up with that. Like, butchers was just a normal thing growing up for us, and I think in the supermarket, you get a bit of packaged meat and you'd have your deli counter and that. But going to a local butcher's was the standard.
Yeah.
Even to
my dad was a butcher's boy. That was his first job.
Okay.
So, like, it was sort of instilled in us as kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know, you need to know where it's coming from. You know, and all that. Like,
Yeah,
like
my
when Mad
best friend's
Cow
dad
Cheese come on, we got a lot of
was a butcher as
Norwegian
well.
beef, didn't we? Or Welsh
Yeah,
beef,
yeah.
black top beef. That's lovely from Wales.
Yeah, they used to get a lot of beef is from New Zealand over here as well. I
Yeah,
remember seeing that a
New
lot of
Zealand lamb.
Morrison's. How
That'll
fresh
probably
is
be
that when it actually comes over?
That's a mad thing, isn't it? Like me granddad when he used to work on the docks, like as his first like apprentice job, he used to go down and measure the wood that come in from Brazil. And like he had to but like back then, like you didn't really, it was just could turn up Monday or Tuesday. So he was just like waiting around.
Yeah.
You know, waiting for the boat to come in. And he always used to say, so you'd know you know sort of when his wood was coming in from Brazil, because you'd get all like the ships with like the Brazil nuts on and the fruit and all that, which is like set off earlier, you know, so you're like, oh, it could be later on today or early tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or you'd have like all the bananas and all mad stuff. And like they used to just tip it on the side, so he used to just be sitting there eating from Brazil nuts and bananas and all that weight. And then picking up fresh tobacco and then being able to fucking just roll a ciggy with it straight away. Mad times, like.
Tanya, we've come, like, I feel like we're just so far away from it, because I was thinking this the other day, like, when's the last time any of us actually killed our own animal, grew our own bit of vegetable, fruit, anything, like even a few herbs, like literally everything we consume these days is packaged up for us.
Yeah, that's why I love going to my uncle's in Scotland, because I can do that. And if not, he's already done it. So all their meat is either grown on the farm or shot in the wood. You know what I mean? So if you're having deer, it's been shot on the hill, or rabbit, it's been shot on the hill, or even pheasant. You know what I mean?
I was asking someone recently, like, is there anywhere where you can just go and, or is there any farms where you just go and kill your own chicken and take it home to eat?
No, but you know what? I think there's a back door. I remember speaking to this farmer ages ago, and I'll be honest, he was moaning about Muslims. And he was saying there's like a little back door for like religious slaughter. Yeah. Where like, so say you're a farm, because what his point was, he goes down and say he has to go down and like buy cattle or sell cattle. He has to have a passport for the cattle and everything, all the paperwork and all stuff like this, and also to buy it. But through like religious ways into it, you can go and literally like sort of put it in the back of a car and take it away and slaughter it at home.
Okay.
Now, don't know how true that is.
Well, if you have your own chicken, surely you must be able to slaughter them yourself, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Because that's what I've been looking into as well. Like, how many chickens am I allowed to have? I'm considering getting one or two.
Yeah, just pull its neck. Just don't get a cockerel, man. So many people, like, there's loads of like near ours, there's people who've done that and then they've been sold cockerels.
Okay.
So they wake up all the neighbours and then they're all murder all over. These little Facebook community groups and all that. Who's got a cockerel? You know what I mean?
Do you know what? I seen something like that in one of my local groups recently as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, complaining about it. No, that's good to know. But no, I want to get it for my son, because he's really getting into his cooking and that lately. But one of the things that he can do, but he kind of is a bit meh about, is cleaning the chicken, isn't it? And he keeps asking me to do it. And I'm like, bro, I'm not eating it. Why the fuck should I have to clean it for you? But I will, because I know I can do it a lot quicker than he does. He'll spend 2 hours in the kitchen. Then I got to go in after him and disinfect it to make sure it's all bloody clean, isn't it? But I was saying to him, like, you're the one eating it. You shouldn't have a problem with cleaning it. So I feel like I need to take him back to basics and get him to raise a chicken, kill the chicken, defeather the chicken, remove the whole skin, guts, everything. Yeah. Then clean it.
Yeah, it's easier to skin a chicken than cook it. Like, yeah. I've never. I'll be honest. I've never done a chicken, but I've done plenty of pheasants and duck.
Yeah.
And it's a ball, like fucking plucking them.
I remember.
I think you're meant to leave them in water or something, and it softens up the follicles that the feathers come out, and then you can pluck it a bit easier. But just so much easier just to skin it. You know what I mean?
I just remember being a kid in the back of my granddad's van, and I'd be in the van with a flipping dead chicken or pheasant or something like that, as you said, and I'd just be like, picking the feathers out of it. Oh yeah, let's get ready for dinner.
Yeah. Boss.
But yeah, I need to take it back to basics with food. I feel like a lot of us are missing this. A lot of people are missing it. It's not even knowing where their food comes from.
Yeah, there is, like, even foraging, MJ, even foraging. You know, like,
yeah.
People laugh at it, like, you've got to find the right place. But, yeah. Your mushrooms, and, like, you've got oyster mushrooms growing at the moment. You'll have little puff balls. If you get them early enough, you might even get a few more. You might get a few young ink caps at the moment.
Okay.
But
I need to I think download one of those apps or something, and then I can, you know, the ones where like you can take pictures of something and then it will tell you if it's safe to eat or not.
Yeah.
What you can use.
There's one called Shroomify for mushrooms. Right. I forget. There is one for herbs, like elderflowers out everywhere now, like your elderflower or what else is out at the moment? Wild garlic.
Yeah, chamomile, all kinds of stuff out at the moment. Yeah.
Dandelions.
Right, and this was like, there's so many things that, even talking to my sister the other week about chamomile, she didn't know what chamomile actually was. And I'm like, bro, it grows all around you. You go and buy it in a box and it fucking grows down the road by the canal.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely, where I'm living now, because I've got more countryside around, I definitely want to see what I can source, and then, you know, try to start making use of that.
Definitely. We used to give chamomile. No, when the dog was a puppy.
Yeah.
We used to soak her biscuits in chamomile tea. Because she was so energetic. And it just calmed the levels right down, like.
Yeah. See, I only ever knew chamomile as a lotion growing up. So whenever you get sunburned, then you put some chamomile lotion on. And then as I got older, I remember someone gave it to me as a tea. And I was like, wait, what is this? And then I realized, oh, that's them big daisies that's been ground down the road. Okay.
It's actually nice.
You've got like mugwort, another proper medicinal herb.
Yeah.
You can smoke mugwort as well if you try it out. And as soon as you Google mugwort and you see it, it'll be like, fucking hell, it's everywhere. It's literally everywhere. My cousin used to smoke it. He's a bit of a hippie, like, he used to smoke it. He used to mix it with his joints. And it's meant to have some hallucinogenic qualities to it, like.
Okay.
Like the ancestors used to use it to see the ancestors, you know, a little bit like ayahuasca. I don't know how they used to deal with it, like. But I went through a little stage making a few tinctures. Well, I only made 2. Dandelion and tincture.
Yeah.
And willow tincture. But you got to read on the seasons, because that's one of the reasons I got into like sort of paganism. Like, you have the cycle of the trees. You know what I mean? So the best time to go and pick the trees, and it's so fucking mad. Some of the learning I've done through watching it, like even like mistletoe, like how mistletoe grows, why it was conceived, why it's like seeing at Christmas, like you kiss under a mistletoe, because it's a virus on other trees, so it lives off other trees and then blooms in the winter. So it was seen by like the native people as like a childbearing sort of fruit. So that's why you kiss under the mistletoe and that. Because it's sort of conscious of winter, you know what I mean?
I think everything that's around us obviously is there for a purpose, either for us or for the environment or the other things that's growing around it.
There's a fella on YouTube, Herbal Jedi. Funny enough.
Oh yeah.
And he's boss, and the way he describes it, MJ, he says like nature follows you. So round the footpaths, you'll find a lot of the things
exactly
that you're meant to eat. You know, nature comes to you. You like your dandelions.
What we need is in our environment. What we need to live optimally in our environment is in our environment for us.
Yeah, definitely.
Like
that's what I've said loads of times about like microclimate in your diet.
Yeah, bro, people think that nettles grow all around the place just because, it's some kind of weed. No, nettles grow because nettles is something that cleanses your blood, and we are in a highly polluted country right now, so we need that kind of shit to cleanse our bodies and cleanse our blood.
Yeah. There's a girl, I don't think she's ever comes in this chat. I think she's been on here though, Kaylee. She goes on a few of the other channels, and she's bang into all of like nettle tea and like a bone broth, like doing a bone broth. I was saying to her the other day, one of the things we've sort of left behind that the Eastern Europeans haven't is like pickling things and bitters. We don't have enough bitters in our diet. Know what I mean? Like that cleanses your kidneys, cleanses your liver, the lot. Like, because my cousin, like he fucking knows everyone and anything, and he had these Polish drinks, and they were plum based liqueurs. One was sweet and one was bitter, and it was mad the difference. And as soon as he had the bitter one, it was like, oh fuck! And he was like, listen, we don't have enough bitters in our diet. You know what I mean? Like, whereas the Eastern Europeans sort of.
Do you know what I heard about bitters?
Yeah.
I heard that in humans, children, the human children don't like bitters because genetically it's like a protection against being poisoned in nature. So most of the poisons in nature taste bitter. Apparently, I heard that. I don't know if it's true, but apparently I think it is like before you start enjoying bitter flavour.
Yeah, there's like another fella I watch. I think he's called like Foraging UK, and that's one of the things he does. Like it shows you like how to like take like small bites out of things, and that's how he sort of determines whether it's edible. By the taste. So it might be to do with like how bitter it is, or or you can taste like if you bite willow bark, your tongue will go a little bit numb. You know what I mean? You'll be able to still feel your tongue, but
have you heard about the one about the colour blue? Have you heard the one that humans are programmed not to eat the colour blue?
But there isn't many blue foods, is there?
They reckon that because it's to do with like mold and fungus and things like that, what people might eat and die. They're saying that humans are programmed not to eat blue. So when they used to get like M&Ms or Skittles or Smarties or whatever, they reckon that if you
the Smarties and the Skittles was because everyone knew that blue is a color that can't be made from a natural source, so it was artificially made. Therefore, the blue M&Ms and Skittles used to have a different ingredient in it. I can't remember what it was, but I remember as a child, my aunties would always take out the blue Skittles and the blue M&Ms, and we weren't allowed to have them.
See, coming from Liverpool, I just thought that was like not eating them. They're fucking everything. Genuinely, like when I was a kid, obviously I've heard what you've just said now, but when I was a kid, I was like, yeah, I'm not eating the blue ones either. Saved them for me granddad.
Yeah, no, we were always told, like, obviously we were told that sweets would make us hyper anyway, but it was kind of like, oh, those blue ones will make you extra hyper, or they make you sick or something. I don't know. I just know it was always taken out. And then when they changed them, and they come out with their new and improved recipes or whatever, they changed the recipe for the blue ones. And then obviously everyone was like, oh, yeah, you can have the blue ones now. And I was like, yeah, come find me blue Smarties. Tastes the same as the orange, red, and green ones anyway.
See, I love a blue slush.
But yeah, blue's just not a natural colour for food, is it? Like, there isn't many foods that are blue.
Nothing really, is there?
Well,
purple's probably the closest, isn't it? Purple's a natural colour of a lot of things, like carrots, purple. You got your cabbage. Loads of things that were originally. I think cauliflower was originally purple, wasn't it?
I think
you can still get purple cauliflower actually.
Yeah,
if you pick it young enough, it's got purple in it. Yeah. But as well, like that herbal Jedi always like he says as well what the plant does in its natural environment a lot of the time is what it does for yourself. So like dandelions they aerate the ground, so it aerates your digestive system. And You know what I mean? So a lot of the time, you know, like nettles, but like you can like quicken scar wounds up by, you know, like pricking yourself with a couple of nettles, round the cut, and then it brings the blood and like
I've never heard
white
that
blood
before.
cells and all things like that to the surface, and that can help you with like scars and things like that as well.
So I'm saying I need to get some. I did get a book.
Looking down and going down the road here, you've got blackberries, got hawthorns are proper old medicinal. That's where all the, you'll know that, that's where the fairy tree, the hawthorn bush. You know, you can use their berries before gelatin. So like, that's like animal, I think it's animal fat, isn't it? Gelatin.
Yeah.
Before that, we used to use, you ever seen the big rose buds? So when a rose is gone, it leaves a big like bulb behind, big head.
Yeah.
That's what we used to use to make like jellies and things like that. So you like mulch that down, and then that sets like a jelly. So you'd mix that in with like your raspberries or whatever, and then you get like pure vegan raspberry jelly sort of thing. You'd have to look into it a bit more, but that's what we used to use, rosebuds, or you can use hawthorn berries as well.
Okay, I know people used to use seaweed, but I've never heard of them using that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I've had a few yew berries. They're meant to kill you, but they don't.
Yew berries.
Yew berries. So like the yew tree, it's meant to be like it's what the ancients used to. Well, the ancients of this land anyway. They used to bury the dead round the yew tree, because it was like seen as because of the berries would kill you. And if you ever burned the wood, it put like blisters on your lungs, things like that. So it was seen as like an entrance to the underworld. So people used to get buried down the bottom of a yew tree. So if you ever go to like old manor houses, you'll notice this is why I was sort of turned the way I turned. But I used to go to like all these like old manor houses and that, and then you'd see like their graveyard, and it'd have an ancient yew tree in the graveyard, and it's like, oh, so you took that must have been a pagan burial site. You put a church on it. You know what I mean? But yeah, the berries themselves are lovely, but it's the pip that kills you. So apparently one human adult could only handle like 3 pips. So if you swallow the pip, yeah, you could potentially die. But if you just spit the pip out, the berries are absolutely gorgeous. You'll know them as soon as you see them, like a little red berry. Looks like a yew tree, looks like a fern. It's not like a fern tree.
Hear what I'm saying? No, this is why, like, when people talk about food shortages and cost of living crisis, etc., I just have to laugh, because look at what we have around us that we have absolutely no knowledge of.
Yeah, the knowledge has been lost. Yeah,
it fully has been lost or taken away from us, and we've just been blinded by all this fast food and convenience bullshit and everything in a nice shiny package.
Yeah. Even going as basic as like your local honey and things like that. You know what I mean?
Well, do you know what I found out?
I think you can even eat, acorns off an oak tree. I'm sure you can do something with them as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you can do something with everything. You see, I went to look for some local honey, and then I found out that my neighbour next door has got a beehive, and I was like, oh shit.
Sure, he's right.
So I was like, okay, got my local honey.
Yeah. Bye hay fever, if you ever suffer with that.
Do you know what? I've never suffered, but my son suffers terribly from it.
Yeah, get him on that local honey.
Yeah.
That's the pollen that they've collected, which is affecting him.
Exactly. And do you know what? As soon as he started having it, because I got a bottle from them, and as soon as he started having it, he was like, bro, the hay fever's fully gone. I was like, okay, I don't know if that's because the pollen that affected you is gone now, or the honey, but either way, fantastic. Because every time he's got hay fever, he just looks like he's smoked a fucking bag of weed. Like his eyes just get all red and puffy, and I'm like, fuck's sake, son.
Nothing worse. Like sometimes I get affected by it, like, but that's normally if I'm like out in the sticks and they've like gutted the field, or when it's like you can see it in the air. You can just see dust
in the air like that. Yeah.
I'll just be sneezing them for like hours.
Yeah, I've never suffered badly from it. I'm quite lucky like that, but I get affected by just the cold and stuff in general. Like I'm quite sensitive to colds and breezes, and then that's when I end up sneezing like a bitch.
Yeah. Irish as well.
I know. It's in my blood. Sneaky.
Need to go and have a cold dip every morning.
What?
Need to try and have a cold shower, or
nah, bro.
You can get down to a cold lake, have a cold dip.
I never have a cold shower in my life, and I don't intend to. Like even in summer, you know, sometimes you feel like having a cold shower. It's like, nah. I can do lukewarm in summertime.
Yeah, lukewarm.
Yeah, but that's
I did go through a phase of doing them, like, but it just sort of phased it back out. But I didn't feel any benefit myself, but it's meant to be brilliant for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like before that Wim Hof become like, I don't know whether you know that Wim Hof, the Iceman.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's on the telly now, but he's been going on YouTube for fucking years. Like,
I think we watched some of his videos on here, didn't we? Or maybe I was watching it on TV. I can't remember, but yeah, seeing him like jumping into the ice and all of that. Yeah, I think it was on TV. He had celebrities. Yeah, and he was getting the celebrities to jump into the ice, and they got to stay in there for like 20 seconds or something. I could never.
It's all about your breathing. It increases blood flow to areas because it's like a form of that's what he says, I think. But you can see it yourself. It's like a form of meditation, being able to control your breathing.
Yeah.
Even when I was in Scotland, my uncle's got a lake there, so it was going. I only done it about 2 or 3 times. I was there like 5 days, but just jumping in off the pier into just a fucking lake in the Highlands, just.
Bro, I can't swim. Do you know what? I wouldn't
like you're breathing that bad on the first one, like you're just coughing and everything, swallowing water and all that, like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I'd start panicking, and I can't swim. So that knowing that I can't swim, and then not having the ability to breathe properly as well, I would just go into a state of panic, and then I would just drown, and there'd be no more MJ.
Get a rubber ringy.
It's something I still plan to accomplish as an adult. Like, I need to learn how to swim. I probably can.
Can you not swim at all?
Well, do you know what the thing is? When I was a kid, I was convinced that I could swim. And then I remember like my mom saying to me like, you can't swim. You just floated to the bottom of the pool like a rock or something. And I was like, oh, okay. So I just kind of gave up. Then I was like, fuck it. Clearly I can't swim because mom says I can't, isn't it?
Do we? Get down the bath. The baths.
The baths. You know, I haven't heard that for years.
I'm thinking of taking the baby soon.
Yeah, you should get them in there early, innit?
Oh, 1 second.
All right, no worries. Where's the family at? Sneets, you jumping on, sis? Somebody jump on and keep me company. There's no way I'm going to try and monologue because my voice is going already. So fuck you lot now. Snipes, you there?
Yeah, man.
Sorry, yeah. I think one of the first public baths in the country was in Liverpool.
Was it not in Bath?
Oh no, yeah, saying that, yeah, Romans and that.
Yeah, that's got to be the birthplace of baths, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely bath. I drove through there, like, never stopped. But
I've never been. It's not far from where I am now, though.
Should go.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing a little bit of exploring the UK a bit more.
Stonehenge, again, I've been to Stonehenge. Some of my mates go down on like the solstices. You can go down now, can't you? Stonehenge is good.
Have you been to the actual, like where the rocks and stuff are?
Yeah.
I drove down there once, but I haven't actually like gone into the actual places. You know what I mean? We just drove down there, parked up.
Again, I was working, so I drove past. Hadrian's Wall's good. That's good in parts.
Where's that?
That's a mad one. Border of Scotland, isn't it?
Okay, that's a bit far.
Built by the Romans to keep the Scots out. But I love like Wales is on my doorstep, innit? I can be in Wales in like 35 minutes.
Really?
So I'm.
Are you that close?
Yeah. It's only over the Mersey, isn't it? So yeah, we used to go. I used to go fishing most nights in Wales, like. But after school, like a lot of my mates were older than me, so they all had cars and that. So we used to just go fishing in Wales all the time. Like so, like all around there, there's so many stone circles already. You know what I mean? And all other ancient sites like that are just boss. You can even just go off the beaten track and find it. Like I was going out. I was out with the dog one day, and we just went out for the day, me and her, and we just stumbled on this mad stone circle in the middle of the field. Boss.
Yeah, I used to come across a lot of that stuff back
you
home.
just know it's been placed there for a reason. You know, it's always on the top of a hill, belt of view.
Yeah.
When I was going to Scotland, there was an old earth house. We pulled over to feed the baby, and pulled into this earth house. So that was before the Romans. I think it was like 4,000 or 5,000 years old.
What's an earth house?
It was like where they used to just sort of dig a big hole in the ground, sort of put walls sort of up. But like the basement was there. That was all that was sort of left, was like the footings of the building, which was their fridge. You know what I mean? Because it was like underground, and then on top would just be like
underground. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you just have sort of like a round house on top of that, on top of like a circle of stones.
Have you been to any of those buffies in Scotland?
No, one who though.
Yeah, I've heard about them. They sound quite good.
Yeah, with the cavity walls.
Yeah, it's like places where you can just go and stay overnight and that, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Oh sorry, yeah, the bar. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Like, my uncle always goes to the one in Balmoral. Like he lives around the corner from Balmoral.
Okay.
So him and the girls sometimes when they go on a bike ride, they'll stay over in the Balmoral buffy.
Yeah.
That's
what I want to do,
like,
but do you know what I'm worried about? Because you can't actually book it, because obviously you're not paying for it or anything, so you can't book in advance. So I was reading on their website, if you show up there and there's already someone there, like they're supposed to let you in, you're just supposed to share the space, isn't it? But I'm like, what if you rock up there and there ain't enough beds for you or something, or you're there with some dickheads, innit? Or what if there's some crackheads in there? Like, what do you do then?
There's a fella on YouTube called Hayes Outdoors. And he's like, I think he's from like Manchester ways, and he does loads of like wild camping, and he goes spear fishing and that. If he's close to like the sea, he'll go out and get some like lobster or whatever. Or if he's near a river, like we're inundated, we're getting infested by crayfish. I think the European crayfish. So you can just get them out the river and just cook them and eat them
like them little prawn looking things, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's brilliant. Like some of the things he goes out, he's got his little wetsuit. Like me and my girlfriend, when we're in Scotland, we're near the coast, we'll always pick some mussels or some Scottish mussels or something and have them for tea.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of seafood, but I hear you.
Yeah,
it's nice to be able to
I'm
get
a fisherman anyway. Like I'm
a
fisherman, yeah. So gone fishing everywhere. Like
that's another thing I don't think I've done. Gone fishing.
Boss fishing.
I've not even been camping, you know. I really haven't lived at all.
Makes you sort of know where you live. Do you know what I mean? Gives you the sense of where you are. You know, sitting there for a full day in the sun, baking sun, bees and everything flying past you. You got to get like I took my girlfriend once, and she sort of got over it. She's got it back now. A sort of hatred of bees.
Yeah.
When one flies past and she's like a day's fishing and you have to get over it, you know what I mean? But yeah.
I think I've gotten over that many years ago, that thing of bees. Like now I just let them fly past me, because I realize when you start reacting and going crazy, that's when they want to sting you, innit?
Yeah, exactly.
And I feel like they like gingers, so I always attract them as well.
Yeah, they might do, the UVs radiating off you. That's how they see, and if they see in UV.
Exactly.
I hate the fact you don't see newts or like when we were kids, we had a pond and there's newts all the time, red fire belly newts and all stuff like that. You don't like. I found a frog when we were in Scotland, and I was made up to be able to show my son a frog. You know what I mean?
But is it that these things aren't there, or is it that because we're not young and exploring like we used to, that we're just not seeing them?
Defo, a bit of both. Not many people have many people don't like gardens anymore. You know, like some people don't have the time, or like ponds and things like that. So few and far between where they are, you know. And then a lot of ponds now, if they're taken over by like specimen fishing, you know, again, like the fish, they cost loads of money. So they'll kill off anything else in the water that harms fish, or you know what I mean? Or if if fish eat newts, you get like get this like mad disease that kills them off. So they've probably been killed and culled. That's the way it always goes, isn't it? Exactly. No, like when I was at that Earth House, funny enough, there was an old dovecot, you know, where they used to just build like a house for doves, and it was sort of telling you the history of it, and they said like there was like a charter granted by the king or something to build dovecots everywhere in the kingdom, and they eventually built that many dovecots that there was too many doves and they started eating the crops. So they started boarding up all the dovecots. Just so telling of how everything is, isn't it? It's a good idea at the time, and then as soon as it goes away.
It's like everything they do in this country, though, Heathen. 1 minute they're giving us something, and then the next minute they're taking it away from us.
Yeah. Give with the right hand, take with the left hand, or whatever.
Yeah.
MJ, I'm going to have to go, but felt a little chat there. Nice one.
No worries, bro. Pick up yourself.
Go on. I'll see you later. Nice.
All right, in a bit.
See you later.
Yeah, I ain't left you, MJ. But the mad conversation.
I don't know where the rest of the family is.
Can't fucking drive away the neighborhood, man.
Yeah, Khan's been holding it down, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
monologuing
I know
for so many hours, bro.
Yeah,
and
you know,
his point of view. You know, sometimes just let him talk, innit? Just fuck it. Innit?
Yeah. That's kind of what I did, because like I jumped on
bothered,
saying a few things that I wanted to challenge, and then as I hit the link, that's when he made his Irish comment. I was just like, fuck's sake, this guy, like, he always has to bring up Irish as an example rather than his own people, innit?
Right.
So yeah, obviously we got into that for a minute, and then I realized the kind of argumentative mood he was in. I was just like, you know what, bro, I can't even do this with you today. Like, I don't have the strength to do it. So, but as I said, like, at least he holds conversation down. So I know a lot of the people might be tired of listening to him or whatever. But if they don't want to hear Khan, then they got to jump on and change the conversation. So
yeah, but it's dead. So you can't stop what a man's gonna say, though. Doesn't matter what he says. It's like, yeah, it's good, it's entertaining, but it's just a pile of dog shit.
Yeah, literally.
Like, I don't know why.
And then he contradicts himself in the next sentence as well.
I've never been to Ireland. Like, but you know everything about Ireland, yeah? Mad.
And Irish people.
Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that, Khan? Yeah. Cool,
funny guy.
You know, I mean, the conversation earlier was good. You know what I'm saying?
The conversation this morning, I was in and out. I only heard bits of it, but yeah, it was a great conversation from what I heard.
As soon as man had to go and do the shopping. Yeah, we know that Pan-Africans don't agree, but necessarily with everything, but the general philosophy is a bit.
It's just not realistic, is it?
Nah.
It's just like, if you can't get everyone on the same page, like from, let's say, even one country, how are you going to get a whole continent on the same page when everyone has
imagine an island revolutionary party that's never been in Ireland? Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, right? You can have that as a support group and thing and whatever, but they can't start dictating or talking about when we get back to Ireland, we're going to change shit, we're going to do this. No, you're not. You're just going to jump in and be a proper Irish person.
Exactly.
Get to your clan, your culture, your people, them, and fit in, get in where you fit in.
Right.
And that's universal. So, you know, all these bright ideas could lead us down a treacherous road of us thinking we're smarter than our people.
Yeah, I said a lot of what I heard him saying just doesn't make sense in reality. I don't think, like, I don't even know what
he was stereotyping, man. The stereotyping was mad. Just like, yeah. Because when I heard Nigerians, I was just like, oh, mate, I'm just not getting involved. Sorry, I haven't got, not today. Leave them to
I feel like it's almost pushing towards this whole one world order, you know, just expecting everyone to be on the same page instead of having their own individual identities. You know, talking about the whole of the continent being ruled by one government. Who even wants to be ruled by a government? Let alone one government that's going to tell different people to do the same thing. So unrealistic.
It's like telling people to put down their religion. They realized that that was a futile. You notice that halfway through the debate, it was like Shakara has come to Sniper's way of thinking. You know, that religion doesn't affect like every single aspect of how people run their society. That's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? Just same with the scientists, same with everyone else. They're all varying different people of varying different faiths. They ain't got shit to do with their job.
Exactly.
Right. And it ain't got shit to do with your job, my job, or whatever we choose to do. We just have to do it correctly to the best of our ability. You know what I mean? And then when we get home, we can do whatever we want. So I don't understand how this religious takeover and religion is the problem. And no, people are people. Yeah. And they only do things if they want to. You know what I'm saying? Unless they're perceived or unless they're tricked into doing something other than what they want to do. Like with the badge and that. You know what I mean? But that's in this society. Like we keep imposing our view or way of life onto other people. In far-flung places that are warmer, maybe colder, but just everything's different, no? You know, when you say like you go some countries and you say, yeah, this is laid back. We say that for a reason because it's like everything is not as high pace as where we are.
Exactly.
High stress as where we are. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
We just assume that everything is like England. It's like, no, man. Fuck that, man. Our shit
and even when you talk about England, London is not the same as other places in England as well. So it's that whole London. It's the whole like city kind of mentality, isn't it?
Yeah, but a city mentality is meant to be a multicultural one. That means you've been exposed to every single person that's been entered this country and decided to chill with you. You know what I mean? Or make their hustle or make their money or make their thing. Every single one. It's when you're in the outer regions that you don't encounter as much people, as much different varieties of people.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so it's like, man, you can go clear East London and there's places where it's just so much Asians. They might as well just teach the language in the school and everything, which they do.
They do, yeah, in some places.
So it's not, right. Predominantly Punjabi, yeah. We're going to have to teach their language in the school.
Yep.
Because we've got majority of their students and and then you get little white kids learning it and all sorts of little African kids learning it. I know Punjabi, you know, is it? Where you go to school in East? Okay, that's why you got Cockney accent. Mad. Like my niece and my nephew live in Leighton, and he's got a little bougie Carlton accent. You know what I'm saying?
Carlton
accent. It's Carlton, man. It's like young Carlton, like he's just turning 16 and that. It's just like, bro, it's jokes. Jokes, man. But we send them to good schools, so you know how the hell are they gonna turn out talking like us? And
well, we try to send them to good schools, but that's only if it's possible, isn't it? So we know what the system's like over here. It's not always possible to get your school of choice, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you want to learn, you can learn, man. A teacher might take favor with you. My whole schooling, the teachers weren't interested, but there was one or two teachers that could say, yeah, you know, took me under their wing and said, yeah, listen, you're good at this subject. You need to concentrate on the others as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, being an artist is one thing, but you got to be good at other stuff. You know what I mean? Encourage me.
Our teachers never gave us any guidance like that because
man.
They only cared about whatever subject they were teaching us, innit?
Yeah.
So, you know, my history teacher didn't give a shit about my maths or English or science or anything like that. He was just like, yeah, just make sure you get an A in my subject.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like that.
I think with my teachers, it was like they either loved me or hated me. The women tended to like me. So my maths teacher and my English teacher, they were both women. They were all right. One of my Irish teachers, I never got along with my Irish teachers. That's why, like, I never learned the language very well, innit? Only on the basics. And then, like, what my granny taught me as well. But yeah, my Irish teachers were absolute bitches. One of them, she was from a part of the country where they speak the language differently anyways. Like, they got completely different accents. So everything that I'd learned in primary school, she fucked it up. She's like, nah, you don't say it like this, you say it like that. And I'm like, what the fuck? But your dialect is completely different to how I've learned it. So, no, you're just confusing me. And then she kicked me out because that was the higher level class.
Right.
She's like, nah, I don't want you in my class no more. I was like, all right, cool. I'll go to lower level, like whatever, innit? Went to the lower level. That was a flipping nun that was teaching the class. Oh boy, she did not like me. She kicked me out. So I'm not having you in here. I was like, all right, cool. So then I went to Mr. Bean's Irish class. Yeah, this teacher we used to call Mr. Bean. Can't even remember what his name was because we just all called him Mr. Bean, and he was that kind of character. And finished my my Irish education with him because I was like, fuck the rest of them, just bitches.
Yeah. Our education system in England is mad. It's crazy.
But my history teacher, you know, it was mad, right? I never got along with my history teacher, and I never even rated him as a teacher because he had a teaching style that I didn't understand, right? He literally, it was the same in every single lesson. We'd go in, he would write whatever on the board, right? He wouldn't speak to us. He'd just write stuff down and we'd have to copy everything that he wrote down. That was our lesson for the day. He'd then give us 3 questions for homework and we'd have to bring those 3 questions in on the next lesson. And that was it. And I hated it. I was never interested in history. Why do I need to know all this? This is bullshit. This is boring, blah, 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 blah. And guess what? I got a B in my test. And I was shocked. I fully thought I had failed. I expected to fail. I ran up to Mr. Daly and I was like, look, sir, I got a B. And he's like, no, I'm teaching a class. What are you doing? Don't disturb me. I was like, I got a B. And he's like, what, wait, you got a B? And I was like, yes, I know, it's a miracle.
Mr. B, you know.
But like, do you know what it was? School for me always depended on who I was sitting next to because I remember in my history class, I was sitting next to this guy called Liam McCallan, and he was a little troublemaker, right? One day he put chewing gum in my hair, right? You know those like fuckery people in school, and so he put chewing gum in my hair, and that's when I kicked off in the class. And I think it was from that day the teacher just didn't like me. He's put chewing gum in my hair, and you have
Girls was doing it themselves. Just blowing up Hubba Bubba, trying to blow the biggest bubbles, and when that just bang reverses back on you, boy, and blows up on your hair. It's mad. Bare hair had to get cut, and that's the girls. Long hair.
That was traumatizing for real. See, if you were at home, it's fine. You could get an ice cube, and you could just, try and get it out like that. But no, when you're at school, you just got to pull that shit out.
Just there. Someone could be there from break till lunchtime or something. Like, have you got it out yet? Yeah, I think so. Crying and that.
Then you go wash your hair and realize it's still in there. Matted in.
It doesn't matter. So you're jumping on, man. They just left us here.
The only teachers that had nervous breakdowns in my school was the what you call them? Substitute teachers. Yeah, they used to get taken the piss out of. What register, miss? No, I don't know anything about a register. We don't do register in this school. Because, half the flipping class is missing.
My teacher, Mr. Frill, he was Scottish. My man just came in with his jeans thing, no bag, no book, no nothing. Just take off his jacket thing, put it on the back of the chair, put his feet up, and go sleep, fam. I said, continue reading from where you left off. Huh? What are you talking about, bro? Yeah, we running amok. But sometimes he'd be with us talking crap, talking about the teachers he slept with and all of that. Or I slept with Mrs. So-and-so, because he was kind of young at the time, you know what I mean? Bro, Mr. Frill, he was a substitute teacher at Bear Schools in the area. He stole my gold chain, man, with the cross.
What?
Yeah, I put it in the, you put it in the jewelry box. And he's the only one who's got access while we're doing PE, man. Yeah, and he paid me back like 10 a week. Mad.
No, that's mad. Oh shit, my battery. Where's my charger? Okay, 5% left. Yo,
To a
Sash,
young man. Mm.
jump on, sis. You need to answer some questions. We got questions for you, Sashu.
What does she do now?
Oh, you know, Macu.
I don't.
Don't worry, you'll remember. You'll remember. Hasn't been vaccinated. I can't visit my phone. So what are you saying, Sash? You're gonna get the badge, yeah?
Of course she is, man.
Anyways, let's not even go there now.
You know, they just tell you the excuse from now.
Yeah, exactly.
Early, nah.
Do you know how many people that I know that have had it and not said it to me, and then it's like it comes up in conversation, and they're like, "Yeah, I got it. I told you I got my second one." I'm like, "Nah, you didn't, bro."
No, you didn't. Pull back, man. Stay away from me.
Yeah, it's like, no, I feel like these things you need to be notifying people. Like, you need to come with a warning.
People need to have it on their picture like they do on Facebook and whatever. You know what I mean? I've got a cousin in
They need
Nigeria.
a tattoo on their forehead.
She's got it, boy. She's just like, yeah, it's got a full injection needle and all sorts next to the picture. I was like, yeah, I've been badged. It's like, wow.
No, my friend told me the other week, and I literally moved seats. Like, I just looked at him and I moved seats. I'm not even joking, Mac. I was like, no, like, you're supposed to tell me these things. Why am I only finding out? Like, you know my stance on it, and I should be allowed to, just like you had the choice of whether you get that badge or not, I should be allowed to choose whether I want to be around badge people, isn't it?
Some of my customers, man, they're just, yeah, they've done it. It's like, bruvs, what have you done, man? They're like, I know, man, I know, but I'm not going to take the second one. Bruvs, like that fucking changes anything. You're a joker, man.
And then the people that want to try and say, oh, but it's probably just a placebo anyways. Yes, bro, tell yourself that, innit? You keep convincing yourself you just got the placebo.
My smart ass dad as well. Some people should know better. Don't know better.
And then I had one person in my family trying to say that, yeah, was it Hong Kong that was going to lock up people, or somewhere that was going to lock up people that didn't have it? It's like, yeah, you should all be locked up. I was like, what?
Locked up, yeah.
Yeah, locked up. I was like, locked up for what period of time? Oh, until you decide to take the badge. Really?
Wow. It's a bit forceful, isn't it? Bit of a dictatorship, in it. Like, what's going on?
Exactly.
Who wants to be involved in that? Why can't I just abstain?
Trillo G Cactus, can I just remind you to please stay 2 meters away from me at all times? Thank you.
Mud.
And this is the thing, I feel like people that are being badged, they should social distance from the unbadged, isn't it? It's only fair.
I know it's hard though, man. Because you want to hug Shani when you see her. It's mad. You're in a quandary like, oh man.
Well, she just better be wearing a mask, innit? Just don't breathe near me. Yeah, you too, Axum.
Yeah, Axum's the worst.
Yeah, you stay there in the corner with Shani, innit?
No more lilies. More muffled under the mask and that.
Yeah, more like VVVVs.
Yeah. Instead of big spliff of that world. Hit me with a vaccine. Hey, never that.
Mandatory, you know what I mean? So I've got an issue in my back garden. You know, I've got this like really long back garden, innit?
Right.
Didn't have an extension lead to get down to the back to cut the grass.
Okay.
So I managed to do half of it, and the other half is like literally growing like a forest. Like I think the grass, and it's not just grass, there's all kinds of stuff out there. I think there's even some dill growing out there. It's about 3-4 foot high now. Yeah.
Well, I grow stuff, man. I've been growing the last few weeks. I've been growing quite a few things, mate. Oh, volunteering at the garden centre and that.
Okay.
Yeah,
What kind of stuff you been growing?
For a company named Black Roots. Yeah, and the owner's name's Duke Basie. He's meant to be a famous jazz musician or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, I've been growing okras, I've been growing everything, right? It's just like callaloo, different color callaloo, different types of callaloo, repotting, doing all sorts of stuff. So just like, I enjoy it, man. It's therapeutic.
Have you eaten any of the food that you've grown?
Yeah, you can take it.
Okay.
But mine is still growing. I've been growing.
So you can grow okra over here?
Yeah, man. But
and does it taste the same?
I got greenhouse and everything, so it's different.
Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is what I'm supposed to be doing with my summer, is sorting out my garden, getting things done, and I haven't had time. So I still got some time though. Do you know what I mean? Even if I start making preparations and stuff, there's still things that I can plant.
Yeah, things
obviously
are
getting
in
into winter is going to be different. That's where I'm going to need to have a little greenhouse type thing or something. But yeah, if anything, get prepared for next year.
Yeah, you're all right. Just find a patch in your garden that you want to grow your stuffs in, and when you're ready.
Yeah, I need to get spade and start digging.
Get some small pots.
The only thing I've actually got out there right now is little tiny spade, little handheld flipping thing in it.
Growing corn, peas, everything, man.
I'm not a fan of peas, you know.
Green peas.
Not green peas, anyways.
A pod.
I've never liked green peas. I don't know what. I don't mind mushy peas, but like all them garden peas and petit pois and all that shit.
I don't like peas.
Hi, Eunice.
Hi.
Eunice.
Yeah.
Why did you jump on with your old profile picture and then take it off?
It was one of those like technical errors and all that.
Oh, could you please put up a new picture, Eunice?
I will.
Millennium one of you.
I'm going. Okay, I'm going to actually.
Take a selfie, man.
I don't know which picture to put on. To be honest.
Anything.
Just put yourself on there, man. Selfie. Hair out.
Innit, Mr. Alio? Big up Eunice, because it's not like you'd ever jump on the panel. But yeah, that's what I need to start doing, growing some stuffs out there.
Yeah, man, I didn't even know that these places existed.
I did. I dashed a few potatoes out there. They're growing. I need to check on them at some point, another week or two. A couple of the basic bits. Start off with 2 bags of weed killers, MJ.
Yeah, I suppose you can buy soil, you can do all sorts, you can...
Well, the thing is, before I moved into this property, there was like apparently 3 tons of soil that was put down in the back garden anyway. Because the woman that lived here before me apparently had a dog that used to just dig up the back garden. So they had to fix up the back garden before they left. So yeah, there was 3 tons of soil apparently delivered, put out there, which I could see evidence of when I moved in, because it was still all over the flipping house when I moved in as well. And I was just like, oh, okay. 3 tons minus a few kilograms that clearly dropped on the way in.
Mad.
So yeah, I think the soil out there is good, and I can see like from what's growing in it, everything looks kind of healthy and that. said it's grown really well.
Just get some compost for it and some extra. You know what I mean? But obviously, when you'll be planting, should be planting from pots, so they won't be like seeds. Like get the little shoots that are already done.
Yeah.
Like, what's that pumpkin? What's this? That one? Oh, okay. You know what I mean? And then you repot them or by putting them in the ground at a certain point, and then boom.
Okay.
Away.
Do you know? I can't wait for the day that I actually make a whole meal out of like food that I've grown myself in my garden. That'd be amazing.
Grown sunflowers, all sorts. Some of them are killers, though, man. So them slugs out there, they're mad. They can just ruin all your stuff.
We're saying, Eunice, you recovered from your beating from Kenya?
No, I haven't got beaten for anything, to be honest.
Kind of sounded like that to me.
Nah, it wasn't actually.
You were struggling, bro. You need to get better at roasting. You was proper struggling.
No, it's just like, you know, it's just
no. It was just like no.
It was just like it was just a bit mad, to be honest, isn't it? Like he's putting words into my mouth, you know, and he's interrupting me and all that. I have to explain it to him many times, literally. Like it's just a bit mad, though, to be honest. And you have like a 50-year-old man literally speaking over me, don't know when to be quiet and let someone speak. Then he could reply back. It was just a bit mad, really. It was just painful to watch a middle-aged man that can't, you know, do that basic interaction. You
know. Mark Smith was because apparently the dog dug up all the mud or whatever was in the garden beforehand. So I don't know. It was already down when I got here. 15 minutes away from the ocean. Just need to. I bought myself 350. What? 15 minutes away from the ocean, next to a small forest in the outside of city. I just need to build it now. Okay.
I didn't know that, Gertie. I didn't know you like to sing Michael Jackson songs.
I think he's asking you to sing.
Fuck.
Can you sing, Eunice? Actually, that's a good question. You've probably got a really good singing voice, isn't it?
No, I don't know how to sing at all, to be honest.
Mad.
Everybody can sing. What are you talking about?
Tone deaf and that.
No, I don't know how to sing.
That's crazy. What are you doing?
Bro, this guy's going to irritate me, but you don't know how to sing.
No Ethiopian tunes, nothing. I mean, Somali tunes, Somaliland tunes. Somaliland.
I don't know how to speak Somali anyway. I'm not fluent in Somali at all.
Sure, there's some tunes on.
I don't know, man.
What kind of music do you listen to, Eunice?
Maku, why don't you sing like a Rihanna song for me, please?
What?
Need pause on that as well. Badman don't sing Rihanna. What are we doing? We don't sing Rihanna, man. That's crazy. We asked a simple question: can you sing? You said no.
I don't know how to sing at all.
Do you know how to rap? What do you know how to do?
No, I don't know how to rap. I don't know.
Do you write poetry?
No, I used to, but not anymore.
Is it?
I don't know when the last time I actually done it. I think I've done it when I was doing my, what do you call it, GCSE literature and all that.
Why do people from Southall always do poetry? Smart.
What, people in Southall? I don't know people in Southall do poetry.
Yeah. Triller's a top poet. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, I didn't know JD was into YMCA, you know. I honestly did not know that, but you know, it's music at the end of the day, you know. If that's type, if it's a song that you like, then you know, and it is what it is, isn't it?
You want to go at the audience? It's crazy.
There's no shame there, Jay.
Silverback, the most important word in that sentence is trying. Trying.
I don't know what he's doing. What's he doing? Can we get clarification?
Nah, I think he's just, he needs practice. If he's going to try and be in a roast with Khan, then he definitely needs practice.
Practice, man. You don't get a
No,
better
I haven't
teacher
roasted.
than
To be fair, yeah, I haven't roasted anyone for a long time, literally.
Ever.
I haven't roasted anyone.
Ever.
I haven't
Ever in your whole
haven't
entire
roasted anyone,
life.
so
You've
even
never
worse than-
roasted anyone. You probably
I
haven't even roasted a flipping pumpkin.
The only thing that you know, I haven't roasted anyone. Like I think the last time I properly roasted
Haven't even roasted a tomato. Get out of here.
the only time I properly roasted someone was when I was, I think, 18. That's when I properly roasted someone.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't believe you, Eunice. I don't know why, but I just don't believe you.
Roasted, yeah.
Properly roasted them. Like, how did you roast them?
No, I just, you know, it's just really, you know, I just think of, you know, some this word and all that, and you know, stuff like that.
Stuff like that. That's exactly what you've done, bro. You were like, yeah, because you're like, you're ugly and stuff like that. You
I'm not gonna lie though, but when I roast
eat
someone,
sausages and stuff like that.
To be honest,
You're about as good as Shahi.
Let me just put it politely. You know, when I roast someone, you know, I'm not using the kindest words, nor am I using, nor am I using, words that that doesn't include, swear words and stuff like that. So I'm going to be using words that are, that less colorful, should I say? And it's obviously going to be very, provocative, as well as very, it's going to cause some type of provocation.
Eunice.
So,
Let me tell you something. Now, Eunice, give up. Give up. This is not roasting.
Honestly,
like if you roast how you explain things, then you are shit. Okay.
When I was a kid, literally
probably don't even know how to roast a flipping chicken, bro. Like, you need to get better. You need to listen more, and you need to get better. You need to be quicker at your delivery when it comes to roasting. You can't be stuttering and stumbling over your sentences when you're trying to roast someone.
Okay,
we know.
I haven't roasted a chicken before anyway. But yeah. So when I properly roasted someone is when I was somewhere that
in it mid best dry roast, no gravy.
Man.
About Eunice will slow cook you. Yeah, the food will flipping come back alive by the time it gets cooked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're gonna have to learn.
But yeah, if I'm if I lose my patience and stuff like that, usually I'm calm and all that, but in certain situations, when there's too much aggravation and all that, I just, roast that person and all that, like this afternoon, it was just madness, really, to be honest. So, I had to roast, I had to roast them in it.
But you
even
didn't.
Though it's not, even though it's not Sunday.
You didn't roast anyone. You got beaten up. You got incinerated, in fact.
I haven't got incinerated at all.
You were.
Nah.
If you're claiming that you roasted Khan, then bruv, you got incinerated.
Well, to be fair, yeah, I done a bit of roasting and all that because, it was just too much aggravation in it. It's just...
That aggravation
like this, I had to repeat myself over and over again, like, it was just as it was, I've been talked over and not able to.
Yeah, but that's because you have no bass in your voice.
Yeah, it was just aggravation, really, to be honest. It was just a bit mad, really.
Bro, everyone talks over you because you have no bass in your voice.
No, it's just a bit mad.
It's just that I keep telling you, stop this stuttering when you are trying to speak to people. This is why no one takes you
even
serious.
If I don't have, let's just say, bass or anything like that, I still have I'm still entitled to have that courtesy, to have a chance to speak, and other people to listen and take and digest information.
We want to hear something interesting. Right now, you're just putting a lot of words together without any bass as well.
You may conscious you up.
It's just a bit mad, really, to be honest.
Yeah, you said that already.
Can't abuse you online.
No, it's just a bit mad.
You got battered like a battered sausage.
I wasn't roasting anything like that. I was just saying, like, it was just too much aggravation over, innit?
What he was doing, yeah? You're gonna have to get used to
too much aggravation, innit? Like, literally, like,
that wasn't aggravation.
It was just too much think it was just too much.
Too much for you, maybe.
No, it was just too much, really. Repeat myself over and over and over again, innit? Like a bloody record and all that.
Yeah,
So I have to say it, innit? Like I had to actually, you know, put my point across, you know, in an unpleasant manner, you know. So there you go. Unfortunately, usually I don't do that, but
it's all right, Eunice. I really don't think anyone's gonna hold it against you. It really wasn't that deep.
What?
Put Eunice up against a King of Gold, I think. That'd be a perfect match.
Yeah, King of Gold is dangerous.
Facts versus Eunice. That'd be too much stuttering. Like you'd need to play it on double speed.
Someone needs to tell Khan, right, to stop hiding food under his chin, innit?
What?
No, you need to tell Khan. And what you don't do, Eunice, is you don't start roasting the people when they're off the panel.
I'm just saying, like, you know, he was roasting me first, innit? He was saying to me, this is just wet fish, lol. So I had to say to him, look, you know, someone needs to tell him to stop hiding, you know, food under his chin, innit?
Okay. Twice.
I know.
You keep calling on
to tell him, like, why does somebody need to tell him? Why can't you tell him?
He's gonna come looking for you, and then you're gonna say, Salvador. Salvador, oh my God.
It's just that, and the thing is,
Wait, you said his name a couple times now. That's at your own peril, man. At your own peril. But you can deal with them, man. You can deal with them, man. Just gonna have to learn how to. And don't say the same joke 10 times, because it could be a problem.
This is what I'm saying. If you had more bass in your voice, you wouldn't even need to say it twice, let alone 10 times.
Dan is out of order, man. How can he say that? That's just a bit mad. That's out of order, Dan.
Huh?
Are you trying to, you know? I hope
can you leave Dan Powers alone? He's a man. Yeah.
No, he's mad, to be honest. Though.
Leave Dan Powers alone. I'll say nothing about my Dan.
Really? What do you call it? Yeah, sure I do. I can't.
What's going on?
I don't know. Eunice obviously wants smoke in it.
Mad.
In it, prime time. This is what I'm saying.
Are you saying he wants a stogie in his mouth? Mad thing.
Who?
Mad.
Oh, look at Axel. Look who appears. Look who appears as soon as I talk to one of the men in the chat. It's got to be Axel, innit? Or where have you been all this time? Now you come to claim your man there. All right. I see you.
Come claim your hefty. Mad.
Come get your Dan. Come get your Dan.
Get your guy on. Come get your hefty. Oh no, to start the nightlife. Habibi.
Axel, we saying, sis, you jumping on, keeping us company? I need to go make some bonner.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. There's nothing funnier than seeing MD come to the event with fresh bunna with salsa and everything.
No.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, swagger as well. She done it with swagger as well. Like,
oh, shit. What was that at Mag's thing?
No, JEDI's thing. Or was it Chevelle's thing? Yeah, Chevelle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I missed him with the bunna still.
He scrolled in with the bunna ready, like, yeah.
No, I'm done.
I was like, whoa, MD, what the hell did you get that from? Piping as well. It was fresh. Yeah. Nah, bigger up though. But yeah, that was funny, man. That was cracking. I was like, rah. She goes, well, I have my sauces. I have my connection.
Big up my half day.
Mm-hmm.
Doing it properly.
Big up, sis.
Yeah, big up, big up.
Big up,
Hey.
Come on.
Yeah,
Damn.
Eunice. I
What?
don't know
Oh,
about
shit.
you
Oh,
being
shit.
our half day, you know.
Mad.
I already told you we
Habibti.
removed your,
Habibti.
Somali card and African card. Told you.
Okay. So what card am I left with then?
I don't even know what you are. Nah, when I heard about the
That's what we're
chicken.
trying to figure out, isn't it?
Yeah. Big up, Don.
What's this?
Someone is jealous in the chat.
Wow. What? Because you're giving
yeah. So
you're giving Eunice attention.
Hafty.
Yes.
Yeah. What's the problem with me saying my Dan?
Well, we already know it's my Dan.
What?
Really?
Same city.
You're done?
Same everything.
Oh my god. Is that
You
what
can't
you're
be
doing
claiming
again?
all the men, Axum. Like,
Have you started your fuckery again?
I don't claim all the men.
So,
I'm just
I thought you were
Dan.
going back to South or rural. Like, I don't know. I can't keep up at you, but
Mad.
Nah,
I thought
you
I thought you
taking
got to the stage of recycling your men because you've gone through them all, innit?
Wow.
No, I haven't though. Whoa. Look at this. Yeah, she's throwing me all over under the bus, yeah?
All over the bus. All over the ass.
Oh, okay, who is this actress typing? Is it you, Mary?
Who? What? Don't me. Just leave Dan alone, all right? Choose one, man, okay? Just choose one and stick to it. Come on.
Innit?
Jeds was just saying the other day, we need a wedding, so sis, we're waiting on you.
Look, we tried this trill wedding and whatever, yeah. And look what happened between you and Roar. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, forget about that. Listen, we know where the real love is. The real love.
Death metal wedding. I like that, man. I'm not
Yeah, with Bibi. Axum and Bibi, innit? Come on.
Listen, at death metal.
Listen, Axum's wedding is gonna be like that video with them people on stage. Like, Lawa, I'm not going to that wedding. I'm out.
Which one?
Oh wow,
The one in the group chat.
wow, Mary, you know what?
The
You
rock
don't
concert
deserve
where
the
they was having
half-day
sex
card.
on stage.
No, listen, you don't need
Mad.
and you don't deserve the half-day card no more. I'm just saying. Actually, that was your people, not mine, to be honest.
That was my
Yeah.
I don't listen to heavy metal. I don't listen to heavy metal and rock, thank you very much. That's your people.
And they look like you though. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they kind of look like you too still.
Nah.
I just seen light skin, so you know what I mean.
I'm just team beige. Come on. Sneedy. Team beige. Come on. Yeah. Anyways.
You're the same complexion as the sandwich cake. Mad.
Oh, allow it.
Oh wow, you and your reverse colorism, yeah? Allow me.
Oh fuck.
All right, so Axum, can I just confirm then? Dan's your man, yeah?
Dan is your man.
And is he the one and only, or is he just for now?
For now, you know what time it is. Axum don't stay nowhere too long.
Macunos, see?
Girl.
Okay.
Wow.
This is Airbnb pum.
Oh.
Air pum and pum.
Air pum and pum. Yes. Quickly. Yeah, Dan. That's why Stops jumped on.
Big up.
Mad.
So
that's why Stops jumped on.
Airbnb.
Oh, what's that?
Airbnb.
Can I go in it?
Hey, stop. Mean bro, don't listen to them. Mean bro, don't listen to these men, yeah? Or this thing called Mary. Don't listen to
Oh my
them.
gosh, did you just call me a thing? And are you being so disrespectful to talk about me in your own language as well? Like, if you're going to talk about me, do it in English, sis. Come on.
No, I just said mean bror, and you're not a brother. Oh no! You're not a brother, but okay, you want me to call you brother? I can sure do that.
Oh no, fuck.
Yeah, because I said
shit,
my
did
brother.
you just bruise? Did you just bruise on her? Mud.
No. You're talking to your brother, but you're talking about me, and you called me this thing.
Oh no, that was afterwards. Yeah, that's what
That was in English.
Yeah. So how
yeah. So what language? I don't know.
And if she understands Swedish, does she know Swedish?
You called me a thing. Like, Axum, I'm a woman. I'm not a thing.
You called her a thing and a
sure?
Oh fuck me. Are you
sure? You know, Martin.
Wow.
Mad.
No. You give me all these things, yeah?
I mean, listen, I know you want all the men for yourself, but you don't have to start these slanderous rumors just to get them. Just be yourself and you get them.
Bro, don't have that, bro. She just called you a skizzy.
Yeah. She's been doing that for ages still. It's long. It's old.
God damn.
It's old.
Bro,
2
MJ.
years later. 2 years later, and Mary's still the same. Yes. Mm-hmm.
2 years later, we're looking for our next victim.
Damn.
My next victim, you know. I'm not. I'm still with that.
You know it's true.
Fella. Sorry, fella.
That's fly trap, you know.
Leave some men for Mary, Axel.
Some men?
Yeah, and the rest of the hotties.
What do you want? Who do you want, Mary? I can actually, you know.
You think I'm going to tell you so you can go running after them?
No, I don't need to run after them. I can just no. I'm gonna show you the way to them. I'm gonna, you know, like a sister wife.
Whatever.
No. I don't want your leftovers. Thank you.
You already had them. Sorry.
We say, Axel, you're gonna open it up for her, yeah? Open them up.
Open them up and direct them exactly to her. I heard you just, you know, but nah, I'm gonna allow you for this one. So,
jeez,
who do you want, Mary? Who do you?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, Dan, and it's all because of you.
And it's all
Dan
because of you.
He's got the power.
Right, man, that Dan's just fucking all the chicks in the chat, man. Martin.
Big up Dan, man. Them powers. Damn. You gotta jump on the panel, tell us how you do it. Pause. We need some
6 months for him to
switch
jump
the
on.
screen to headphones.
Nah, we're making Dan uncomfortable, right, Mary?
That's my
I don't know what you and Dan do
Scandinavia.
together. I don't know.
Oh yeah, right. That's why you're crying in the corner right now. Just
Mad.
Not my problem to make you feel uncomfortable.
In the corner.
You need to think for yourself, innit?
Like Drake. Mad.
cry me a river. No, so
yeah.
It's alright, man. You can have water, man. Water's there in the chat.
Yeah, Axel, you
Anyone
can have
want
water.
I can have water.
What are you doing, sir?
I don't think he likes Africans, to be honest.
Secure the bag.
Hasn't he got a wife?
I thought he was married to religion.
Mad.
Yeah, well, he can stay married to religion then. I'm not involved.
What about Mr. Ali? Mr. Alio?
Yeah, he doesn't like me. He doesn't like gingers either, apparently. So Axel can have him.
Axel's ginger.
Oh, that's a shame.
I said I'm ginger. I'm telling you, you're colorblind.
Oh boy.
Jedi saying you got blonde.
Strawberry blonde.
Jedi saying you got blonde.
No,
hair.
he's saying I'm ginger. I don't know why.
Oh.
Yeah.
Strawberry blonde. Yeah.
No, not strawberry blonde, but I'm not blonde anymore, to be honest.
Straight blonde. Yeah.
Blonde hair.
No, I'm not blonde anymore, to be
You
honest.
want blonde hair? Crazy. I see one blonde hair. That is
I see one.
Tell her, stop. Tell her.
Could you? I see one accent.
I'm golden. I'm golden.
Who's an accent's the missing member of ABBA?
So your hair color is golden, called accent, right?
What?
She's a golden child, man. She's
So
a
it's golden
scientist,
color.
everything, man.
So you're not blonde, but it's golden color your hair.
Right now it's like a mixture, kind of
Goldilocks.
gold blonde.
And you know what's good?
brown.
She ain't got to take off at night. Mud.
What in the noise?
Goldilocks and the Free Men.
No, sorry, Big Banger. I don't deal with wigs. Sorry, Con.
Rounder.
Was it all three at the same time? What is going on?
She missed that one.
Yeah, I did because I'm reading cats, so I don't know what you guys talking about, but yeah.
Pay attention, accent. Pay attention.
What did you
And I
guys
don't mean to the men, okay? I mean to the conversation.
Whoa, another damn. Son.
You're
Where'd
such
you
a
find
hater
this?
because you're not getting the attention, Mary. My gosh.
Wow.
I get plenty. Don't you see how much haters I got in the chat? They don't love me.
Yeah, the wrong type of attention.
Well, on MJ's corner, she's got Khan. You know what I mean? He's a very intellectual person. Sujok's there. Pause.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Shall I retract that?
Nah, what would you?
I don't think she's fucking with it.
Yeah, nah, but who was fucking with Khan? Anyways, I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's a good person.
Yeah, he can talk anyone into anything, probably. So, yeah, I'll take Khan.
Really, Mary? Are you okay? Do you have a fever?
I'll take Khan.
Greedy. Look at Axum.
No. Do you have a fever? Are you okay?
You have your half day, isn't it?
Who is my half day?
All right. What about Blue Red Trill? Axum.
Huh?
Blue Red Trill. Would you take him on your side, the team?
I didn't really know so much about Blue Red Trail, to be honest.
Oh. Sorry, Blue Red Trill, man.
You don't rate him, do you?
I don't rate him.
You know, everyone's cup of tea, innit? Blue Red Tea. Sorry, man. Blue alcohol, lol. I call them Blue Red Tea. Mud.
Blue Red Tea, you know. Nah, I don't know so much about him, though, still.
Okay, well,
no, go away, Silverback. Go away, Silverback. You've been trying it for time.
Please, come on, gang.
Come on.
But I didn't even give you consent, but fuck it. Let's go. Also, someone said Triller. Accent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Silverback.
She got a long list of Trillers and all of these type of weird ones.
Okay.
Yeah, I got my own fan club too. Stops. What I'm gonna do.
Wait,
No,
what's
sorry. Can we address Jedi's hairline in this picture?
Yeah, forget the hairline. The Gillette in him, bro.
The Gillette in him, yeah. I bring Maka for the trim.
Man, I'm not involved. Yeah. All I'm wondering is, what is he looking at?
I don't know, but he looks scared.
You're looking at just put the Aki and Blackie.
Oh, is it? It man's like, oh, is it? Mad. How did it all fit? No, it's mad. How it all fitted. Perfect. It's just the hairline thing is mad.
Is that the day when he got escorted out?
Escorted, you know.
I mean, in regards to, I'm assuming that's you call it that guy in it, like you know, the guy on the on the picture and all that. I suspect he's he's you know,
yes,
he's a famous YouTuber and all that. Is that when he got,
you can just say Ali Dawa.
Exactly, with all this.
His friend in it, his friend and all that.
Look at that.
You bad troll now, Eunice. You know that, right?
Is that when he got like what do you call it? When he got escorted out or something like that?
Can you deal with your brother, Stopzilla? I beg
I'm
you.
not, I've never watched the video, so I don't even know.
Okay.
How am I supposed to deal with that? I don't even.
Right.
I've never watched the video.
I said deal with your brother. Do something to him.
He's not from Northwest London, man.
Yo,
he's not from North.
Shakara, if you're listening, you never came back. You said you're gonna help with the shopping. There must be a lot of shopping, man.
Today,
I mean, man, you should have came back, man. I was enjoying my little convo with you, bruh. Yeah, man.
That's probably the worst thing. That
Khan, you're so sour, Khan. You're so sour.
That was
What did you say?
And KO and Sniper. That was good, isn't it?
It was lovely,
yeah.
man. It was
Yeah,
good
man.
debate, man.
Yeah.
I think I missed
Some
that.
of you ladies debating some shit, man.
After that,
Axel
I
was
just
free from
not
that
interested.
and MJ, to be fair.
Once Khan
You both-
started this shit,
You both actually do debate. But let's debate about something, man. I'm right, you're wrong. Let's go.
Why am I wrong? I'm never wrong. I'm a woman.
Because it's going to turn into bullshit.
I'm a woman.
Bullshit.
I'm never wrong, Jedi. How dare you say that?
Oh, what have I got? I got something for women. What have I got?
Go on, get us a debate topic. Get us
Is
something.
what is a woman? That question. That one's been circling around.
Oh, that's a deep
You seen the
one.
video?
What is a woman?
No, forget
I watched the full. I watched the full video of it, the movie. I'm not gonna lie, it's interesting.
Do you know what? That's a weird question to be asking. I never suspected anyone 10 years ago would be asking that type of question. What is a man and what is a woman?
Nah, he don't ask what is a man.
Never
He's asking what is a woman.
It will be a controversial.
You never thought that anyone would ask you that question, yeah? Martin?
Never. I don't know why, to be honest. Like, perhaps, it's 2022 or something like that. And
what are you talking about?
yeah, I don't know, to be honest. It's just mind blowing, really.
Was you enjoying it? Yeah,
in terms of the culture,
what?
How it
yoga
changed
video.
The yoga video. There's few. You still got the interview.
What's
we only
interview?
watched half of it. The
podcast
thing.
Yeah, you know what? I doubt I'm gonna play it still. I ain't gonna lie. Alright. It's a bit awkward just sitting there watching myself, isn't it? Really.
I know.
Yeah.
Cringe. I know that feeling.
Yeah.
Other people love it, but yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully, I'll do another one and whatever.
Yeah.
I had some good news
Let's
today.
become watch down the Saturday stream.
You got what?
Okay.
So I got stuff out of the place, and then so big up to Mills. He helped me in that. You know me, bruv. I didn't know it was like 29 degrees out there. Nice
That's
out
22.
Yeah. I haven't been outside anyway, so I'm assuming it is.
Sun was nice. It was nice out there still.
Hummus hermit, mad. Indoors eating hummus. Allow it, man. Need to get a life, son.
Nah, he needs some shawarma to eat.
Nah, I'm good.
That don't even sound good. What's that? What's shawarma? What's that?
Nah, shawarma.
It's kebab, isn't it?
It's not.
Yeah, man. Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what?
You're advising him to eat kebab. Is that what you're doing, Axel?
Huh?
You said you're advising him to eat kebab.
Yeah, enough with the hummus.
Oh, fuck's sake. That's as bad as him,
In the shawarma, they put hummus, but yeah.
Yeah, so hummus can't be rolled out. Can't be rolled out.
Some of the brown cheese, man, and stop the nonsense, man. If you want
brown cheese. That sounds like mank. Brown cheese. Cheese it smells mank, to be honest.
Wow.
Depends.
You see.
The only cheese I can tolerate.
Try to do a little man a little favor.
Cheesecake in it.
No, the only cheese you're dealing with is cottage cheese, right, Eunice?
Mad.
Let me be
up. It's just the only thing. It's just the only cheese, dish that the only cheese.
Some
food,
cheesy
that has
conversation.
cheese that I could actually tolerate all that.
She says your cottage cheese, you mad.
It's just cheese. It's just mad, really.
No, he don't get it, Michael. He don't get it.
Cheese is mad, but hummus is not. Like, what are we doing here, man?
No, it's just mad, really, isn't it?
Oh, everything's mad. It's all out of order.
No, it's just I just can't stand that smells cheese. But the only thing about cheesecake, for some reason, I'm able to tolerate it.
Why have you got so much passion in your voice talking about cheese, but you didn't have this when Khan was on the panel?
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, Axel, Sid, do you want to have a debate one day?
Me with my I am Phil.
You really want to go against a scientist? That's
Well, Axel's a scientist.
Oh,
come on, it doesn't have to be science based.
Yeah, let's do this. But I don't know. What do you like to?
I didn't know Axel was a scientist.
Wow, fuckery.
I'm being honest.
Let's debate.
No
what's
respect.
more attractive, women with blonde hair or ginger hair?
Who do you wanna? I can change colors. Can you?
Oh, that's unfair.
Of course I can. Probably a lot easier than you.
Oh.
No, actually, no. I think my hair is kind of I can change it all the time. But though, what do you think, Mary? Red hair or blonde hair?
Red.
I go blonde.
I think some men like blondes and some don't, but I think they all secretly have a thing for gingers.
Do you know what? Yeah, I always thought ginger women were so underrated, innit? Always the guys were talking about blonde chicks and all that, but I was thinking to myself, you got some ginger women that are very good looking.
Oh, thank you, Eunice. So you like ginger women, yeah?
Yeah, they're all right looking, innit? You got some.
You would choose a ginger over a blonde woman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Was he moving to you, or was that a compliment?
You know you're talking to Eunice, though, Mary.
Yep, that's fine. I will take anything that helps me in this debate.
Oh, leave it out, man.
Oh, sorry, Mac, man.
And I can't even blame Zelini this time. Fuck's sake.
It's like taking advice from Gokwan.
Stop. What are you saying? Ginger or blonde?
Ginger.
Hello.
I know what I know.
A big party.
You know what you know. What do you know?
Min bror, you're really backing Mary, yeah?
Who?
Say that again.
Oh, you're okay.
Stop.
Nah, she said blonde or ginger.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to pick something that ginger, innit?
What's the problem, Maxim?
You failed me. You failed me, stop.
Sorry, man.
All right, Blondie, calm down.
Sorry, no,
You're lying, so. Are you saying you don't like blonde things?
No, he's saying if he had to choose between blonde and ginger, he'd choose ginger.
Do you like blonde things, though?
No, not really.
Not really. No.
No.
Why do you feel like you're lying, Stabs?
Nah, no, it's not. It don't tickle my fancy, pause.
No, I kind of got that impression because he didn't even want to believe that you had blonde hair, sis.
Yeah.
He sounded a bit disappointed that you had blonde hair.
That's why I lived in Sweden.
I'm living my life like it's golden, stop. So
I got something.
Nah, you know what it is? There's a lot of blonde, there's a lot of brown, you know what I mean? But there's not enough gingers.
Yeah.
What do you say, Ari?
It's true.
I got something to bring to the table.
Go then.
What you got for us, sis?
In a relationship.
What is it?
Hey, what's going on? In a relationship. Now, it happened to me many a times with the guy I'm with currently. When I act up, do you think it's fair for my man to withhold sex because I had an attitude and went off on him? Is that fair? I knew you was going to say that. That's nice.
It's a sort of punishment.
But Ari, don't we women also do that though?
Not me.
Try.
Yeah, you guys do it for you.
Try.
Yes.
See where that works. I ain't getting you nowhere, man. Just trying to shit. Yeah?
You tried it, Ari. You tried it, yeah.
You know the words. Ask him, are you coming to bed?
Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Ask him, are you coming to bed? I am feel. Yeah, you gonna feel in a minute. Get your ass in the bedroom.
I want to hear Mary's answer.
I think he does have the right to withhold it because, like, if he's not in a good mood, then why is he going to be feeling like that anyway? You know what I mean? And is it going to be enjoyable sex if man's just angry with you and stuff? Like, I don't know.
First, we have to establish how long is too long. How long is too long? A week, month.
Well, it usually be a week.
Wow.
Yeah, it's all right, man.
I don't know about that.
Not to me. That is cold-blooded.
Yeah, that is cold-blooded, man.
Hold on, though. Hold on. Give me if I'm wrong. But Ari, you said you're old and you're not interested in sex.
No, I said back in the day. Boop.
What's back in the day? Is this story?
Yes. I just want to know how the young ones feel about that, you know.
So that's not happening to you now because you're not interested in sex.
Who said that? Is that Jed talking?
Sorry. Yeah. You trying to buy time.
I know, I'm just bringing
You
something to the
interested in
table.
it or not? Like, what's going on?
Crisco, baby.
Well,
Ew.
Yeah, try now. Are you
Sorry, my
interested in it or not, Ari?
let me be real right now. I've been listening to y'all for a while now, and this British type accent got me like in a mood with them.
Oh, yeah.
What are you saying? What are you saying? The accent cracked the seal.
Yeah, a little bit. You think I'm wrong thinking about accents when I'm intimate?
Oh, no. What are you doing?
Wow.
This is sound like
Okay,
Judge.
big up Unique. I'm going mute. You handle this.
Pick up.
What
What you mean? No, remember my age now. I got to think of something.
So Ari, are you saying that?
No,
Ari,
I'm not
are you saying that when you're with your man, you're fantasizing about the accents?
About Sniper.
About JEDI and Sniper. That is crazy.
Wait. No, man, this is fuckery.
No, this is not the fuckery. This is interesting.
Let me let y'all know. Me and Sniper the same type of.
I am an African. A proud and a motherland.
That's right, Ari. It's me, Snipes. I know you love me accent. Watch me make it.
Tell the Ku Klux Klan. Take it is African.
Come on, Ari. Get a load of this. Yeah.
And they can't erase me. I'm a born Vincentian. But I am an African.
Why?
I should have talked about Crisco. That would have been a better topic.
No, but you did. You know, you just messed up though. You can't be telling us that you are there in the action when you're going to get that action, and even your partners notice that you love a British accent. Wow, this is mad. I'm going to.
You know how some people. You know how some.
But why are you so surprised though, Macri? Why are you so surprised though? Like.
You know how some people make love to music. I guess some people make love to the stream. So it's kind of.
The stream's running in the background.
Having that in the background.
She's like, turn it down. Ball is talking. Turn it down, man. Let me know when Maki's talking.
Y'all ain't right.
Maki, yeah? You think it's just Maki?
No, come on.
And Jeds.
Oh, why are you running now, Jeds? Come run back, yeah.
No, listen. I'll be real, yeah.
It's both of y'all. Both of y'all.
No, sorry. I'm sorry, yeah. This is my my auntie, and this is not actually what the case is. It's Sniper. Let's be real, man. It's Sniper.
Yeah, of course.
No, it's not Sniper down.
Damn.
Wait.
Calm down. Fuck you now.
I mean, Sniper's a bad brother. I know that. Everybody knows this, okay? But I also know his taste in women. You understand?
Also, it must be content then.
Look, we both the same color. We love black. I love a mixed type of nigga, and I'm pretty sure Sniper's like them exotic females. You understand? I understand where Sniper coming from. He like my family members. Okay?
He got friends on.
Wait. What exotic women are you talking about? On the hair.
I said I like a man. I'm the dark skinned woman. I like a man that's lighter than me. I like an exotic type man that's like mixed breed. You understand?
Big up, S.
Is that what you're on?
Mud.
No. I'm old now. I'm talking about when I was young.
Mm-hmm.
You let them Vic type.
My man right now, I've been with 15 years. He nappy headed in the motherfucker. I don't know how our son came light skinned, but the idea that's what happens.
But sis, didn't you say your ex looked just like Sniper?
This is crazy.
No, that's that other bitch. Oh, I mean the other chick.
London.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're right.
The one y'all slaughtered a few months back.
Can't keep up, Snipes.
That was what was her name? Miss Sterling. Miss Sterling. Yeah, that was her.
Yeah.
Ari.
Ari, so what you're saying is Sniper's too dark for you, yeah?
No, godly.
Okay, so why are you gonna throw us off the scent and talk about light skinned dudes?
Because my sis love her some Snipes. How can I like something my sis loves? I mean, well, not love, but fantasize about. I make edits for her.
No, wait, hold on. Are you talking about your pregnant sis? Shut the fuck up.
Oh Lord, here we
Don't
go.
stop me an accent.
1 minute. What's pregnant got to do with it, Jeds?
She's pregnant and
What's love got to do with it?
Ari, her claim is null and void. She's pregnant.
Oh God.
Yeah, Uncle Sniper's free game.
Yeah, to a whole lot of women that be in my chat. Yes. We all love some Snipes and Jed.
And Jed.
Yes, you hear that, Jed?
Mary. No, it's not like that. Jed cut me off for even showing him edits.
Man. Listen, man. It's not,
I've been showing y'all for I don't know, going on a year now.
Don't be fancying my uncle, and then when there's a crowd, you want to play it down. You can say it loud and proud from the rooftop.
Wow.
If you're Team Sniper, you can't be embarrassed.
I'm team all of y'all. What you mean?
She said both of you.
I'm down with
It's the accent.
So Ari, when you're in the middle of sex and you're thinking about these British accents, specifically, which British accent? You know,
all of them. I told you, it's a big conversation in their heads.
Hey, listen, it definitely ain't the turtle. So, what are we doing?
Oh shit! Now I'm all fucked up now.
Ari just jumps on, ask a question. Whoever's prepared to answer
deflection, Sniper.
Now I gotta throw up.
He's gonna get strummed
No,
off.
I'm just saying it ain't the turtle, so he's eliminated.
We know who it is. Get me? It's Mr. Uncouth himself. Mr. Breathe Heavy. Mr. Now Mean.
Mr. Darth Vader.
Yeah, Darth Vader. I don't know when you started.
Hey, let me just say this, Jay.
I don't know how you started. You picked